Chapter 1. Is the goddess hanging my daughter? Old Zhang. I'm off to work in Sangnan City, within the Sunshine Garden community. On a certain floor of a building, a girl waved her hand, calling out to a slender man in the room busy with dishes. Go ahead. The man nodded. Don't be late. Be careful on the road and foster good relations with your colleagues at the firm. You're already such a grown girl. Don't always be reckless and heedless. Having said that, he wanted to offer more advice, but the girl playfully saluted, standing at attention as she declared, "Got it?" before swiftly disappearing from sight, as if not wishing to hear any more admonitions. The man gradually withdrew from his fatherly demeanor, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he shed that identity and donned a different visage, one that felt unfamiliar to the girl. Sports shoes, white knee-high socks, denim shorts, white jacket, high ponytail, refreshing, absence of any cloying scents, natural-colored nails. Flamboyant attire. Even without makeup, she possesses an impressive beauty. Reflecting on the girl's appearance and aura, Zhang Hai fell into reminiscence. Just gazing at her brought a sense of comfort. That girl just now. She is his daughter. To be precise, she is his adopted daughter. Hong Ying. In the world of god-slaying, my favorite female character is Hong Ying, both dashing and spirited. She gives me that feeling of first love. And then, in the blink of an eye, she has unexpectedly become my daughter. Zhang Hai sat on the sofa, unsure whether to feel joy or resignation. He was a transmigrator, having arrived over 20 years ago. Unfortunately, he found himself thrust into a deadly mist from the very beginning. Ordinary people could hardly survive for long in the mist. Fortunately, he encountered a scouting team at the time, and Hong Ying's parents were among them, daringly rescuing him. However, as a consequence, they met with misfortune, perishing within. Before their demise, they entrusted their infant daughter, who had only recently been born, to him. Zhang Hai had no reason to refuse. In the original narrative, Hong Ying's parents vanished in the mist 5 years ago, and I have significantly accelerated that timeline, leaving Hong Ying almost orphaned from birth. No, he was a half-father. Zhang Hai sighed. Yet, he had kept his promise, caring for Hong Ying all the way to the present. He had raised her from infancy through every messy moment, embodying the role of a single parent. A smile crept across his face as he thought of something. As long as I am here, I will continue. Cough, cough. He suddenly began to cough. This had become a chronic ailment. The mist was not something one could enter or exit at will. Even a brief exposure of mere seconds or minutes could inflict irreparable damage upon an ordinary person. The most evident consequence was his height, which had dwindled from 178 centimeters to 165 centimeters. His once healthy organs had deteriorated rapidly, and his senses had declined year after year. Even with high-powered glasses, he still struggled to see clearly. He had tried many remedies to Zhao. Kongsheng felt a tinge of awkwardness and decided to find another place to converse. The youth concocted an excuse to retrieve his backpack. Then, he vanished for a good 10 seconds without a trace. It was only then that the uncle realized he had been played. He sprang to his feet, attempting to pursue. Shortly thereafter, just 5 seconds after their departure, a figure emerged from around a corner. This individual appeared to be of similar age, an uncle-like figure, but possessed greater charm and allure than Zhao Kongsheng. If he were to engage in conversation with Lin Chia, they would likely converse for an extended period. At that moment, this man gazed down at the two ghost-faced monstrosities lying coldly on the tiled floor, his eyes reflecting a stir of emotions. However, as his peripheral vision swept over, the two bloodstained school uniforms, along with the names emblazoned upon them, Jiang Qian and Wang Shaoxi's expressions suddenly darkened. Consumed. Only remnants remain? Just as the narrative foretold. Earlier that day, Zhang Hai had specifically hinted to some classmates, yet to no avail. This is the plight of ordinary people, weak and helpless. In this era of encroaching fog, one could be claimed at any moment. Should I encounter such a fate one day, I would likely meet the same end. Zhang Hai was unwilling to persist in such weakness. As a person merely clinging to existence, he gathered his thoughts. He turned his gaze to the corpse of the burr-sized monster, observing its unique anatomical structure, and inhaled sharply. The stench was overwhelming. As he drew closer, he could still perceive a faint warmth emanating from it. The scent of death, if left in the wilderness, would likely intimidate some feral beasts. And this was merely the lowest tier of the Zhangjing monsters. Zhang Hai hesitated not for a moment. Ignoring the foul odor, he placed his hands upon the two corpses. Detected ghost-faced man corpses too. Would you like to proceed with the sacrifice and officially activate the system? Sacrifice. Activate. As soon as the words left his lips, a wondrous scene unfolded. A soft glow emanated from the two corpses beneath his hands, which then dissipated into the air. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system resounded once more. Activation complete. Binding world. Binding successful. World. The 7 deadly sins. You can extract any abilities or items from the 7 deadly sins world by sacrificing corpses. The stronger the corpse, the higher the level of the extracted item's abilities. Would you like to consume and extract immediately? The 7 deadly sins? Zhang Hai's expression shifted. Consume, extract. The worldview of the 7 deadly sins. The combat prowess of those characters is not to be underestimated. Yet, what could be extracted from Zhangjing corpses? Never mind, he would take it step by step. Having endured for so many years, he was not one to falter now. Before he could finish his thoughts, the system's voice echoed once more. Extraction in progress. As this is your first extraction, you have triggered a critical hit, significantly increasing the quality probability. Ding. Extraction successful. Reward acquired. 7 deadly sins pride magic sun. Critical hit? Zhang Hai was momentarily taken aback. Then, elation surged through him. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise right from the start. Son? Is it Escano? If one were to ask who the most unforgettable character in the 7 deadly sins was, the only one who truly fought with real fists and stood at the pinnacle of strength, the answer would undoubtedly be Escano, one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of pride, possessing magic related to the sun. His personality and physique fluctuated dramatically with the time of day. As the sun rose, his power gradually increased, peaking at noon. He became an embodiment of invincibility, with magic rivaling that of deities. Above and below the heavens, he stood unrivaled. Anyone who displeased him would face his wrath. In his strongest state, he could be considered the mightiest among the 7 deadly sins, a fact acknowledged by all his comrades. Of course, there was a glaring drawback. As night fell, his combat level and magical power would plummet to their lowest. To put it simply, he would lose the power of the sun, reverting to his base form, relying solely on his innate strength. Born a human, I apologize. Simultaneously, his personality would become cowardly and lacking in confidence, as if his true self had been laid bare. This starkly contrasted with his daytime arrogance and hubris. Yet, Zhang Hai felt no concern. For those without shoes need not fear those who wear them. The shift in personality. Ultimately, it stems from losing power, leading to a change in mindset, becoming more humble. If one does not temper their arrogance, they would find themselves buried beneath a mound of grass taller than their graves. Thus, this is but normal. Zhang Hai felt the magic gradually merging with him. Without sensing any shift in his personality, he remained himself. Moreover, there was another delightful surprise. He felt that, as the magic fused, all his hidden ailments and the after-effects of the fog began to heal. At a visibly rapid pace, his vision and senses returned to normal. His height increased from 165 centimeters to over 170, transforming him into a not-so-weak, ordinary adult male. This seems not merely a boon of pride, but rather an additional restoration brought about by the fusion. The sensation of recovering from a severe illness. The feeling of being reborn. Truly wonderful. Like a blind person suddenly gaining sight. A deaf person suddenly hearing. A man with erectile dysfunction suddenly. Zhang Hai clenched his fist, then opened his palm, pressing it against a full moon in the distance. Alas, it is nighttime. Otherwise, I could feel the grace of the sun. As he spoke, he suddenly froze. Wait! Moonlight, after all, is merely reflected sunlight. So why could he not attempt to draw power from the moon? Zhang Hai withdrew his hand and faced the moonlight. He waited a few seconds, but nothing happened. Just as he thought it was a failure and would have to wait for the rising sun to try again, the magic within him suddenly reacted. Zhang Hai's expression shifted. He contemplated for a moment, imagining the distant moon as the sun, envisioning the moonlight as sunlight. Then, the next second, the sun responded to his call, beginning to expand, gradually occupying his entire field of vision. Buzz! Buzz! Muscles began to swell upon his slender frame. A searing power was unleashed, beginning to break free. Heat flooded his entire being. Waves of light radiated outward, accompanied by a cacophony, roaring like a beast. Rip! Whoosh! In the alleyway, waves of heat surged. 100 degrees, 200 degrees, thousands of degrees. The blood on the ground began to evaporate, the stench dissipating as the temperature soared. Tiles, trees, power poles, everything in the vicinity began to warp and melt, far more exaggerated than one could imagine. If there were a thermometer nearby, it would likely shatter from the strain. Simultaneously, approximately 400,000 kilometers away from Earth, on the moon, a colossal being sat upon an ornate bench. Its elbows rested on the armrests. 6 feathered wings fluttered slightly. It took note of Lin Chia. That little fellow has awoken once more. As expected, contemplating, it slowly closed its eyes, seemingly preparing to descend into slumber once more. Yet the next second, it abruptly opened its eyes, gazing into the void once more. Oh. Chapter 3. Michael, wishing to slay his own agent? Michael, typically composed, experienced a slight fluctuation in his emotions. Someone was watching him. Indeed, in an instant, he sensed it. Although the aura was faint, it was peculiar. Initially weak, it grew exponentially as time passed. While it remained inconsequential to a deity, the acceleration was astonishing. If this pace continued, of course, the most crucial question was, which human possesses the ability to perceive him, and then make eye contact with him? Wait, not a human? Suddenly, Michael detected a distinct primordial essence, fire, fleeting yet palpable. The first thing that came to Michael's mind, associated with this essence, was Olympus, the sun god, Apollo. Michael grew intrigued and began to search, quickly honing in on the source. Xia, Songnan City. The old district, a street corner. Was it him? Still observing. Perhaps out of caution, perhaps out of testing, or maybe sensing provocation, Michael infused a touch of divine power into his gaze. Buzz! In the next moment, a sacred, blazing light erupted from the moon, directly aimed at the azure planet. Boom! The old district street corner was instantly engulfed in radiance. The temperature, which had been rising to thousands of degrees, was abruptly interrupted. This commotion was far greater than the one caused by Lin Chia's awakening. If previously it had startled half of Songnan City, now it reverberated throughout the entire city. Night transformed back into day, and the residents, momentarily blinded, were now subjected to a violent flicker. What on earth? What celestial phenomenon or natural spectacle was this? Could it be an SUV? You meant USB, right? Could it be a UFO? Might it be an explosion from an arms depot? The discussions were dense. Some, unable to wait for the light to dissipate, eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment again. Some thrill-seekers even rushed towards the source of the light. Only in Xia. In other nations, the populace would likely not be so carefree but rather filled with trepidation, a heightened sense of danger. Of course, this was true for the ordinary citizens of Xia, who were usually well protected. For certain individuals, however, it was far from a mundane spectacle. In the old district, moments earlier, on another street, 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks stood, surrounded by the bodies of 30 or 40 ghastly-faced corpses. They hadn't anticipated that among the ghastly faces lay a ghastly king. Thankfully, the captain had pursued. Hopefully, he would succeed in slaying it. And where was Lao Zhao? Chasing after the two that had fled. It was our oversight. A woman, supporting her injured right shoulder, bore a grim expression, far removed from her usual vivacity. Remembering Lao Zhao, she instinctively took out her phone. Glancing at the shared location, she saw that the person she had bound to it was still within Peace Community, and she turned the screen dark again. Her expression softened slightly. Hong Ying, your father? It's fine. Didn't I warn you in advance? Uncle won't appear in the old district. When Chima smiled slightly, but if he were to see you like this, his daughter in such distress, it would surely shock him. The night watchers have relatives, yet they must conceal their identities. It's classified. In truth, even if it weren't classified, they would prefer their families remain oblivious to their perilous professions. Lao Zhang was not so fragile. Hong Ying regained her composure, pouting. Though she said this, she knew deep down that ordinary people would struggle to accept such a bloody scene. Her father's health was already poor. Seeing his daughter in this state would surely frighten him. Moreover, even if he pretended to be strong, trying not to reveal it before her, Hong Ying could still discern his true feelings. Thus, she often bought him supplements. Whatever. This time, even if she had to drag him forcibly, she would ensure he underwent a complete examination. Lately, his complexion had been worsening. Illness must be treated. Just as her thoughts began to churn, they were abruptly interrupted. For not far away, a beam of light shot into the sky, accompanied by some peculiar fluctuations. This energy wave was astonishingly powerful. Was that the forbidden ruins? No, this intensity indicated it was the divine ruins. The aura was immense, sacred, and searing. If she was not mistaken, Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan exhaled slowly, gravely acknowledging the presence of the angelic king, Michael. His agent? The gazes of the other four sharpened. They understood well what a deity's agent represented. The significance it carried. Why would he appear here? Before they could ponder for long, another beam of light shot down from the moon. This one was twice as thick and bright as the previous one. What on earth? Another one? No, the last one was released from below. This one descended from above. What does it mean? Could it be that Michael is responding? This leans more towards aggression. What kind of response is this? Surely, it can't be that Michael wishes to slay his own agent. The group was engulfed in confusion. Wu Xiangnan was equally bewildered. This contradicted all logic. A deity responding? Could it be bestowing power? That didn't seem right either. The atmosphere was saturated with a more destructive essence. At this level, should any of them take it head-on, they would not withstand it. Perhaps it was more veiled. In his shock, Wu Xiangnan contemplated something, narrowing his eyes toward that direction and picked up the walkie-talkie. The others also lowered their breaths. Lao Zhao? I see him. Just as he was about to inquire further, they were plunged into confusion, for Lao Zhao's response was unlike what they had imagined. I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruins. He is just a high school student. He ran away. Cough. That brat slipped away to ask for the beam of light in the sky. I can assure you it was not aimed at him. As it originated from a completely different location, I don't quite understand what has transpired. Zhao Kongqing's tone was laced with bewilderment and an insatiable curiosity. Tonight was exceptionally thrilling. Damn it, I should be quite a distance away. Yet I'm still sweating. He seemed to want to say more, but upon seeing something, as if witnessing an incredible scene, his words were abruptly cut off. The walkie-talkie emitted static, as if interfered with, and the connection was severed. Hello, Lao Zhao. What did you see? Lao Zhao. Chapter 4, A Blessing in Disguise. Who is he? The group frowned instantly. Without the luxury of processing Lin Chia's situation, they sprinted toward a certain direction, not daring to delay for even a moment. Zhao Kongqing. Although he was one of their night watchers, he lacked the forbidden ruins, merely a sentinel, not suited for combat in the face of sudden events. Particularly the mysterious kind, encountering weaker foes was manageable, but against stronger ones. The thought tightened the group's collective resolve. They were a team. They were a family, and no one could afford to be in danger. No one could afford to be harmed. In a certain residence within the old district, Yang Jin stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance alongside a small black dog. He saw Lin Chia running towards the street corner, prompting him to gradually retreat and slip back into his room. However, the second beam of light flickering in the sky halted his steps once more. Simultaneously, hidden throughout Songnan City, including the ancient god church, both the mysterious and the mundane sensed this extraordinary aura. Some concealed themselves even deeper. Others, instead of hiding, grew increasingly exhilarated. In the old district, at the street corner, Zhao Kongqing held a walkie-talkie, initially relaying his encounter with Lin Chia to the rest of the team. As he spoke, he approached the beam of light. As he drew nearer, he realized that it was precisely the location where Lin Chia had recently slain the ghastly-faced beings. The only difference was, why had the temperature suddenly surged? Was it due to the beam? It had merely flickered, not even lasting a second before dissipating. Such power? Was it residual heat? The temperature here, as he continued to approach, Zhao Kongqing's lips visibly dried, and beads of sweat erupted on his forehead and spine. Then, in an instant, they transformed into grains of salt. Under normal circumstances, during the day, under the blazing sun, the effects of laboring for several minutes. even hours, become apparent. Yet, in just a few fleeting seconds, a transformation occurs. It is both bizarre and exaggerated. Even the desert does not produce such an effect. Am I nearing a functioning nuclear reactor? Zhao Kongqing wiped the sweat from his brow, instinctively gripping his knife. The proximity intensified. Then, a wave of heat rushed towards him, followed closely by an overwhelming force. Who? Zhao Kongqing paused at the corner, hesitated briefly, and then cautiously leaned out to gaze ahead. Suddenly, beads of sweat multiplied on his face. Before his eyes lay a thick mist, mingled with the acrid scent of charred earth. The ground was barely recognizable, riddled with craters, and the usual wild grass that adorned the streets had vanished. Moreover, nearby telephone poles and various structures appeared as if eroded by molten lava, their forms distorted. All around, waves of heat surged. At the center stood a peculiar shadow. It was not human. Was it a mystery? That beam of light moments ago was not from Michael but rather a powerful being merely passing through, who witnessed this enigma and unleashed an attack, attempting to obliterate it. Zhao Kongqing's mind began to race with possibilities. After all, how could an outer god possess such benevolence as to assist Songnan City in purging the unknown? Remaining neutral would be a feat in itself. Yet, in the next moment, his speculations were shattered. Because the figure from the pit emerged, it was not a mystery, nor a monster. It was simply a human. Tap, tap, tap. The tranquil night was punctuated by the crisp sound of footsteps. A robust silhouette stood before him. The upper body was bare, muscles rippling impressively, while tattered shorts clung to his lower half, resembling a barbaric deity from the wilderness. The figure slightly turned, as if sensing Zhao Kongqing, locking onto him directly, causing a chill to run down Zhao Kongqing's spine. Just a glance, and he felt an overwhelming heat envelop his entire being. His limbs, his very core, felt as if they might melt, bursting forth flames. Exclamation point. What realm does this being belong to? Zhao Kongqing stood frozen in place. Or is this some kind of forbidden realm? The figure cast a fleeting glance before retracting its gaze, redirecting it skyward. This individual was Zhang Hai. Just moments ago, he had imagined the moonlight as the sun, discovering it bore genuine results. However, the next instant, he was fixated upon by some entity. He then spotted a six-winged angel. Their eyes met. Zhang Hai felt a slight itch in his eyes, and then well, that was the end of that. It was as if raindrops had gently struck him, refreshing him momentarily, and he felt nothing further. The six-winged angel vanished, seemingly retreating in vain. Zhang Hai's mind remained sharp, especially in this state, thoughts whirling rapidly. Was that Michael? Why did he target me? Was it an attempt to blind my eyes? Or perhaps to delve into my gaze to uncover something? Did I not merely glance at the moon? Did I offend? Many others admire the moon nightly. Why am I singled out? You're not Chang'e. Even she allows people to gaze upon her. Moreover, I did not even look at you. An undeserved calamity? No, this feels more like a test. He found it odd to be under scrutiny. Was it the moment he merged with the sun's grace? Or merely a perceived provocation? Can deities truly be provoked by mortals? How astute. However, my eyes now appear wild. Zhang Hai pondered, but alas, he had no mirror at hand. He felt his persona should remain unchanged. Furthermore, this seraph, he had not bound the 7 deadly sins previously. And now, he must tread carefully, this debt. Zhang Hai gazed once more at the moonlit sky. Yet, this time, it seemed the moonlight no longer offered aid. Its essence remained cold, distinct from the sun's warmth. The acceleration soon ceased. Additionally, a dark cloud swept across, seemingly a mediator. This caused Zhang Hai's state to falter, a wave of weakness washing over him, restoring him to a height of 178 centimeters. His aura no longer projected outward. He reverted to an ordinary individual, imagining the cold moonlight as the sun could only sustain for a brief moment. Simultaneously, shrouding the dark cloud did not alter this fact. Zhang Hai grasped certain principles. Or rather, acknowledged his current limitations during the night. Pride sought to unleash its power, yet constraints were abundant. Nonetheless, it was still advantageous at least. During this awkward interval, should any incident arise, he would not be utterly devoid of means. Michael. Zhang Hai etched this name deeply into his memory. Yet, to return to the matter at hand. Moments ago, Michael's fleeting glance was not entirely detrimental. He had even inadvertently gained from it, awakening latent powers within him. At this moment, the temperature plummeted rapidly, and the steam mist began to dissipate. Around the corner, Zhao Kongqing gradually regained his composure, growing more agile. Then, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Hai's profile, and the more he looked, the more it felt familiar. Wait a moment. Could it be that he is Chapter 5? The corpse, risen on its own? Who is he? Zhao Kongqing was lost in thought, a sense of recognition gnawing at him, as if he had encountered this figure before. Yet, the specifics eluded him. This sensation was agonizing. It felt so close, yet just out of reach. The face matched, yet the physique did not. The physique aligned, but the face did not. Had he misremembered? No. He must have seen this person somewhere. Zhao Kongqing, lacking the Chuan realm, now furrowed his brow into a frown. Is he leaving? Witnessing the mysterious figure gradually recede, Zhao Kongqing hesitated, then called out. His instincts told him this enigmatic individual bore no malice. After all, he had always been cautious. Moreover, his teammates, Long Xian, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, should be arriving soon. His confidence swelled. He was no longer alone. That senior, are you a divine agent? Or one of our night watchmen? Ahem, if it is inconvenient to answer, due to confidentiality, then never mind. Zhao Kongqing, a divine agent? Zhang Hai seized upon a specific term, arching an eyebrow. A divine agent, to put it simply, is an entity with a bond akin to a contract with a deity, tasked with fulfilling a specific mission, while receiving a portion of the deity's power. Similar to a divine envoy or messenger. However, Zhang Hai's situation was entirely distinct. He did not merely receive a fragment. He obtained it all in one breath, fully merging. There was no servitude involved. It was an entirely different matter from being a divine agent. Zhang Hai said nothing, merely fading into the shadows, drifting further away. He did not assume the role of a night watchman, and thus saw no need for dialogue with one. Why? The reason was straightforward. The night watchman predominantly operated at night. Just from the frequency of his daughter's overtime, this fact was evident as for him. He was inherently the antithesis of a night watchman, only able to harness his powers during the day. The extent of his capabilities remained untested, so why guard the night? It was fundamentally unstable and incompatible. Zhao Kongqing made no attempt to pursue. Having the courage to speak was commendable. He certainly would not court disaster. You are on the brink of death. Cold and solitary, a voice echoed from the distance, sending a shiver through Zhao Kongqing. It was Zhang Hai. A reminder, considering he had taken the corpses of two ghostly figures. No reward without effort. According to the unfolding narrative, Zhao Kongqing, the diligent fellow, was on the verge of demise. Zhao Kongqing paused. What? Unfortunately, no one responded. Before Zhao Kongqing could dwell on his suspicions, another series of leaps resounded nearby. Soon, 5 cloaked figures appeared, revealing themselves as Wu Xiangnan and the others. Old Zhao. Phew, thankfully you are all right. Why is it so hot here? Is it the residual power of Michael? Old Zhao, what transpired here? Did you witness anything? The group sighed in relief, their expressions turning serious as they regarded Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing pondered for a moment, recounting what he had seen, experienced, and surmised. It was a high school student. The Golden Forbidden Realm, Divine Might, the possessor of the Divine Realm. So, was the individual you just encountered, the one who departed, also a high school student? Did he wear a school uniform? No. Zhao Kongqing cleared his throat. He was bare from the waist up, with only a few strips of cloth hanging from his lower half. A rogue. The usually taciturn Si Xiaonan could no longer contain herself. Hong Ying's brows furrowed in surprise. Muscular. Zhao Kongqing cast a deep glance at them. That musculature was sculpted, perfect in form, likely to be appreciated by girls like Hong Ying. Oh? Hong Ying's eyes sparkled. What did he look like? Her interest was more in competition. Though she had not seen him clearly, she only recalled his profile. Zhao Kongqing continued, quickly redirecting the conversation to serious matters. So, could he, like that high school student, potentially be Michael's agent? This notion was audacious. Has there ever been a deity with 2 agents in history? It seems not. Wait, doesn't this defy logic? Which deity would strike down their own agent? Perhaps a test. But what kind of test is that? Before becoming an agent, they are fundamentally ordinary individuals. How could mere mortals withstand such trials? Even if we were in their place, we would falter. Only the captain might endure, or perhaps some unique possessors of forbidden realms. Thus, there remains but one possibility, Wu Xiangnan. What? He is another deity's agent. Akin to Lucifer, who happens to be in opposition to Michael, hence the attack. Lucifer? I am uncertain. It is merely speculation. The group exchanged analyses and conjectures, intending to report back immediately. Yet. Do these two individuals share a connection? One is a golden forbidden realm, a deity's domain, and an agent of the seraphim. The other is an unknown, mysterious figure whose status as a deity's agent remains unconfirmed. Speaking of which, it is fortunate that he harbors no malice towards me. Otherwise, Zhao Kongqing hesitated, recalling the paralyzing gaze that left him motionless. A lingering dread still haunting him. It felt akin to a beast encountering an ordinary human, that sense of life being out of one's control. However, before departing, he uttered a perplexing phrase. I am close to death, though not worry, Uncle Kongqing. Even if he harbors ill intentions towards you, I shall be here. Hong Ying tightened her grip on her spear. Her eyes sparkling with determination, her aura formidable. I am the strongest combat force of our squad, second only to the captain. I will protect you. From a distance, her presence appeared awe-inspiring. Yet, upon closer inspection, the devastation surrounding them was not as extensive as initially imagined. This was likely also the work of Michael. The true strength of that mysterious individual is difficult to ascertain, leaving much to the imagination. Perhaps he merely possesses formidable survival skills, while his combat prowess is average. Observing Hong Ying's enigmatic confidence, the others chose to remain silent, as if accustomed to her bravado. After all, a bit of banter is harmless. However, what they did not realize was that should Hong Ying truly encounter that mysterious figure in person, there would be no confrontation. Just as they were about to return and await the captain, the voice of the logistics team crackled through the intercom, reporting, "We have arrived at the destination. However, aside from the bloodstains scattered everywhere, we have not located the corpses of the ghost-faced individuals." As soon as the words were spoken, Wu Xiangnan and the others were collectively taken aback. What? Over 30 corpses? All vanished? How long had they been gone? Surely, they couldn't have simply gotten up and walked away. What on earth is happening today? Chapter 6. An unconventional forbidden realm, a brewer mixologist, corpses. How could they possibly vanish? The battlefield we previously occupied sees few passers-by. Even if there were, it is implausible for them to have taken all at once. It must have been a coordinated effort by a group. Wait, what about the two ghost-faced individuals from Old Zhao's side? They are also gone? Wu Xiangnan keenly noted this. Zhao Kongqing, upon hearing this, was equally stunned. Looking around, he found nothing at all. The area was utterly devoid of any trace of those two ghost-faced corpses. But who would dare to meddle with the bodies? It makes no sense. Of course, if one were to stretch the explanation, it could be argued that they were burnt away by the recent heat wave. But what of the other side? Surely, they couldn't have been incinerated as well? All of a sudden, it has weakened so much. Was it I who shattered it? On the moon, Michael could no longer perceive Zhang Hai's gaze. And along with it, the other's presence rapidly diminished, as if they had suddenly evaporated. Now, seeking any insight yielded nothing. Had he been eliminated? Was that the limit? Indeed, how could a mere human maintain such an acceleration indefinitely? Michael withdrew his perception. He initially thought that apart from Lin Chia, an intriguing presence had emerged, but it appeared he had miscalculated. Yet, he remained uncertain about who this agent might be, Apollo, or someone else. Of course, he was indifferent to offending any deity. Most deities regard their agents with a casual attitude. If one disappears, they simply reclaim their power and select another. In the old city, Zhang Hai moved with decisive swiftness. Passing a certain spot, he encountered dozens of ghost-faced corpses. What a coincidence, so many. Were they all dealt with by Hong Ying and her team? It felt akin to discovering a $20 bill only to stumble upon hundreds more shortly thereafter. Should one collect or not? The answer is quite evident. Zhang Hai hesitated momentarily. To be a good person. One should return lost treasures. He had previously advised Hong Ying, if you find something valuable, you must turn it in to your teacher or the authorities. His values were well formed. However, gazing at these corpses, he instinctively drew closer. Without thinking, he reached out to touch them. In an instant, all the corpses dissolved, absorbed by some unseen force. Ding. Detected ghost-faced corpses 38, collected, temporarily stored in the system. The system can temporarily store corpses. Zhang Hai did not intend to offer a sacrifice immediately. After all, ghost-faced beings are merely the lowest tier of the mysterious, possessing only a flicker of power. This level of combat prowess is only slightly superior to that of large beasts. Even special forces armed with weapons could contend with them. Using them for sacrifice would not necessarily yield valuable rewards, as critical hits in the lottery can only occur once, with subsequent rewards determined by the quality or quantity of the corpses. Corpses do not count as valuables. Leaving them here would only frighten people. Consider it a favor I am doing by collecting the bodies. Moreover, even if the night watchers were to take them, it would be of little use. Better to utilize them. Additionally, I have other purposes for these corpses. Aside from the sacrificial route, Zhang Hai sensed another force within him, a thought stirring, indeed. This is the product of turning misfortune into fortune. It is ineffable, yet vaguely, it can be released through some medium. The locals refer to it as Forbidden Realm. Is it due to Michael's influence? In that moment of awakening, he understood the general utility of this ability. It belongs to the auxiliary category. He couldn't quite describe it, but if he had to name it, he could do so in terms of profession. For instance, brewer, mixologist. Why? Because it pertains to alcohol. The medium is liquor. Collecting different materials, mixing them into beverages, imbuing them with one's own power, and then administering them to others would elicit varied reactions in the drinkers. For example, enhancing certain attributes that, of course, the specifics remain to be discovered through experimentation, but that can be set aside for now. There is ample time for research later. What piqued his curiosity was why he, as an outsider, was able to awaken a forbidden realm. In his memory, ordinary individuals could awaken a forbidden realm only through divine agency or by relying on the mist. When the mist descends, it releases a kind of radiative power that permeates the realm. This benign aura, far from harmful, is beneficial. Children born after the mist's arrival are likely to develop special powers under this harmless radiation's influence. Then, at some pivotal moment, they undergo experiences that lead to awakening, gaining extraordinary powers and transcendent domains, affecting reality. This is what is termed a forbidden realm. Indeed, one's innate potential to awaken a forbidden realm is determined at birth. It is akin to the conqueror's haki in One Piece. Some individuals lack it in their bloodline. No amount of stimulation will awaken it. Others may possess it dormant within, and stimulation might provoke an awakening. If there is no stimulation, then awakening remains elusive. Zhang Hai was not a native-born. Therefore, it stands to reason that his bloodline should lack a forbidden realm. Perhaps it is due to my exposure to the mist. Surviving against the odds, which forcibly imprinted a certain talent within me, then being stimulated by Michael's divine power, resulting in some form of reaction. It activated. That is the only explanation. Regardless, acquiring an additional ability is a boon. Nothing to be troubled over. I shall experiment upon returning. Veering off track, this indeed serves a purpose. Aside from the sacrificial utility, I aim to use the ghost-faced beings as materials to attempt brewing a drink. Ghost-faced beings are mysterious. Utilizing mystery, the effects may be even better. The corpses will not go to waste. Consider it a favor owed to you. Zhang Hai retracted his gaze and departed from the old city. However, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he stopped by a bar along the way, observing the bartenders as they mixed drinks, and then he procured some basic ingredients, such as juices and the like, and began his research. Yet he discovered that in this regard, he seemed to possess no talent, or perhaps his aptitude was utterly abysmal. The Forbidden Realm, his mixologist Forbidden Realm, did not grant him any advantages in the study of beverages. Oh well, I'll just attempt to make a drink for now. He prepared a concoction for himself. Lacking any understanding of the proportions involved, I decided to experiment somewhat haphazardly. To be frank, Zhang Hai does not have an affinity for alcohol. Whether it be of high or low proof, he is not particularly enthusiastic about it. Thus, he intends to find a test subject to partake in his concoction. Meanwhile, at the corner of a trash bin, a stray cat lies prostrate on the ground. This feline, over the past few days, has been scaling rooftops and howling like an infant, causing sleepless nights for the neighboring residents. Yet, it seems utterly indifferent to the commotion it creates. At this moment, however, Zhang Hai has taken notice of it and has pulled out some tools suitable for his experiment. Champagne, lemon slices, ice cubes, and the fur of a ghostly figure, along with some flesh from its face. Cats are fond of fish bones, so he gathers a few spines from the ground. In the end, he adds this and that, unsure of what he has created, which appears rather murky. He holds it at arm's length. Somewhat disdainful, akin to a novice cook who has burnt their first dish, pinching their nose in distaste. Meow? Meow meow. The wild cat suddenly opens its eyes, realizing it is being grasped by a stranger, and begins to struggle, especially upon noticing that the individual is prying open its mouth to pour in something that looks suspiciously like poison. It becomes even more frantic. Meow meow. Meow, it protests, however, at the moment the liquid enters its mouth. Its pupils constrict sharply. Without needing Zhang Hai to assist, it gulps down what appears to be a toxic substance, as if it had been parched in the desert for 3 days. Gulp gulp. It consumes the liquid as if it were a person starved of water. In the end, Zhang Hai contemplates releasing his grip, but to his surprise, the cat uses its paw to hold the cup. Anthropomorphically continuing to drink, with a flick of its tongue, it laps up every last drop. Zhang Hai widens his eyes, unable to believe what he is witnessing. Is it truly enjoyable? Chapter 7. The Initiative. A duel of performances, or is it merely coincidence? Could it be that this cat has a penchant for alcohol? He should lack any talent for mixology, after all, given the chaotic nature of his concoction. Yet, observing the cat's expression, its behavior, and its actions, it is evident that it is relishing the experience, leaving no room for alternative interpretations. It is somewhat absurd. Moreover, do animals truly savor fine spirits? Zhang Hai's expression shifts. For the cat has undergone a transformation. Meow. Meow meow. Its feline visage has taken on a fierce countenance, with a hint of savagery. An extraordinary scene unfolds as the cat's face gradually morphs into that of a human. The fur upon its visage appears to be coated in glue, turning white and rigid, resembling a skeletal mask. It bears a striking resemblance to a character from the realm of death. This anthropomorphic cat suddenly drops to the ground, landing on all fours, advancing towards Zhang Hai while incessantly meowing, even licking the bottle from a distance, its gaze betraying a glimmer of desire. Does it still wish to drink? Is it addictive, or is it simply too delightful? Zhang Hai's lips twitch slightly as he chooses to ignore it, observing the creature he has created, curious to see how it will develop. The human-faced cat, after waiting for a while, grows irritated at Zhang Hai's disregard. It opens its mouth. Within its throat, a dark mass seems to coalesce, like a surge of energy, a flicker of distortion. Zhang Hai's eyelids twitched. In the next moment, the human-faced cat, having gathered enough energy, expels it. Splash, however, it merely results in a clump of dark, viscous substance that barely travels a meter before plummeting to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it is simply a mouthful of goo, mixed with black fur, exuding an indescribable stench reminiscent of the ghostly figure, Zhang Hai. Observing Zhang Hai's continued silence, the human-faced cat begins to bare its claws, seemingly emboldened, and pounces forward with a ferocious demeanor reminiscent of a majestic tiger. Zhang Hai sidesteps slightly, evading the attack. Subsequently, the cat, propelled by its own momentum, leaps out of the corner and lands in the street, where it is illuminated by the headlights of an oncoming vehicle. The cat's pupils dilate instantly, then incited by the light, it becomes enraged, its fur bristling in midair. What on earth is that? The truck driver, startled by the sight of a cat with a grotesque human face soaring through the air, instinctively slams on the brakes, but it is too late, and the vehicle collides directly with the creature. Bang! A muffled thud. The cat's body contorts, its organs shattered, blood splatters forth. Fragments of its skeletal visage scatter before Zhang Hai. Moments later, they disintegrate into dust, vanishing without a trace. The entire sequence unfolds in less than 10 seconds. The first experimental subject, the ghostly-faced cat, meets its demise, gazing at the dissipating remnants of the cat's face. Zhang Hai falls into contemplation. Was this a failure or a success? The cat's skeletal visage has simply turned to dust. The changes it brought about seem not to be permanent, but rather transient. I wonder if adding more auxiliary materials would prolong the effect, rendering it permanent. While its intelligence may have increased, it has also become exceedingly agitated, behaving like a doppelganger of the ghostly figure and even attempting to attack him in the end. Of course, the reasons remain unclear. Perhaps it was merely a desire for more alcohol? Zhang Hai ponders, then decides to abandon further analysis. This time, the subject was an animal. He will seek out other species or even humans for testing. This ability, this forbidden domain, still holds great potential in his eyes. Hong Ying is likely nearing the end of her shift. If she discovers I am not home, only my phone remains, what expression will she wear? Indeed, he knows everything. Hong Ying, believing she had stealthily set a location binding on her phone, is unaware of how naive that assumption is. He possesses a degree of counter-surveillance awareness. Having navigated this world for many years, he is not without his wits. While enhancing his physical prowess has proven arduous, other aspects are not beyond development. Zhang Hai does not dare to linger. Soon, he arrives at his residential complex, his previously near one. 8-meter height has been compressed back to his prior stature, indeed. After merging with the sun's grace, Zhang Hai has attained a certain level of control over his body, allowing him to finally manipulate specific body parts. Akin to the art of clavicle control, it is not unusual. Zhang Hai dons his glasses and enters the complex. However, he has not walked far before he perceives a familiar figure ahead. His expression shifts slightly. He hastily detours, opting to run and press the elevator button to ascend. Simultaneously, that figure, with a furrowed brow, senses something amiss and glances back. Who? There's an unsettling feeling, as if someone has spied on her. Is it merely an illusion? Never mind, I must hurry upstairs. Hong Ying quickens her pace, glancing at the time, realizing it is nearly midnight. Originally, upon returning to the office, everyone was to wait for the captain to return together, however. Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan and several teammates suggested she and Xiao Nen return first. Remaining at the office would not contribute much. An early arrival in the morning would suffice. After all, if the captain could not resolve the issue, they were even less likely to succeed. Presumably, they considered her family situation special, making it unwise for her to stay out late. Hong Ying, unable to refuse, tended to her wound before nodding and escorting Xiao Nen home. Afterward, she returned alone. Ding! The elevator arrives at the designated floor. Hong Ying takes a deep breath, massages her shoulders, and feigns nonchalance as she approaches her door. Old Zhang must be asleep by now, she mumbles to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, a little delay is inconsequential. Claiming to have worked late would suffice. The crux of the matter is that the wound on her shoulder is difficult to explain. If she removes her clothing for a closer look, it would be evident that it is no ordinary injury. Hong Ying instinctively lightens her footsteps and movements. She inputs the password for the lock, ding. Grasping the doorknob, she opens the door, steps inside, and shuts it behind her. The process is seamless. The room is enveloped in silence. Cloaked in darkness, the door to old Zhang's bedroom appears to be closed as well. Indeed, he has already gone to bed. Thank goodness. Hong Ying slows her pace and flicks on the light. With a click, the light illuminates, and in the center of the living room sits a man, his hands resting on his knees, calmly observing her. Hong Ying's eyes widen in shock. Her heart races. It takes her a moment to regain her composure. Hong Ying's fair complexion shifts as her voice instinctively dwindles. Old Zhang, how did you manage to be so silent? You startled me. Why are you still awake? How careless of me. How careless of me. To think he has been waiting for her all this time. Upon returning home, she let her guard down, failing to remain vigilant. Otherwise, she would have detected him the moment she entered. Did they not say there is a murderer in the old district? If you do not come back, how can I sleep soundly? Zhang Hai's tone is flat as he shoots her a glance, stating, had it not been for your earlier message, I would have gone to fetch you. While he says this, the rhythm of his heartbeat is not a beat slower than Hong Ying's. Why? Because he has just returned home himself. Aware that Hong Ying is trailing behind, he had no time to prepare and simply chose to sit on the couch. As expected, the door swung open within mere seconds. In that moment, their gazes locked. Seizing the initiative, Zhang Hai, being a step ahead, posed the first question, simultaneously adopting a demeanor befitting an elder. I am curious, he inquired. Why have you returned so late? Was today's task particularly demanding? As he spoke, he noticed the stiffness in Hong Ying's right shoulder compared to her left, an unnatural rigidity, however subtle it may be. Zhang Hai instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What's going on? Chapter 8. Causing trouble under broad daylight. He was meticulous when it came to such observations, and in that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts crossed his mind. It was highly probable that while purging the ghost-faced people or the ghost-faced king, she had inadvertently sustained an injury. Indeed, being a night watchman carried its risks. Each year, there were several who faced dire consequences, marking an inevitable toll. Despite his awareness, Zhang Hai felt powerless to intervene. Was it feasible to prevent Hong Ying from continuing as a night watchman? Such a notion was unrealistic. In the past, he could only serve as a safe harbor, preparing delectable meals and whisking her away for outings whenever possible. However, circumstances had changed. Returning late is nothing to fret about. I am quite grown up now. Are you still worried, old Zhang? Recognizing her father's concern, Hong Ying waved her fist reassuringly. And who would dare harm your daughter? I am a martial arts master, capable of taking on 10 foes at once. This was indeed true. She had dedicated time to her training and had always possessed a natural aptitude for combat. Even before awakening her latent powers, her prowess was far from ordinary among the masses. She was not to be compared with mere criminals or petty thugs. Zhang Hai shook his head, advising caution around strangers. All right, I shall maintain my distance from unfamiliar faces. Even if they offer me sweets or candies, I shall decline. Hong Ying chuckled, a lightheartedness reminiscent of a kindergarten child. Zhang Hai nodded solemnly, affirming that one should indeed refuse unsolicited gifts. However, should you truly desire a treat, you might consider asking a stranger directly. They would hardly have the opportunity to poison you in that case. This dark humor elicited laughter from Hong Ying. Old Zhang, she continued, I didn't even remove my coat, fearing my injuries might be discovered. Speaking of which, I ended up working late today due to an unfortunate incident. What incident? A thief broke into our office. You wouldn't believe it, but he made off with the fruits of our labor from today. As she recounted this, a hint of frustration surfaced. There were no traces left behind. Yet, in comparison to this, the agents of the Seraphim and a certain enigmatic figure loomed larger in importance. The former was a high school student, and old Zhao planned to stake out the school the following day. The latter, however, had yielded no leads. A thief? Who knows? Perhaps they think I am simply trying to provoke you, father. Zhang Hai chuckled softly, relaxing his posture. When it comes to homegrown threats, one must be vigilant. Is it not possible that the culprit is someone from within our own ranks? Impossible, Hong Ying immediately refuted. Let us not discuss this any further. There's clearly a generational gap between us. With that, she retreated to freshen up. Old Zhang, get some rest early tonight, and no more worrying about me. We are heading out together now. It is my duty to protect you. Should there be any cause for concern, it is I who must worry about you, he replied, clearing his throat. And let us visit the hospital this weekend for a full-body checkup. Please do not refuse this time. Minor ailments do not require attention, and major ones are often futile to treat. Old Zhang had always maintained this line of reasoning, but this time, it would not suffice. Agreed. To Zhang Hai's surprise, he acquiesced, suggesting they go whenever convenient, allowing a professional to reassess her injuries and rebandage them. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ying's shoulders stiffened further. Really? Did you notice? She deflected. This is just a scratch from a cat. Nothing to worry about. In truth, visiting the hospital was unnecessary. The medical team for night watchmen was far more specialized and capable than any hospital. Moreover, the injury was minor and would heal swiftly. Initially, Hong Ying expected her father to press for more details, but he remained silent, which should have relieved her. After all, she had not exposed her secret. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a tinge of disappointment. I asked that all you wish to inquire about. Could you not show a bit more concern for your daughter? Nonetheless, she understood him too well. Throughout her childhood, whenever she faced adversity, he remained blissfully unaware. If he did find out, he would invariably make a fuss. Despite his unremarkable stature, his presence was undeniably steadfast. Yet now, she sensed a growing distance. The realization that she could no longer rely on him as a daughter weighed heavily upon her, leading her to become increasingly reserved with each passing year. Although he was still the same old Zhang, he appeared more powerless than ever. Such feelings, how to articulate them? They were undoubtedly unpleasant. It was akin to the elementary school days when parents could assist with oversight and guidance. But as one progressed to middle and high school, they became utterly lost. Even when they wished to help, they often found themselves at a loss for how to do so. Did Zhang Hai truly not care? Not at all. He simply pondered what actions to take now that he possessed power. The past mindset could no longer suffice. Nangnan City, neither too large nor too small, harbored countless secrets. If he could eliminate troubles preemptively, particularly those linked to himself, why not act? This would also allow him to gather bodies for sacrifices. In the future, one could not hope to remain unscathed. Calamities would inevitably come crashing down. Moreover, he could not remain detached from them. Could Hong Ying, just like this time, an injury once sustained could easily lead to another. Would the next one be a mere flesh wound? Perhaps not. Furthermore, with his presence as an outsider, might there be unforeseen consequences? A butterfly effect? Such thoughts felt too distant. The matters at hand took precedence. Time flowed slowly. The dawn broke, the sun rising more fiercely than anticipated. Zhang Hai found himself wide awake, an insatiable restlessness brewing within him. So intense it felt nearly uncontrollable. Yet, it was still only a little past 5. His state was already far beyond last night's peak, to the extent that there was no basis for comparison. Indeed, daylight was the path forward. Zhang Hai sensed a looming crisis. Remaining at home was no longer feasible. He might very well lose control, potentially igniting a fire that would engulf the entire house and attract the attention of the entire neighborhood. I must find a secluded place first. With no time to spare, he hastily dressed and stepped outside, heading north towards the outskirts of the city. Hong Ying, sensing the commotion, stirred from her slumber. Why am I awake so early today? She too needed to rise. Captain, I'm still uncertain about the situation. As Zhang Hai exited the building and descended the stairs, he encountered a petite girl with round glasses and a mushroom haircut. Uncle Zhang? Xiaonan, are you looking for Xiaoying? Zhang Hai paused momentarily, recognizing that the girl before him was Si Xiaonan, a resident of the same neighborhood, even younger than Hong Ying. Yes, Si Xiaonan felt the oppressive heat surrounding them. Momentarily dazed, that's strange. Didn't Hong Ying say her father was unwell? Yet, this was hardly the case. He appeared vigorous and lively. Si Xiaonan averted her gaze. Her cheeks slightly reddened as she unintentionally caught sight of a distinctly masculine aura. You should head upstairs, she suggested. In past encounters, Zhang Hai would have exchanged a few more words, but now there was no time. He hurriedly departed. Normally, he would take the bus, but this time opted for a taxi. Arriving at the outskirts in no time, it seemed this state of affairs required no restraint. Having pursued throughout the night, he still had not located his target. The daylight would prove even less fruitful, as the elusive figure would only conceal themselves further. Night would be the only opportunity. In the outskirts beyond the northern city, a man clad in a dark red cloak walked heavily, blood staining his visage. The night had not been easy. A mystery from the Chuan realm, if left unchecked among the populace, could lead to unimaginable casualties. The threat was immense and must be eradicated. For him, the captain of the 136th Night Watchman, it was a pressing concern. First, to the office. Chun Mai hastened along the bank, but upon taking a step, sensed something was amiss. The morning sun had just risen, typically bringing a coolness, yet here it felt increasingly sweltering. A subtle shift that the average person would not perceive, but he was different. Peering into the distance, he witnessed a sight that left him astounded. The surface of the lake along the road began to bubble violently, indeed boiling over. Fish and shrimp surfaced at a visible speed, their bodies turning pale. What was happening? To reach such a state, the temperature must have exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. Chun Mai's gaze sharpened. In the next instant, he spotted a figure walking along the roadside. With each step forward, the lake boiled further, the disturbance unapologetically evident. Out in the open, under the sun. Who is he? A mystery. A member of the ancient god church? What does he intend to do? Chapter 9. The Flame Slayer, the Ghost-Faced King. How dare you underestimate the ghosts? Emerging brazenly in broad daylight. What audacity, what boldness. Why are they called the Night Watchmen? A significant reason lies in the fact that the night is inherently more perilous, with a greater likelihood of incidents. Hence, their nocturnal activities extend longer. Thus, they are termed the Night Watchmen. To stride about in daylight is indeed a rarity. Could it be that the sparse population in this suburban area makes them feel emboldened to act so recklessly? Alas! What a coincidence. He, Chun Mai, The captain of Team 136 happens to be right here. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued. After disembarking, Zhang Hai gradually relaxed. Yes, he was too lazy to suppress himself any longer, casting aside all restraint. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled exhilaration. Should there be anyone nearby, they would surely be startled, but what of it? This was already the suburbs. If one had to be so discreet and cautious here, then there would be no place to truly unleash oneself. Moreover, it was still not yet 6 o'clock in the morning. A stark contrast to the previous night, he let loose, akin to a fish entering the sea. His senses were immensely heightened. Smell, hearing, taste, sight, touch. The five senses instantaneously surpassed any creature in the natural world, breaking through limits. Escalating at a terrifying pace each second. Even the slightest rustle of wind or movement could not evade his perception. Trees, grass, pathways, ants, the lake's surface, fish and shrimp, the air, murky substances, and the nearest man, an uncle. Indeed, an uncle. Zhang Hai began to perceive more keenly. Suddenly taken aback, he shouldn't refer to him as such. After all, he was of a similar age to Chen Mai, who was known in the Forbidden Ruins as Black Wuchang. Making them somewhat equals? In truth, his mindset was quite youthful. Conversing with Hong Ying often felt akin to chatting with a peer. Zhang Hai continued to extend his senses further. Soon after, through his olfactory sense, he detected a peculiar odor, reminiscent of the foul stench encountered the previous night. However, this one was even more pungent, more sanguinary, a fish that slipped through the net. He had found it. Zhang Hai locked onto the scent, forming a line of breath. What to do? Naturally, it was time to act. On one hand, Red Ing had been harmed. On the other hand, it was a way to repay the favor of collecting corpses. If memory served correctly, Zhao Kongqing's demise was due to the ghost-faced king. Zhang Hai wished to swiftly settle this matter without delay. Sometimes, there is no need to wait until danger is upon you. Slowly allowing it to unfold, and then act to resolve it. There is no need for meaningless melodrama, waiting for him to exclaim, "That was a cool strike," or to rush to find an opportunity for resurrection after Zhao Kongqing had perished. Why not extinguish all dangers in their cradle, especially in light of knowing all of this? With this thought, Zhang Hai endeavored to rein in his surging magical power as much as possible. He could no longer indulge himself. The anomalies he had stirred in the surroundings were several times more pronounced than the previous night. If left uncontrolled, as time passed, the area would become barren. Simultaneously, he would be unable to draw anything out. It would be worthwhile to experience just how formidable the ghost-faced king of the Chuanjing truly was. Unbeknownst to him, he had already approached a sewer beside him. And without hesitation, he flipped open the manhole cover and leapt down. Did the mysterious beings reside within the sewer? It seemed they preferred lurking in shadowy corners. Following the scent trail, Zhang Hai ventured forth into the darkness. There was no light here. Logically, sunlight was obscured, rendering it akin to night. However, strangely, it did not affect his current state in the slightest. It was as if sunlight penetrated the ground, even in the darkest of circumstances. As long as it was still within the daytime hours, it could radiate into his being. Would there be various limitations at night? Could he maintain his state during the day, even without light? He was unsure. Once enveloped in the mist, would he still be able to disregard and sustain this? Zhang Hai quickened his pace. 3 km, 2 km, 1 km. Just as he neared his target, the dormant presence ahead sensed something. A glimmer of desire sparkled in its eyes. It was none other than the ghost-faced king. Its towering physique reached an astonishing 3 meters, like a small mountain, far surpassing an ordinary ghost-faced being. It exuded an invisible pressure. It thrived on the consumption of the living, fresh flesh. Furthermore, it bore wounds, desperately in need of replenishment. In the darkness, Zhang Hai appeared to it as a 1,000-year-old ginseng, an exquisite delicacy. Yet, it possessed intelligence. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, it found it peculiar that prey had come knocking. During its hesitation, Zhang Hai continued to suppress his presence, diminishing his threat level. As for the ghost-faced king, after a lengthy deliberation, it finally made a decision. Let us investigate. If it turns out to be unmanageable, then so be it. The ghost-faced king immediately pivoted. With limbs far more agile than a cheetah, it propelled itself off the ground. Whoosh! the sound of the air being displaced. In the blink of an eye, it shot forth several dozen meters. Mere moments later, it approached Zhang Hai, reeking of foul odor. Its purple pupils gleaming, just 10 meters away. Roar, a thunderous bellow. The gust it generated tousled Zhang Hai's short hair. Simultaneously, several kilometers away, the manhole cover stirred, and Chen Mai's expression shifted slightly, so that where it was hiding, a companion or perhaps, slurp. The ghost-faced king licked its lips with a crimson tongue. One leg slightly bent, one hand pressed against the ground. It assumed the stance of a top predator preparing to hunt. Yet it did not let down its guard. Having suffered too many setbacks recently, and sensing that Zhang Hai was no ordinary individual, it employed its full strength against him. Thus, it unleashed its utmost power. Buzz. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghost-Faced Land, activate. Ghost-Faced Land. Within a certain range, it can deceive the perceptions of all beings whose realms are inferior to its own, inverting space, up and down, left and right, front and back, very much akin to the Shinigami's, death gods, initial release, reversing the world. Zhang Hai remembered this vividly. Seeing this, he extended his hand. To be precise, he raised his fingertip, pointing upwards. Whoosh, a small flame ignited at his fingertip, illuminating the surroundings. The intense heat enveloped his fingertip without escaping him. However, this only served to perplex the ghost-faced king. A hint of human-like bewilderment flickered in its eyes. Hey, 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 can we be serious here? A flame? That's small? What's it for? To illuminate the path. This fellow had not reacted earlier because it hadn't he noticed him. Even now, standing so close, it remained oblivious. Was ghost-faced land merely a ruse? Was this individual just a common person who happened to stumble into the sewer? Whoosh! The ghost-faced king ceased to waste time and lunged forward. Should I add a bit more? This little flame surely wouldn't suffice. What if it backfires? Zhang Hai, uncertain of his own strength, contemplated adding more fuel to the fire. But seeing the ghost-faced king so impatient, he could only release the flame from his fingertip, meeting it head-on. Puff! The ghost-faced king, with its grotesque visage, revealed a smirk. This flame was actually intended to attack it? Was its mind clouded? Thus, it directly disregarded it. Yet, just as it leapt several meters into the air, it began to regret, frantically. The temperature of the flame, upon its approach, suddenly erupted and expanded. Dozens of degrees, over 100 degrees, thousands of degrees, tens of thousands of degrees. In mere seconds, it surged to this extent, like a miniature sun, illuminating the tunnel for hundreds of meters. Its roar instantaneously morphed into a scream. Muscles began to contort, relaxing, transforming into something akin to a wax figure. It is crucial to note, its physical hardness, in a state of engorgement and exertion, could easily surpass steel. But now it was no different than paper. The ghost-faced king had no time to ponder further. It unleashed every last ounce of its primal power. Its overall prowess skyrocketed instantly. Boom! It propelled itself off the wall, attempting to pivot midair and flee in the opposite direction. Only to discover, the surrounding walls had melted due to the intense heat, becoming soft and yielding, causing its feet to sink in. Huh? The ghost-faced king was flabbergasted, and at that moment, having delayed for but an instant, it was already too late. Crash! The flame, no larger than a fingertip, still managed to reach the ghost-faced king. In a swift motion, it enveloped it entirely, and within less than a second, it burned away completely. Or rather, evaporated entirely, leaving nothing but a pile of ashes on the ground. Chapter 10. The glasses crafted by Ma Lin. The incineration was thorough, cleansing even the previously foul odor from the air. However, the purification seemed somewhat excessive. The crimson flame, after devouring the ghost-faced king, appeared to have acquired a combustible agent. Suddenly, it erupted, expanding violently, consuming the entire underground pipeline, enveloping Zhang Hai within its grasp. Boom! The pipeline and walls melted away. The thick flames even scorched the road above, radiating outward for dozens of meters, forming a spherical mass. Around 6 o'clock, on the road nearby, a few students were faintly visible. Upon witnessing this scene, their hearts skipped a beat, instinctively holding their breath. What on earth? Over there, has a sewer exploded? There are no manhole covers in sight, and the flames have erupted directly from the ground? An explosion. Even if it were an explosion, how could such thick pavement allow flames to burst forth? Absurd. Gazing at the towering inferno, a few of them were left in a state of shock. Among this group, coincidentally, were all students from the second high school. Even more fortuitously, Li Fei, who had abandoned Lin Chia and others last night and escaped the clutches of the masked figure, was also present. His mind was already in disarray, reluctant to attend class and contemplating taking a leave of absence. Feeling dazed, now witnessing this scene, he stood agape, utterly speechless. What is happening? Why was he so unfortunate, encountering one mishap after another? No, he couldn't go back to school anymore. He needed to take a break. With this thought in mind, he disregarded his astonished friends and turned to flee. However, it was quite strange. Judging by the intensity of the flames, the area should have rapidly expanded. Yet, in that instant of eruption, as if drawn by some unseen force, the flames did not travel far before being swiftly pulled back. It was as if the technology of video playback in reverse. Everything returned to normal. What remained was merely a gaping pit several meters wide in the pavement. And beneath that pit lay the figure of Zhang Hai. He had just failed to contain the flames in time, and upon realizing, he enveloped the fire with his magical power and retracted it. So, the masked king is gone. He had initially thought that even a small flame might not suffice and considered adding some fuel. Who would have thought the effect would be so extraordinary? The entity located above the Chuan realm, which stood between the Zhan and Qi realms, was evidently easier to handle than anticipated. Was it a natural counter or truly formidable? It seemed in the short term, discerning his own strength would be quite impossible. Yet it provided a reference point. Just a small portion of magical power had caused such destruction, easily obliterating the Chuan realm masked king. If he were to unleash all his power, the entire street? No, the whole city might not withstand it. This was around 6 o'clock. If it were at noon, when the sun was at its zenith, one could hardly imagine the devastation, perhaps even annihilating a nation. A country the size of the cherry blossom nation would be no challenge at all. This was just the foundation. The specifics, as time ascended, regarding how much it would amplify, remained unclear. But it certainly wouldn't be insignificant. Moreover, this was all based on the premise that his true form was that of an ordinary human. Since I have awakened the forbidden ruins and become a mixologist, it implies that I can also enhance my physical strength through the growth of my mental prowess, augmenting my power during the night when I am at my weakest. So, with mental power as a driving force, and with mental energy fueling the solar magical power, to what extent could it reach? Perhaps initially unremarkable, 18 midnight, he would at most be at the Zhan realm. However, what if he were to elevate to the Qi realm, Chuan realm, Hai realm, and beyond? It is feasible. There is great potential. If magical power can ignite, then mental power can certainly do the same. Much like gasoline igniting a flame. It can amplify. By then, it would likely accumulate to an astonishing degree. Just thinking about it fills him with anticipation. Zhang Hai took a deep breath. Without lingering any longer, he continued onward toward the next passage. It seems I forgot something. Upon careful reflection, the corpse of the masked king would make excellent sacrificial material. Just like that, it had been burned away. Completely. Wasn't that a waste? One of his purposes for coming here was to collect, after all. Zhang Hai fell silent. Yet he was not at fault. Having been compressed to that extent, the masked king was easily burned to death, which could only indicate its incompetence. Just as this thought settled in, the system abruptly chimed in, detected the death of the masked king. Energy ashes can be collected as a whole body. Do you wish to gather and sacrifice? How considerate. Zhang Hai's eyes glimmered slightly. This meant that even after being incinerated, it could still be collected as a complete corpse. Collecting. Ding. Collection successful. Masked King S body 1. Sacrifice. Leaving behind a few corpses of the masked figures, Zhang Hai proceeded to sacrifice the remaining 30 bodies, including that of the masked king. Upon receiving the corresponding command, the system began to operate. The stored corpses began to fade away, and soon after, a glowing orb appeared before Zhang Hai. Sacrifice successful. Magic suppressing glasses made by Ma Lin 1. Function. When worn by a solar favored one, Greatly suppresses magical power and conceals presence. Artifact fragment of the god axe Rita 1:110. As the orb dissipated, a pair of glasses materialized. Zhang Hai attempted to wear them and found them quite fitting. In the next moment, the muscles that had bulged on his body, threatening to burst forth, were instantly retracted back into his physical form, becoming quite natural. There was no distinction from an ordinary person. In terms of presence, he had not entirely concealed himself into a transparent person, but rather simulated the aura of an ordinary individual. If he were to completely obscure it, it would instead draw attention. Making him appear abnormal, it was indeed a timely arrival. Based solely on his own abilities, he could still restrain some magical power, but by 8 or 9 o'clock, when the noon hour arrived, the magical power would swell to the extent that it would be unbearable. Additionally, merely his height and the explosive muscles were blatantly indicative of his abnormality. Furthermore, this time, 2 items were yielded from the sacrifice. The second one, the fragment of the god axe Rita, was it due to insufficient energy from the summoned corpses? Zhang Hai's thoughts swirled, pondering what it could mean. In the sewer. After a flash of light, Chen Mai quickened his pace, reaching the site where Zhang Hai had battled the masked king. Gazing at the melting giant pit surrounding him, and at the large opening that had broken through several meters above, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 11. Hey, brother, can I borrow a light? Was this a battle? Could the masked king have produced such an effect? The level of destruction, even if a bundle of explosives were tied together and detonated simultaneously, it would be impossible. Even a standard rocket launcher wouldn't suffice. It couldn't possibly penetrate the pavement, yet it caused such extensive melting. What had just transpired? Far beyond expectations as for why he would think of thermal weapons. That was because, while walking through the pipeline, a beam of intense light had shone upon him, that kind of brightness. That intense light resembled an enhanced illumination round, blindingly bright. Thus, it was easy to associate it with thermal weaponry. But weapons produce explosive sounds. This one did not. Not even a hint of noise. Qian Mai felt the abnormal heat surrounding him. Recalling the phenomena by the lake, his heart was in turmoil. He had encountered the masked king and engaged in battle. Yet now, no one remained, and there was not a trace of residual presence. Not a single essence left. The masked king could not possibly have concealed himself to such an extent. Thus, there was but one possibility. The masked king was slain. That mysterious person had taken down the masked king. He hadn't even managed to arrive before the battle concluded. It was all too swift. The disparity in strength between the two sides was monumental. Chen Mai pieced together various clues and concluded with near certainty. The body had vanished, excluding the possibility that the opposing side had some peculiar obsession with collecting bodies. There was only one conclusion. The masked king had been obliterated. Not even a remnant left. The so-called humanoid tank was far exceeded. Even if he had been injured by me and fled with only 2 or 3 parts of his strength remaining, his defense would not have diminished significantly. Especially with the possession of the forbidden ruins, he was difficult to capture, quite slippery. To be eliminated under such circumstances, the opponent had to be at least at the peak of the Chuan realm. A formidable threat to himself. What astonished him was that the opponent's strength exceeded expectations, stronger than the masked king. Unknown identity, uncontrollable, an unstable factor. Qian Mai's sense of crisis heightened. Nonetheless, no matter how powerful, he dipped his finger into the ash. Rubbed it and thought, since he had come to Tsangnan, even if only a trace of a clue remained, he wouldn't he? Before Qian Mai could finish his thought, he was interrupted. A sudden sound reached his ears. He felt a touch on his shoulder, as if someone had placed a hand there. The masked king was secured? Qian Mai's expression shifted. He spun around and drew his knife. The movement was fluid and seamless. Whoosh! A fierce gust of air swept past, yet he struck nothing but air, as if it were all an illusion. No, wait. Someone had definitely been there a moment ago. Qian Mai's forehead beaded with sweat as he scanned the surroundings. When had someone appeared behind him? He had not sensed a thing. So reactive. Not even allowing me to finish my sentence. Zhang Hai had readjusted his glasses and slipped into the crowd, clutching a briefcase. He had to head to work. Time was of the essence. Speaking of which, he had just dispatched the masked king, and Qian Mai had arrived just in time for just now. Zhang Hai was merely testing the effects of the magic-suppressing glasses and observing the reaction of the night watch captain. I never anticipated such a stressful situation, of course. This also indicates that the effectiveness of concealing one's presence is indeed remarkable. What has transpired? Hurry, we must alert the authorities. Shouldn't we contact the fire department? There's no fire now. What is the point in calling them? Hello? Are there actually people below? Could they be here to inspect the issue, dressed in cloaks? Hey, you there, and holding a knife. What is going on? Could it be him who caused this? Chenmai stood his ground, adopting a defensive stance, remaining vigilant until a group of onlookers began to gather around the scattered opening above, their voices rising in commotion. It was only then that Chenmai regained his focus, took a deep breath, and retreated into the shadows. Damn it seems that I have been played. Several minutes later, in a tall building, a man clad in a dark red cloak, bearing an inexplicable fatigue, entered a room with heavy footsteps. It was none other than Chenmai. Before him sat his entire team, including Zhao Kongqing, gathered around a table displaying a blurred image. The captain is back. Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongqing, and Hong Ying raised their heads and immediately stood up. Chenmai nodded and took a seat, glancing at the concerned expressions of his teammates. He rubbed his temples and slowly recounted the events from the previous night until morning. The ghost-faced king has escaped. I pursued him all night. After engaging in a battle, he sustained severe injuries and fled by damaging his own essence. The expressions of the team shifted slightly. Even the captain couldn't catch him. This is certainly not good news. However, as the tone shifted, the team's interest was piqued once more. Chenmai continued. This morning, I intended to abandon the pursuit. But on my way back as he spoke, the expressions of several teammates varied, gradually becoming more animated. The ghost-faced king is dead, Captain. Are you saying he was intercepted? To be precise, he sought us out himself. Which faction could it be? If it were our people, they would have notified us in advance. Another formidable opponent? So much has unfolded from last night to this morning. The waters of Tsangnan City are becoming increasingly murky. Is it another agent of the Seraphim? Another mysterious figure? Another case of body theft? The events of the past 2 years in Tsangnan combined do not compare to the tumult of these past 2 days. Bodies going missing, mysterious individuals, scorching fires. Suspected high-temperature anomalies. Wait, could these incidents be linked to the same person? There is a significant correlation. But it's somewhat fortuitous that the death of the ghost-faced king inadvertently aids us? The last statement was made by old Zhao. He felt no malice in it. Long Xian, should we report this? If we can't resolve it, let the special team handle it, or have the higher-ups give instructions. Wu Xiangnan, reporting is certainly necessary, but as for the special team, we have not reached that stage yet. When Chima, however, it has already exceeded our capacity to manage. The captain is observing the morale, which isn't very high. Hong Ying immediately interjected, suppressing Wen Chima's voice. What are you saying? Are we to retreat at the first sign of difficulty? That high-temperature man may not necessarily be stronger than the captain. He is facing a ghost-faced king who has just entered the territory, with an unstable foundation, gravely injured, and self-harming. He merely fled quickly. The captain could eliminate him in an instant if he were to face him again. A stranger versus the captain. She was certainly defending the captain. Sai Xiaonan nodded in agreement. However, Chenmai inexplicably coughed. It seemed he recalled something, and his expression darkened. Whether friend or foe, we must uncover the truth. Chenmai immediately issued orders. Regardless, this is an uncontrollable factor. That mysterious person must be thoroughly investigated. Under the premise of ensuring safety, we must ascertain his intentions. Long Xian, Chima, you two investigate the surveillance in the old city. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, you are in charge of the suburban area. Old Zhao. Chenmai pondered for a moment, glancing at the older man beside him, the least powerful watcher, yet an equally vital Seraphim agent. You should keep an eye out. Wu Xiangnan nodded, noting that his potential surpasses ours. If the ancient god church finds him, I will definitely capture that kid. Old Zhao displayed a look of determination to accomplish the task. Then he suddenly thought of something. The mysterious person is the first eyewitness. Although the high-temperature mysterious figure's profile was vague from last night, I would definitely recognize him if encountered again. If you find a suspect, just send me a photo. Once the plans were finalized, everyone began to take action. Those in charge of reviewing the surveillance did so, while others sought out leads, and reports were made. The entrance of second high school. Zhao Kongqing squatted, watching the students entering with unwavering focus. After a while, he instinctively reached for a cigarette and a lighter, but fortuitously, it was out of fuel. At that moment, someone happened to walk past him. "Hey, buddy, could I borrow a light and ask you something?" Stopped abruptly by the call, the individual turned to look back. Upon recognizing the face of Zhao Kongqing, he froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Chapter 12. Snake Demon. Let us go. Is that not Hong Ying's father? Indeed, he remembered. More accurately, everyone in the Peace Affairs office, including the captain, knew Zhang Hai because he had visited the office. Hong Ying occasionally mentioned her father, always referring to him as Old Zhang, indicating their relationship was extraordinarily close. This was indeed the case. The most important person in Hong Ying's heart was her father. Knowing that her father was in poor health, she actively sought methods for treatment. He has gone far. Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath. He almost forgot why he was seeking information from afar. The Seraphim agent is a student. Isn't Hong Ying's father a teacher at Second High? Through him, it would undoubtedly be easier to gather information about that Seraphim agent. Zhao Kongqing's eyes lit up, gradually igniting with enthusiasm. Borrow a light? Oh. Upon hearing the word fire, Zhang Hai turned slightly, smiling faintly. Are you sure you want to borrow my fire? It burns quite fiercely, and most cannot endure it. Zhang Hai had long been aware of Zhao Kongqing. This fellow, as in the original text, was waiting for Lin Qiya. Meanwhile, several teachers passing by Second High overheard their conversation, exchanging curious glances. Fire? Fierce? Can't endure? The female Chinese teacher from Class 2 in the second year raised an eyebrow, instinctively casting her gaze over. Seeing Zhao Kongqing's fiery demeanor and then glancing at Zhang Hai, she swallowed hard. She hadn't expected Teacher Zhang to engage in such matters. Zhao Kongqing, noticing her peculiar glance, coughed lightly and hurriedly waved his cigarette to indicate there was no misunderstanding, merely borrowing a flame. What a coincidence, Mr. Zhang. Do you still remember me? Of course. Zhang Hai maintained his smile. Old Zhao, has your office received any new tasks? Zhao Kongqing, yes, there is a task. With this acquaintance in place, it became much easier. He sought an excuse, subtly probing for information. A student? Zhang Hai undoubtedly knew whom he was referring to, directly hitting the mark. Is it Lin Qiya? That child just enrolled yesterday and took a leave today. You might want to check the psychiatric hospital. In truth, even without mentioning it, Zhao Kongqing would eventually discover this. Simultaneously, even if Zhao Kongqing did not perish, Lin Qiya would eventually join the Watchers. This was already a predetermined decision by the upper echelons of the Watchers. The Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital? Zhao Kongqing was taken aback that kid didn't come to school today because he went to the hospital? A psychiatric hospital? He instinctively offered Zhang Hai a cigarette, but halfway through, he retracted his hand. He nearly forgot. Hong Ying doesn't allow you to smoke? Haha. Zhao Kongqing inquired further about any peculiarities regarding Lin Qiya. Anything that set him apart from others? None. Zhang Hai pondered and shook his head. However, he mentioned that other students at school have been acting strangely lately. The formerly timid boys suddenly became assertive. The academically focused girls suddenly began dating, getting close to a certain boy. Moreover, they are very deliberately avoiding monitored areas, leading their companions to secluded places. At first, Zhao Kongqing listened as mere gossip, not paying much attention. Yet, the more he heard, the more something felt off. After hesitating, Zhao Kongqing bid farewell and reported the situation to the captain. Aside from that Seraphim agent, have there been any other strange occurrences at this school? Changes in the student population? The source of information, provided by Hong Ying's father? All right, I understand. The plan has changed. Let us review the surveillance at Second High. If those who consciously avoid the blind spots are all students whose personalities have drastically changed. On the other end of the line, Chen Mai's voice came through, then we truly have a problem. Old Zhao, well done. You are currently making the fastest progress. He offered his affirmation. Indeed, my luck has always been good. Perhaps I will soon encounter that mysterious person as well. Lao Zhao chuckled as he spoke, completely oblivious to the fact that the so-called mysterious person he had just conversed with for quite some time had brazenly stepped onto the campus. He failed to recognize that after bidding Lao Zhao farewell, Zhang Hai entered the school. This was one of the few things he could do for the students, to alert the night watchman to be vigilant. Before the integration of magical power, he could not sense a thing, nor could he differentiate anything. but now it was exceedingly apparent. Zhang Hai was referring to the offspring of the serpent demon lurking within the campus. The magical energy lay hidden, compressed, and unexposed, but that did not mean he had lost his perceptive abilities. On the contrary, now he could easily spot several serpent demon offspring with a mere glance. This indicated a considerable increase in their numbers. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Hai overheard the homeroom teacher of Class 2 from the second year conversing with Li Yifei, who was requesting a leave of absence. The student's situation would inevitably extend to their parents. Thus, it was not only on campus but also off it. If action were taken now, it would merely alert the serpents and raise the awareness of their main entity. Coincidentally, Li Yifei, the main entity, had also taken a leave today. If the main entity were to perish, the other serpent offspring would perish alongside. Therefore, capturing the leader was paramount. The crux of the matter, however, was that he had to attend work. Wait! Zhang Hai suddenly snapped back to reality. He realized he had been constrained by rigid thinking. Given the current circumstances, attending work was entirely unnecessary. He was no longer an ordinary person. It would be better to engage in activities he enjoyed, or other pursuits that would not waste his time. Furthermore, there loomed the impending catastrophe of Tsangnan, which could prove disastrous. If he wished to avoid having his life controlled by others, he must accelerate his growth and strength. And now, to hasten that growth, there was but one method: uncover the mystery and make sacrifices. Moreover, his abilities would eventually be discovered. It was merely a matter of time. In a modern city, where cameras, fingerprints, and facial recognition were ubiquitous. Although he had employed some counter-surveillance measures that would suffice in the short term, perfection was unattainable. In due time, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Tsangnan City was home to many talents, such as Lin Xie and An Qingyu, who could uncover a myriad of truths from the slightest clues. As for why Zhang Hai chose to conceal his power, it was not a deliberate act but rather a precaution. Unless one day he could eliminate everyone who had witnessed his strength without leaving a trace of information, he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, even if just one fish slipped through the net, and that individual happened to seek revenge at night, things could become exceedingly troublesome. Therefore, Tio freely reveal his strength. At the very least, he must possess the power to do so at night. Are there other mysteries in Tsangnan City? If all were to be sacrificed, Zhang Hai's thoughts drifted. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to several teachers. Lin Xie had a valid reason for taking leave, but as for Li Yifei, to be precise, he was skipping class. His parents were unaware of this matter. He had just inquired about it. The teachers of Class 2 were discussing Li Yifei and eventually turned to Zhang Hai. Teacher Zhang, what do you think? Indeed, Zhang Hai replied, if students dare to take leave so casually, then I have even less reason not to do so. With that, he stood up and pushed the door open. The teachers were left bewildered. Just joking. Li Yifei isn't absent from class, is he? I'll pay his home a visit and drag him back. Zhang Hai left behind a statement. In Class 2, the female Chinese teacher, dressed in professional attire, entered with textbooks in hand. The physical education teacher is unwell, so I will be taking over this class. I will also handle the next music class. Your teacher Zhang Hai has some matters to attend to. As soon as she finished speaking, the students below widened their eyes in disbelief again. It's like this. The expressions on the boys' faces seemed to convey that if they were outside, they would definitely have to wear a hood and drag her into an alley for a good beating. The girls, including Lu Xiaoyan, wore equally sullen expressions, deeply unhappy. What illness? What family matters? It was surely just an excuse to skip class. This was the true reason. They simply wanted to rush through the lessons. The students murmured quietly. The female teacher caught wind of this, and her lips twitched slightly, a rare look of innocence on her face. Coincidentally, this time it truly had nothing to do with her. A few minutes later, Zhang Hai arrived outside Li Yifei's home and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Chapter 13. Harvest, Divine Axe, Rita, Golden Heavy Armor. The moment the bell rang, Zhang Hai knew that Li Yifei was not home. He had sensed it beforehand. The room was empty. There was not a single figure in sight. His parents were absent. Oh right, it seemed he had no parents. As for how he knew where Li Yifei lived, it was simple. The school's registration forms contained such information, including the students' home addresses, as long as the information was truthful. So what now? Should he imitate Zhao Kongqing, lurking around the second school waiting for Lin Xie? Like a sentinel? Well, Zhang Hai had no intention of doing that. If no one was home, then so be it. He was too lazy to waste time. Since he could not find him, there was no need to fret. After all, he would inevitably return to school, as that was his base of operations. Instead, he would wander around Songnan City. Since his identity would eventually be discovered, he should enhance his strength as much as possible before that revelation. Time was of the essence. Zhang Hai stepped onto the city streets. Spotting a green light, he proceeded. After a left turn and a few twists, he arrived at a corner of the area devoid of surveillance, where he made a simple change of attire. With his face obscured to the point of being unrecognizable, he slowly removed his glasses. Magical energy surged forth. Buzz. Zhang Hai attempted to consolidate his power. Although it remained challenging to retract, he noticed an improvement in his control, significantly better than in the morning. Was it thanks to the glasses? They allowed him to gradually adapt and contain this power even after removal. Zhang Hai's thoughts shifted as he released his perception. In the next second, he effortlessly enveloped the nearby snack street and commercial areas within his awareness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cacophony of discordant sounds flooded in. Upon careful discernment, he detected some frequencies of breathing that did not belong to humans, frequencies of heartbeats that were not human. They leaped forth like flames in the dark, one after another, resembling superhumans. Breathing, rhythmed out if he wished, he could even hear the sound of ants crawling. He calmed his mind and allowed it to settle. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes. He had indeed found something amiss. Was there truly mystery hidden in such a bustling location? It was concealed rather deeply. He stepped forward and vanished from the spot. In an internet CAF, Li Yifei was currently online. After the bizarre, frightening, and oppressive events of the past few days, he continued to vent his emotions and release his pent-up feelings. Of course, to put it nicely, it was self-liberation. To put it bluntly, it was simply skipping class. The teacher Escano would surely reach home, but hey, if they called, no one would answer anyway. Li Yifei shrugged, suddenly recalling something, and felt a bit of a headache. With everything happening, how could he possibly focus on class? He had dragged himself to school that morning, only to have things go awry right after he finally adjusted. The ground felt like it would explode. It seemed danger lurked everywhere. This left him utterly devoid of spirit. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone he had set aside rang, emitting a melodious male voice. I've dried the silence. Regretful for being so impulsive. Even if I've erred this time, I only fear missing out. When together, it's called a dream. When apart, it's called pain. Li Yifei glanced at his phone and saw it was a call from his neighbor. After hesitating for a moment, he answered. He had a good relationship with the neighbor. Hello, Xiaoli, your school's teacher is looking for you. Teacher. Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Wang, my teacher called you? How did he know your phone number? Oh no, the neighbor shook her head. They came specifically to find you, saying you skipped class and they want to bring you back. They even asked me where you were. Came to specifically bring me back? No way, my school's teacher can't be that dedicated. Tio cares so much about me. Li Yifei was filled with disbelief, his tone puzzled. Aunt Wang, did he say his name? Is it the homeroom teacher? No, not your homeroom teacher. Then is it the Chinese teacher? Neither. Math? No English? No, then who is it? It can't be the PE teacher, right? I didn't pass the last physical test, but it shouldn't warrant a chase. Li Yifei grew increasingly perplexed. He said it was your music teacher. Oh, it's the music, huh? What is going on? Li Yifei nearly choked on his saliva. He was utterly bewildered, filled with confusion. What does the music teacher want with me? Is she calling me to sing? Forget it, forget it. Maybe it's a scammer posing as a teacher trying to sell something. Aunt Wang, don't be gullible. Be careful. What a chaotic mess. Is he skipping class? Is the music teacher looking for him? What nonsense is this? He shifted his gaze back to the computer. If only he could come and play every day. If only that I could become a hero in the game. Possessing shooting skills, magic, swordsmanship, and a variety of superpowers, Li Yifei took a deep breath. Subconsciously, a desire to possess power arose within him. With power, he wouldn't flee in the face of those monsters, nor would he abandon his classmates. Speaking of which, if there are monsters, then surely there are corresponding superhumans. He recalled something. If he could come into contact with Hemph. Have you been too engrossed in gaming and movies? What are you talking about? Superhumans? A chubby guy nearby stood up, intending to head to the restroom, but couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing him. Unexpectedly, he turned around and collided with someone. as if he had run into a wall. So solid. Who is it? Looking up, he saw two men in sunglasses. They ignored him and simply looked at Li-Fei. Come with us for a moment. Tio Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. An older man pulled a young boy out, heading towards a certain hotel, seemingly to discuss life. Not long after they left, a man in a doctor's uniform emerged slowly from a corner with his hands in his pockets. Team 136th, Night Watchman Zhao Kongqing. How did he know Lin Xie would be at the psychiatric hospital? Time passed swiftly, and 2 days went by. No wall is impenetrable. The commotion in the old city was simply too great that day. News regarding the Seraph's agent and another mysterious owner of a forbidden ruin had spread far and wide. Especially from the ancient god church, preparations were swiftly underway. In a CAF in a certain district, the atmosphere was tranquil. A couple was stirring their coffee, their eyes darting, whispering something to each other. The arrangements were nearly complete. Together with the previously planned elements and the addition of this mysterious one, it was enough to create chaos. They just needed to wait a little longer. Don't worry, it won't be long. Songnan City will not remain quiet. The targets for this mission include the Seraph's agent, Lin Xie, and another, Hemph, that fellow who severely injured the Phantom King. It's time to settle the score. Banga. Various sounds echoed, among which a faint scream could be heard. Indeed, Zhang Hai had been quite busy these past few days. He had ventured to many places, from desolate mountains to encounters with monsters devouring ferocious beasts. He had stumbled upon a cargo container base, clashing with members of a church who were preparing to unleash a truckload of phantom beings. He had also infiltrated a hideout of a special organization, encountering a unique energy field and a plethora of monsters bred from a dilapidated ancient site. There were even unexpected infiltrations from dark corners, suburban jungles, and underground pipelines, all frenzied and bloodthirsty. Zhang Hai methodically cleared each one. His perception range was extensive. With such mobility and efficiency, one could say that the mysteries of Songnan City could not escape his keen sight. Except for a few rare concealed presences, most were nearly eradicated. Zhang Hai found himself increasingly addicted to the thrill, almost losing control. He simply adored the sound of that delightful chime. Indeed, system notifications were incessantly ringing. Ding. Phantom Being Corpse 30. Ding. Corpse Demon Corpse 6. Ding. Corpse Demon King Corpse 1. Ding. Tree Demon. On a mountainside in a forest, the ground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered arms. The harvest from this excursion was substantial. Zhang Hai offered all of it as a sacrifice. These sacrifices seemed to resonate with the system's summoning characteristics, all gravitating towards a single direction in the pile of items. Ding. Sacrifice successful. Ding. Sacrifice successful. Artifact Divine Axe Lita Fragment 1, 1010. Collection complete. Summoning conditions met. Congratulations, you have triggered an unexpected reward, granting you accompanying protective gear, Pride Golden Armor 1. Would you like to summon immediately? Chapter 14. Explosive. Is there such a way to diminish fear? Summoning, a low murmur echoed. Before him appeared two colossal spheres of light. One was a custom-made heavy golden armor specifically for Sin of Pride. Upon donning it, Zhang Hai felt an unexpected comfort. Surprisingly, it seemed to also have a binding effect on his magical power. Additionally, the protective qualities were remarkably strong. Not only did it offer basic armor benefits, but it also weakened elemental attacks. It's quite suitable for charge attacks. Perhaps there are hidden effects yet to be discovered, which can be explored gradually. Bang boom. Zhang Hai took a couple of steps and realized. With each step, he left a massive imprint in the ground. The immense compressed weight caused the entire forest to tremble slightly. It seemed rather heavy. Zhang Hai couldn't quite gauge it for him. It felt as if he were unencumbered, having no impact on his movement. Additionally, Zhang Hai turned his gaze towards the other sphere of light, reaching in to feel a smooth handle, initially cool to the touch. But as he made contact, the chill dissipated, gradually warming to a temperature akin to that of warm jade. As he slowly extracted it, the sphere of light vanished, revealing a gigantic one-handed axe. Its rounded edges were smooth, while the sharp edges were, indeed, sharp. The entire weapon gleamed with gold, and the blade was engraved with runes symbolizing the passage of time. It was evident that it was crafted by a master artisan. No, it should be a divine craftsman. Zhang Hai casually swung it, and instantly, the air resonated with explosive sounds. He tested it again, aiming at a tree that could be embraced by 3 people, and slowly sliced through it. During this, he merely applied a push, using only the force of his movement without any additional strength. Then, the divine axe Lita effortlessly glided through, as if there were nothing in its path, experiencing no sense of obstruction. Merely traversing through the air, with a ripping sound, boom! The massive tree was cleaved in half, crashing to the ground and startling countless birds into flight. It was considerably easier than slicing through paper. With the axe's tip facing downward, he placed it atop a large rock and then let go. Whoosh! The moment it was placed, it cut through the boulder like it was tofu, effortlessly splitting it into 2 halves and continuing downward. Burrowing into the earth, 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters, it kept sliding down. To say it cut through iron as if it were mud was an understatement. Other weapons required kinetic energy, while the divine axe needed none. It could achieve terrifying feats solely by relying on the basic force of gravity. Is it really this sharp? Zhang Hai extended his hand, beckoning the axe back, which obediently returned, halting its descent. When laid horizontally, it rested calmly. However, if it were placed upright, would it continue cutting downward? Could it be that my recent infusion of magical power, if I were to lose that power, perhaps it wouldn't be so sharp? He conducted some experiments and indeed found that the more magical power he infused, the sharper it became. Without infusing any, it remained sharp, but not to such an exaggerated degree. While Zhang Hai experimented and attempted to establish a close connection with the axe, he realized that even if he were to lose it one day, regardless of how far away it was, as long as he wished for it, the divine axe Lita would return to him. Whoosh, whoosh, a wave of heat surged. Furthermore, this artifact had a unique feature, absorption and emission. It could absorb and store immense solar energy. Zhang Hai infused magical power into it, and no matter how much he added, the divine axe accepted it all. It absorbed as much as he provided. When needed, it could release all at once. To a certain extent, it could even replenish Zhang Hai's own magical reserves, much like a blood bag. Overall, this significantly enhanced his combat power during the day. Clad in heavy armor and wielding the resplendent golden axe, he would be a formidable beast on the battlefield, just charging forward. As Zhang Hai descended the mountain, his steps slowed slightly as he noticed each step left a massive crater behind. Each pit was nearly a meter deep, resembling a human-shaped steamroller. He couldn't possibly descend the mountain like this? Walking through the streets, the system space could only accommodate corpses. Other items, once summoned, would require him to find a place for them himself. Zhang Hai shook his head. He would need to find a space similar to Bai Li's, where he could neatly store weapons and items. Alternatively, he could continue to offer sacrifices and through a lottery, draw an item related to spatial storage. With that thought, Zhang Hai set aside the heavy armor and the divine axe Lita in a completely secure location, which happened to be thousands of meters underground. He wasn't concerned about it being stolen. Even if someone found it, moving it would be quite a challenge. Even if they managed to move it, it would immediately trigger his perception. As soon as Yao Yao reaches out to the sky, the divine axe will immediately soar towards her without the slightest delay. For now, let us temporarily set this aside. It is time to return to the second middle school. A certain student who had taken leave is now expected to attend class in addition to seeking him out. Zhang Hai has another matter at hand, resigning from his position at the school. Bang! Damn it! Our nails, our very nails, have all been pulled out. What is happening? Not a single one can be reached. Our arrangements have all fallen through. How are we to report this to our superiors in the CAF? There remains that same pair of individuals. The woman, sporting a single ponytail, is fashionably dressed, while the man, though casually attired, exudes an imposing presence. Passers-by instinctively steer clear of him. However, at this moment, his face is etched with incredulity. The woman's countenance, on the other hand, darkens, as she wonders who could have possibly cleared their people out so thoroughly. The other party must have been plotting for quite some time. It seems the Watchers have discovered our personnel. No, that does not align with reason. The Watchers on this side could not possibly act so swiftly within merely 2 days without our notice. Indeed, it is a most absurd international jest. Let us not dwell on this. What shall we do about our hunting plan? The latest communication he has just received pertains to Lin Chia's most recent intelligence. The operation has been moved up, because The watchers from Team 136 seem to have learned something and are now rushing towards the second middle school. That is where Lin Chi attends school. They likely intend to offer him protection. Connecting the dots, it becomes abundantly clear who is responsible for the nails being pulled out. Therefore, the ancient divine church must not allow the watchers to succeed. What a tightly woven web of circumstances. If we cannot hunt them down, we shall eliminate them. According to the latest intelligence from above, the divine aura surrounding Lin Chi is not limited to that of the seraphim. There is another presence as well. This indicates the possibility of a dual divine agent. The man suppresses his fury. There are more pressing matters at hand. A dual divine presence is unprecedented. The woman with the ponytail is momentarily taken aback. The Lord of Whispers places great importance on this. Not only has he urged us to take action sooner, but the 13th and 16th seats of the faithful have also been mobilized. In this Tier 3 city, to muster such a configuration and dispatch those two is a clear indication of utmost seriousness. Furthermore, there is also new intelligence and directives regarding the one who eliminated the Ghost-Face King. Suspected to be the individual from the high-temperature Forbidden Zone. Uncertain factors, if encountered, eliminate on the spot. The suited man's gaze darkens. No mistakes or hindrances shall be tolerated. Our strength cannot be compared to that of a severely wounded Ghost-Face King. The woman with the ponytail regains her composure, elegantly sipping her coffee, and furthermore, my Forbidden Zone naturally counters flames. As she speaks, her slender fingers curl slightly, condensing droplets of water in the air, forming frost. High temperatures. He had better pray he does not encounter why Forbidden Zone can create and control. Suddenly, she feels a large hand clutching the back of her head. Not only her, the man across from her, who was about to rise, also finds his head firmly grasped by a muscular hand. Crack, bang. The view window beside their seats shatters simultaneously. In truth, it had cracked first, but due to the speed, it created the illusion that the hands from outside the CAF had seized both individuals first. Next, it was as if two watermelons were being gently slammed together. Boom. In an instant, they explode into fragments. White and yellow liquid bursts forth in every direction. It appears effortless, yet the effect is astonishingly explosive. Instant kill. The realm is unknown. The Forbidden Zone has not been unleashed. There were no taunts exchanged, no words spoken, no probing, and no processed. It was a direct conclusion. Perhaps it was due to a distaste for prayer that he encountered these two individuals. Returning to the scene, at this very moment, only two swaying headless bodies remain, surrounded by shrieks of terror. Bang. A muffled sound. This colossal shadow lands firmly within the CAF, then, with politeness, it supports the about-to-collapse headless couple, easing them back into their seats. Subsequently, it addresses the few scattered patrons present with an apology. Perhaps this gesture might mitigate the surrounding shock and fear. Chapter 15. Milk Dragon, Fountain of Life, Eternal Body. Apologies for the disturbance. Do continue with your drinks. Maintaining composure, cultured and refined, he is aptly described as a gentleman. Even upon suddenly acquiring the strength to rival many, he does not forget his origins. Zhang Hai remains a human, of course, in the eyes of the other patrons in the CAF. This demeanor appears entirely different now. The stark contrast of his previous and current states, the impact of the double explosion of heads. No matter how one looks at it, it all seems amiss. Hey. Even after such blatant actions, they still extend such politeness towards us. It is as if a murderer, having just committed a crime, goes to aid an elderly lady across the street. How bizarre it appears. Creating such a bloody scene, coupled with those muscles, who would believe you are a gentleman? Naturally, no one is concerned with this point at the moment. They VE killed. They VE killed. No, this must be a lie. Fear. So much feared that I want to kill you. There are not many customers in the shop. Excluding the pair, only 3 or 4 others remain, all of whom are now frightened and rising from their seats. One woman screams the loudest and then, in an instant, draws a light machine gun. Indeed, it is a gun. The remaining few either draw their weapons or charge at Zhang Hai, as if driven mad. 2 adults, one at the half-step boundary and the other at the boundary, cannot possibly kill him. Before the words can fully escape, they abruptly halt. The bullets in their handguns do not fire, and all the patrons in the shop collapse one by one. They were far too slow. All of them are merely at the lantern boundary. Their basic combat attributes and individual strength are comparable to a handful of special forces. However, even so, they are still better than that initial pair. They are the truly unfortunate ones. Before their demise, they remain oblivious to how they fell. Clearly, their strength exceeds that of the severely wounded Ghost-Face King. Yet they perish even faster. Moreover, they have not even had the chance to unleash the so-called flame countering Forbidden Zone. This truly is a den of thieves, so thoroughly infiltrated. Zhang Hai walks around, and one by one, the people in the shop vanish as their bodies are absorbed into the system. Ultimately, he arrives at the initial two individuals. The strongest in the entire establishment. Upon descending the mountain, sensing something amiss, he came to investigate. Just as he was about to collect everything, the male headless corpse's specially crafted phone rings. It emits a female ringtone. I blew past the evening breeze you blew. So do we count as embracing, yet with empty hands, as if awakening from a dream. Unfortunately, you will not awaken. Zhang Hai silently muses, picking up the phone, noticing the caller ID is a series of special symbols. Unable to decipher, he slowly answers. The voice on the other end immediately resonates, carrying 7 parts ethereal and 3 parts languid. Hello, hello. Has the notification been sent down? Your task is to intercept the Watcher's actions on the road to the school. You must ensure absolute success. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai recalls and contemplates. Are you Liang or Han Xiaoyun? Has the ancient divine church sent people to the second middle school? Has the hunting plan been moved up so significantly? Is it due to my arrival causing a butterfly effect? Who are you? On the other end, there is a moment of silence before the response comes. You know me. Are you Liang? I am Liang. Not Liang, he is not Han Xiaoyun. He is Han Xiaoyun. Besides, it seems you know quite a bit. Liang retracts his nonchalance. Oh, I misspoke. Zhang Hai. Who exactly are you? The person on the other end seems quite fixated on this question. I am the milk dragon. Nilong? The voice on the other end pauses, regardless of the truth, quickly noting this name. What have you done to my people? Scared them to death. Zhang Hai brings the phone close to the headless corpse. Where blood spurts forth like a small fountain, listen to that. The sound truly resembles urination. After a moment of silence, the other party finally speaks. Do you find this amusing? Liang realizes that normal conversation with this individual is utterly impossible. Since he cannot gather information, then so be it. As the 16th seed of the faithful, he has more important matters at hand. Following this, in the next second, the phone begins to heat up rapidly. Seemingly under remote control, bang, a muffled sound. It explodes, due to being a specially crafted phone. If it had been normally broadcast, the explosion's force would exceed that of a gas canister, easily obliterating the entire CF. However, Zhang Hai's reflexes are top-notch. He gently squeezes, and then, the phone lets out a small hiccup, emitting wisps of black smoke between his fingers, before it vanishes entirely. It seems I truly was not joking. My talent for the abstract is formidable. Better to remain an honest person. Zhang Hai sets aside these thoughts. The ancient divine church has indeed integrated well into modern society and possesses electronic information warfare capabilities. With strong preventive measures, he collects the 2 corpses back into the system, simultaneously offering the remaining lantern boundary disciples as sacrifices. Zhang Hai was preparing to head in the direction of the school. Indeed, this was merely a passing route, a casual resolution. That moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding, human corpse at the pinnacle of the pool realm, half step to the river realm, 1 ding. Human corpse at the initial stage of the river realm 1. Ding, sacrifice successful. Congratulations, you have drawn the fountain of life. Fountain of life. A spring imbued with boundless vitality. Drinking from it grants eternal life. An undying body. Furthermore, any injuries sustained will rapidly heal in a short period. Zhang Hai's pupils gradually dilated. Initially indifferent to this reward, or rather, skeptical about drawing anything of value, he was utterly astounded by the unexpected turn of events. A colossal surprise. The fountain of life. Could such a reward possibly be drawn solely from the corpses of the river realm? No, wait. The system seemed to have mentioned that the higher the quality of the corpse, the greater the quality of the reward drawn, though this was not an absolute rule. Even corpses of average quality could yield valuable treasures, albeit with a lower probability. Zhang Hai's spirits soared in an instant. It appeared his luck this time was indeed remarkable. With a flick of his hand, an ancient chalice manifested. A pink liquid continuously overflowed from the cup. Fountain of life. The true essence lay deep within the chalice. The water that bubbled forth was merely energy escaping, yet even this leakage held immense power. One drop that fell to the ground seeped into the smooth crevices and instantaneously sprouted tender shoots. Then, in less than 0.1 seconds, it wrapped around the surrounding space, forming a network of intertwining branches that continued to spread outward, transforming into a small forest. Merely witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Hai's expression shifted slightly. If this was the effect of just a trace of the water catalyzed by a mere breath, then what of the core? Without further contemplation, he took a hearty gulp. As the core of the fountain of life merged with his physique, it dispersed into his limbs and bones, blood, skeleton, meridians, bone marrow, flesh, every single cell within him. All of his internal organs underwent a profound transformation. His aura began to undergo a certain change. The surrounding flora and grass surged to life. Becoming resilient, tearing through the earth, they spread wildly towards the outside of the shop. An indescribable sensation washed over him. Was this eternal life? The elevation of life's essence was indeed unparalleled. The combination of the sin of pride and the fountain of life was utterly exhilarating. Zhang Hai found himself at a loss for words. After acquiring immortality, he had also rectified his previous shortcomings during the night. Zhang Hai inflicted a bloody wound upon himself in the blink of an eye. It healed, truly terrifying. He had once watched an anime titled Immortal and Unfortunate, which presented intriguing interpretations of immortality. Perhaps he could experiment with it. This way, during the night, he would have more means of self-preservation in the absence of sunlight. At night, he could finally let loose. What Qin Shi Huang pursued throughout his life. To be precise, what countless humans have sought after their entire lives, I have now obtained, and it feels somewhat surreal. Zhang Hai was momentarily dazed. Gradually, he regained his composure. After acquiring an immortality buff, what level had he now reached? Chapter 16. Hong Ying was in a state of urgency. In terms of immortality, he thought of a woman, immortal Jialan. However, even Jialan had her limits. After reaching a certain level, her immortality would also falter. And what of the fountain of life? In the 7 deadly sins, any injury could be healed in an instant. Even the attacks of the Demon King could be recovered from. It merely took a bit longer compared to other attacks. However, this was not the time for such discussions. He had matters to attend to. The commotion caused was somewhat significant. Zhang Hai sensed something and vanished from the spot. The dense branches filled the space he had just vacated. Wasn't this a coffee shop? How had it sprouted so many flowers, grasses, and trees? Could it be that the shop had changed hands and transformed into some sort of botanical-themed establishment? Just a moment ago, he thought he saw a corpse inside. There were guns, and everything was drenched in blood. Could it be a haunted house? Or perhaps filming a movie? Even the glass was shattered. Was it truly this realistic? How fascinating. Goodness, the plants inside were still growing. This speed, they were coming outside. Quick, take cover. The plants visibly surged outward, spreading onto the street. Outside, the bystanders who had been casually watching the spectacle suddenly lost their nonchalance and began to exclaim in alarm. The more astute among them quickly retreated. Bang! One of the passers-by collided with the doctor, quickly apologized, and then ran off, starting a video call with a friend. The doctor, after uttering that it was no problem, adjusted his glasses and continued observing the coffee shop. He wore a badge on his chest, Li Yangwang. Indeed, it was Dr. Li. Just recently, he had conducted a routine checkup on Lin Qi. To be honest, wearing a white coat while walking down the street without a nearby hospital felt rather peculiar. Yet at this moment, no one paid him any mind. He, however, was focused on something entirely different, his gaze distant as if he perceived the innermost circumstances. In recent days, the disturbances had been growing louder. As an unpredictable variable in itself, it had eliminated most uncertainties in Songnan. Each time, the corpses left no trace. What was he to do? Rooting out the strong and aiding the weak? Was it a single individual? Or a spontaneously organized, grassroots entity? He traversed through various thoughts, analyzing a plethora of possibilities, until the sound of police sirens erupted. Officers exited their vehicles, beginning to cordon off the area, and only then did Li Yangguang depart. Strangely, after his inspection and subsequent departure, the bystanders appeared momentarily dazed, only to forget what had just transpired. They merely felt puzzled by the sealed-off area. Had there been a robbery? Were there terrorists? Why were there so many police officers? At number 2 high school, not far from there, individuals approached from all directions. Their attire was flamboyant: ballet dancers, elderly holding paper fans, couples on motorcycles, muscular men, and not far from the school entrance, a black van came to a halt. A man in the driver's seat picked up the radio and set down the binoculars. Scorpion 3 reported, no anomalies detected. After reporting, Scorpion 5 reported. Scorpion 7 reported. Individuals reporting from various locations, some perched atop buildings, armed with sniper rifles, aiming at someone. Others lay in wait within bushes. Some disguised themselves as bystanders. They were the Scorpion team, all-season mercenaries. Beyond their line of sight were the 16th seat of the followers, Lu Liang, and the 13th seat of the followers, Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun, clad in a black robe, obscured his features. Liu Liang, dressed in leather, donned a flamboyant pair of sunglasses. He held a tablet in one hand, his gaze fixated. This fellow was originally named Nilong. Wasn't he the one who eliminated the Phantom King? Finally, he was seeing his true face. Nilong? What a peculiar name. But since he was male, it certainly wasn't the female character Nai. It must be Nai. Now that he had both facial features and a name, it would be simpler to target him in the future, whether it be through his parents or other avenues. At the very least, he was a pinnacle of the river realm. Himph. In a wonder, he could eliminate all of our people. Liu Liang squinted, releasing a breath of thick fog. This time he had no time to deal with you. Speaking of which, shouldn't we make our move? Lord Han Xiaoyun, he spoke, then suddenly raised his voice. No, wait. Isn't this fellow the owner of the high-temperature forbidden zone? Within the tablet, the image blurred. Around Zhanghai, weeds proliferated and vines danced wildly, spreading across the entire coffee shop in less than a second. The surveillance footage transformed into a flurry of static, clearly disrupted. Liu Liang's eyes narrowed. His breath faltered. No. This is utterly unscientific. This person named Nilong can bloom in all seasons? Isn't he supposed to wield fire, with abilities related to temperature? Or does he possess two abilities, one of fire and one of plants? A dual forbidden zone. This does not conflict. On the contrary, Han Xiaoyun seemed unfazed. What generates fire? It's quite scientific. What he truly possesses is a plant-type forbidden zone. Plants can ignite and become fire, burning at temperatures between 400 to 800 degrees. Thus, it creates the illusion that he has a high-temperature forbidden zone. Perhaps he intended to conceal something, leading to a disparity in information. However, he hadn't anticipated that there were cameras in the coffee shop. Continuously monitoring him, he glanced at Lu Liang, who took a moment to compose himself before reluctantly accepting the situation. In truth, he too was of the plant element. One must never engage in such reckless behavior, particularly when it comes to playing with fire. Why, you ask? Because it is all too easy to attract danger, igniting a perilous blaze that one cannot control. After all, he lacks the fortitude to withstand the flames. Now, let us set him aside for the moment. Our primary objective now is Lin Qiye, the dual deities agent. He should be within the confines of the school, so let us commence our undertaking. Liu Liang discarded the cigarette but, extinguishing it beneath his foot, for the night watcher is soon to arrive. Han Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. The Lord of Murmurs is also monitoring the situation here. Let us act. Meanwhile, Team 136 has not been idle these past few days. They first allowed the Special Division to make contact with Li Yifei, securing his signature on a confidentiality agreement, and inquired about the happenings within the school. Initially, they gleaned little information. However, today, Li Yifei suddenly appeared, claiming that during his leave, he had discovered a female classmate had transformed into a monstrous creature that devoured the director. Subsequently, the director too became a part of this dreadful phenomenon. Can this be a mythical being that spreads infection? According to the descriptions, this creature possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities, can engage in normal conversation, and assimilate individuals, exhibiting various traits that align with the intelligence provided by Hong Ying's father. It is evident that something is amiss at the second high school. Lang Xian noted that old Zhang can be quite meticulous at times. Hong Ying lifted her delicate neck, speaking, Yet her expression shifted suddenly. Does that imply he is in danger? The others furrowed their brows. When Chima swallowed hard, hesitated briefly, then voiced his thoughts. It is possible that my uncle has also been assimilated. Impossible. Hong Ying clenched her fists, glaring at him, then swiftly rose to her feet, grabbing the black box in preparation to leave. Wait, Hong Ying, we still need to discuss our plan. Sister Hong Ying, if my uncle has been assimilated, how could he inform Kong Chung that something is amiss at the school? Wouldn't that be akin to self-incrimination? What motive would the creature have for such an act? They hurriedly restrained the impulsive Hong Ying, but she was frantic. When it comes to family, many lose their composure. Even the Night Watcher is no exception. It was not until Vice Captain Wu Shangnan intervened that they managed to stabilize the situation. However, they did not waste any time. Based on the findings from the past 2 days, he swiftly devised a plan. They divided into 2 groups, one to investigate potential infected individuals outside the school, and the other to locate the source within. They must also extract Lin Chia and Zhang Hai. Especially Lin Chia. They have received intelligence suggesting he is a suspected dual deities agent and must be treated with utmost seriousness. The task of infiltrating the school was assigned to the capable Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, who could disguise themselves as students and fit the second high school's image. Lung Xian was responsible for sniping. Zhao Kongqing would again oversee the unbounded void. After establishing their basic roles, they donned their school uniforms and, with no time to spare, promptly took Li Yifei with them. Meanwhile, before departing, Hong Ying had already retrieved her phone, dialing Zhang Hai in urgency. Xiaonan, what should I say? Let me think, Sai Xiaonan offered a suggestion. Hello, Xiaoying? On the other end, Zhang Hai, en route, answered the call. Aren't you working right now? Old Zhang, could you take a leave? Come to the hospital. I doubt I have been diagnosed with something. Hong Ying rarely lied. It was her first attempt. Somewhat clumsy, but there was no alternative. She had to fabricate a matter significant enough to draw old Zhang's attention. What is it? What ailment? The doctor said only family members can be informed. All right, wait for me. Just as expected, Zhang Hai readily agreed, confirming the hospital's name before hanging up. Then, he continued his journey to the second high school. Chapter 17. The Rebellious Father? The hunt begins. If a reporter were to witness Zhang Hai's actions at this moment, they would undoubtedly craft a sensational headline. Rebellious Father. A major feature now airing. The tone was undeniably unnatural. Can one not see through the lies of a girl they have raised since childhood? Zhang Hai adjusted his glasses, returning to his normal stature, betraying no hint of abnormality. Xiaoying, in the presence of this father, you remain too naive. What illness has been diagnosed? A capable night watcher, rising early each day for firearms practice in the courtyard of the office. Maintaining this routine for years, what could possibly ail him? A terminal condition? A hereditary disease? It would be more believable if he had sustained an injury that, of course, he cared. Having raised her, his concern surpassed that of anyone else. Yet, he could easily discern the truth behind Hong Ying's words. It is akin to the time when, as a child, she secretly indulged in spicy snacks, consuming several packs, with grease coating her lips and a lingering spiciness in her mouth, only to claim she had eaten none. Was it not blatantly obvious? Regardless of the excuse presented, the truth could be discerned. Not to mention, his current perceptive abilities allowed him to detect the fluctuations in Hong Ying's voice effortlessly. Zhang Hai gathered his thoughts, for he had finally arrived at the school gate. Teacher Zhang? The security guard greeted him with a cheerful smile. Zhang Hai felt a sense of nostalgia. This was perhaps one of the most convenient aspects of being a teacher. Entering and exiting the school was remarkably easy, especially since the guards were familiar with him, often sharing stories of his second marriage and his 2 daughters. On the side of Team 136, the operational efficiency was commendable. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan formed one group. 10 minutes after Zhang Hai entered, they successfully reached the entrance of the second high school. In truth, making that call was ill-advised. It could potentially alert the enemy. If there was even a slight chance that Hong Ying's father had been infected and detected something amiss, then this operation could very well end in failure. At that moment, Si Xiaonan, as a good friend, refrained from dissuading her. Mythical creatures could always be captured again. However, should a father be lost, there would be no resurrection. The entrance of the second high school. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan donned their school uniforms. One sported a high ponytail, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt beneath a red and white striped uniform, her youthful visage reminiscent of morning dew. crystal clear and brimming with vitality. The other, with knee-high socks and a cartoon long-sleeve shirt, had her uniform tied around her waist, her hair styled in a bun, exuding the air of a shy young girl. Their attire was appropriate. But the pressing concern was that classes had already commenced. How would they blend in, moreover? Each carried a black box containing weapons. Gazing at the stern-faced security guard, the two halted, feeling somewhat uneasy, climb over the wall. The two exchanged glances, deeming it feasible. Indeed, the process was quite effortless. Meanwhile, Li Yifei successfully called out to Lin Qie and led him to a secluded corner for a rendezvous. Lin Qie appeared bewildered. He had been to the peace office and had encountered a few of them, so he recognized some faces. Had they also noticed something amiss? Lin, as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan began to explain. They were taken aback by his words. What do you know? Well, even if you didn't come looking for me, I plan to find you all. Something is wrong at the school. Lin Qie pointed to his eyes. I can see many things through this. He voluntarily cooperated, indicating he could identify the infected individuals, and it seemed there were quite a few. After a swift exchange of information, they discovered that the situation at the school was far more dire than anticipated. There was no time to waste. Si Xiaonan immediately contacted Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan via earpiece, who quickly issued directives and plans to, no problem, I will coordinate with you. Lin Qie had no objections. This was his school as well. As they finalized their general assignments, Lin Qie and Li Yifei were to return to the classroom to assess the number of infected. Meanwhile, the two girls aimed to use the director as their starting point, heading to the office for further investigation. However, at that moment, Hong Ying had a pressing matter she wished to inquire about. Lin Qie, since you happen to be in class 2 of the second year, do you know Teacher Zhang? Has he been infected? Hong Ying's breathing steadied, her anxiety palpable. Teacher Zhang? Lin Qie replied honestly, I don't know. He only taught music on the first day. I didn't pay attention afterward, and I haven't encountered him since. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hong Ying's eyes as she slowly replied. It's nothing, I must adjust my mindset. Now that old Zhang is at the hospital, there is no point in rushing. We must first address the issues within the school. By the way, here is an earpiece for you. We'll stay in contact at all times. All right. Inside the school, in a tall building, shadows flickered behind the window screens. The night watchers have indeed arrived. The 16th seat of the followers, LV Liang, smirked slightly, tapping his earpiece. Our people have already infiltrated. We can act at any moment. MHM. The night watchers stationed outside will handle matters beyond. Han Xiaoyun stated coolly. Capture the two inside first, then eliminate them before Lin Qie's eyes. Let him witness which side he must decisively choose. His gaze flickered, lost in thought about something specific. Buzz! Another figure appeared beside him. Adorned with a golden nose stud and earrings, with a touch of vermilion on his forehead, and draped in a golden chain, he appeared to be a member of the upper caste of Indian society. Notably, he emanated an overwhelming aura that surpassed that of the surrounding region. This was a being of the marine realm. A marine realm. There are few like him across the nation in a seemingly ordinary third-tier city like Zhangnan. One would expect the station forces to be relatively weak. Under normal circumstances, there would be none, if a being from the marine realm were to appear. Unless a formidable guardian from a first-tier city were to come to their aid, or a special task force were dispatched, the outcome would be catastrophic. The arrival of a marine realm being to sweep through would be akin to a seasoned player decimating newcomers in a novice village. LV Liang was taken aback. Han Xiaoyun cast a glance at him. You are here too? Yes. This individual spoke with a distinct English accent. He placed his hands behind his back, maintaining an air of aloof superiority, and uttered not another word in front of the office of the director. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan came to a halt. Just as they were about to enter, the sudden sound of footsteps reached their ears. The two exchanged a tense glance and swiftly sought refuge in a corner. Shortly after, a bespectacled gentleman, exuding grace and refinement, approached with a resignation letter in hand. He paused at a certain destination, knocked on the door and entered. The moment he stepped inside, Hong Ying leaned out, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had seen a ghost. Old Zhang. Chapter 18. Si Xiaonan was bewildered. Resurrected from the dead? Her large, watery eyes fixated on the figure, as if it possessed some enchanting power that irresistibly drew her in. Old Zhang, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to go to the hospital? Is this a hospital? This is a school. Still not out of the school? Why the delay? The pressing question was, why enter that office? What was he holding? Could it be? Hong Ying felt a mix of shock and confusion. I saw it. It's a resignation letter, Sai Xiaonan, who was shorter, peeked out from beneath Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, I didn't expect Uncle Zhang to care about you so much. He even resigned over this matter. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback. What was this nonsense about resigning? Hey, furthermore, what does this have to do with going to the hospital? If old Zhang didn't go to the hospital, it could only mean one thing. He simply doesn't care about her. Given the current circumstances, if he truly didn't care, the only conclusion was that he had been infected. He was no longer her father. The sky was falling. Before Hong Ying could spiral into chaotic thoughts, Xiaonan gently tapped her hand. Sister Hong Ying, could it be that Uncle Zhang has seen through our deception? Huh? Hong Ying paused. Is that possible? Surely there are no flaws, right? Suppressing her myriad of doubts, she realized time was of the essence. They had to attend to the matter at hand. Upon entering the director's office, they unearthed a series of strange items, including snake skins. Is this a snake's shed skin? Si Xiaonan inquired. Hong Ying nodded absently. Not long after, when the two emerged from the office once more, the school bell suddenly rang. Ding ling ling. Simultaneously, Zhang Hai also exited. Instinctively glancing in their direction, the two girls hurriedly turned their heads away and shrank back, especially Hong Ying, whose heart raced like a fawn's, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, feeling even more electrifying than facing a ghostly adversary. It was indeed exhilarating. They had nearly been discovered. If Zhang Hai was indeed who he appeared to be, and he were to spot her, there would be no explanation. Why was she here? Why was she wearing a school uniform? Tasked by the agency? But what mission would require them to masquerade as high school students? Sister Hong Ying, it's all right. Even if we are discovered, seeing your expression, I can sense a connection. There are dreamlike whispers that can erase parts of memories. Hong Ying did not respond out of possible. She certainly wished to avoid utilizing such forbidden methods on her family. Sizzling. The voice of Lin Chia crackled through the earpiece. The source of the infection may be in the girls' dormitory. It would be best to head there immediately. All right, while you raise the flag, I will make a trip. Hong Ying took a deep breath, closed her eyes, then slowly opened them, gazing at Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, stay here. Help me with something. Protect old Zhang. Also, observe whether there is anything amiss about him. Why did he go to resign instead of the hospital? As for the girls' dormitory, I shall go alone, if that is the source. The pressure will undoubtedly be immense. She was the frontline combatant of the team. Xiaonan served as a combat support, moonlighting as a medic. Thus, who would shoulder the pressure? It was evident. Furthermore, she mustn't worry about old Zhang. This was the only feasible plan. In this way, both fronts could be attended to. Sister Hong Ying, all right, Sai Xiaonan hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Since Sister Hong Ying entrusted her with this, she could not let her down. After delineating their roles, they set off in separate directions. However, halfway through, Hong Ying dashed down the stairs rapidly, only to suddenly double back. Seeing this, Si Xiaonan was left in a daze. The position is wrong. Hong Ying cleared her throat. Lin Chia mentioned that the dormitory is that way. This route is shorter. All right, Sai Xiaonan initially thought something was amiss and exhaled in relief. Sister Hong Ying, sometimes, you really are only suited for combat. Hong Ying. The two walked together for a while before parting ways, with Si Xiaonan closely trailing Zhang Hai. The current situation on campus was unclear. The number of infections was unknown. In the event of an outbreak, danger was indeed a possibility. Sister Hong Ying's concerns were not unfounded. Zhang Hai arrived at the teaching building, and Si Xiaonan cautiously followed. Thus, the scene transformed into an intriguing tableau. A mature, cultured gentleman strolled ahead, while a girl stealthily trailed behind, dodging and hiding like a lovesick fool. Oh dear. Have I caught Sister Hong Ying's affliction? Si Xiaonan smacked her forehead and donned a veil of invisibility. Her presence was instantly concealed. With her footsteps silent, she could now move freely, no longer needing to tread carefully. What was Zhang Hai doing in the teaching building? All the students were raising the flag. Was there something amiss there? Following him, nothing peculiar occurred, and no strange incidents transpired. A significant amount of time was wasted. Uncontrollably, thoughts surged within Si Xiaonan's mind. How is Sister Hong Ying faring? Family can sometimes feel like a burden. If it weren't for the concern over Zhang Hai, perhaps Sister Hong Ying could be more liberated. Focus solely on becoming stronger. She shook her head, interrupting this dangerous line of thought. Be why sheer coincidence, Zhang Hai. At that moment, halted in the middle of the corridor, Sai Xiaonan too came to a stop. There are no classroom doors nearby. Why did he stop? Come out. Zhang Hai's tone was quite calm. After a few seconds, there was no response. Sai Xiaonan stood frozen in place. Did he not discover me? Even with the veil of invisibility, how could an ordinary person like Zhang Hai detect her? Unless he was anything but ordinary? I said, come out. I in the empty corridor. He repeated himself. Sai Xiaonan bit her lip, intending to lift the veil when an unexpected and dramatic turn of events unfolded. Oh, you possess some skill. It's the end of the corridor. Two figures approached. One wore high heels, adorned with a crystal necklace, her long white hair cascading down her back, with a stitched line gracing her cheek. She was exquisitely delicate, resembling a princess, a ballet dancer. The other was a towering figure, muscles rippling beneath a white shirt, standing at 6 feet 2 inches. Si Xiaonan's mouth fell agape. What is going on? It was all rather perplexing. Are you a guardian? The burly man crossed his arms. I don't recall anyone like you in Team 136. I indeed. Before Zhang Hai could finish, the ballet dancer interrupted with a faint smile of pity. If you're not, then you must be eliminated. With gloved hands, she abruptly thrust forward, sending 5 transparent threads shooting out. Without a moment's hesitation, she attacked. No desire for dialogue. No interest in extracting further information. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed. Si Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to assist Zhang Hai. If he could detect these two, he must possess some level of strength. So did she still need to intervene? In the next instant, Si Xiaonan made her decision. She opened the black box and retrieved the star knife. Just as she grasped it, an old man with white hair, wielding a paper fan and exuding vitality, leaped out from another classroom, swinging the fan. Clang! The star knife was intercepted by the paper fan, producing a resounding clash of metal. Little girl, you're quite something. The old man spoke in a theatrical tone. Are you part of the Ancient God Society? Si Xiaonan instantly deduced. The Ancient God Society? Why were they here? Could it be that mythological creatures were unleashed by them? Was it all a ploy to draw them in? She shot her gaze forward. Realizing there was no time to rush over, however, she remained composed, sensing that Zhang Hai was still calm, which surely indicated he had. In the next moment, the 5 threads pierced through flesh, spilling crimson droplets. The forehead, the neck, the chest, all fatal spots. In stark contrast, Zhang Hai remained motionless, as if he had yet to process the situation. With a swift motion, the ballet dancer pulled the threads out. Losing his grip, Zhang Hai fell backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Even mid-fall, the burly man drew a silenced pistol and fired several shots at Zhang Hai's head, revealing him to be merely a pawn. At that moment, Si Xiaonan, who had been eagerly anticipating her uncle Zhang Hai's intervention as a hidden master, felt as if struck by lightning. Engaged in combat with the old man, her rhythm faltered, and a wound grazed her forearm, leaving her momentarily unresponsive. Uncle Zhang Hai. You, what on earth is happening? Uncle Zhang Hai failed to intervene, collapsing in silence. Has he perished? No. Why is he so composed? Did he misjudge the opponent's strength? Or did he sense that he could rely on her for protection? Choosing to refrain from action, waiting for her, Sai Xiaonan's mind went blank. She dared not contemplate further. What if Hong Ying learned that she failed to safeguard her father, and that he was slain by the followers of the ancient God Church? What expression would she wear? How heartbroken, how devastated would she be? Sisters. Would they still be sisters? Hong Ying, I am so sorry. Si Xiaonan's limbs turned cold, her complexion pale, on the battlefield. Who would wait for you to finish your words? The ballerina extended her hand in a Latin dance pose, perhaps sensing something. But you cannot escape my invisible threads. While she could perceive, her body could not evade. What good is that? Then, she turned her attention forward. It's your turn, Night Watcher Si Xiaonan. Are you here to protect him? You are utterly neglectful. You all deserve to die. Si Xiaonan bit her crimson lip, shedding her previous adorableness. With a delicate shout, she temporarily repelled the white-haired elder, charging forward. Yet she was soon ensnared again. Meanwhile, The burly man and the ballerina strode over Zhang Hai's lifeless body. The ensuing moment became a 3v1 encounter. The burly man cracked his neck, producing a series of explosive sounds. The situation deteriorated instantaneously. In the instant of confrontation, he quickly discerned the opponent's strength, which was not inferior to Si Xiaonan's, at least, on the surface, it appeared so. Thus, holding one back was feasible. But truly, a kawaii little girl. If she grew a bit taller and trained in ballet, she would undoubtedly excel. As for the ballerina, what a pity. What good are slender arms and legs? The burly man declared. Robust and stout is the ideal physique. They chatted casually, their tone light, seemingly indifferent to the battle at hand. Suddenly, the corpse lying behind them silently rose. The wounds had long since healed, to be precise. They had completely mended before his fall. This corpse was indeed Zhang Hai. He adjusted his glasses, seemingly having remained motionless solely for the purpose of experimentation. It appears that even in a suppressed state, fatal injuries can be instantly recovered from, he pondered as he turned to approach. Si Xiaonan, gritting her teeth, was left in a daze upon witnessing this scene, questioning her sanity. Revived. But those were fatal wounds. Just moments ago, he had no breath. Her almond-shaped eyes glazed over, losing focus, gripped by fear. Despite being a night watcher, she was still just a little girl. The burly man shook his head. Then he noticed the white-haired elder halting his paper fan, gazing ahead with a look of bewilderment. What is happening? Is this some forbidden ability? Has he been turned into a wooden puppet? Or has senility taken hold? The burly man was utterly baffled, until someone patted his back, startling him into silence. Eyes wide with shock, then instinctively, he turned around and swung a punch. The wind howled, whoosh. The sound echoed as the force of the punch swept a pair of glasses away, yet it failed to land on any physical target. The burly man's fist struck nothing. Meanwhile, before him, a colossal shadow slowly rose, overshadowing the burly man, the ballerina with the twitching mouth, as well as Si Xiaonan and the elder with the folding fan. Chapter 19. Not even a hair can bend. A palm strike. He is not human. Returning mere seconds prior, as the burly man unleashed that punch, it must be said, there was some skill involved. Had this strike landed on anyone else, their organs and ribs would surely shatter, and they would be sent flying several meters away. Weaker individuals might even be pierced through. Of course, all this was predicated on the strike landing, yet now, the individual before him, he had not been struck. Perhaps the burly man misjudged the opponent's height, causing his fist to sail over the target. But that mattered little now, for Zhang Hai, upon losing his glasses, appeared liberated, his stature soaring, instantly surpassing the burly man. In terms of arm circumference and all other aspects, he was 3 times broader. Under the sunlight streaming through the corridor, he cast a massive shadow over the burly man and the ballerina. A flicker of astonishment crossed the ballerina's eyes. She had confidence in her abilities and was certain she had struck Zhang Hai in a vital area. Yet the scene before her was utterly inexplicable. Why had he risen again? And without a single scratch? Most crucially, why had his physique expanded? In truth, had Zhang Hai not deliberately held back, even with his glasses on, they would not have been able to breach his defenses. For upon contact, his magical energy would counteract the attack. The blessing of the sun would passively release. The true function of those glasses was to assist Zhang Hai in suppressing his powers while concurrently honing his control. It was not in any true sense to nullify his magic. That was impossible. To pierce through him could only occur when Zhang Hai relinquished his full strength, reverting to a weakened state at night. Otherwise, there would not have been even a sliver of possibility. What manner of monster are you? What forbidden realm? The 3 followers of the ancient god church, at this moment, gazed at Zhang Hai's unleashed form. Feeling the rising pressure, their expressions varied. Judging from the fluctuations in mental energy, it seemed to still be a mirror. Yet this hardly resembled a mirror's nature. He lives. Revived? Do humans possess such a physique? Si Xiaonan snapped back to reality from her astonishment. Is it akin to the vice-captain, possessing the power of resurrection? Or has Uncle Zhang Hai been assimilated, infected, and become one of the serpent kind? This would explain much, such as why his wounds healed so rapidly. As if he were unscathed. For instance, why he had deliberately disclosed information about the school's abnormalities, perhaps to lure them in. Moreover, why his height had surged abnormally. All these anomalies, Sai Xiaonan's mind raced, her guilt diminishing. If Zhang Hai were indeed of the serpent kind, a serpent avatar, then her failure to rescue him could be deemed understandable. However, as for the serpent kind, based on her assessment, if this mythical creature were indeed the Nandu serpent demon, it should not be overly powerful. Such a limitation was apparent. If truly formidable, it would not only infect a portion of the school's populace. The trio from the ancient god church shared this realization. They were well aware of the Nandu serpent demon's presence within the campus. Even more so, they knew that higher powers were involved in orchestrating this event, intending to create trouble for the Night Watchers. How could they be unaware? Thus, this is the serpent kind. Why unleash chaos to hinder them? Upon reaching this conclusion, they all displayed expressions of understanding. Even if he were not the Nandu serpent demon, reconciliation was no longer an option. Each knew what must be done. His recovery was impressive, yet perhaps still fragile, akin to being pierced by my threads. Do not be frightened, it bears some resemblance. Owners of forbidden realms with rapid recovery are not unheard of. Recovery is indeed normal. What we employed just now was merely a standard attack. The ballerina sought to find a rationale, or perhaps a way to restore dignity to her earlier demeanor. Indeed, rapid recovery does possess its limits. The burly man nodded, uttering a starkly contrasting statement. Being taller and more muscular. What does that really signify? The essence still lies in density. The outcome will not change. He spread his arms wide, his own physique beginning to enlarge, soon surpassing 2 meters in height. The Forbidden Realm Sequence 214, Muscle Restructuring, allows for the free compression of muscle, both large and small. Sai Xiaonan gripped her star blade tightly. In a smaller form, her explosive power was formidable. Agile and versatile, her speed was terrifying. In a larger form, her strength would be immensely fearsome. She understood this type of forbidden realm. It posed a significant challenge. The ability to masterfully control muscle means one can fully unleash the potential of the human body. While an ordinary person might only exert 3 to 4 tenths of their strength, such a person could unleash 12 tenths. Every punch could mobilize all the bones, muscles, and blood, maximizing their power. They say a feather can lift 1,000 pounds. Yet few comprehend what happens when a feather grows to 1,000 pounds. Though his physique may be a size smaller than Zhang Hai's, in pure strength, he may not necessarily be lesser. Playing tricks and conjuring illusions, there will be no second chance for failure. The burly man grinned maliciously. With a stomp of his foot, bang! The ground cracked beneath him, unleashing a wave of force. The ballerina and the elder with the folding fan were sent skidding several steps back. The brawny man's fist vanished in an instant, tracing a blurred arc through the air. A resounding thud reverberated, followed by a heart-wrenching cry of a wild boar echoing throughout the entire floor. Behold, a fist capable of effortlessly demolishing multiple walls, unleashed upon Zhang Hai. Snapped his wrist at an unnatural angle, fracturing and distorting grotesquely. Moreover, it was not merely his wrist that succumbed. The overwhelming force and impact rendered his forearm and upper arm into a grotesque mass of shredded flesh. Bones shattered into fragments, a searing pain coursed through his entire being. This was precisely why the brawny man screamed in agony. Even the toughest of men cannot endure. Who dared to claim he was fragile? 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 The brawny man's eyes burned with fury, his molars grinding to dust. He gazed at his mangled hand, torn between wanting to touch it and the fear of doing so, before turning his gaze back to Zhang Hai. He let out a primal roar. No way, the 3 of us together. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Hai extended a hand, swiftly striking his head. Then, with a sudden downward force, the brawny man's eyes bulged as his body began to compress and contort. Thud! Bang! The floor trembled slightly. When Zhang Hai withdrew his hand, all that remained on the ground was a gruesome mass of blood. Bones, blood, eyeballs, and assorted remnants were all haphazardly strewn across the floor, akin to a mosquito crushed underfoot. The brawny man had been flattened. Despite his muscular physique and martial prowess, he was reduced to a mere understanding of life through sheer brute force. The drama unfolded. I said, "Wait a moment, I'll summon Si Xiaonan. It's not like I called for you. Since you are so impatient, let us hasten this matter." Zhang Hai cast a glance at the motionless Si Xiaonan before shifting his gaze to the ballerina. "It's your turn." Huh? A chill shot towards the ballerina's crown. Swish, swish, swish. She flicked her 10 fingers. Transparent threads sharper than steel wires shot towards Zhang Hai, this time with all her might. The threads shimmered with glimmers of light, capable of piercing through iron. Yet this time, without exception, they all ricocheted with a resounding thud, seemingly repelled before even making contact with his skin, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Of course, no one would believe it. However, the ballerina, as the master of the threads, could feel it vividly. Absurdly, it seemed to form a natural protective membrane. Could this be the essence cultivated by ancient martial families, the Qi? If not for her elevated realm, he might well be a divine agent. She trembled uncontrollably. A freak. This physical form? Not even a hair could be bent. Who would believe it if she spoke of it? The mission hadn't he mentioned encountering this individual. Otherwise, she would have never come. Completely beyond expectations. Why didn't he, the higher-ups, give a heads-up? Wait. This physique and appearance, didn't they receive a report? You. The ballerina snapped back to reality. Don't come any closer. Her hands moved slightly, a feint, preparing to execute a hidden maneuver. Buzz! Countless threads erupted from the teaching building, cascading down upon dozens of students. With a mere tug, these individuals would have their carotid arteries severed, leading to their demise. Stop, come back, and these students on the playground will perish because of you. Bang! Before she could finish her warning, footsteps echoed. This time, the force was controlled, and she would not miscalculate. Your physique is impressive. Therefore, with a lifted palm, she brought it down. Another resounding blow. A meticulously adorned balloon burst with a thunderous explosion, resonating like waves of sound. This balloon represented the head. The headless Barbie princess, gracefully toppled, her form swaying like the delicate Lin Dayu. Evoking pity, the aesthetic of her figure remained untouched. This time, the force was well controlled, leaving you with just the lower half. Zhang Hai, and then, gurgle. The vigorous old man with white hair and beard immediately turned and fled in haste. Chapter 20. Harvesting Forbidden Objects. Chaos. Are you a lung fog? White hair, white beard. In truth, with a bit of embellishment, he could exude the aura of an esteemed celestial master, embodying that ethereal quality. Unfortunately, he now ran faster than anyone else. Without a trace of lingering affection, he had been quietly retreating all along, as if he were an ordinary person steadily calming a tiger, never allowing it to perceive his retreat, never revealing a hint of fear. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yet it dawned on him that the other party might not care at all, merely curious, just toying with him, simply not yet ready to feast upon him. Upon realization, what else could he do but flee? As for the brawny man's earlier claim about joining forces, what nonsense! They'll march together to their demise. Was it not enough to perish alone? Self-preservation was the wisest strategy. With this thought, the folding fan elder quickened his pace. His speed left Si Xiaonan momentarily in the dust. In the blink of an eye, this seemingly leisurely old man had darted several meters ahead. Yet even so, the folding fan elder remained vigilant, never lowering his guard. I remember now. He is the owner of the high-temperature Forbidden Ground, and prior to this operation, the esteemed one had sent out photos. The folding fan elder pressed his earpiece. Contacting others, you all come quickly. There's a significant discovery. The three of us cannot handle it alone. To be honest, the commotion had been rather loud, if not for the sound of the national flag raising on the playground masking it. They would have never concealed it. Thus, those in other areas remained oblivious to the ruckus here. A dead ally does not save a living monk. But I no longer have any allies. What to do? Then I shall seek. As expected, the allies acted swiftly, and soon 8 or 9 shadowy figures surged forward. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment, lying in ambush for a long time. Emerging from various corners, each wielded a short-barreled submachine gun, their eyes full of ferocity. Indeed, it was the Scorpion Squad. Captain Xie was among them, clearly indicating their importance. Huh? Zhao Lao, did you uncover something significant? Xie raised an eyebrow, seeing the folding fan elder's expression of delight, hastening his pace, filled with curiosity. What was happening? But soon, upon seeing Zhang Hai and Si Xiaonan behind the folding fan elder, he understood. This was a flight for survival? What was going on? Just moments ago, he had heard commotion on this floor, thinking it would be over. What significant discovery! It turned out they sought our assistance. This old fool, who had previously acted so arrogantly, now appeared to be nothing more than a worthless coward. They exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai began to stride forth. Xie Yi cast a cold glance ahead, waving his hand. Injure the woman, kill the man. The remaining 8 acted in perfect unison, instantly aiming their guns forward. Yet, Zhang Hai continued to stroll leisurely. Strangely, despite his slow pace, he swiftly bypassed them. Pift, pift, pift. As the 8 were about to pull the trigger, they all exploded in place, transforming into clouds of blood mist. Elite special forces, every technique they possessed rendered useless. The 8 members of the Scorpion Squad were entirely annihilated. As for how they met their end, the 8 were tightly packed in the corridor, and thus, for Zhang Hai to pass, he had no choice but to barrel through. Who would have thought this individual was so fragile? Xie Yi's pupils trembled. Being at the back of the 8, he had the clearest view. Damn it. Xie Yi's expression changed dramatically. The folding fan elder, seemingly alerted by the commotion, shifted tactics, opting for a more extreme approach. Instead of taking the stairs, he leaped onto the high platform, jumping from the 5th floor. The old fox still had his tricks. So this Zhao character intends for us to be scapegoats. This bastard. In a moment of peril, Xie Yi quickly tore off the silver badge from his chest. Forbidden Ground Sequence 209. Blood boiling, absorbing the blood of all nearby deceased beings, harnessing their strength from life. He hadn't expected the treasure he found in the rainforest would be used in such dire circumstances. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. The moment the badge was revealed, a powerful allure emanated. The brawny man, ballerina, and even the 8 Scorpion Squad corpses, not to mention from the direction of the female dormitory. Dozens of blood auras rushed forth. They flowed into the forbidden object, blood boiling. Become my sacrificial offering. Once I finish absorbing this, in terms of basic combat attributes, I could break through to the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, or even higher. Yet in the next moment, his realm plummeted rapidly. It dropped back to the early Chuan realm. Even to the Qi realm, the blood energy within the badge diminished by 80%. It was as if someone had snatched it away. Did he not possess blood boiling as well? Do you know what it means to inhale smoke and exhale it? Zhang Hai approached silently. What? Just as Xie Yi began to speak, a finger suddenly enlarged in his sharp gaze, followed by a piercing pain in his forehead. His consciousness blurred, and he fell silent eyeing the not-so-distant perspective of Si Xiaonan. Scorpion's head was gently prodded by Zhang Hai, only to be pierced through, toppling backward. It's the lung fog. Zhang Hai retracted his hand, and the remaining blood essence was efficiently reclaimed by the system. The corpse and the bloodstains seemed as if they had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Ding. Zhanjing Human Corpse 1 ding. Zhanjing Human Corpse 1 ding. Zhanjing Human Corpse 1 ding. Qijing Pinnacle Corpse 1 ding. Qijing Pinnacle Corpse 1 ding. Serpent Demon Offspring Corpse 16. There are also the bodies of Serpent Demon Offspring. It seems that a battle has erupted over at Hong Ying's side. Listening to the incessant sounds echoing from the background, Zhang Hai understood the situation. However, it was still insufficient. He gazed outside, at the elderly man who had leapt from the window. In fact, at this moment, it was not only Zhang Hai who was observing. Numerous individuals from the outside were also watching. It was simply too conspicuous. One transmitted to 10, 10 to 100. Someone jumped from the building. How could it be an old man, dressed in a traditional long gown and wielding a paper fan? Was he going to a brothel to listen to music? What a bizarre spectacle. This was evidently a suicide. Why would he choose our school for such an act? Tianli, what's wrong with you? Your mouth. What the hell you? No, it's a monster. Initially, after the national flag was raised, the students were leaving in an orderly fashion, until someone noticed a figure on the 5th floor. Almost all the teachers and students were left dumbfounded. Then, another scream erupted. One of the girls on the playground had transformed into a monster. She voraciously devoured those nearby. Subsequently, dozens more emerged, plunging the scene into chaos. More screams erupted. Panic spread. First, the girls began to flee, followed by the boys, and ultimately, everyone was in a frenzied escape. The situation spiraled out of control. What transpired near the flag-raising platform on the 5th floor? Lin Xia narrowed his eyes and bellowed. Li Yifei I am. Li Yifei's complexion turned pale, trembling all over. Yet, recalling his previous vow and determination to join the Night Watchman, he steeled himself. No, it's fine, Chia. This time I won't abandon you and run away. Just the next second, he was berated by Lin Chia, a fool. The situation has changed. It's too chaotic now. We must flee first. Let's break away from the crowd and regroup later. What a coincidence. Just as he observed the number of infected individuals. Sensing that something was amiss, while he was about to report to Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, the serpent demon offspring revealed themselves. Why? There was no reason at all. Or could it be that they discovered something that compelled them to revolt? Was there a connection to that old man? He turned to look. Outside the school, 2 snipers from the Scorpion squad gazed at the old man with the folding fan, whose figure was dissipating after jumping from the building. Utterly perplexed by the situation. Something went wrong over there? They attempted to contact their captain, only to find that their earpieces were unresponsive. The rest of the Scorpion squad members also did not reply. Strange. All communication was severed. How long had it been since they entered? They fell into silence. The Night Watchman seemed to be more terrifying than anticipated. Should we contact Miss Snake Woman? The Medusa agent is their direct superior. Zzz. A jolt of electricity surged through. The earpiece automatically switched channels, followed by a cold, emotionless voice. I am the 13th seed of the faithful, Han Xiaoyuan. To all who can hear me, pay attention now. Do not concern yourselves with the Night Watchman. There are currently only 2 targets, Lin Chia. And another individual. His distinguishing feature is, Han Xiaoyuan slowly articulated, his name is At this point, he fell silent, seemingly uncertain whether it was necessary to continue. However, beside him, LV Liang interjected. It's a guy named Nailong. Chapter 21 The final outcome. If soft measures are insufficient, then we shall resort to force. The members participating in this operation quietly noted this. Following the rough locations provided by the earpiece, they immediately mobilized towards 2 destinations. The plan has shifted. Indeed, there is no time to worry about the Night Watchman. Let us intimidate Lin Chia directly. No time for subtleties. We must resort to hard measures. The Scorpion squad lost 9 members in an instant. The remaining personnel, their auras have also vanished. All of them, in that fleeting moment. Never did I expect, on a certain floor, a glint of malice flickered in LV Liang's eyes. It is not a coincidence that enemies do not meet. Who did this? He had already realized. They didn't seek him out because they were preoccupied. He never imagined they would come knocking at his door. Naturally, as a cautious individual, LV Liang understood that his ascent to the position of the 16th seat of the faithful and becoming a formal member of the ancient God Church was due to his prudence and meticulousness. Thus, despite feeling an urge to act, he refrained from taking the initiative. Why? Because, being plant-type forbidden creatures, they are the most difficult to determine a victor. They understand each other. If they engage in combat, much can be gleaned, indicating it would be a fierce battle. Moreover, the fact that the other party dares to use wood to stoke fire suggests a strong resistance to fire. Although he can use it as well, it would harm himself, so he typically refrains. You don't need to confront him, but go find Lin Chia. His location is over there. Han Xiaoyan cast a glance at him, pointing to a specific area, then turned his attention to the Indian man. Regarding this individual, who has repeatedly targeted us, he paused, indicating another direction, very close to Lin Chia. He should be there, I leave it to you. Is that all right? The high-caste Indian man remained silent. After several seconds, he finally nodded. LV Liang cast a glance at him. This man, though not often interacted with, always exudes an air of aloofness, is it disdain or a reluctance to communicate? However, he and Han Xiaoyuan are of the same realm, both true Sea Realm practitioners. Thus he has no obligation to heed commands, and no need to put on a friendly face or answer every question. If it weren't for the Lord of Whispers designating Han Xiaoyuan as the overall commander for this operation, believing that the Night Watchmen understand their own better, this high-caste Indian man would never have come. Once I capture Lin Chia and bring this dual deity agent into our ranks, it would be a significant achievement. At that point, I could soon ascend to the Sea Realm. LV Liang brimmed with motivation. Now, I shall take my leave. After confirming the target, he nodded at Han Xiaoyuan, then glanced at the Indian man, offering a polite greeting out of respect for his senior. A flash of green light, and he vanished within the building. Mere seconds after LV Liang's departure, the Indian man, wanting to speak, moved his throat but, seeing him gone, was left to close his mouth. Like a mute. Why wait until now to speak? Because the translation software in the earpiece had just caught up. It's not aloofness, nor a lack of desire to communicate. It's simply a language barrier. Besides understanding a few simple words, communicating can indeed be quite challenging. The translation software requires time to process. Often, by the time the translation is completed, it's too late. Thus, over time, it easily creates the illusion of him being cold. Of course, this is inconsequential. Completing the task assigned by the Lord of Whispers is of utmost importance. The Indian man stepped forward, unleashing a yellow arc of light, transforming into an arrow, charging in a specific direction. Near number 2 middle school. With the Wujia null domain in place, nothing within it can escape. Zhao Kongqing activated the Wujia null domain, enveloping the entire campus. Indeed, the Wujia null domain not only conceals and muffles internal movements, but also possesses the ability to trap internal mysteries. That little brat Lin Chia. Has he also willingly cooperated? I knew he wouldn't disappoint me. Zhao Kongqing leaned against the wall, taking a drag on his cigarette. As a watcher, when participating in a true large-scale battle, faced with realms surpassing Zhanjing, he could only withdraw from the battlefield and focus on his duties, which is to maintain surveillance, as Lin Chia had previously mentioned, to keep watch, since it's relatively safer for him. He lacks forbidden spaces and is quite weak. Zzz. A voice crackled through the earpiece. It was Long Xin. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted, and he immediately dodged to the side. Whoosh! At the moment he retreated, an arrow pierced through the concrete wall, embedding itself where he had just stood. Zhao Kongqing felt a lingering fear. Following the trajectory of the arrow, he spotted the archer. It was a white-haired girl dressed in black tights, sporting twin ponytails and wearing a mask. She knocked another arrow, muttering something in an unfamiliar tongue, preparing to shoot again. How could there be other factions? Zhao Kongqing's expression soured. The earpiece buzzed again, this time transmitting a soft yet urgent voice. It was Si Xiaonan. Everyone, the ancient god church is also involved in this operation. Indeed, it is the Nantua serpent demon. Several kilometers away, in a rented room within a residential building, Qian Mai completed his cleanup. The ground was littered with serpentine corpses bearing vertical pupils, severed limbs, and dismembered remains. This body was once a parent of a student. There's no need to speculate. Surely, one is inevitably influenced by one's own offspring. It is not merely a matter of student relationships, but also involves certain affected teachers and the families of the educational administrators. The responsibility now lies with Hong Ying and her team, his voice faltered. Opposite him, Wu Xiangnan suddenly lifted her gaze. The Ancient God Society, Captain, I heard that. Chen Mai's expression grew grave. There was no time to investigate the remaining infected individuals. The situation with Hong Ying and Xiaonan was becoming increasingly urgent. They could handle a Nantua serpent demon, but the addition of the Ancient God Society, fraught with uncertainties, rendered it beyond their capacity to address with ease. The Ancient God Society. They have come for Lin Chia. It is my fault for not anticipating this sooner, Wu Xiangnan gritted her teeth. Enough with the idle chatter. We must proceed to provide support immediately. Chen Mai decisively contacted another team member, Chiamo. At that moment, his voice was interrupted. Hey, where do you think you're going? A provocative female voice rang out. From a corner, a woman dressed in a plush coat and stylish attire slowly approached. Remarking, it's quite a challenge to find you two. Chen Mai furrowed his brow. Have they infiltrated the serpent's den? A serpent is a serpent. Now, another one appears. One wild serpent, one domestic serpent. Is it? A Medusa agent? Are they blocking our path? It seems these are all part of your scheme. Chen Mai brandished the star blade. But do you truly believe you alone can obstruct us? No, Captain. We cannot afford to be delayed. Wu Xiangnan suddenly stepped forward, declaring, You are stronger than I. Go ahead and assist Xiaonan. Leave this to me. Moments earlier, at the campus of number 2 middle school, the old man with the folding fan leaped from the building. He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. Exposed in the public eye, he felt as though he had been played for a fool, treated like some pet. Yet, upon reflection, with Zhang Hai behind him, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, what could be more important than preserving one's life? Lung Xian, Sai Xiaonan suddenly pressed her earpiece, murmuring a few words before relaying the target's location. Understood. The response from the earpiece was swift. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, The old man with the folding fan twitched his face and swiftly waved his fan. It collided with a sniper bullet. Clang! Sparks erupted. The first sniper bullet was deflected. However, the tremendous force propelled him back towards the building. The old man with the folding fan's words were cut short. Immediately after, a burst of blood erupted from his chest. It was the second sniper bullet fired by Long Xian. Of course, this was no ordinary bullet. Both its caliber and specifications were specially designed for the Night Watchers. Nationwide, its performance ranks among the best. Thus, even with the old man's means and the protection of the Forbidden Ruins, he could only barely deflect the first shot. With no hiding spot in midair, he was powerless to withstand the second shot. He became an ideal target for Long Xian's marksmanship. Bang! After being thrown back, the old man with the folding fan's eyes brimmed with profound unwillingness. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. Damn it! A figure approached, casting a shadow over him, glancing at Si Xiaonan with mild surprise. Chapter 22. Am I a tender father? Rootless flames. Si Xiaonan remained in place, transmitting information about the ancient god society to the other members of Team 136. Zhang Hai silently awaited her to finish speaking, simultaneously giving a gentle kick to the ground's nameplate, which was the forbidden object, boiling blood, sending it soaring into the air to grasp it in his palm. The ancient god society? Understood. I will extricate myself from here immediately. Si Xiaonan's earpiece crackled with sounds of long guns being swung, piercing flesh, indicating that a fierce battle was still underway with the serpent demon progeny. Speaking of Xiaonan, how is it on your end? What is the situation? Are you all right? There are many serpent demon offspring here. Honging spoke rapidly, and there's old Zhang. If it becomes too difficult, just knock him out and send him away. The mention of Zhang Hai caused Si Xiaonan to swallow her words. She glanced at the man towering over her, several heads taller, and murmured softly, that wouldn't be appropriate. Don't knock him out and carry him away? Let her do that. What's inappropriate about it? Don't hesitate with me. Honging's straightforward nature shone through, especially now. I can hold on until the captain arrives. By the way, old Zhang, hasn't he changed? Has he? Si Xiaonan was at a loss for words. She stole a glance at Zhang Hai, who was less than half a meter away, and instinctively took a half step back. Hesitating for a moment, she chose to hang up. You remain remarkably composed. Zhang Hai straightened up and finally spoke. Were you just helping me? He referred to Si Xiaonan's clever maneuver that enabled Long Xian to hit that old man. Although it wouldn't have made a difference whether she helped or not, Zhang Hai had his own means to ensure the old man remained. However, sometimes it is necessary to speak up. Having more teammates provides peace of mind. The ancient god society is our mortal enemy. This is the least we should do. Uncle Zhang Si Xiaonan took a deep breath, tentatively asking, Are you the progeny of the Nantua serpent demon? I am the tender father. Zhang Hai internally sighed in exasperation. I am the father of the tender girlfriend. Can't you just cut it out? Lately, people had been asking him who he was and what his name was, pondering such philosophical questions of life. In truth, Si Xiaonan also found the question rather pointless. If the progeny or the main body were this strong, then she and Honging likely would have perished the moment they entered. They would not have lasted until now. No, is that really the case? Si Xiaonan exhaled in relief, appearing like an innocent child. She believed everything others said. Then, she covered her mouth, feigning surprise, and added with a hint of admiration. What? So that means you've been concealing your strength before Sister Honging, and just now, that was really impressive. Also, thank you, Uncle, for saving me. Originally, Sister Honging said I should protect you, but instead, I became the protected one. She gazed up with her clear eyes, slightly bowing, expressing her gratitude sincerely. She was both adorable and amusing. Resembling a little doll, in reality, Si Xiaonan was just a girl. Her age was not great. She was even younger than Lin Xia, and having just recently joined the Night Watchers, her demeanor appeared quite natural. However, seen through Zhang Hai's eyes, someone who was clearly familiar with the original story, it seemed somewhat peculiar. Si Xiaonan blinked. Her mind was likely racing. Uncle Zhang Hai, you were really handsome just now. And your muscles are so impressive. Zhang Hai, have you run out of things to say? He shook the forbidden object in his hand. You wish to know, Si Xiaonan, do you want to ask me what its function is? Not really. Zhang Hai bent down. Do you want it? Can I have it? Si Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, just as she was about to say something. Zhang Hai swiftly retracted his hand. No, Si Xiaonan. Da. Then why are you getting so close to me? All right, the atmosphere has been lightened. And no more jokes? I know you have many questions in your mind, but who doesn't he harbor a few secrets? Zhang Hai wore a knowing smile. Team 136, Night Watcher Si Xiaonan. Just now, the system reminded him that although boiling blood is a forbidden object, it can also be used for sacrifice. Moreover, its quality is not low. Therefore, he decided to keep it for now. He had just been observing while inquiring with the system. Speaking of which, he did not wish to waste time. Because in just this brief moment, chaos erupted on the playground. With students fleeing in all directions, some even dashed into the teaching building. Upon seeing Zhang Hai leave in such a manner, none dared to utter a word. Si Xiaonan felt dazed. Just like that? Resurrection? The body disappears? Not a word about this height. Si Xiaonan pursed her lips, recalling Zhang Hai's words. Indeed, everyone harbors secrets. After that, should she inform Sister Hong Ying about what she observed here? Meanwhile, Zhang Hai had not walked far when a sudden surge of hurried footsteps echoed ahead. To be precise, it was a stampede. Run. Hurry up. Wait for me. Damn. Why are they chasing us so persistently? Who said zombies always move slowly? A dozen students, panicking as they rushed up from the 4th floor, were pursued by 2 wide-mouthed serpent monsters with vertical pupils. Si Xiaonan, stationed in a corridor, immediately gripped her star blade. The matter has yet to be resolved. The situation is dire. The serpent demon progeny are scattered throughout the campus, and the ancient god society is also present. It will take time for the captain to arrive. They must hold their ground. But can they truly withstand it? Even if they can, it will undoubtedly result in great casualties. Bang! Pull me up. Wang Liang, you all, wait for me. A few students ran past, but some, in their frantic haste, stumbled and fell. Help! Help! I need medicine. Wu Shujia lay on the ground, her eyes filled with profound helplessness. Teacher. Several students who had run ahead internally scoffed. The teacher has even less chance in this situation. The teacher fled faster than anyone else. They even witnessed the frail and ailing physical education teacher, upon seeing the zombie outbreak, immediately springing into action with surprising agility. Indeed, it seems that language teachers are nothing but deceivers, merely intent on monopolizing their classes. To their slight astonishment, Wang Liang suddenly turned and dashed back, attempting to pull her up. Such chivalry. Yet, the 2 serpent offspring showed no inclination to wait, rushing forward with bared fangs and claws. Just as they were running, they collided with a wall. More precisely, they crashed into a human wall towering far above them. They flicked their forked tongues, looking up, momentarily bewildered. In the realm of students and teachers, could there truly exist beings of such stature? Since they had called for a teacher as1 who had yet to resign, I certainly cannot stand idly by. The human wall, of course, was Zhang Hai at this moment, not only in their immediate vicinity but throughout the entire school. The serpent offspring were in a frenzy. Though individually weak, clearing them one by one without inadvertently harming the students was quite a troublesome task. It seemed insurmountable, twists and turns. The best course of action at present was to locate the Nantua serpent. Si Xiaonan pondered silently. It was as if responding to her thoughts and to the bewildered boys and girls beside her. Zhang Hai brought his index and middle fingers together, raising them slowly like a sword. The air began to warp immediately. Countless invisible fine lines surged forth from his body. Oh, by the way, you are Wang Liang, correct? May I inquire why you decided to return? Zhang Hai suddenly became inquisitive. Coming back to save her, surely not for some juvenile and cliché reason, such as love or a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. It was evident that this female classmate could merely delay her pace. Allowing you to escape further, I don't know, Wang Liang stammered, his mind instinctively responding. Perhaps it was just impulsiveness. She lent me her homework. Just now, she called my name. Zhang Hai understood very well. Then before I take my leave, I shan't conduct any final lesson for you. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sound of crackling flames erupted, whoosh, in an instant. Every specific creature under the radiant sun, from the 1st to the 6th floor, within the teaching building and outside, on the grass, in the playground, in the square, and within the girls' dormitory. The serpent offspring, members of the ancient god cult. Anyone exposed to sunlight, their bodies already warm, became ignited spontaneously. Chapter 23. Total Annihilation. A heartless massacre. The elation of all faculty and students. A small display of fireworks, including the two serpent offspring on the 5th floor, who, during Zhang Hai's moment of speech, attempted to extend their claws, only to be twisted and consumed in the fiery blaze. The crisis was averted. Yet, in the eyes of Wang Liang and Wu Shujia, the reflection of the flames burned brightly. This moment they would surely remember for a lifetime. And remember, at all times, preserving oneself is of utmost importance. Zhang Hai grasped Wang Liang's shoulder. Wang Liang snapped back to reality, muttering a response, nodding vigorously. Is this not a teacher? A teacher within the school? Incredibly powerful. What sort of superpower is this? As for the notion of self-preservation, he did not fully agree, yet. Suddenly, Wu Shujia let out a shriek, transforming into a blazing inferno. The immersive atmosphere dissipated. Wang Liang stumbled, startled. Teacher? His face twitched. How could Wu Shujia in the next moment? The struggling Wu Shujia, her pupils dilating, was forced to reveal her true form. The stark contrast struck like a thunderbolt to the senses. Indeed, she was one of the serpent offspring, having been trailing Wang Liang, a student in physical education. However, this batch of creatures was remarkably swift. They had sprinted all the way to the 5th floor in one breath. She could hardly keep up, thus resorting to the desperate tactic of pretending to fall, hoping to slow their pace. Alas, it was in vain. On the brink of death, she suddenly spoke, her tongue forked, gazing at Wang Liang. Actually, this woman has not only lent you her homework. Others have borrowed from her as well. You do not possess her exclusively, damn. Wang Liang was taken aback, then cursed vehemently. He kicked out, obliterating her into a cloud of ashes. Even the serpent offspring bully people, the crowd in the back. The dissonance created by this incident left a sense of absurdity. It was likely to result in emotional turmoil. A single initiative leading to a lifetime of introversion. Ding, Light Boundary Serpent Corpse 1. Ding. Light Boundary Serpent Corpse 1. Ding. Light Boundary Serpent Corpse 1. The system continued to chime in the background. What is happening? Why are they not moving? Why are they burning? We are saved. The students and teachers, feeling somewhat drained, collapsed onto the ground. One by one, the serpent offspring. Whether already exposed or mingling among the students, none could escape the conflagration, including, within the girls' dormitory, the serpent offspring encircling Hong Ying, as well as the members of the ancient god cult standing not far away. Intending to hunt her, at this moment, they all began to roll about. Screaming in agony, they rushed toward the nearest water source or other refuge, yet often fell short, incinerated into charred remains. They perished without ever understanding the situation. The number of serpent offspring was rapidly diminishing. 60, 50, 30, 15, until it dwindled to a mere handful. Their life forces dissipated at an alarming rate. From a distance, it resembled a grand spectacle. Upon their demise, they transformed into wisps of fine threads, drifting toward a certain floor. Thus, the long-planned Nantua serpent was nearly eradicated, leaving only its main body behind. Moreover, only a few pitiful, sparse serpent offspring remained, hiding in shadows or classrooms, avoiding direct sunlight, narrowly escaping disaster. All burned, life forces locked, targeted extermination. Is this achieved through the use of forbidden objects? On the 5th floor of the teaching building, Si Xiaonan found herself lost in thought. The abilities Zhang Hai wielded were too numerous. If he were employing various forbidden objects, it might barely explain things. However, the question arose, how could one person possess so many forbidden objects? Not a night watcher. Not a member of the ancient god cult. To which faction did he belong? Could it be a certain folk organization or a large conglomerate? Merely moving his fingers, he resolved an incident that would require the entire team of Tsangnan to tackle. Effortlessly dispatched, yet, why not employ it sooner? Because this was a recent inspiration. Zhang Hai seemed to perceive Si Xiaonan's thoughts. The ballet warrior could precisely locate students through threads, locking onto desired targets for lethal strikes. So he wondered. Fire. Why could it not work? As long as it condensed into threads, as long as it reached a certain ignition point, such manipulation, if executed correctly, would yield the scene they had just witnessed. However, for most others, this was likely a far-fetched fantasy. Achieving this step demanded extraordinary control and mental fortitude, of course. For Zhang Hai, as long as he conceived it in his mind, he could manifest it. A recent spark of inspiration, then put into practice. Si Xiaonan opened her mouth, her throat somewhat dry. She often praised Hong Ying for her beauty, yet most of the time, it was merely to maintain her image. Now, in the presence of the truly formidable Zhang Hai, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Uncle Zhang Hai, what is this technique called? I don't know. Huh? Then, may I name it? How about rootless fiery destruction? Si Xiaonan suggested softly. Suit yourself, Zhang Hai replied. Then, Uncle Zhang Hai, farewell. Si Xiaonan took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and began to descend. Now, Sister Hong Ying should be free of pressure. Her immediate target was Lin Chia, on the third floor of the teaching building. A dozen students were panting heavily. Before them lay a stack of desks and benches. They had relied on these makeshift barriers to hold back the serpent offspring, sparing everyone from peril, however, as the impacts grew increasingly ferocious. Their hearts began to tremble with anxiety, escalating their tension. What to do? Will they be unable to hold out? Even if they can't hold out, they must persevere. The students within the classroom gritted their teeth. Among those assisting were Li Yifei, Lin Chia, and the recently acquainted Qingyu, three pivotal figures. Fate seemed determined to bring them together. No matter the circumstances, it feels like the force is diminishing, just as the other students grew increasingly anxious. The sounds of impact outside suddenly lessened. What is happening? Did they leave on their own? At that moment, a glimmer sparkled in Qingyu's eyes as she looked outside. On the playground, radiant flashes erupted. Not only outside the window but also from the serpent offspring in the corridor, who began to flicker, emitting wails of despair. Soon after, a billowing cloud of dark smoke, reeking of foulness, descended. Spontaneous combustion? Unexplainable, it was as if an invisible hand had descended. Rescuing them, Qingyu turned her gaze toward Lin Chia, realizing it was not the work of the night watchers. Lin Chia too was astonished, but when he inquired with the people in his earpiece, they all claimed ignorance. Support was on the way, yet it had not yet arrived. Even if it did, the likelihood of achieving such a feat was minimal. In the classroom, a faint sense of relief washed over the students, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Yet, amidst this collective exhalation, only Li Yifei exhibited a barely perceptible twitch upon his face. Chapter 24. Recruitment, a unique gameplay, dual souls in one. This subtle movement, however, was so minute that even he himself remained oblivious to it, beyond his control, exuding an inexplicable oddity. This is bad. There's another one in the classroom. That girl too, a boy shouted. All eyes turned towards a shadowy corner where a girl was devouring the comforting presence of a nearby boy. With a gurgle, she expelled him, successfully transforming into two serpent demon progeny. Why was she not incinerated? Li Yifei appeared quite anxious. Was it because she was too powerful? Not quite. Self-ignition requires specific conditions, in my view. It likely necessitates exposure to light and assistance. Qingyu adjusted her glasses, quickly analyzing the situation. Under illumination, it becomes easier to locate and trigger. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and with a bit of cooperation, they could be dealt with. Lin Chia shared this sentiment. I'll handle it alone. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden sound of slicing air erupted from outside the window. Crack, crash, the glass shattered. A streak of green light sliced through the air. Instantly, the two serpent demon progeny were obliterated. A man clad in leather shoes, a leather jacket, and leather gloves descended slowly to the ground, ostentatiously adjusting his pink glasses. His head bowed slightly, finally locking onto the boy in the center. Hello, Lin Chia. Our first meeting. I am Lu Liang, a disciple of the elder of the Ancient God Society, holding the 16th seat. You may also call me Lu Liang. With a sinister smile, Lu Liang wasted no time. I present you with two choices. Either death or join us. To hell with that. Lin Chia immediately rejected the offer. Qingyu drew her handgun, which had originally been given to Lin Chia by Si Xiaonan for protection, but due to Lin Chia's poor shooting skills, he had handed it to the newly acquainted Qingyu. Now, he too stepped up. Recognizing the presence of what resembled a cult, the instigator of this uprising, he showed no signs of retreat. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan rushed down from the 5th floor, pausing momentarily as she passed the classroom. Members of the Ancient God Society? This mental fluctuation is at least at the Chuan level, comparable to the Ghost Face King. No, even more imposing than the Ghost Face King's pressure. Normally, only the team leader would be a match for them. So, it seems we have to fight. Lu Liang, noticing Si Xiaonan, disregarded her, thinking her merely a small fry. He raised his hand. A ghostly green light ignited within, yet, the next moment, two explosive sounds erupted from above. Boom, boom. Lu Liang's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly extended his other hand, and in an instant, countless vines intertwined into a massive hand. The power of a half-step to the sea realm erupted. Draconic flame stab, perhaps spurred by someone, he attempted to use fire, igniting the wood. Yes, just because he didn't use fire, didn't mean he couldn't. Unfortunately, in that moment, as Lu Liang lifted his hand, the vines exploded, twisting half of his body into a mist of blood. Boom! The entire classroom and the third floor shook violently. Lin Chia and the others, including the remaining students, were swept by this shockwave. It was unclear whether they succumbed to the overwhelming pressure or due to other reasons. But their eyes rolled back as they collapsed in the thick haze. The ceilings of the fourth and fifth floors were shattered by unseen forces. In the spot where Lu Liang had stood. Now stood Zhang Hai.as for Lu Liang. Half-step to the sea realm. Indeed, he possessed a strong sense of crisis awareness. Although he had lost half his body, he rolled away just in time to avoid the brunt of the attack, preserving most of his life. Yet, sweat streamed down his forehead. What the hell? Why did he suddenly appear here? Did the superior not stop him? Wasn't it agreed that he would be responsible for Lin Chia? I just spoke to you on the phone today. How could we meet so soon? As Lu Liang propped himself up with one hand, he had barely begun to utter a complete sentence when his body began to convulse. Dots of red light erupted from him. He was igniting from within. However, after burning for a while, green light emerged. It seemed to counteract this force, using his wood attribute's forbidden ability to resist, to retaliate with poison against poison. Yet, the moment he ignited, the flames surged even stronger. It was as if he had acquired some sort of accelerant. Damn. In a state of extreme regret, Lu Liang was reduced to a charred husk. I will wait for you in hell, wait for you. Nida. He attempted to utter a name. I am Hang Dali. Zhang Hai's gaze remained as tranquil as a deep well. In Lu Liang's final moments. He realized that Zhang Hai had merely been toying with him all along. With a thud, he crumbled into dust. 3 seconds after his entrance, he met his demise yet again. In the corridor, Si Xiaonan stood dazed. Just when they had parted, they crossed paths again, still in this same rhythm. She had just arrived, sought out Lin Chia, and when Lin Chia encountered danger, in the blink of an eye, that danger vanished. Zhang Hai's experience won. However, Zhang Hai, using such a brutal method, doesn't seem like a deliberate hunt for the ancient god society. Ding, half-step Sea Realm corpses 1. Zhang Hai approached the students lying on the ground, scanning each one. Lin Chia, Onqing Yu. Finally, he halted before Li Yifei. Still pretending to sleep, he grasped Li Yifei's chin, lifting him into the AI art. Li Yifei could no longer maintain his pretense, his eyes rolled back, awakening the true form of the Nandu serpent demon. Slap, however, halfway through the awakening, Zhang Hai delivered a resounding slap, sending her head spinning several times before leaving her with a mere breath of life, not even granting her the chance to speak. Ding, detected mythical creature, Nandu serpent demon, special, status, near death. The serpent demon possesses dual souls, personalities. It can sacrifice either one entirely or choose to sacrifice one of them. Sacrifice the main personality Nandu serpent demon? Sacrifice the secondary personality Li Yifei? Oh, is there such an operation, leaving the body intact while only sacrificing the soul? Zhang Hai pondered, 2 personalities, sacrificing only one. Dual souls in one. Returning to a singular soul. This seemed a system specifically designed for the Nandu serpent demon. Speaking of which, Li Yifei was not inherently malevolent. He was lively, a purebred high school student with a normal perspective. He never missed a music class. Although no one had ever missed his classes, he still left a favorable impression on Zhang Hai, reminiscent of shadows from a past life, albeit with a rather pitiable background. If I retain Li Yifei's personality, can the serpent demon's body truly be under his control and possess all the abilities of the serpent demon? Perhaps finding it interesting, Zhang Hai felt a stirring in his heart. opting to sacrifice the Nandu serpent demon's personality. In the next moment, Li Yifei shuddered. Observing this, Zhang Hai's interest peaked. With the Nandu serpent demon's true form deceased, the campus incident was essentially resolved. He decided to handle Li Yifei next. Zhang Hai found a secluded corner and gently set Li Yifei down. He remained quite earnest with his students. Noticing Li Yifei's near-death state, he twisted his neck back. Crack! The sound of bones grinding echoed. It realigned successfully, as expected of a serpent demon. Its vitality was remarkably resilient. The fractured area began to heal gradually. Soon enough, with eyes fluttering open in a state of near death, they revealed not the human pupils of mimicry, but the vertical pupils of a serpent. His body began to contort, transforming into a half-human, half-serpent form. Furthermore, both his aura and all aspects mirrored that of the Nandu serpent demon. The only distinction lay in the clarity and naivety of his gaze, contrasting sharply with the cunning and eerie nature of the Nandu serpent demon. This contrast was quite challenging to emulate. Perhaps this was one reason why the serpent demon main personality gave rise to Li Yifei. Excuse me, who are you? Are you the night watchman? Where is this? Wasn't I with Chia and the others? Li Yifei's voice bore a peculiar, somewhat feminine timbre. After speaking, he found himself bewildered. What has happened to me? My body's sensations feel so strange, slick and smooth. Could it be that someone transformed me into a woman? He looked down, and his pupils constricted suddenly. Chapter 25. The Power of Greed. Sees, Gifted. What in the world is this, Scales? Is this a fish tail? No, this is a serpent tail. I have been transformed into a serpent demon. But why can I control myself and retain my sanity? Am I unique? Without waiting for further contemplation, fragments of memories, long etched into his mind, surged forth. Li Yifei's expression morphed. Gradually, terror set in as he glimpsed certain ghastly, bloody images. He clutched his head, doubled over, collapsing to the ground in agony. I am indeed the true form of the serpent demon. Those were all my actions, all my killings. Why? Oh, why? No. This cannot be true. He felt the weight of his own monstrous nature, unable to accept it. But in the next moment, his head was struck, tilting to the side. His mind went blank. The true serpent demon had perished. As a secondary persona, you are a completely new and distinct entity. Zhang Hai was not adept at offering consolation. Li Yifei was left dazed from the blow, finally coming to his senses and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Hai, Teacher Zhang. Li Yifei's lips cracked. His eyes remained clear. Was this truly Teacher Zhang? The disparity in body proportions was striking. Suddenly, he redirected his focus, sinking into profound self-reproach, a brand new entity. Yet these hands had taken lives. It was impossible to become a night watcher again, nor could he return to school, and he would surely be sent to prison. Even if he were to be forgiven, he could not absolve himself in his heart. This was a body steeped in sin, and Li Yifei found himself unable to overcome that hurdle for the time being. Those students, even if they had not perished, would soon fade into the mortal realm. Zhang Hai turned to leave. Live well. Here is my advice. Consider yourself missing and go live elsewhere. Wait, teacher, can I follow you? Li Yifei hurriedly called out, his gaze complex. Recalling that his past experiences were all fabrications, false memories bestowed by the serpent demon, he did not know where to go, but you had given him a new lease on life. Follow me? Zhang Hai pondered for a moment. I do not want a son, but since I am resigning, I plan to open a tavern. If you wish to come, you can join as an apprentice. The Nandu serpent demon was skilled in disguise, capable of many things. Coincidentally, he also wished to open a tavern, where he could lend a hand as for the tavern. This was not a whim. Since awakening the bartender ability, Zhang Hai had contemplated this. A tavern, splendid. Li Yifei had rediscovered his purpose in life. Meanwhile, a special notification resonated from the system. Ding. Hidden reward triggered. Nandu Serpent Demon. The Nandu Serpent Demon, as a special storyline character, can obtain a critical strike after sacrificing its primary persona, soul. Nandu Serpent Demon? Zhang Hai himself was uncertain about the system's method of judgment. Ghostface King was also considered a storyline character, yet it did not trigger then. Could there be other calculation methods? Of course, this was of little importance. Since it had been unexpectedly triggered, it was best to utilize it wisely. Sacrifice. Ding, conducting individual sacrifice. Nandu Serpent Demon Soul Entity. Congratulations, you have acquired Greed's magic power, Seize. Matching magic power, Bestow. The effect description. Seize all possessions of the opponent, both physical and non-physical, can be taken. Effect description. Bestow can lend or grant one's own magic power to others, can be recalled at any time. Note: complete fusion requires some time. 1 to seize, 1 to bestow. Is this not the very power used by Ban in the original 7 Deadly Sins? When Ban's magic power, combined with the Fountain of Life, merged, he was nearly omnipotent. Now, did it belong to me? Zhang Hai's thoughts stirred. What an unexpected delight! An additional trump card for the Knight's vulnerable phase had emerged, although the Seize magic power would come with some limitations and side effects. With the Fountain of Life present, it was as if there were none. It could strip the opponent of their physical abilities and magic, weakening them while enhancing his own physical capabilities. The side effect was an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The fatigue during the vulnerable phase, if used at night, it would indeed yield negative repercussions. But with an immortal body, would he still fear this? As for the other, the power to bestow could serve as a means of protection for family, or bestow upon trusted subordinates. Additionally, it could have various special applications which were quite valuable. In an instant, Zhang Hai was flooded with numerous thoughts. The space for manipulation was vast. Could he give it directly? The Seize magic power was still fusing. He turned to Li Yifei and tried it out. Seize. He discovered that the latter instantly became extremely weak, his eyes beginning to bulge, unable to withstand the ordeal. Due to the absence of magic power, it automatically transformed into spiritual energy. Being on the brink of death already, this was pushing him to the edge. Let us try the bestow magic power. Zhang Hai released a modicum of magic power to grant to Li Yifei. Unexpectedly, even just a little made Li Yifei's body swell like a balloon. His face turned crimson, unable to process it. He had reached the limit of his capacity. His spiritual energy level remained unchanged. Yet he had birthed another type of power, magic power. Roughly calculated, his magic power had reached the lamp realm, the pool realm, the river realm. It stagnated at the initial stage of the river realm, unable to progress further. It had reached the physical limit. Simultaneously, due to carrying the solar attribute, magic power, Li Yifei's magic would drop to its lowest level overnight. It could only recover during the day. Moreover, Zhang Hai could sense his own power within him, and no matter how far apart they were, with just a beckon, he could ignite it in an instant. Like a timed bomb, woo-wooed, Li Yifei widened his serpent eyes, feeling the magic expand, bewildered by what was happening. Teacher Zhang, how mysterious. What is this power? How can a music teacher be so formidable? This is the magic power I have bestowed upon you. It differs from spiritual energy. Your current magic power level has reached the river realm. The benefit is that when the two are combined, it creates an additional system of power, making you twice as strong as others of the same realm. The downside is, Zhang Hai patiently explained, since you are to become my apprentice, aside from being subject to my control, there are no significant drawbacks to speak of. In the teaching building, on the 3rd floor classroom, Si Xiaonan entered. After checking on Lin Qiye and confirming he was unharmed, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Lin Qiye and Qingyu, having fainted for a while, also gradually awoke. The first sight they beheld was Si Xiaonan. What about Elyong? Was it you who dealt with him? Si Xiaonan chuckled lightly, not having time to explain. If all is well, let us head to meet Sister Hongying now. All right. Lin Qiye snapped back to reality and nodded. And Qingyu suddenly interjected with a pointed question. What about Li Yifei? Chapter 26. Borrowing and Seizing, Heaven Eating. Is Hongying severed? A double entendre. It inquired about Li Yifei's whereabouts while indirectly questioning his current status. Si Xiaonan did not beat around the bush, yet her response was somewhat vague. He should have been dealt with. Should have? And Qingyu sensed something amiss. The uncertain phrasing was ambiguous. Was there something that could not be said? Or was it a secret among night watchers, not to be disclosed to ordinary people? After they fainted, Si Xiaonan was certainly present, yet what transpired with that ancient god's disciple, Elyong, remained unknown. But there must have been some interaction. Dead? Lin Qiye was more concerned. What happened? In truth, both he and Qingyu had noticed many discrepancies with Li Yifei. There was a high probability he was the Nandu Serpent Demon's true form. However, at this moment, there was no longer a need to pursue it. The specifics could wait for later. Si Xiaonan smiled and added, in any case, Li Yifei probably won't appear before you again. He and Lin Xie are no longer in the same world. One has a bright future, while the other is a puppet, dead beyond recovery. All right. Lin Xie exhaled, setting the matter aside for now. One could not claim to be entirely unaffected by a classmate's plight. To be manipulated by the Nandu serpent demon for a lifetime, ultimately perishing as a mere marionette. Reflecting on Li Yifei's fervent declaration of wanting to join the Night Watchers, Lin Xie felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. He returned to darkness, but you can take his place and step into the light. Lin Xie, Sai Xiaonan, sensing the surroundings, led the way ahead. She had not forgotten the mission that brought her here, to protect and persuade Lin Xie to join the Night Watchers. In truth, she had previously held great interest in this dual deity representative. However, now, that interest was more overshadowed by Uncle Zhang Hai. The Night Watchers, huh? Lin Xie murmured. Meanwhile, and Qingyu, quite self-aware, did not follow, lost in thought. Moments earlier, as El Liang's presence rapidly dissipated, the Indian man, also known as the Bodhi man from India, flew over. Originally intending to go to the 5th floor, he discovered the target was absent upon approaching. After sensing around, he proceeded to the 3rd floor. From several dozen meters away at the window, he witnessed El Liang's demise. Zizi. The earpiece transmitted a cold voice. Retreat. What? The man from Tianju spoke in broken Chinese. Perplexed by the situation, reinforcements for the night watchman were swiftly approaching. Han Xiaoyun sighed, lamenting that it was the command of the Lord of Delirium, and this operation had been declared a failure. There had been too many unforeseen circumstances this time. Even El Liang, a fellow believer, had perished. Who would have thought such a calamity would unfold in the novice village, dragged down to this extent? Any further delay would escalate the risks, making it a fruitless endeavor. Understood. The man from Tianju acknowledged the gravity of the situation. In truth, he and Han Xiaoyun, both hailing from the Sea Realm, had a significant chance of success given their speed. However, since orders had been issued from above, there must be considerations beyond their understanding. HNDL. The man from Tianju glanced at the figure inside the window, vowing to remember him for their next confrontation. Farewell. His body soared once more, and in mere seconds, he reached the heights above the teaching building and the entire school. It was disheartening to witness such substantial losses. It would be a lie to say he felt no resentment. The next generation of blood from the ancient God Church had been squandered here. Alas, they hadn't even taken down a single night watchman. There was nothing to show for it. Returning without results will be troublesome. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Seeing that Han Xiaoyun was still breaking through the boundless void, the man from Tianju lent a hand. His body crackled with electric energy. Before departing, he deemed it appropriate to offer them a parting gift. As his words fell, the clear sky darkened ominously. Countless dark clouds converged, unleashing a gentle rain. This rain was no ordinary precipitation. It had the power to weaken mental prowess. All below the sea realm would be diminished by 1 level. The river realm would regress to the pond realm. The pond realm would become the lamp realm. The lamp realm would revert to the ordinary. Zizizi, zizizizi. Flashes of light coalesced. The man from Tianju spread his arms, unleashing a torrent of lightning. 50% of the lightning aided Han Xiaoyun in his breakthrough through the boundless void. The remaining 50% rapidly locked onto several targets within and beyond the campus. Suddenly released, below the sea realm. Your fragility cannot withstand even a continuous drizzle. The mightiest of lives will fall like rain. Remember, the power of the ancient God Church. We shall return. The dual deities, emissaries. And HNDL. In an instant, thunder roared. Streams of golden light shot forth like bolts of lightning, striking various locations. Outside the school, in a tall building, Long Xian eliminated the sniper from the Scorpion squad. Old Zhao assisted nearby. When Qima and Captain Chanmai also arrived at the school gate, just as they intended to rush in for assistance, several beams of light shot forth. The speed was so swift that it surpassed human reflexes. Each beam possessed power that only those in the sea realm could withstand. No, from those directions. Old Zhao, Long Xian. Chenmai's expression shifted. His voice was drowned by the thunder, rumbling, crackling. The thunder sounded like a ferocious lion roaring. The surroundings of the campus were illuminated by golden light, revealing every face in sharp clarity. Don't mind me, Captain, shield Qima. He is of greater value than I. Zhao Kongqing gasped. It seemed fate had always played tricks on him. Even though he had evaded the murderous grasp of the ghost-faced king, a line still sought to steer him back onto the correct path. It aimed to lead him back to his demise. Clang! As old Zhao was engulfed, Chun Mai drew his sword upwards, but alas, he could only manage to shield Wen Qima beside him. Perhaps Chen Mai had other means, no longer restraining something to unleash his true power. Yet, there was no time. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. At the second high school campus, on the girls' dormitory building, Hong Ying, her black hair flowing elegantly, leaped into action. She hurled a spear. In a rapid roll, she exerted force again, kicking the spear's tail with her right foot. Whoosh! The sound of air splitting filled the air. The fiery red spear spun forth. It pierced through a classroom, then it penetrated an art building, shooting out and nailing the offspring of the Nantua serpent demon to the ground, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Whoosh! A faint scent of scorching air lingered. Hadn't the Nantua serpent demon been slain? Why was there still an offspring? Indeed, while the consciousness of the Nantua serpent demon had perished, Li Yifei's remained. Thus, the offspring had not lost their source of power, merely their conscious control. What remained was the most primal instinct to kill. Fortunately, there was only this one left. Now, it was vanquished. With that, only the Nantua serpent demon remained. Hong Ying stood atop the building, preparing to descend when she spotted Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie on the opposite floor. "Hey, Xiaonan!" She hurriedly called out to the two. "Lin Xie. Sister Hong Ying." Si Xiaonan waved back, elated. "I saw it. That move you just made was so cool, so impressive." They exchanged pleasantries. Upon learning that her father was safe, Hong Ying felt relieved. As they chatted, Zhang Hai had just finished merging the powers of seize and bestow. He emerged from a certain place. Coincidentally, at that moment, the man from Tianzhu in the highest sky released the lightning in full. By sheer coincidence, several beams enveloped this very area, including Lin Xie, Si Xiaonan, and Hong Ying. It seemed to be targeting the night watchman, and at that moment, the three felt a beam of lightning expanding infinitely in their sight. Yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished. It appeared to have been intercepted. Close proximity made it easier to intercept. The remaining beams heading outside the campus were also mostly intercepted, leaving only a small portion to scatter downward. If Zhang Hai had restrained himself, his mind remained focused on the campus, without attention to the outside and places within his reach. He merely moved his hand. Who said I was still in my probationary period? Moreover, he indeed needed corpses. Yet this process required gentleness due to being in the school. The school being affected was of little concern. After all, during his time as a student, his greatest dream had been to become an excavator operator and demolish the school. However, with teachers and students present, he could not act without consideration. Of course, that was no longer needed. Zhang Hai glanced at the spear embedded deep in the ground. With Hong Ying floating gracefully, it was lodged very deep. A testament to great force, clearly exceeding the bounds of ordinary humanity. Mei Hua Yu Chong, he silently praised before shifting his gaze. Finally willing to emerge from your rat hole, I do not seek you out. Yet you seem quite fond of bouncing around. You've even found a gap, playing quite happily. Zhang Hai had an aversion to dark clouds, to night, to rain, and even more. Tio someone aiming at Hong Ying. ASAN.AS for the man from Tianzhu. The moment he released the lightning, he turned and retreated alongside Han Xiaoyun. It seemed that for them, the individuals within the campus still posed no threat. The true threat remained outside. Thus, the current situation was simply, come and go as they pleased. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai approached the massive pit, reaching for the end of Hong Ying's spear, feeling the residual warmth from where she had touched it, effortlessly extracting it from the offspring of the serpent demon. Then he stepped forward, gradually extending his strides. Gripping the long spear aimed upwards, he pulled it back with all his might. Whoosh! The sound of fabric tearing echoed immediately. After the lightning dissipated, Hong Ying felt the overwhelming force and gradually regained her senses, clenching her fists. For the first time, she directly sensed the vast chasm between herself and the strong. How immense was it? 2 whole realms apart. In the face of such force, she could not react, let alone harbor thoughts of resistance. They were entirely on different tiers. If it had truly descended smoothly, she would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand it. Yet, why had it suddenly vanished? She murmured softly. Sister Hong Ying, Someone has intervened on our behalf, Sai Xiaonan replied from across. Mahong Ying raised her head, recalling something. Was it the person old Zhao had encountered that night? I think I sensed a flicker of his presence. Right near us. She had previously been contemplating sparring. Even if she couldn't fully match up, she still wanted to try. Now was not the time. But surely in the future, after all, as the primary frontline force of Team 136, how could she lack ambition? Little did she expect to encounter such a situation so soon. This incident with the Nantua serpent demon on campus had aided them considerably. So, who exactly was this person? In truth, not only was Hong Ying intrigued, but the other team members were also curious, though Hong Ying was the only one to express it directly. I will go and assist him. Hong Ying took a deep breath, instinctively gripping her spear. This time she noticed, her beloved spear had just been thrown. Wait, Sister Hong Ying, Dante Sai Xiaonan suddenly called out to her. Not far away, a figure hurled a spear. Whoosh! A sudden tempest erupted. The noise was deafening. All the glass in the school shattered in an instant, turning to dust. The rainwater was also drawn upwards. Just as Hong Ying took a step forward. Her delicate face shifted, her coat and hair whipped wildly. This unexpected whirlwind even affected her, making it difficult to maintain her balance. Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye on the opposite side hurriedly grasped nearby pillars. Where did this typhoon come from? There was no sign at all. Was it brought on by this rain and weather? They dared not speak. For the moment they did, countless gusts would rush in, becoming a chaotic roar, like a drum of wind. Not to mention how close they are. At this moment, I am experiencing a visceral sensation that will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Trees are snapping like twigs, uprooted from the earth. It feels as if it has surpassed a Category 10 typhoon. Nearby, the Anqing fish are not faring any better, caught in a state of utter disarray. Tian Shirku. Zhang Hai's muscles explode with power, grasping the long spear by its tail. He hurls it forward with great force. Before it even leaves his hand, a sonic boom erupts, boom, crack. Yet, before he can unleash his full might, the spear begins to shatter inch by inch. It twists and contorts. Even though it is forged from superalloy, it is no match for this. During its flight, the spear handle breaks clean off. The spearhead is lost to the unknown. And when Zhang Hai finally unleashes this strike, only the handle remains. Nonetheless, the force of the ensuing wave is still terrifyingly potent, 3 kilometers away in the sky. What have you done, Han Xiaoyun? The Tianju man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying an air of nonchalance as if to say, I have done my part and shall now withdraw, concealing both my merits and fame. The Tianju man shakes his head, attempting to mitigate some of the losses. The translator has completed its task, indeed. After all, there have been no gains this time. As Han Xiaoyun speaks, his gaze sharpens, sensing that they are being watched. This is the instinct of a formidable warrior. Oh, leave it to me. The Tianju man also senses it. He is still standing there. How could he strike at us from such a distance? If it were face to face, there would be a threat. But at this distance, the energy from the forbidden ruins must have dissipated significantly, right? How much power could there be? The Tianju man shakes his head in confusion. Yet, he positions himself in front of Han Xiaoyun, pulling back his arms to unleash the pinnacle of his power. Reconstructing, yellow lightning unfurls like the strings of a zither, each strand capable of obliterating a squad of night watchmen from a third-tier city. Then, the threads morph into spherical lightning. Strengthen your might, let it truly be as great as you claim. The Tianju man points with a single finger, but before he can fully manifest it, a beam of orange light stretching 1,000 meters flashes past him, cleaving him in two. In the next instant, a line of blood appears, from his head to his abdomen, splitting open in an instant. Flesh and blood are severed, a connection lost. He has been cleaved, struck down at a speed that leaves him unable to react. The Tianju man stands in stunned silence for several seconds, then, his eyes widen in disbelief, as if he were an ordinary person, his hands flailing in the air, babbling incoherently. Mother, 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 where are you? Chapter 27. Rending the Sky. The fire of the sun. Amidst the splattering blood, he babbles nonsensically, in a frenzied state, no longer possessing the nonchalance of before witnessing this horrific scene. Han Xiaoyun's pupils constrict to their utmost limits. He bites down on his tongue, Forcing out every ounce of potential within him, he thrusts his hands forward, unleashing the full power of the 13 seats of believers. The Great Wind Disaster. To occupy a seat among the 13 believers is no simple feat. As a former night watchman and captain of the Suzhou City team, he is no exception. Wind blades are wind. Any attack carried by the wind falls within the realm of wind. It cannot harm me. Han Xiaoyun pushes forward, sensing that his strength is insufficient to counter the force. His voice falters. As his expression shifts, he makes a decisive move, instantly sidestepping. His form transforms into a whirlwind, propelled by this divine strike. Whoosh! The massive orange slash sweeps past. Han Xiaoyun narrowly escapes disaster. To be precise, due to a certain affinity, sharing the wind attribute, he is inherently attuned to these forces, allowing him to survive. He is exceedingly fortunate. But if it were someone else here, such as the Tianzhu man, at this moment, he would be as good as dead. What kind of forbidden ruins is this? Han Xiaoyun's eyes flicker with disbelief. A slashing type? Not plant-based? Have I guessed wrong again? As for this power that Zhang Hai has unleashed purely through his physicality, he subconsciously feels it is impossible. The campus of No. 2 Middle School. Beneath the art building. After Zhang Hai unleashes this strike, the sky literally splits apart, the dark clouds and rain dissipating in an instant, to be precise. It has torn open a supersized rift within a radius of 3,000 meters. Magnificent, breathtaking, the greatest extent of sky affected. All the chaotic clouds are forcefully expelled. One shot, parting the heavens. No, it should be said that with a broken spear, he has parted the heavens. Whoosh, the spear handle in his hand. Now slowly releasing, crumbles to powder, scattering through the air, too brittle. Could it be that the Red Ying spear is not made from the material of the Stardust blade? A strange thought crosses Zhang Hai's mind. It feels as fragile as paper. Stardust blade. As an essential weapon among night watchmen, it possesses indestructible properties, durable, long-lasting. This is its greatest characteristic. Thus, Zhang Hai unhesitatingly borrowed his daughter's spear, believing it to be standard equipment for night watchmen. Yet now it appears, he has misjudged. The Stardust blade is indeed just a blade, solely a blade, without any other variations. As his thoughts race, Zhang Hai hears the system prompt. Ding, Sea Realm Human Corpse 1, first sacrifice of Sea Realm Human Corpse. Grants a critical hit reward. Another critical hit? Zhang Hai's gaze flickers. The Red Ying spear is ruined, so what remains? How shall I resolve this? Then, he maintains his throwing posture, continuing to pull back his right hand. Grasping at the void, as if he has grasped a beating heart, boom. The ground beneath him collapses, cracking for dozens of meters, buzzing. Beneath a mountain, a massive golden axe trembles slightly, the frequency continuously amplifying at No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Hai clenches his fingers towards the center. An indescribable atmosphere envelopes the area. The surrounding pressure begins to rise exponentially. Caw, caw. A chorus of cawing crows pierces the air, evoking an eerie sense of dread. The Calamity Crow? The 136th squad inside and outside the campus has yet to recover from the earlier tempest. Upon hearing this cacophony, their expressions shift to one of disbelief. Even Dr. Li, with his hands in his pockets on a nearby street, furrows his starry brows, discerning the source of this raspy sound. Calamity Crow. This is a crow, a forbidden object imbued with the essence of the forbidden ruins. When a great disaster is about to befall Songnan City, it will shriek a warning in advance, serving as a detector. Now that it begins to call, it signifies that someone is about to instigate a major calamity. At the junior high campus in the midst of class, Yang Jin suddenly raises his head. Meanwhile, at Yang Jin's home, the little black dog napping on the balcony wakes up, unable to suppress a low growl. Barking loudly, as if sensing something that threatens it, they all feel a profound, yet distinctly non-divine power brewing. Forget it. Using the divine axe Rita here would wreak havoc on the ground. Zhang Hai suddenly abandons the idea. Realizing this place is unsuitable in an instant, the surrounding pressure plummets. Everyone seems to be able to breathe again. How unfortunate, due to the nature of the forbidden ruins, wind blades are ineffective against me. Even slashes formed from weapons are the same. Han Xiaoyun narrowly escapes disaster. Glancing back, he once again gathers his strength. You are formidable. But you have chosen the wrong opponent. Is that so? A voice, devoid of joy or sorrow, resonates. Then, a hand presses down upon Han Xiaoyun's head. Do not move. Huh? Han Xiaoyun suddenly looks up. You. Did you say not to move? So I shall not. Upon hearing this, he scurries away like a mouse, then makes a decisive move. Dozens of wind blades erupt from his body, each capable of easily slicing through steel. He forms small tornadoes with both hands, hurling them upward. In normal circumstances, they could tear apart a dozen buildings. Elementalization? Zhang Hai expresses a light doubt. Watching the full-force whirlwind unleashed by the sea realm, he snaps his fingers. Whoosh! As the sound of the snap echoes, a spark flies from his fingertip. In an instant, all of Han Xiaoyun's attacks are engulfed in twinkling flames, transforming into a magnificent fireworks display. The force of the wind blades dissipates. Amidst the waves of heat, Han Xiaoyun is forced to reveal his true form. Zhang Hai vanishes. When he reappears, he is once again above Han Xiaoyun. The former night watchman, willing to join the believers for the sake of his comrades' lives, is truly a pitiable figure. Although he speaks with pity, his tone carries a sense of disdain. Do you know me? Who on earth are you? Han Xiaoyun is drenched in sweat. If facing a night watchman, he might accept death calmly, but to die before this enigmatic figure. Is that truly what he desires? You cannot catch me. Han Xiaoyun grits his teeth. He splits off once more. The autumn chill is palpable. Yet, Zhang Hai has grown weary of the game. He comes and goes as he pleases. But such ease is a mere illusion, no longer flickering. He extended his right hand slowly beneath the sun's embrace. Harnessing the power of the sun, energy began to coalesce with wild fervor. A luminous sphere commenced its expansion. Swelling to the size of a basin, the temperature soared to tens of thousands of degrees, relentlessly climbing higher. The fire of the sun. He could not be bothered to fixate on a target, nor did he care to ascertain the whereabouts of Han Xiaoyun. He merely cast it downward without a second thought. Fire. Han Xiaoyun felt a surge of restlessness coursing through him, devoid of hesitation or false hope. He activated his final trump card, shattering the orb in his grasp, whispering, "My lord." In the next instant, a dense aura of nightmares unfurled. A formidable shadow materialized in an instant, heralding the darkest essence of the ancient God Church. What is happening? The mission has already failed, and yet I am summoned. There's significant intelligence from Cangnan City. Han Xiaoyun, one of the three oldest gods within the ancient God Church, the creator of the covenant with the faithful. Whispering, "I have arrived." He opened his elongated phoenix eyes, his gaze chilling, but soon ignited with fervor. Not merely in the figurative sense, but in a genuine blaze. His entire being began to combust spontaneously. He could not afford to present an elegant posture. Hastily turning to behold, there, he witnessed an orange sun. It blazed forth, nearly colliding with the tip of his nose. Damn. Chapter 28. The astonishment of the entire school. His appearance seemed to serve but one purpose, to intercept this strike. Even so, that despite his noble demeanor, at this moment, the avatar of whispering could not suppress an expletive, a phrase most unbecoming of his stature. Once uttered, his form had evaporated by more than half, disappearing at a visible rate. Buzz! The radiance, instantly expanding. It magnified within their sight, filled with light and heat. Beyond this brilliance, a pair of piercing eyes gazed down upon him, like one might observe an insect scrutinizing himself. Such a gaze had only ever been directed at others. No one dared to confront him in such a manner. Han Xiaoyun. What manner of being has he provoked? Is this a summons for mutual demise? Is he to be used as a shield? A reversal of fate? No, that cannot be. The faithful are utterly loyal. Such treachery is inconceivable. He swung his hand. Yet before his abilities could fully manifest, his body was consumed in flames. Thus, this so-called avatar of whispering emerged only to vanish without accomplishing anything. Twisted, struggling, bewildered, only a final thought remained. Why? This is Cangnan City. How could such a presence exist? Power surpassing the pinnacle of the sea realm. How could one of such caliber be confined here? Damned. Indeed, this is significant intelligence. But alas, what use is it if I cannot return with my life? You shall meet my true form again. This time, it was merely a fragment of my soul's power, not fully unleashed. Buzz, the orange glow enveloped this small area. Nearby birds, clouds, the very air. Everything was scorched and rapidly dissipated. Including the turbulence stirred by Han Xiaoyun, all was inevitably consumed. Evaporated, transforming into a conflagration amidst the clouds. From afar, it resembled a sea of fiery clouds. Composed of genuine flames. Of course, for one of the sea realm, this represented a cataclysmic force. Yet for Zhang Hai himself, just how much power had been utilized, that remains uncertain. Furthermore, it is worth noting that at the moment of the explosion of the Fire of the Sun, both Zhang Hai and Han Xiaoyun vanished simultaneously. The headquarters of the ancient god church was steeped in a foreboding ambience. With the dissipating energies from Cangnan City, candles flickered and extinguished one by one in the nearby window. The smaller candles on the lower tier were inconsequential. However, when three of the larger candles, corresponding to El Yang, the Tianju Man, and Han Xiaoyun, gradually extinguished, the cloaked members of the ancient god church below exhibited subtle shifts in expression. They had all perished. Even Han Xiaoyun's soul lamp has been extinguished. He should be well aware that the Night Watchers are in recent years. Such losses have not been incurred. The response from Cangnan City was alarmingly swift. After all, they are dual divine agents. In truth, the remaining faithful had only just received word, for the sake of confidentiality. But who could have anticipated that upon receiving the news, the trio would be obliterated in an instant? In Cangnan City, 3 thrones graced the upper section. 2 of them were occupied. 1 seat bore a white-haired man clad in a tailcoat, his hands crossed over his chest, head bowed slightly. His visage was striking, emanating a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure. Despite its delicacy, it rendered the faithful below utterly silent. The deeper the silence, the more terrifying it became. They had been alerted to retreat in advance. Additional squads from the Night Watchers would soon provide support. Yet, they had not vacated. Not only had they not escaped, but they had also been eliminated. Useless. Whispering narrowed his eyes, sensing the loss of one of his avatars. Although it was merely of the sea realm, it nonetheless represented him. He glanced at the throne not far away, occupied by another god of the ancient god church, Qianma, and fell silent. Should he continue to cast aspersions? It would inadvertently reflect upon himself, revealing his own shortcomings before Qianma. However, the speed at which the projection vanished was astonishing, nearly as if it had just appeared to be obliterated. No information had been transmitted. The Night Watchers, regular ones, could not achieve such a feat. It is impossible for one person to accomplish this. The loss of a nightmare projection bore little consequence for him. Whispering could project something even more formidable. Yet, unknowns are often the most fearsome. That avatar perished too swiftly, too enigmatically. It would take at least a boundless level of power to accomplish such a feat. Where could Cangnan City harbor such boundless strength? Such beings do not linger idly. His instincts told him this incident had nothing to do with the Night Watchers. With Han Xiaoyun's demise and the significant loss of faithful, this matter cannot be dismissed lightly. A thorough investigation is imperative. At the second high school, the tumult gradually subsided, the sky clearing. Whether it was the Nantua serpent demon or the ancient god church, both were dealt with in one fell swoop. And the one who resolved it all, nobody would suspect, was a once unremarkable teacher, frail and ailing. Saved, truly saved this time, without any unforeseen circumstances, right? You jinx, don't say another word, Bao Shuang. You rascal, though we are brothers. You truly vanish faster than anyone else, damn. We promise to be sisters for life. This world, it turns out, is not at all the world we once knew. I used to fantasize about a zombie virus outbreak and how I would showcase my skills. But now I shall refrain from idle boasting. In light of this, the emergency evacuation drills hold significant merit. How many more monsters lurked among us before? Are there still any now? After the tempest's fury? The campus lay in disarray. Fortunately, the students and teachers emerged unscathed. During the explosion of the serpent demon's progeny, they had all found places to hide. Meanwhile, the true disaster zone was elsewhere. Regardless of whether it was the Nantua serpent demon or the others, they were swiftly quelled shortly after their appearance. The real casualties stemmed from the chaos of panic, trampling, and screams, more so than the creatures themselves, as they gradually regained composure. Emotions ran high. Some teachers grabbed their phones, eager to call for help, while others sought to video chat. Yet they all soon discovered there was no signal. The atmosphere became uproarious, but it quieted quickly as their attention was drawn elsewhere. Not just them. The members of Team 136, upon the tempest subsiding, also turned their gazes forward. Then, they beheld the most astonishing sight of their lives. The sky had split open. Chapter 29. I desire you. The longing of Yu. The pupils trembled. Every soul was struck with a powerful blow. Prior to this, dark clouds loomed, heavy rain fell, saturating everything. Then, with a single shot, the tempest arose. The sky cleared, warm sunlight streaming in once more. All of this transpired in an instant. A fleeting moment. The crowd naively believed the tempest had swept away the clouds, oblivious to the true state above. Yet now, as they raised their heads, they realized how ludicrous and naive their earlier thoughts had been. Absurd! The dark clouds and the rain that could destabilize mental fortitude had vanished because they were cleaved asunder. It was akin to a top-tier 3D visual effect. Nonsense, this is 100 times more realistic than mere effects. Is it some form of advanced weaponry, perhaps an intercontinental missile that passed through? Can a missile carve such a vast expanse? The student body erupted into chaos, while the teacher's worldviews crumbled. Having lived for so many years, I once believed that the world was tranquil and that people were materialists. Yet, how can one explain the current scene before me? I thought that creatures such as the Nanda serpent demon were the pinnacle of existence. Little did I know. There are even more extraordinary beings. As the dust settled and the tumult subsided near the art building and the girls' dormitory, Hong Ying coughed lightly as she emerged from a certain floor and then leaped down. She first arrived beside the pit that pierced through the serpent demon, gazing forward to discover a gaping chasm measuring 30 meters in diameter. It appeared as though someone had exerted immense force, causing the ground to yield beneath their weight, or as if a colossal iron ball weighing thousands of pounds had plummeted from a height of 100 meters, creating such fissures. This was still due to the quality of the pavement tiles. Had they been inferior, the damage would have been even more extensive. Just this alone is enough to astound anyone. However, this was merely the beginning. Hong Ying focused her gaze farther afield, before the massive pit lay along. Shallow ravine, cleaved by some unseen force. The surrounding earth and trees, even the 400-meter standard running track, the plastic surface, the grass of the central soccer field, and the campus walls had all been shallowly sliced in twain. Extending 100 meters further, she looked upward at the clouds 3,000 meters away, split asunder. The sheer, devastating power presented an utterly shocking spectacle. Was this the result of her actions? Hong Ying was momentarily lost in thought. Had it not been for Xiao Nan calling out to her just now, she might have been swept away. Is this the nature of battle within the realm of the sea, let alone participating? She didn't even possess the qualification to merely observe. In truth, it wasn't just her. Even if a guardian from the Night Watch had arrived, they would be equally unsettled. Hong Ying had previously assessed this individual as being potentially weaker than Captain Chen Mai. She believed she had a chance to surpass him. Indeed, she must not bolster his morale at the expense of her own reputation. Yet now, this thought trembles violently. Her resolve wavers. She is still far from being able to protect Congnan and her family in the face of such might. She had never dared to imagine that her gun could split the heavens. Even parting the clouds seemed far-fetched. One must understand, no matter how low the clouds, they still soar hundreds of meters above. Here, the clouds are easily over 1,000 meters high. When she fires a shot, if the force can reach several dozen meters without dispersing, that would be remarkable. 100 meters? That is a fool's dream. She is merely at the pool realm. Not to mention heights exceeding 1,000 meters. The disparity is tenfold, even 100-fold. Hong Ying, did you see? Xiaonan has also brought Lin Chia down, and they too are unable to conceal their astonishment at this scene. Especially Lin Chia. Such outlandish spectacles are typically confined to the realm of film. Yet here it is, manifesting in reality. In that moment, silence reigns supreme. Xiaonan, though her face reflects a similar daze, quickly regains her composure. Hong Ying, you always mention Uncle Zhang Hai's poor health, even deceiving his own daughter. This is the true essence of being deep and inscrutable. She had previously thought that family was a burden to Hong Ying. Now, however, who truly burdens whom? Their presence as guardians in the campus only serves to weigh down Uncle Zhang Hai. akin to that flash of lightning just now, had it not been for Uncle Zhang Hai's assistance. She might have had to take action. Xiao Nan collects her thoughts. So, does this mean she has benefited from her connection to Hong Ying? If not for her association with Hong Ying, would Zhang Hai have intervened to shield her? Or to protect the other guardians outside? Hong Ying, are you all right? I'm fine. Xiao Nan, are you concerned about your sister? No, you are the one who should be concerned. Are you all right? Hong Ying, regaining her senses, quickly turns and pulls her close with concern. Xiao Nan feels a warmth within her and shakes her head. I'm fine. Lin Chia is also unharmed. She glances at the boy beside her. Lin Chia stands in a daze, his mind already transported to the god's asylum, inquiring of his mother what level of power this is. Yet, Nix merely smiles subtly, replying with a few simple words. A bit of brute force. Do not panic, my child. Just a bit of brute force? Upon hearing this, Lin Chia pulls his consciousness back, still in a stupor. Is this what one calls a bit of brute force? Truly, she is his mother. Well, I'm fine, he forces a smile. Regardless, he should first reunite with the captain and the others. Hong Ying exhales deeply, shaking hands, feeling as though something is amiss. A sense of emptiness lingers. Xiao Nan timely inquires, Hong Ying, where is your gun? My gun. Just as Hong Ying begins to speak, a cloud of powder drifts towards her, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Clang. Immediately after, a gun, damaged by 99%, plummets from the sky, embedding itself beside them and scattering stones everywhere. The gun is essentially shattered beyond recognition, unable to withstand even a single high-intensity battle. Hong Ying. Xiao Nan crouches down, coughing lightly, remaining silent. Hong Ying's chest begins to rise and fall sharply. This is her beloved firearm. It has accompanied her for so many years. In this moment, fury overwhelms a sliver of reason. She wishes to settle scores with someone. If only I were this gun. To be grasped by such a person would be a true honor. To distance. And Qingyu suddenly steps forward, interrupting Hong Ying. Even if dissected, even if shattered, it remains an honor. He has always kept a low profile, having gone to seek the remains of the Nanda serpent demon. Yet the events unfolding now draw him in even more. Thus, he cannot help but emerge to observe closely. Who are you, and what are you talking about? Hong Ying, suppressing her anger, furrows her brow. Have you not noticed? And Qingyu adjusts his glasses. Facing the gazes of the three, he begins to elucidate. This gun has, in reverse, proven the caliber of its wielder. Firstly, there is only the gun body, devoid of a grip, indicating clearly that the force exerted was excessive, leading to the breakage. There exists a set of calculations for this, but given your limited knowledge, I shan't elaborate further. In any case, this is something only a superhuman could achieve. His expression remains impassive. Thus, even if you seek him out for retribution, it would only end in your demise, a fruitless endeavor. Secondly, the gun body is shattered beyond recognition, evidently unable to withstand the force exerted. Had it been able to endure? When fully unleashed, the destruction would have been far more catastrophic. In simple terms, this strike was far from the wielder's full power, but rather the utmost potential of the gun itself. To this point, and Qingyu's tone shifts from monotony. He, too, is human. When it comes to matters that shake the soul, he remains susceptible. The gun is no good? Hong Ying instinctively wants to refute. She has used this gun for so many years. How could it possibly be ineffective? Yet as the words form on her lips, they remain unspoken. Thirdly, through the aforementioned analysis, and Qingyu continues, this is purely a manifestation of physical strength. The more one knows, the more one analyzes, the clearer one can discern the nature of this individual. Thus, he states that to be broken by them is indeed an honor. Faced with such an existence, one can only feel a sense of unease. A human body? Can it evolve to such a degree? To unleash such energy, he is utterly consumed by the desire to dissect and understand it. Fourthly, and Qingyu suppresses his thoughts. Well, there is no fourth point. Let us leave it at that, then. I shall not pursue the matter further. Hong Ying does not wish to show weakness before Xiao Nan. Thus she strikes a pose with her hands on her hips, adopting an air of, I forgive you, a bit Sundra. All right, in truth, Hong Ying had no intention of pursuing this matter. After all, he had assisted her so much, and she should be grateful. Yet the fracture of her beloved gun leaves her genuinely pained. considering he is also a master of firearms, specializing in the art of guns. Boom! A resounding rumble erupts from the distant sky, a light sphere exploding forth. A wave of hot wind sweeps in. The rolling waves. The brightness approaches that of the sun itself. That very direction is where a shot was fired. Contemplating that someone might possess high-temperature forbidden ruins, for a moment, Hong Ying finds her words caught in her throat, stuttering. Look at this. Given that he is a master of firearms, I doubt she forgets what she ought to say next. Should she say, not to let the gun's inadequacy delay the killing, ultimately leading to her seeking retribution on herself? Chapter 30. The special team is astonished, yet such a level of discussion should not involve us. Right? Well, let the masked team handle it. That will suffice. No. This involves the divine agent, and since we are nearby, it is unreasonable not to intervene. Above the city of Tsangnan, a state-of-the-art military transport aircraft swoops past at high speed. Inside the cargo hold sit 8 individuals, draped in golden cloaks, predominantly female, or rather, nearly entirely female. Indeed, they are the special team of Daxia, ranked 003, the Phoenix team. Their primary duty is to eliminate the foreign mystiques that have infiltrated the nation. However, this time, they happened to be on a mission nearby and, upon hearing headquarters orders, rushed over immediately to this moment, the vice captain, Kong Shang. The sole male within the team meticulously organized the operation. All details regarding this endeavor have been thoroughly reported. Entangled with the ancient god church and the enigmatic presence concealed within Tsangnan No. 2 High School. Their agents are also present beyond the school grounds. Team 136 will find resistance quite challenging. The action plan will proceed as outlined. Does anyone have any questions? If not, before Kong Shang could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a statuesque blonde woman. Me, she exclaimed, raising her hand high. Kong Shang ignored her. Kong Momo. Xia Ximing's face twisted with fury. Are you doing this on purpose? That captain, you speak. Kong Shang maintained his impassive demeanor. That Lin Chia is suspected to be a dual god's representative. Capture him. Furthermore, that unidentified male with high-temperature forbidden ruins, although not a divine representative, piques my interest. Fire and high temperature. We could test to see if we can gain the approval of the Phoenix bloodline. Xia Ximing was eager, seizing the opportunity while he is still a novice and not particularly strong. As she spoke, she made a move to step out of the cabin. However, after just a couple of steps, a radiant explosion erupted several kilometers away from the transport plane. As the luminous sphere ascended, waves of scorching wind were unleashed, sweeping toward them at an alarming speed. The 8 individuals aboard the transport plane felt their golden cloaks billowing violently, with team leader Xia Ximing being the first to bear the brunt of it. She felt it most acutely. At this moment, the phoenix blood hidden within her veins began to stir. It boiled, triggering a violent reaction. The remaining 7 team members, including Vice Captain Kong Shang, merely furrowed their brows, displaying a mix of confusion, curiosity, and solemnity. As if due to insufficient bloodline purity, they could not perceive it as clearly as Xia Ximing. Was that aerial combat? Were they engaged in a skirmish? Was this an armory being transported to the skies, only to be detonated? It must be the ancient god church. Who are they facing off against? Meanwhile, the transport plane was suddenly jolted by turbulence, beginning to shake violently. The pilot in the cockpit, being just an ordinary person, was momentarily blinded by a blinding flash, instinctively falling into a panic, compounded by the turbulence. The aircraft swayed violently, causing several individuals inside to lose their footing. Just as one team member slightly furrowed their brow, preparing to unleash their abilities, the plane unexpectedly stabilized. It was as if a toy car on the verge of flipping had been forcibly righted. Are you looking for me? At that moment, an unfamiliar male voice echoed from outside the cabin. Snail Squad, you are too slow. Just go back. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the individuals inside the cabin shifted sharply, quickly turning to look outside, only to find a vague silhouette. As they focused their gaze, the figure had already drifted farther away, until it was no longer visible. However, one thing was certain. That figure was robust. The tone and manner were rather displeasing. Snail Squad? Even the highest commander of the Night Watch, Yifan, has never spoken of them in such a manner. Who on earth asked that? Elusive as a ghost? Wait, did he just help us stabilize the plane? Kong Shang snapped back to reality, interrupting their conversation and steering the topic back to the main point. I know who he is now. This mysterious person who helped us stabilize, he remarked. He mentioned that we were looking for him. And we've only discussed two individuals, one being Lin Chia, and the other being the man from the high-temperature Forbidden Ruins. He subconsciously glanced at Xia Siming. The characteristics align well, and this power is far stronger than anticipated. So, is he still a novice? Hasn't he already attained a level of strength that poses a threat to us? No way, right? A female team member quietly spoke. We didn't even notice when he got close. It's not that we didn't notice, but rather that he appeared too suddenly. Some team members expressed differing opinions. Moreover, why did he want us to return? Could it be? Beep, the communicator crackled to life. It was Chen Mai from Team 136, calling Phoenix Squad. Thank you for your efforts in coming here. However, the ancient God Church and the Nandu Snake Demon have just been dealt with, thanks to some assistance we received. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say, someone lent us a hand. As soon as the words fell, the Phoenix Squad fell into momentary silence, their expressions gradually transforming. That's so. Was that confirmed? Did they just encounter the one who helped? The group's gaze converged on their captain, who had remained silent since the beginning. Xia Siming sensed their stares, coming back to her senses, and resumed her previous demeanor. She pressed her lips together. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. She clenched her delicate fists, a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. No one is more suitable than him. I was mistaken. It's not the Phoenix bloodline testing him, but rather assessing whether he can accept the Phoenix bloodline. Let us move forward. I must recruit him. No. Entice him into our squad. I don't care about Lin Chia anymore. Just one thought. I want him. Just him. Even Yifan's arrival won't stop me. Is it really that exaggerated? The other team members were incredulous. They had never seen their captain display such an expression before. And what did she mean by enticing him? At the entrance of number 2 high school, the unrestricted airspace was re-established, and dream whispers were played to erase ordinary memories. Meanwhile, logistics personnel were busy cleaning the battlefield. However, they were frustrated to find that the snake demon corpses seemed to have been completely swept away, making it nearly impossible to locate any remains. They made contact with the Phoenix Squad. As for the situation in Xiangnan, it was manageable. The Medusa representative had already retreated upon sensing the precariousness of the situation. Chen Mai closed his earpiece then, alongside Wen Qima, gazed at the chaotic scene within the school, their expressions complex. Long Xian and Old Zhao were fortunately unharmed. Long Xian had quick reflexes, managing to dodge that bolt of lightning, suffering only minor injuries, and was not in mortal danger. Old Zhao was in the same boat, also without life-threatening injuries. Everyone realized that assistance must have been rendered. Otherwise, the aftermath wouldn't have been so minimal. Captain, the harbinger of disaster previously called, do you know the reason behind it? When Qima suddenly inquired that it was his first time hearing this. Most likely it was Han Xiaoyun. His forbidden ruin is a great wind disaster. Once a wind eye forms, he can't even control it himself as the whirlwind continued to expand. Chen Mai, seasoned and experienced, seemed to understand Han Xiaoyun well, his tone restrained. It will become a super disaster sweeping across all of Cangnan. He felt apprehensive, grateful that the possessor of the high-temperature forbidden ruins had intervened. Ah, is that so? When Qima gazed upward at the slowly healing clouds, I thought it was his strike that summoned the harbinger of disaster. I had considered that possibility, but that alone is far from sufficient to provoke the harbinger of disaster's call. Changing the subject, Chen Mai noticed when Qima fixating on the parted clouds and paused. In fact, there is a forbidden object that can also tear through the heavens. It is called Zhan Bai. It is a treasure of the Bailey family, capable of directly ignoring a distance of 1,000 meters. Within that range, it can sever anything with a single stroke. Before he could finish, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan rushed over with Lin Chia. Captain, Qima, are you all okay? They exchanged accounts of their respective encounters, their astonishment growing with each revelation. Si Xiaonan even brought up the beloved firearm lost by Hong Ying. It was severed by the mysterious person. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were taken aback. With bare hands? And it was done with Hong Ying's gun. I was also misled, thinking it was a forbidden object. Chen Mai took a deep breath, looking at Hong Ying, gunned. We should be grateful to that person for coming to our aid. Don T feel uncomfortable. Though we don't know him, he is the hero who saved number 2 high school this time. As for your gun, I know how much you cherish its like a part of your body. Thus, I will reimburse you for a new one, no need to apply for approval. Hong Ying had initially refrained from mentioning it, but upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed, and she fiercely pinched Si Xiaonan's waist. What s with this? Bringing it up like that makes me seem petty. Si Xiaonan stuck her tongue out playfully. Hong Ying rolled her eyes, then suddenly remembered something, her expression becoming serious. By the way, Xiaonan, where's old Zhang? I haven't seen him. You said he is in a very safe place, right? Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan hesitated. Her tongue momentarily stuck. How would she know where he is? The air gradually fell silent. After a while, the logistics team came to report. They had not found any sign of Mr. Zhang Hai in any corner of the school. Upon hearing this, the members of Team 136 were left bewildered. Where could he have gone? Hong Ying visibly began to panic. Si Xiaonan lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes, remaining silent. Uncle Zhang, please come out quickly. There is a high probability that Point One cannot accept the truth of this world. When Chima speculates that before we arrived, they seized the opportunity presented by the void in the Forbidden Realm and escaped. However, there is no need for concern. The range of the Dream Whispers is continually expanding. As long as Uncle Zhang Hai remains nearby, their memories will be erased. Meanwhile, beneath the manhole cover they tread upon, in the foul-smelling sewer, and Qingyu lies in wait, striving to suppress his presence and lower his posture. What are they saying? Are they searching for me, to erase my memory? He has heard numerous footsteps behind him. It seems they are indeed searching for someone. To think he is held in such regard? And Qingyu feels a peculiar sensation. Is it his talent? Speaking of which, if it were not for the awakening of a mysterious power within him moments ago, he would surely have remained ensnared in the Dream Whispers. It is this very power that has granted him a deeper understanding of his own body. He has discovered a method to diminish his own presence. His mental strength is inherently low, making it easy to suppress. As he contemplates this, a sudden glimmer of light appears around the corner. Someone is approaching with a flashlight. Indeed, they are searching for him, and Qingyu narrows his eyes, piercing through the darkness. He then holds his breath, lifting the body of the snake demon offspring, ready to flee at any moment. Not far from the second middle school, within a narrow alley, a loud thud reverberates. Zhang Hai descends from the sky, nonchalantly dragging a fainted man along with him. Stop pretending to be asleep. I know you are awake. He casually tosses the man, who lies on the ground, eyes closed and peaceful. Zhang Hai raises his hand, feigning a slap. Seeing that he remains unresponsive, he shifts tactics. Are you truly asleep? Yifei, I am here, boss. Li Yifei emerges from somewhere, looking pale yet spirited. Fetch some water and splash it on him. Understood, Li Yifei responds, then begins to unbuckle his belt. The man lying on the ground suddenly opens his eyes wide. This man is Han Xiaoyun, who now bears an expression of helplessness, evidently one who does not respond to force. Just kill me. If you wish to inquire about certain intelligence from the ancient God Church, I will not divulge. It is not that he does not wish to speak. Rather, he finds himself unable to. Han Xiaoyun secretly yearns for death, to find liberation in it. Are you certain? Think carefully. Zhang Hai presses on. The believers will not. Wait. Han Xiaoyun squints. I am uncertain. Something feels amiss. A certain restraint seems to have suddenly been released. It was at the moment of casting the whisper projection that it was undone. He should not have acted in such a manner at that time. Why? Because the controlled version of himself would never engage in actions detrimental to the whisper. This is the terrifying nature of the soul contract. A transformation of thought it will not betray, nor can it betray. It will subtly morph into an absolutely loyal puppet. And at that moment, Han Xiaoyun knew that casting the whisper avatar was tantamount to sending it to its death. That thought itself should not have existed, but why? When I was touching your head, did I not say, do not move? Zhang Hai cast a glance at Han Xiaoyun. You still moved at that instant. He attempted to unleash his magic power to seize. It was an impulsive thought, merely to test his ability. Who could have predicted the outcome would be extraordinarily effective? The soul contract. It was uprooted in an instant. It could, to a certain extent, act upon the soul. Touching your head is for your own good, to help me eliminate the contract, is it not? Han Xiaoyun suddenly comprehends. He truly wronged the man I also mentioned. You are quite pitiable. Han Xiaoyun chokes. Well, isn't that a form of mockery? In the next moment, he uses his mental power to sense, and indeed, the feeling of the soul contract, akin to a festering sore, has vanished. He has returned to freedom. Subsequently, he is both astonished and elated. There should be no one capable of dissolving a soul contract. Han Xiaoyun regains his composure, a look of shock in his eyes. How can you accomplish such a feat? This type of contract, which acts upon the mind, is exceedingly rare, even within the ancient God Church. The man before him effortlessly nullified it with a mere wave of his hand. He cannot comprehend. Could it be that not only is he skilled in physical techniques and high temperatures, but his methods concerning the soul are equally formidable? Why did you save me? In such circumstances, even the night watchman should have abandoned me. He has made countless efforts to resist the soul contract. Yet all have ended in failure. The struggle of this process is unbearable. You have misconstrued a matter. Zhang Hai leans slightly, unconsciously exuding pressure. This is not salvation. It is merely granting you a reprieve. For I require more subjects for my magical experiments. Having said this, he points with a single finger. Distinct from the sun's magic, the magic of seizing gradually surges forth, trickling into Han Xiaoyun's brow. Gifted magic is a form of indirect control that resembles the condition Li Yifei was in previously. Yet compared to solar magic, this is considerably gentler. On the magical level, it elevates him to the magic ocean realm, but halts there. It does not reach the realm Li Yifei has crossed. Nevertheless, even so, Han Xiaoyun's expression remains extraordinary. Magic, a new system, catches him off guard. This power. Let Li Yifei explain it to you. Zhang Hai steps back. Observing from the side, he discerns 3 points. First, a single individual can only be granted one type of magic. Forcibly providing 2 attributes would cause an explosion, just like the devil fruit in One Piece. Of course, Zhang Hai is an exception. The sun encompasses all. Second, for those who have been granted magic, such as Han Xiaoyun and Li Yifei, the growth potential of magic is temporarily indiscernible. There are also limitations. If Zhang Hai does not continue to provide, they can only maintain their current level, and it may gradually wane. Without supplementation, it will eventually dissipate. As for seeking breakthroughs in magic, that is even more challenging. Firstly, the body must be able to endure it, and secondly, Zhang Hai must continue to nourish them. Only upon fulfilling both conditions can they break through. Even so, the augmentation remains significant for them in critical moments. It is a life-saving weapon. It even allows for counterattacks, taking advantage of information gaps against opponents. It is akin to the relationship between a tree and its branches. A tree can survive without its branches, but branches cannot exist without a tree. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyun gradually comprehends the situation through Li Yifei's fragmented explanations, revealing a wry smile. That so? I have jumped from one pirate ship to another? What kind of talk is that? Li Yifei immediately glares. His expression is as if he wishes to spit at him. Regardless of how powerful Han Xiaoyun once was, he begins to reprimand him like a leader. No, at this point. I have nowhere else to go. If I return, no one will believe me. They will only escort me to the fasting chamber, where I shall spend the rest of my life. Han Xiaoyun shakes his head, quickly adjusting his posture to explain. He can see that Zhang Hai is infinitely better than the Whisper. Otherwise, he would never have intervened in the second middle school incident. Boss, now, whether it be the night watchman or the ancient God Church, they must be utterly unprepared for me to achieve rebirth. Whatever you need, just command me. Oh? Zhang Hai is somewhat surprised. He has yet to say much, and yet he is so compliant. However, he indeed has matters to attend to. Tasks to assign to these two. Then, Xiaoyun, what will you do? Accounting, wine tasting. Do you possess such skills? Zhang Hai recalls his undeveloped forbidden market. In a few days, I will open a tavern. Han Xiaoyun is taken aback. A tavern? Alcohol? He understands. This is a ruse to conceal the true intentions beneath the surface. Just as the ancient God Church has many strongholds that outwardly appear as ordinary shops or others. In reality, they serve as branches. Well, I will discuss the specifics with you in a few days. Zhang Hai has a preliminary plan. Since he is opening a tavern, he will need to hire staff. Why not find 2 free workers who require no compensation? He need not micromanage everything himself. Moreover, the mystery could easily be entrusted to Li Yifei or Han Xiaoyun for hunting, significantly increasing efficiency. Whatever they cannot handle, they can come back to him for assistance. Having roughly arranged this, he instructs the two to temporarily find a place to hide. After all, it is inconvenient for them to show their faces. Next is the centerpiece of this endeavor. After parting ways, on the journey back, Zhang Hai is filled with anticipation. He plans to thoroughly account for all the bodies he has acquired throughout this ordeal. Nearly 100 lantern realms, the snake demon offspring, dozens of pond realms, predominantly from the ancient god church, several river realms, one half-step ocean realm, one ocean realm. Additionally, there is the recently acquired soul contract, along with the forbidden item, blood boiling. Considering all of this, it can be deemed a bountiful harvest, system, sacrifice. Chapter 32. Magic Critical Breakthrough, True Precepts. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Hai does not sacrifice everything in one go, but rather divides it into several batches to test the effects. After all, lantern realms are too low. Offering them alongside pond and river realms would not significantly increase the probability. It is better to try them separately to see what can be drawn out. As Zhang Hai's thought surged, the system's voice echoed forth. Ding, successfully sacrificed 103 Zhangjing corpses, including Serpent Demon Offspring Human, extracting. Breath Suppression Bracelet 1. Elizabeth's Socks 1. Artifact, Holy Staff Fragment 1, 110. Artifact, Holy Staff Fragment 1, 210. Breath Suppression Bracelet 1. Diane's Giant Boots 1. Holy Staff Fragment 1, 610. A plethora of miscellaneous items, many of which are of little use, for instance, the personal garments of the 7 deadly sins, those belonging to Marlene, Diane of the Giant Clan, and the cross-dressing puppet of Gothar. Furthermore, there are the socks of Elizabeth, the 3rd princess of the Leonis Kingdom, a veritable cornucopia of items. None of them bear any special significance, nor do they possess magical properties. Regrettably, Zhang Hai finds little utility in them. For the time being, he refrains from extracting them. Should they be collected, it would likely arouse unnecessary suspicion from Hong Ying. A larger draw yields better rewards. The most notable acquisition is several breath suppression bracelets, capable of concealing one's presence and camouflaging their form. Yet, this is their sole function. One might liken them to a low-tier version of Marlene's glasses, lacking any supportive capabilities. They could be of use to Han Xiaoyun and Li Yifei, but not for socks and clothing, rather for the bracelets. Subsequently, he has gathered 6 fragments of the Holy Staff artifact. The sacrifices must continue. Ding, consuming 12 Zhangjing corpses, extracting. Ding, consuming Chuanjing corpses, extracting. Artifact, Holy Staff Fragment 4, 1010. Magical Energy, Critical Breakthrough. Ding, consuming Haijing corpses, first sacrifice of Haijing, triggering critical hit. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the druid's blood magical energy, apostle of the goddess's eye technique. Ding, consuming forbidden item, blood boiling, consuming, soul contract 1, extracting. Congratulations, you have drawn the commandment, truth. Effect, those who speak falsehoods or break promises will be turned to stone. Blood boiling appears formidable, capable of harnessing the power of the deceased, but such strength is merely temporary, bound by time. Once the duration expires, it will dissipate. It may even prove somewhat insubstantial. This is unacceptable. Zhang Hai prefers to embody permanence. Thus, he includes it in the sacrifices. At this moment, after depleting all resources, the returns are abundant. First and foremost, the gathered fragments of the Holy Staff artifact, a weapon exclusive to the sin of greed. When used in conjunction, its effects are extraordinary. The 7 deadly sins once declared that the lake symbolizes magical energy, while items serve as the means to draw forth that energy. Those items that perfectly manifest the effects of magic are deemed artifacts. The significance of the word perfect is indeed substantial. This weapon shall be stored for the time being, not to be released. Magical energy, critical breakthrough, commandment, truth. This equates to possessing the magical energy and commandment of Jialan. As one of the 10 commandments, Jialan's strength is quite commendable. The critical breakthrough can elevate one's martial prowess to its utmost limits. However, once activated, it may lead to a state of frenzy until the magical energy is depleted. Yet, upon merging with pride, it seems a transformation has occurred. Zhang Hai dons the glasses, restores his physique, and adopts a more approachable tone, devoid of the previous intimidating aura. Then, he initiates the critical breakthrough once more. Instantly, a cyclone of energy erupts around him, even with Marlene's glasses suppressing him. the surrounding environment undergoes drastic changes. His toes, as light as feathers, press against the ground. The earth immediately fractures. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters. The void itself begins to warp. Had he not hastily restrained himself, this distance would undoubtedly have expanded far beyond. Within the 7 deadly sins, there exists the combat level. The combat level is a combination of magical energy, martial prowess, and vitality. Magical energy represents one's spirit and attributes. Martial prowess denotes physical capability. Vitality reflects one's composure and endurance. The critical breakthrough does not amplify magical energy. It enhances martial prowess. It can instantaneously disregard the limitations of his daytime physique, reaching its utmost potential. This not a natural fit for him. When is his physical strength at its zenith during the day? Certainly at noon. And now, with the critical breakthrough, he is unbound by this limitation, able to maximize his physical strength. Furthermore, as long as he possesses sufficient magical energy, he can continuously grow stronger, breaking through limits as time progresses. The limit beyond limits. It sounds somewhat convoluted. Tio put it simply. If he activates the critical breakthrough at 6 in the morning, he immediately reaches his strongest physique. Building upon that, he can continue to grow stronger with the rising sun until 6 hours later, combining with the peak at noon, becoming even more formidable. For Jialon, it is of average use, however. For me, Zhang Hai feels an inexplicable exhilaration. It is perfectly suited for him. Of course, this is predicated on having enough magical energy. Thus far, he has never encountered a shortage. Additionally, under normal circumstances, it is best not to use it, as it may lead to a state of frenzy until the magical energy is exhausted. This suggests that it will consume a significant amount of magical energy. Perhaps he could conduct a full-release experiment when time permits. The fusion of magical energy, martial prowess, and vitality. These 3 elements combined represent the strongest state. This critical breakthrough can only enhance one aspect, specifically the limits of his physique, which is somewhat regrettable. Otherwise, he would essentially be able to achieve the peak of noon at any moment. This enhancement pertains solely to physical limits. It does not encompass solar magical energy, nor does it include vitality or willpower in all aspects. Alright, upon reflection, perhaps it is not as advantageous as it seems. Greed leads to ruin. Nonetheless, it remains a formidable trump card. Furthermore, the peak breakthrough at noon lasts only for a brief period. The critical breakthrough does not have such constraints. The specific effects must await practical application. Next is the commandment, truth, in my presence. Anyone who utters lies cannot escape. All will be turned to stone, including myself. Anyone. Does this not embody the concept of indiscriminate assault? Zhang Hai raises an eyebrow. It seems to affect both friend and foe alike. However, he holds the reins of this power, when to activate it and when to cease. It is entirely at his discretion. He can induce others to lie, compelling them to break promises, a rather mischievous tactic. Then, when it is his turn, he can simply cancel its activation, a direct shut-off, halting the process. This poses no significant issue. Intriguing, akin to a human lie detector. Zhang Hai sets it aside for the moment. In the face of such overwhelming power, it may prove somewhat superfluous unless the other party is willing to engage in prolonged discourse. Of course, if wielded effectively, it could yield remarkable results. Chapter 33. Healing Eye Technique. Hong Ying's Confession Bureau. Additionally, there exists the divine-grade restorative magic, apostle of the goddess's eye technique, super magical healing, among the 7 deadly sins. Elizabeth's hidden magical energy, more accurately termed super magical energy. In the original work, when activated, it can encompass the entire kingdom, capable of wide-ranging healing. Any injuries sustained by individuals within the area, be they from the 7 deadly sins or the holy nights, can be restored. Restoration. Am I not in need of healing? If Hong Ying were to be injured, I could indeed replenish her vitality. Zhang Hai possesses the boon of immortality, coupled with a grand healing spell. It equates to a double-layer buff, capable of healing both himself and others. Wait, does this mean he has truly become a healing dragon? Zhang Hai steadies his mind, reflecting on the magical energy and items he has absorbed this time. 1 artifact, magical energy. Critical breakthrough commandment, truth. The apostle of the goddess's eye technique. Most importantly, these 3 elements significantly enhance his foundation. The elevation in strength is evident, exceedingly splendid. Next, he decides to return home. Zhang Hai briefly experiences the critical breakthrough before forcibly severing it with solar power. Indeed, it is true. Unlike Jialan, who cannot interrupt without entering a frenzy, it does not apply to him. Moreover, the duration is not long, and the process is not cumbersome. Ultimately, the frenzy stems from a lack of control. As Zhang Hai becomes more adept at manipulating magical energy, his strength visibly increases in the near future, even without the glasses. He will be able to achieve this feat, for the dream that resides within his heart, battling through bloodshed like a tempest darkness, will release the light as he takes his first step. His phone rings. Coincidentally, this ringtone was set by Hong Ying. Curiously, the caller is also her. Hello, littling, old Zhang, you finally picked up. Where are you now? I am. Zhang Hai pauses momentarily, contemplating, and glances in a specific direction. I am at your affairs office, out front, AT's second high school. Within the campus, Hong Ying, who was anxiously preparing to venture out in search of him, receives the call. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she exhales a long sigh of relief. Yet, before the tension in her heart can fully dissipate, it tightens once more. Sister Hong Ying, did Uncle Zhang Hai answer? Si Xiaonan inquires cautiously. Well, how should I put it? He said he's waiting for me at the Peace Affairs office. Ah? Xiaonan, you all say. Hong Ying set down the phone, her almond-shaped eyes flickering with a complex expression. Old Zhang, has he found out? Why is he going to the office? Furthermore, considering that old Zhang didn't go to the hospital but instead resigned. All signs indicate that I am most likely exposed. Discovered? Ah, that's just perfect. This is a self-entrapment. When Chima's eyes widened, a glimmer of light sparking within them. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, raising a finger as if struck by a brilliant idea. It would be just the right opportunity to use Dream Whisper to help Uncle Zhang erase his memories. Roll! Hong Ying presently felt an overwhelming urge to seize a spear and stab him right through. Now, let us be serious. This young lady has no mood for jest. Taking a deep breath, she murmured softly. Can we no longer interact as ordinary people, old Zhang? Si Xiaonan, upon hearing this, wore a peculiar expression on her delicate face. In comparison, who truly is the ordinary person here? Let us go. It is high time for honesty. Hong Ying had steeled herself. Behind her parents' backs, she had engaged in a series of perilous actions. But what expression would her parents wear upon discovering this? Acceptance or opposition? Nevertheless, regardless of their response, since it has come to this point, she shall speak plainly with old Zhang. At this moment, Si Xiaonan also sighed in relief. It was better for the father-daughter matter to be resolved independently. Deep down, she was also quite curious. Yet, a meal must be eaten bite by bite, and water sip by sip. Are you certain, Hong Ying? Chun Mai's tone momentarily faltered. Captain, Article 36 of the Night Watchman Regulations explicitly states that if discovered by ordinary people, the following measures may be taken. Firstly, if discovered by a select few, a confidentiality agreement may be signed. Secondly, if multiple individuals or a group discovers it, memory-erasing substances or prohibitions must be employed to eliminate the witness's memories, preventing further expansion and influence of the incident. Hong Ying's tone was earnest. Just like with Li Yifei before, although he encountered the Phantom King and came into contact with the Night Watchman, he was only required to sign a confidentiality agreement, without the necessity for forced memory erasure. Conversely, should a large-scale incident occur, leading to societal unrest, the situation would be quite different. Individual cases are controllable, but groups are not. Naturally, when it pertains to the families of night watchmen, such as in my case, the complexity increases. However, Dream Whisper and similar prohibitions are best employed immediately after an incident. The longer the delay, the less effective they become. How much time has passed now? Choosing to confess is not unreasonable. I see you are merely waiting for this day. It must have been stifling to keep it bottled up inside. Finally able to voice it, you wish to bask in the moment, don't you? Chun Mai let out a bitter smile, assuring that as long as confidentiality is maintained, the decision is yours to make. Furthermore, rest assured, we will assist you in persuading others that, of course, not everything can be revealed. Only a portion can be disclosed to provide a general understanding. Thus, the group swiftly handled matters on this end, delegating subsequent affairs to the relevant departments before escorting Lin Chia back to the peace office. Lin Chia, have you decided to join us, the Night Watchman? If your decision is made, a new recruit training will commence shortly, and you will arrive just in time. The pace is brisk. This time, they cannot afford to let Lin Chia slip away. A serious discussion is imperative. Yet, before that, Hong Ying's matters also require resolution. The entrance of the peace office. Hong Ying initially held her head high, mustering her courage, resting her hands behind her head, feigning indifference. However, as she drew closer, her confidence waned, and anxiety crept in. After all, the night watchmen are not precisely safe. Just look at the campus incidents. She had previously anticipated whether such a shocking revelation could be easily accepted by ordinary people. Could old Zhang's heart withstand it? Girls often ponder excessively. Even the seemingly forthright Hong Ying was no exception when faced with reality. Coughed, Captain, Deputy Captain? Hong Ying flicked her ponytail, hesitating. Perhaps it would be better to. Hong Ying, you've asked 3 times already. What did you say when you arrived? When did you start acting like a woman? Chen Mai shot her a glare, emphasizing his words. This is not your style, if you're scared. Hong Ying's eyes widened instantly. This young lady fears no one. A surge of defiance surged through her as she strode confidently to the forefront, her hands swinging back and forth with resolute determination. Then, they arrived at the peace office. Uncle Zhang appeared to be examining something. Slowly turning upon hearing the commotion, the father and daughter stood face to face, locking gazes for half a minute. Ultimately, Zhang Hai's composure was stronger than that of striped brother, and Hong Ying quickly faltered. Her spirit deflating, she instinctively averted her gaze and slightly lowered her head. Old Zhang, you're being rather informal. Your teammates are watching. What should I be called? Zhang Hai's expression was serious yet laced with amusement. Often, such demeanor is the hardest to decipher. All right. Hong Ying's voice, as sweet as silver bells, was barely audible. Old man, dad, papa. Not quite appropriate. Under such a stare, her momentum naturally weakened. In truth, Zhang Hai was not old. After drinking from the fountain of life, he had even regained much of his youth. At this moment, he resembled an elder brother reprimanding a younger sister. Yet, the quick extinguishing of her fiery spirit elicited an urge for the onlookers behind her to face Baum. You already know, huh? Yes, on your way back, Xiaonan sent me a message detailing much about you. Hong Ying, it's like this. She then lowered her voice, sounding somewhat hoarse. Xiaonan and Xiaonan wore a bewildered expression. I haven't even added Uncle Zhang's green bubble. How did you contact him? When did this happen? Chapter 34, Wang Su versus Regulations. How did you contact him? Telepathy. All right. I suppose I'm also a part of your play. Right? Hey? No, that doesn't seem right. Xiaonan was overthinking things. You and Xiaonan are both here to protect Songnan, to defend our homeland. Some say, if one cannot take care of their own family, how can they care for the larger community? In truth, I wish to express that if the larger community cannot be safeguarded, if stability cannot be ensured, how can one's family find peace? Zhang Hai shook his head, his tone open-minded. Despite charging ahead, you all serve as examples. Young people, the future is yours. Moreover, being selected speaks volumes of your excellence. You have already been tested by others. This is what qualifies you to be part of this. Just like the female soldiers, the selection is rigorous and brutal, a rare find among many. Then, what more is there for me to worry about? He briefly outlined a few points, while Chen Mai and the others exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, instinctively straightening their postures. Hong Ying's father exhibited far more awareness than they had anticipated. Next, we shall sign the confidentiality agreement, correct? Zhang Hai smiled slightly. Hong Ying, will you lead the way? Or Dado? Oh. Hong Ying suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush from the unexpected praise. Wait, old Zhang, don't you have any objections? Why does it feel like such a drastic change? Or will you wait until we return home to lecture her? Yet, now that she thought about it, this was the first time she had received such direct compliments, making her feel slightly embarrassed. Subsequently, the entire procedure unfolded smoothly, effortlessly, and efficiently, far less troublesome than anyone had imagined. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan was also very welcoming, personally brewing tea while engaging in conversation with Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai noticed the injury on his hand and inquired about it. Wu Xiangnan merely smiled wryly, explaining that often due to this, he assumed a more commanding role within the team, leading to fewer direct confrontations. In the future, I shall rely on your kindness towards my little Ying. Zhang Hai's eyes gleamed with a hint of light. With Hong Ying's strength, It is only fitting that she looks after us. Wu Xiangnan chuckled. Aren't you easy to talk to? Chen Mai's impression of him shifted throughout the conversation, even casting a critical gaze towards Hong Ying. Look at you. All your previous worries were unnecessary. Your father clearly possesses great awareness. A tiger begets no dog. You are both heroes, as Zhang Hai spoke. He emitted a sense of resonance, detecting the extensive underground chamber, vast and filled with training grounds, shooting ranges, weight rooms, and an array of diverse facilities. After discussing matters, once the necessary signatures were affixed, it was time to depart. Farewell, everyone, and Lin Chia, good luck. Zhang Hai waved as he left. Lin Chia nodded in acknowledgement. Comrade Zhang Hai, thank you for understanding our work. Chen Mai escorted them to the door, affirming, of course, Xiao Ying, listen to your captain. I can no longer oversee you. Girls grow up and no longer heed their fathers. You all are busy, no need to see us off. Zhang Hai said, retreating into the distance, politely declining the farewell. There was a hint of loneliness in his departure in that moment. His posture appeared to Hong Ying as if it had become infinitely hunched, leaving her with an uncomfortable sensation. If she were to return to her student days and write an essay themed on father, Hong Ying felt that now. One must certainly be able to eloquently compose lengthy discourses, rather than merely pinning superficial content for the sake of filling space, devoid of genuine insights. S.I. Xiaonan observed the entire situation with an impassive expression. Was that just my illusion? After Chen Mai bid farewell, he seemed to sense a fleeting wave of spiritual energy emanating from Hong Ying's father, faint and reminiscent of a recent awakening. Could it be that he too possesses a forbidden domain? Never mind, he thought, even if he does, what difference does it make? It is better to navigate through the present with stability. An unexpected activation at this age, constrained in various aspects, makes further development exceedingly difficult. The timing was too late. Should we then engage in a life-or-death struggle like the rest of us? In truth, the overwhelming majority of individuals awaken to harmless or low-risk forbidden domains, for instance, tending to flowers or addressing dental cavities. These trivialities are often nonsensical. Those with true capability are exceedingly rare. Even if one possesses the intent, they would merely remain in the Southern Sea, or perhaps in even weaker branches of the Night Watchers. Spending a lifetime without ever witnessing grander vistas, Chen Mai had encountered many such individuals, most of whom were ensnared within a confined realm. Zhang Hai arrived at the bus stop, that moment. A 53 bus slowly approached, the sound of the door clanging echoed. The Peace Affairs office had arrived. The bus doors opened. A doctor clad in a white coat disembarked with a smile. Mr. Zhang Hai, greetings. Would you be interested in accompanying me to the Night Watchers headquarters in Shangjing? The Peace Affairs office was still operating at this hour. Once Zhang Hai departed, the others quickly redirected their focus, not dwelling excessively on him, as there were numerous matters at hand, such as the current report, the subsequent tasks, and the specific injuries of Lao Zhao and Long Xian, all of which needed to be addressed one by one. There was a lack of clarity regarding the high-temperature forbidden domain that had greatly assisted them. No need for further investigation. The higher-ups stated that they would take full control. Speaking of which, the Phoenix Squad was supposed to come over, the special team designated as 003. Indeed, it was the Phoenix Squad that was meant to aid us. This means they are still in the Southern Sea? During the discussion of one matter, Hong Ying's ears perked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. The Phoenix Squad? A special team? Currently, there are only 4 such teams within the Night Watchers. They stand as the pinnacle of the organization, a goal and aspiration for countless Night Watchers. Each team has its unique responsibilities, addressing incidents across the nation. Furthermore, they are also Hong Ying's aspiration, especially the Phoenix Squad, which consists almost entirely of women. They are truly the pride of female Night Watchers. Before she joined Squad 136, she had participated in the Phoenix Squad's assessment and even met Captain Xia Siming. Unfortunately, in the vast and talented realm of Daxia, the competition was fierce, and she was ultimately mercilessly eliminated. Nonetheless, remaining in the Southern Sea to accompany Lao Zhang is now a better option for her point. One can only imagine the number of mysterious incidents occurring nationwide each day. It is highly likely they are occupied with other tasks. Is that so? What a pity. The other team members were also quite eager to witness the Daxia special teams firsthand. However, it appears that the opportunity has slipped away. Chen Mai cast a glance at Wu Xiangnan, who remained silent. He was now merely a shell of his former self. When Qimo remarked, Can we also set the special team as our objective? If the gap is too vast, we are not on the same level. Let us focus on our assigned tasks. The Phoenix Squad. Beside her, Hong Ying felt a tinge of disappointment. She didn't encounter the one who damaged her gun, nor did she see the Phoenix Squad. How frustrating. Beneath the bus stop sign, a young doctor locked eyes with a recently resigned music teacher. The two, seemingly without any connection, unexpectedly crossed paths. The Night Watcher's headquarters? Zhang Hai was not surprised. He knew it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. He just hadn't anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. When did you become aware of my presence? An accident, the young doctor replied, his demeanor exuding a subtle quality that seemed to hold others in its grasp. I see. Zhang Hai nodded, smiling. Then how should I address you? Ah, yes, Dr. Li, the doctor said, his voice possessing a soothing quality that seemed to carry a hint of hypnotism. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yong. Yet, in the next moment, his words faltered, as if he were stuck on the third syllable, unable to articulate further. It felt as though an irresistible, unyielding hand had emerged from some unknown realm or unfathomable abyss, gazing with intent and pressing down upon his head, fixing its gaze upon him. A single misstep in his speech could result in an immediate tightening of that grip. It had to be him. If it had been anyone else, they would have remained oblivious, unable to detect such a profound premonition. Even he had nearly overlooked it indeed. It seemed that the entity had sensed its ostentatious debut and promptly retreated deeper into obscurity, becoming even more adept at concealing itself. Yet Li Yong understood that it was always present, lying in wait, hunting. If time could be reversed, and he were to encounter this once more, the version of himself that goes unnoticed would undoubtedly fall prey. How long had it been since something had posed a threat to him? Even if it were but a physical one, I felt a chill run down his spine. This was a physiological reaction he could not suppress. Gazing at the seemingly composed Zhang Hai before him, he was about to speak, but was interrupted. So your name is Li Yong. Zhang Hai extended his hand. Dr. Li's thoughts shifted, and he offered a genuine smile, extending his hand in return, showcasing a newfound sincerity. Then let me reintroduce myself. You may call me Li Yongguang, or by my original name, Hu Jia. Chapter 35. Zhang Hai. Exposed. Zhang Hai. You have quite a few names. Could it be that you have split personalities? Li Yongguang. Zhang Hai observed his attire and had already guessed. The owner of the Wangshu, Heart's Wonder, domain, Li Yongguang, was an individual who had lived for quite some time, possessing exceedingly unique abilities. The inclusion of Yongguang in his name seemed rather fitting. As for just now, that was merely an attempt by a friend. The effect was commendable. He had also retracted the constraints in a timely manner, forcefully interrupting. Once the constraints lost their anchor, perhaps they still retained some residual strength, which Li Yongguang detected. Additionally, as the constraints had recently merged, they were still adjusting to this environment, leading to their detection. However, after this encounter, Dr. Li's acceleration had essentially achieved perfect integration, becoming an unassailable ruled. As for the consequences of lying after succumbing to the constraints, they were glaringly evident. Physical petrification. However, this did not include the petrification of the soul and spirit. Yet, it must be noted that being unable to petrify does not imply that the petrified body cannot confine the soul. All right, no more jesting. I asked, there's something you need? Zhang Hai inquired. Li Yongguang pondered for a moment. You seem to have memory issues. He had just mentioned his purpose. Zhang Hai replied, do you have medication? He hadn't specified what the matter was. Li Yongguang pulled a bottle of calming and brain-boosting liquid from his pocket. Indeed, I have it. You are quite impressive and mysterious, Mr. Zhang Hai. He sought to probe further into the earlier sensation of threat. There were only three possibilities. 1. An ability residing within Zhang Hai that he himself was unaware of. 2. Zhang Hai was an agent of some deity, activating a certain ability. Or 3. It had nothing to do with Zhang Hai, but something else was targeting him. Yet, from his subtle expressions, Zhang Hai appeared unperturbed. So, which one could it be? You are quite remarkable as well. Zhang Hai chose not to dwell on the matter. Apologies, I am rather busy. I still need to select a tavern location. How about we meet again in a few days? If that doesn't work, I could send my daughter instead. Your daughter? Opening a tavern? Li Yongguang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled that we will assist you with the tavern location. You can choose anywhere you wish. Your liquor, if it proves satisfactory, will surely attract a significant number of orders, he hinted. Without hesitation, Zhang Hai took a step forward. Li Yangwang was momentarily stunned. Let's go. What else is there to discuss? To Shangjing City. After all, he was also helping to alleviate concerns. Very well, Li Yangwang found it quite intriguing, and then pointed towards the bus. Let's take this bus. The bus? Thus, the two boarded the bus. Apart from the driver, they were the only passengers. Zhang Hai had anticipated some special features, but was met with an ordinary experience. It seems your funding has been rather tight recently. In fact, the bus we are currently on is worth $1 million. Li Yangwang succinctly explained. Mr. Zhang Hai, the reason we sought you out is likely clear to you. Not particularly. You saved the second high school, defeating several formal members of the ancient god church. Li Yangwang appeared to have adapted, continuing his discourse, which felt somewhat dry. Thus, this invitation is to offer you a special commendation. Achievements, special rewards, all of it included. Have you fallen asleep? He was slightly taken aback. Why was this not proceeding as expected? It seemed rather whimsical. Could it be due to sheer exhaustion? Perhaps. What he accomplished during the day might indeed have been his limit. He is already quite fatigued. When one reaches a certain level of weariness, there is little concern for the perceptions or thoughts of others. This is particularly true in the small town of Cangnan. There are hardly any adversaries here, however. Cangnan is merely a tiny fragment of the vast expanse of Daxia. It is simply a tertiary city. Ultimately, one must venture forth, explore, and witness just how immense the world truly is. Li Yangwang gazes through the car window at the bustling street, a scene of peace and tranquility. Perhaps this is the essence of the night watchman's toil. Gradually, Li Yangwang begins to feel drowsy. He closes his eyes for a brief respite. As time passes unnoticed, the afternoon drifts into evening. The vehicle has long since entered a special base. Yet, both individuals remain in slumber, and the driver dares not disturb them. It is not until Li Yangwang awakens, only to find that Zhang Hai is absent, that he is momentarily taken aback, shifting his gaze. He catches sight of Zhang Hai just stepping out of the vehicle, truly a master of concealing one's aura. But no, regardless of how adept one may be at hiding, it is impossible to completely elude his senses. Li Yangwang's thoughts stir, and he becomes aware once more. He realizes that rather than having concealed his presence, it is more accurate to say that upon his awakening, Zhang Hai had exited the vehicle with remarkable speed, creating the illusion that he had only just disembarked, effectively masking his aura. Is it appropriate for guests to wait until you finish your slumber? Zhang Hai glances at him with a sidelong look. Meanwhile, within this base, an armed transport aircraft stands parked. Beneath the aircraft, several figures clad in golden cloaks are stationed. Dreadful. They have searched for an entire afternoon without success. Should they inquire with the local night watchman? They have already been contacted, yet they possess no information. Third Master, what about you, Captain? Although I found numerous traces, they prove to be of little use. Captain, we are nearly done. Kong Shang, feeling helpless, interrupts Xia Siming, redirecting the topic. We have other tasks at hand. Speaking of which, who exactly has kept us waiting for so long? Xia Siming, hands on her hips, chews her gum, revealing no hint of information, indicating that there must be some particular significance. They are here for an escort mission. It is somewhat coincidental, as the team was already scheduled to head to the capital. Thus, they also took on this task. Not to mention, the rank is not low. Could it be? Xia Siming suddenly contemplates a possibility, her beautiful eyes growing increasingly bright, until she spots Li Yangwang and Zhang Hai approaching, her spirits deflating momentarily. Yet she quickly rekindles her enthusiasm after a long absence. Li Yangwang draws near, extending his hand in a gesture to shake. Captain Xia Siming, as they draw closer, the situation becomes rather awkward, for Xia Siming seems not to have heard him, instead bypassing him entirely to scrutinize Zhang Hai up and down. My apologies, Deanly. Kong Shang clears his throat, hastening to stand before Li Yangwang and shake his hand, genuinely embarrassed. Captain, that's just how she is. It's quite all right, I understand. After all, Zhang Hai is indeed somewhat exceptional. Li Yangwang chuckles, casting a backward glance. What is so exceptional about this? There is a stark disparity in height, physique, and presence. The figure he saw earlier in the sky appeared quite imposing. This is nothing like that. Not even remotely heated in terms of physical warmth. Xia Siming, akin to an inquisitive child, circles around, observing from various angles, occasionally rubbing her fair chin, only to grow increasingly disappointed. Did she misjudge? After a brief silence, she suddenly becomes animated, moving to his side and lowering her voice, her breath like orchids, causing Zhang Hai's ears to tingle. I understand now. When you were up in the sky, you seemed not to be wearing glasses. Correct? But now you are. Why is that? It must be something extraordinary. Your glasses are an object of restriction, capable of suppressing your aura. Am I right? Chapter 36. Susanoo? No treatment, no cure. Her mind is racing with exceptional speed. To become a captain, none are to be underestimated. If one truly perceives her as careless and ignorant, it would be a grave mistake at this moment. Xia Siming is fully exerting her intelligence and determination. She swiftly removes Zhang Hai's glasses, yet the anticipated scene does not unfold. Upon removal, the fluctuations of Zhang Hai's aura under the increasingly darkening sky seem to diminish even further in terms of mental prowess. He is barely at the level of a mere flickering flame. Xia Siming is taken aback. Miss, have you had your fun? Zhang Hai glances back. Casually taking the guest's glasses is hardly a polite gesture. Not enough. Xia Siming is determined to persist. She calls upon another female teammate, adept at sensing auras, who is both young and beautiful, to assess Zhang Hai. This female teammate places her hand on Zhang Hai's, and upon finding no resistance, whispers an apology before beginning to grip firmly, rather recklessly. Yet she quickly releases her hold, shaking her head. Captain, I believe I have mistaken the person. Is that so? Heh? My apologies, Xia Siming exclaims. You madwoman? Kong Shang rushes to the captain's side, overwhelmed. You are exceedingly rude and utterly deranged. How could you act so carelessly? This is a guest from headquarters. Kong Shang faces Zhang Hai and continues to apologize. I am truly sorry, sir. Due to that fleeting intuition, this isn't the first time such a thing has occurred. Under normal circumstances, if a team member catches her eye, they would be met with immediate gunfire. Conversely, if she finds someone unworthy, no amount of excellence, even if they possess some resilience against the phoenix blood, would suffice. Yang Wang clears his throat, feeling perplexed, for the peculiar fluctuations emanating from Zhang Hai have indeed dissipated entirely. Not a trace remains. What is going on? Even at its lowest, it had at least maintained a certain level. It's all right. I haven't been touched by a stranger in quite some time. However, I do have a suggestion. If your mental state is not optimal, it just so happens that Dean Li is here, you could seek treatment. Zhang Hai's tone is earnest. He appears to have no hint of mockery, genuinely concerned. Xia Siming steps aside, whistling. So it truly isn't. Be honest and calm. Do not be easily angered. Unlike that person on the plane. Indeed, there is a significant disparity. Even if one were to mock, there is little bite. Certainly not comparable. This is her assessment of him. Indeed, she was at fault earlier, having gotten carried away. She had approached and recklessly touched him. Yet this time, she is genuinely disappointed. Forget it, I will return to find those higher-ups among the night watchmen and inquire further. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the truth. My apologies. I mistook the person. Well, Xia Siming adjusts herself and introduces herself to Zhang Hai. I am Captain Xia Siming of the Phoenix team, a special unit of the Daxia Night Watchmen. These are my team members. The female teammate who had just touched Zhang Hai offers an apologetic smile. I am a recently resigned teacher, skilled in crafting exquisite cocktails. Zhang Hai pays her no mind. A teacher? Exquisite cocktails? These two incongruous terms cause Kong Shang to momentarily pause. Ah. Are you implying that those at headquarters wish to drink, and thus have invited a distiller from afar to protect and escort us? Xia Siming secretly chuckles. However, she knows she will not be believed, so she half-jokingly adds, It has been ages since I have tasted fine wine. Can the master whip up a glass on the spot? There are materials available here. Kong Shang pinches the bridge of his nose, wishing to directly push the captain forward. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hai responds, Sure. Zhang Hai ponders for a moment and agrees, I happen to be in need of real-world examples to share. He begins to mix drinks in front of them. Within the expansive military base, there is an abundance of resources. Just as he casually mentions it, someone indeed brings forth various common ingredients, beverages, and even some uncommon ones, such as chili peppers. Zhang Hai also incorporates a bit of a rare ingredient, grinding up scales from the serpent demon's offspring. under the bewildered gazes of Xia Siming and the others. A glass filled with a vibrant red liquid swirls in the cup, resembling a tempestuous fusion of wind and flame, meticulously crafted. I call it bloodthirsty serpent demon. This was a spontaneous creation of his. The remaining glasses are a concoction of various styles, each mixed with mysterious ingredients such as Ghost Face King and others, all haphazardly blended. Not to mention, Xia Siming and her companions are left in stunned silence. And even Zhang Hai himself cannot fully comprehend the mixtured it is as if he is conducting a preemptive demonstration. In contrast, the Phoenix team is rendered speechless. Can he truly do this? However, is it safe to drink? The bold Xia Siming is the first to sample it, her beautiful eyes widening instantly. Her taste buds erupt. An indescribable flavor swirls within her mouth, continuously washing over her senses. It feels as if the earth is trembling. Like a volcanic eruption, a medley of exquisite flavors, even as it enters her stomach, continues to swirl and release. The phoenix blood within her is rejoicing. Truly delicious. No wonder headquarters sought you out. I, too, desire a sommelier like you. With no time to spare, Xia Siming quickly gulps down the drink. Following this, the individual exhibited peculiar behavior, their cheeks flushed, and an intensified desire to seek someone within their heart. Long legs underwent a transformation. Seemingly sprouting scales, merging together it was, transitioning into a serpentine tail. Yet, in an instant, it was engulfed by a flicker of flame, reduced to ashes. The remaining team members tentatively took a sip, leading to an uncontrollable urge to drink more. It was so delightful that they couldn't release their hold even when slapped. Subtle changes also manifested in their bodies, some bearing negative effects while others experienced positive ones. However, for their realms, the impact was negligible. Zhang Hai observed silently, noting the experimental subjects. Indeed, the liquor produced from the realm is ineffective for those who have transcended several realms. He documented his findings. Li Yangwang watched as they gulped their drinks with abandon. Glancing at Zhang Hai, what a versatile talent he is! A glimmer of unusual light passed over his golden-rimmed glasses. But is this the forbidden ruins? Does drinking induce transformations? If this is the case, what were the abilities previously employed? Old Zhang, may I refer to you as such? Aha, let's add a green bubble, your liquor in the future. Meanwhile, the relationship between the Phoenix team and Zhang Hai grew closer. They repeatedly expressed their prior impertinence, urging him not to take offense. The underlying tone was markedly different. Although there remained a sense of discomfort in inviting a bartender from such a distance, their attitude had undergone a significant shift. Xia Siming even placed her hand on Zhang Hai's shoulder, attempting a friendly embrace. Quite the generous display. This was her first time behaving so familiarly with a male, especially one just acquainted with her. Perhaps influenced by the liquor, Director Li, won't you join us? No, I have matters to attend to. With hands in his pockets, Director Li bid farewell. Until we meet again, everyone. The transport aircraft swiftly ascended, heading towards Beijing. As for the issues at home, Zhang Hai had already sent a message to Honging earlier, alleviating any worries. In the city of Cangnan, atop a tall building, the moonlight gently cascaded down. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan gazed at the airplane streaking across the moonlit sky. Feeling a jolt of anxiety from the day's events, was the Phoenix team seeking him as well? I wonder if they found him, Wu Xiangnan remarked, her expression forlorn, a bitter smile gracing her lips, lamenting her limited ability to assist, letting Hong Ying and Xiao Nan, those two female comrades, face such immense risks, if it weren't for. Her voice suddenly faltered, shock flickering in her deep-set eyes. Chinmai looked puzzled. Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan trembled, raising her hands, glancing around before clenching them tightly. A gust of energy erupted. Releasing her grip, she drew forth the star blade from Chiang Mai's waist, wielding it with precision, and then, with a swift motion, slashed forward. Whoosh! A wave of slashing energy surged forth, skimming the ground for over 10 meters, effortlessly tearing the wall apart. The sword aura extended for several dozen meters before gradually dissipating. This was merely a casual display. Chiang Mai's heart raced with disbelief. The member of the Blue Rain team, the undying swordsman, has returned. Xiangnan, your hands. It's fine now. Wu Xiangnan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, even more agile than before. This was a wound inflicted by Susanoo from Takamagara. Logically, It was deemed impossible to heal. At least, he had never encountered a remedy. How could it be now? Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan recalled the fleeting glimmer in his eyes earlier that day at the office. Could it be him? Chapter 37. Suoqing, daughter? What a game! In the office during the day, who else could it be but Hong Ying's father? Initially thought to be a mere illusion, if it hadn't been for the fleeting moment, one could have easily mistaken it for colored contact lenses. Naturally, if colored lenses were truly worn by Hong Ying's father, it would be quite strange and eerie. Hence, the thought of an illusion crossed his mind. After that, he sensed something amiss as the wound began to tear apart. At first, he believed it to be a recurrence of an old injury. But as the pain persisted, it felt as if a certain resistance had ended. Unbeknownst to him, the pain subsided, now replaced by a tingling sensation, transforming in an instant. This was a wound inflicted by Susanoo of Takamagara. Even after rebirth, it could not be erased. Every method attempted had yielded no results. The level of difficulty was off the charts. An indelible taboo had reached a severity that made it impossible to wield a sword. But now, gazing at the two deep crimson scars, the horrific sword wounds vanished with the sweep of green light. No one could be more exhilarated than him. No one understood better the agony of a swordsman who has lost the qualification to wield a sword. Such a powerful healing ability must come at a great cost to him. After all, this injury was beyond the capability of even the headquarters. No wonder he was in such a hurry to leave. If it truly was Hong Ying's father, it would be an immense favor. However, if this assumption holds, then what exactly is Zhang Hai's origin? Am I indebted to Hong Ying? Wu Xiangnan's gaze flickered. I need to find an opportunity to confirm this. Of course, before that, it must remain a secret. Possessing such power and carelessly discussing it would only attract trouble, wouldn't it? He certainly would not be so naive. Another point is that Wu Xiangnan could not be 100% certain that it was indeed Hong Ying's father. What could this mean? Chenmai would not suddenly become benevolent for no reason. Wu Xiangnan shook his head. I am not certain for now. Let's discuss this later. In any case, welcome back, Undying Swordsman. Chenmai genuinely rejoiced for him, then pointed at the damaged wall. But you have to compensate for this destruction. Also, regarding Lin Chia's training, various new recruits assignments, and the new troop training camp, you need to pay more attention to it. Don't worry, Captain. Wu Xiangnan smiled sincerely, then became more serious. By the way, let's not report this matter just yet. Understood. Chenmai nodded earnestly. In Beijing, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, under the pitch-black night sky, the transport aircraft landed on its designated runway. Deputy Commanders Suoqing had been waiting in advance, clearly taking this matter seriously. Of course, the Commander-in-Chief would not be present. For the Commander-in-Chief, who was inundated with daily affairs, it would take a matter of Klein or a peak human to warrant their presence. Other than that, the responsibility for organizing exceptional individuals and significant contributors from around the world fell to him. If an issue arose that he could not resolve, it would be escalated to Commander Yi or Captain Xia. I truly appreciate you bringing them here. Huh? What is that smell? Suoqing caught a whiff of alcohol. Then, several individuals approached, arms draped over one another. Among them was Xia Siming. Suoqing's eyelids twitched. Where is the decorum? What has become of your image? Do you know them? Suoqing zeroed in on the only unfamiliar face. Tentatively inquiring, are you Mr. Zhang Hai? First impression. Frail next, he noticed the glasses, scholarly demeanor, and gaunt appearance. Quite different from his expectations. Am I sure I haven't made a mistake? He seemed the type to crumble under a little intimidation. Deputy Commander Zhua, you have such a treasure hidden away. A master bartender. Are you enjoying him exclusively with Commander Yi? Hemph, you lot. Xia Siming was about to say something more but was abruptly silenced by a female teammate. Pulling her behind, drunk? Suoqing's confusion deepened. No, that's not right. This realm of physicality. How could one get drunk? Commander Zhua, hello? Zhang Hai gently released his hold on Xia Siming and extended his hand to shake with Suoqing. I am Mr. Zhang Hai. Or you may refer to me by your codename, Great Strength, correct? No need to be surprised. This information was obtained through our electronic intelligence technology, intercepted from communications with the ancient God Church. Suoqing smiled slightly. Impressive. It's a pity that while we can uncover everything, we still cannot find news regarding the ancient God Church's actions that day. Zhang Hai candidly remarked. Suoqing's expression stiffened slightly before skillfully changing the subject. They proceeded to the office building's reception area, but the Phoenix team was not permitted to enter, as the ensuing discussion would involve sensitive information. Please, take a seat. You are quite the talent, Mr. Zhang Hai. I wonder if you have any interest. Upon Zhang Hai's entry, Zuoqing sensed a hint of drowsiness in him. The atmosphere felt akin to a leader's speech, with students below struggling to stay awake. Zuoqing quickly adjusted his tone. I wonder if you have any interest in the rewards for this mission? What rewards? Zhang Hai slightly opened his eyes. Zuoqing. As expected, one must cater to their interests. He had encountered many exceptional individuals before. Among such a vast population, there were indeed some similar cases, which he was adept at responding to. Zhang Hai, however, was indifferent to who he met. He was there to collect what he needed and leave. Money, power, forbidden artifacts. A daughter, the future of your daughter. This contribution shall be regarded as a commendation bestowed upon you by us, the Night Watchers. You may select one from each category, provided it is reasonable. Zuoqing slowly articulated, taking a sip of tea. Those in positions of power and leadership seem to possess a certain allure, a compelling charm that captivates. As for wealth, I desire a grand villa. Authority? Not necessary. Forbidden items? Are there any storage items akin to a free space? My daughter, I shall manage myself. Among the 4 options, Zhang Hai chose only 2. The villa is a necessity because, according to the original narrative, Hong Ying was meant to reside in a grand villa alongside him, yet they ended up in a community. Although the community is among the better types, it is not the same. Therefore, given his capabilities, why not enjoy better living conditions? Since he has the strength, why not satisfy the most fundamental human desires? Zhang Hai spoke without hesitation. A villa? Absolutely feasible. Upon hearing this, Zuoqing revealed a smile. However, storage-type forbidden items are inherently precious. I shall attempt to assist you in applying for them. He spoke in a rather pleasant manner. As for the other 2, no need, if possible, may I exchange these 2 for equivalent mysteries? Whatever it takes. Zhang Hai did not conceal his intentions, openly expressing that the higher the level, the better. Alternatively, disclose their locations to me. Zuoqing was taken aback. Interested in mysteries? Whatever it takes. He fell silent for a moment. Is it beneficial for the Forbidden Ruins? He silently noted this and then nodded. It is possible, but it will take some time to prepare. Provide an address, we can assist you in mailing them to the location. As for Zhang Hai's subsequent remark, it was disregarded. After all, it is not a special squad, and besides, it is merely one person revealing the locations of mysteries, truly useful. They are scattered across the nation. What if one location is far from another? Just the travel itself poses a problem. Speaking of which, Mr. Zhang Hai, you reside in Songnan. Coincidentally, the next new recruit training camp will be held in Songnan City. Are you interested in providing protection? Or perhaps becoming a special guest instructor? You were a teacher before, correct? Zuoqing presented a pre-prepared line of dialogue. If you are not interested in joining the Night Watchers, then let us approach it differently. First, observe what kind of person he truly is. After all, individuals of such strength are rare. If you agree, I noticed that you seem to be quite close with Captain Xia Siming. I will arrange. Zhang Hai, she considers me a brother. Zuoqing. No need. Zhang Hai smiled leisurely, scrimping and saving. Strive to enhance your own strength. Of course, being a special guest instructor is acceptable, as long as you follow my methods. Upon hearing this, Zuoqing initially remained indifferent. However, as he continued to listen, his eyelids began to twitch. Truly unique. I must seek permission from Commander Yi. Leisurely times are few and far between. You may proceed as you wish. Zhang Hai conceived an idea, a light bulb illuminating in his mind. Also, please arrange for my daughter to join the new recruit training camp. Her realm is too low and needs elevation. He will personally oversee it. Zuoqing, puzzled. An instructor or a new recruit? Zhang Hai's lips moved slightly. Zuoqing's expression became intriguing. This folk powerhouse truly knows how to play. Zhang Hai rose to leave. The matters are nearly concluded. If he returns now, there is still time for sleep. Wait a moment. Before you leave, could you please confirm your identity once more? Are you truly Mr. Zhang Hai? After all, seeing is believing. Could you showcase a skill? This would facilitate a precise evaluation of your strength. Zuoqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Their confidentiality efforts have been quite effective. Few are aware of Zhang Hai's identity. Currently, only Dr. Li, he, and Commander Yi know. Beyond that, no one else. Yet, the fluctuations are indeed pitifully low. A routine test is necessary. Very well. Zhang Hai stepped forward, feeling the darkness outside the window without halting. That moment, the door to the reception room swung open automatically. Several tall silhouettes of the Phoenix Squad stood just outside, or rather, blocked the entrance. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chapter 38. Exposure to Headquarters. It seemed they had received prior notice. They had been waiting for quite some time. However, what was slightly surprising was that Zhang Hai appeared to have not seen them at all, or perhaps entirely ignored them, as his steps did not falter in the least as he drew closer. He approached the two female members of the Phoenix Squad with an air of utter harmlessness, lightly tapping both on the shoulders. As those two female members furrowed their brows, confusion etched on their faces. They suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Their bodies weakened, lacking the strength to stand, hastily grabbing onto the wall. As if something had been stripped away from them, Adi felt disorienting, as if their very essence had been hollowed out. What is happening to me? My strength, my mental energy, even the forbidden ruins. The deficiency in mental energy naturally leads to an inability to unleash the forbidden ruins. If they were stronger, perhaps they would have only lost a little. But life is devoid of what-ifs. At this moment, in the eyes of Zhuqing and the other members of the Phoenix Squad, Zhang Hai appeared to float past effortlessly, a gentle touch, and the two women were rendered incapable. You touch me, I touch you. A fair exchange. Borrowing is not difficult. Please convey my farewell to your captain. Also, the next time you drink my wine, it must be paid for, Zhang Hai remarked as he bypassed the other female members. They stood momentarily dazed, and after regaining their senses, their gazes sharpened, eager to take action, and no need. Just as a few were about to make a move, Zhuqing suddenly interjected. That is sufficient. There is no need to continue testing. Just this one move is enough to demonstrate his strength. After all, the Phoenix Squad is not composed of subpar individuals. Even though the two he just touched were merely the weakest auxiliary members within the squad. Not the main combatants, their realms are not low at all. Some abilities and skills cannot be easily transcended across realms. Gradually, he moved further away, unimpeded. The security personnel of the Night Watchers in the office building swallowed hard from a distance. They quickly stepped aside. This is indeed a special squad of Daxia. How could they fall like this? What is their background? Once Zhang Hai completely vanished, the powers of the two female team members slowly began to recover. No longer requiring support, Zhang Hai arrived at the entrance, gazing at the vast expanse before him. A flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips. The purity is inadequate, truly low. Even my body during the night cannot sustain much. He sighed, casually tossing it aside. The ground immediately ignited in a roaring blaze. This is borrowed power. External power is still external. It is fine for brief usage, but the quality seems rather poor. Zhang Hai cannot retain much of it. This is also the nature of seizing. A short-term explosive growth. As for how much can be borrowed, it depends on the host's capacity to endure. But how high is his endurance? Since merging with the sun's fire, it has already reached an exceedingly high threshold. Coupled with the fountain of life, it far exceeds standard specifications. Who knows how much he can withstand? His forbidden ruins are not merely about merging special materials or altering the liquor's brewing. The female team member Ling Ling, naive by nature. But this, seizing mental energy, achieving this step doesn't seem like an auxiliary ability. It resembles a seizing type of power. However, the counter condition is simple. It triggers through contact. Kong Shang emerged from a corner, silently analyzing. Perhaps, as long as he does not make contact. Many forbidden ruins are like this. They appear formidable, yet they possess flaws. Targeting those flaws with a remedy suffices. Hey, am I making a call, and you all have started? Have you held back? Xia Siming suddenly emerged from another side, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. Why do they appear so depleted? As if they had been drained dry. The so-called immortal and reborn from the Ashes Phoenix Squad. How can they be like this, their demeanor? Captain, we. The team members explained the previous scene to Xia Siming. Only then did she comprehend. So this is the path they have chosen. Xia Siming realized. Speaking of which, she paid no heed to the others and directly chased after Zhang Hai. Yet, it was too late. She only witnessed the flames Zhang Hai had cast illuminating the entire square. Along with the softly spoken, weak words. Lo? Who is Lo? Has he picked a fight? Although the bloodline concentration of her teammates cannot compare to hers, they are not that pitiful. It was not apparent before. He seemed so honest and straightforward, truly thought to be a mere mixologist. But that is not the case. All right, he has another set. Does he? Beep beep. A communication sound echoed through her earpiece. As soon as Xia Siming stepped forward, she was compelled to halt, her brows furrowing slightly. The task has arisen, and it is of a rather urgent nature. Forget it. There will always be a time to meet. Songnan has encountered so many intriguing individuals. All right, she has memorized it all. Why does it feel as though the headquarters treats him more like a store, collecting items and then departing? Zhuqing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, shaking his head. Zhang Hai. Although much of this does not align with the description, there remains some degree of strength. Could it be that Dr.Li has encountered the wrong person, inadvertently stumbling upon another? The odds are slim. Just as his thoughts drifted away, the dedicated encrypted phone on his desk rang. Hello? Zhuqing. Deputy Commanders Wadat, this is Chan Mai. Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. What brings you here? Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan's injury has healed. Chen Mai spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. Xiangnan asked me to keep it quiet. Please refrain from reporting it upwards for now. I suspect he harbors doubts, fearing that the injury might resurface in a few days. Believing this to be merely an accident. However, I believe it still warrants a report. Although his name contains E, he is certainly not a brute. Wait. Zhuqing quickly interjected, growing increasingly confused. Are you referring to the injury Wu Xiangnan sustained at Gaoxianyuan? Inflicted by Su Sinu? An injury that even reincarnation cannot heal. How is it healed? This is impossible. Someone must have aided in his recovery. Is he unwilling to disclose it, or does he truly not know? Or perhaps has he struck a deal with some deity? Zhuqing swiftly dismissed the last conjecture. A deity would surely exude divine power. Such a secret would be impossible to conceal. Then, Zhuqing's breathing quickened. What could possess the ability to heal such an injury? It must be a top-tier talent. In an instant, Zhuqing forgot about Zhang Hai, exclaiming, I must find them immediately. As long as they are not affiliated with the ancient divine church. We must do everything to recruit them. The headquarters is in dire need of such exceptional talent. Everyone sustains injuries. If someone can save those in critical condition, it would represent a monumental breakthrough. Xiangnan had divulged little. Chen Mai shook his head. You and Songnan truly are a treasure trove. Zhuqing thought of Zhang Hai, rest assured. I understand your concerns. We will discreetly investigate on our end. Any large movements may attract the attention of the ancient divine church, and that would be troublesome. All right. Chan Mai kept his comments brief. Then let us not report this to Commander Yi for the time being. Rest assured, Zhuqing nodded up. By the way, I happen to need to contact you regarding a matter. Is there a female team member in your unit named Hongying? Zhuqing made arrangements before hanging up the call with Chan Mai. After a brief silence, he immediately redirected to another communication. After a moment's wait, a deep, authoritative voice emerged from the other end. Zhuqing. Yes, it's me. Zhuqing pursed his lips and recounted Chen Mai's words in their entirety. Chapter 39. Betrayal. Xiao Nan. Does she have feelings for old Zhang? I suspect Chen Mai is reluctant to report this to you due to your busy schedule and the potential for misunderstandings, which is why he first communicated with me to confirm. However, I believe it is necessary to inform you. Zhuqing spoke gravely. You did well. Yi Fan on the other end nodded. Of course. This is where it ends with him. Perhaps there are others above him, but he has no one above him, at least no living person. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated, but he thought more comprehensively. However, Zhuqing, you must consider the uniqueness of Songnan City. Even if there are talents, what if they are all individuals who should have perished in the Songnan disaster 10 years ago, those covered by the mortal divine realm? What value would that hold for us? As he spoke, Zhuqing fell silent. Indeed, the entire Songnan City was on a countdown to oblivion, I understand. But sometimes we must try and investigate. The time left for Daxia is running short, by the way. Yifan. Regarding this new recruit training camp, the peacekeeping office was nearing the end of the workday when Chan Mai gathered everyone to announce several matters. First, Lin Xia will participate in the new recruit training camp. Second, third. After concluding the routine meeting, Chan Mai kept Hongying back in the conference room. Hongying, Chan Mai organized his thoughts. A certain leader has taken a special interest in you, particularly regarding the recent events. Your overall potential, combined with your recent performance. And the loss of your long gun. Given all of this, the headquarters has decided to grant you special recognition and compensation. You may choose any villa in Songnan City. Furthermore, aren't you interested in special teams? There is an opportunity for you to join a special team for a limited training period, during which you will execute a unique mission. You must seize this opportunity. Chunmai was somewhat puzzled, feeling the arrangement was not quite right, as if a reward had been shifted. However, since it was a decision from above, he chose not to dwell on it, especially as it benefited his team members. What was there to be confused about? The more Chunmai spoke, the wider Hong Ying's lips parted. The villa was secondary. The main point was, a special team. To be precise, it isn't exactly a special team. It's not at that level yet. Chunmai was unsure how to explain it. We'll discuss the specifics later. This is confidential, so don't share it. After the general communication concluded, Hong Ying exited the conference room. Still in a daze, Sister Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, holding something, had been waiting and smiled upon seeing her. The two chatted as they walked. Hong Ying only mentioned the villa matter. Xiaonan, do you think a leader has taken a liking to me? Who knows? Si Xiaonan replied curiously. Is it a sugar daddy situation? Just kidding. Old Zhang would kill me if he found out. Besides, if it came to that, I'd immediately push back. Hong Ying flicked her ponytail. In truth, she didn't care where she lived, as long as that person was there. Anywhere felt like home. By the way, Xiaonan, come live with me. The villa is big enough. Hong Ying suddenly leaned closer. Hey, is that possible? Would it be inconvenient? Si Xiaonan hesitated, but if it meant being able to observe that person up close, it seemed appealing. Would Uncle Zhang agree? Of course. You're not worried about old Zhang peeking at you, are you? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Old Zhang is very principled. You can rest assured. At this point, Hong Ying was fiercely protective. No, I mean protecting my old man. Besides, Xiaonan, there's really nothing to see on you. Sister Hong Ying, you're going to get it. Si Xiaonan blushed and pinched her eye. In truth, Si Xiaonan didn't mind this much. After all, Uncle Zhang possessed such capabilities. If he desired, what kind of beautiful women could he not find? Uncle Zhang was still single. She couldn't help but gossip. Is it because he's not interested in girls? Not at all. Let me tell you, the last time I was in old Zhang's room, I secretly found out a picture of a two-dimensional beauty. Hong Ying coughed, not wanting to continue on that topic. Maybe it was brought in by you, leading him astray. Si Xiaonan whispered. Then, why not scout for someone? Hong Ying fell silent. Perhaps it was due to considering her own feelings. Anyway, just come without worry. If old Zhang disagrees, he dares. Hong Ying waved her fist. To avoid any prolonged nightmares, I'll contact him right now. As she spoke, she took out her phone and stepped into a corner where Si Xiaonan couldn't hear. After connecting, her fierce tone and expression instantly softened, as if steel had melted. Hello, old Zhang. Did you strike a big deal so soon? I hadn't heard you were brewing wine at all. I'm on the way. Actually, I wanted to tell you that your daughter is quite wealthy. She has a villa. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to discuss something with you. It's about Xiaonan wanting to. She lowered her voice. Only after receiving a nod of agreement from the other end did she relax. By the way, Zhang Hai's voice came through the phone. When you return, I have a surprise for you. A surprise for me? Hong Ying blinked, not particularly impressed. What could possibly surprise her now? Yet, she nodded in agreement, not wanting to diminish old Zhang's face. All right, Xiaonan. Hong Ying put down her phone and waved hi. Si Xiaonan nodded. In truth, she quite enjoyed the atmosphere between the two, from initial resistance to gradually accepting it. She now looked forward to living together. Unfortunately, such good times would not last long. Soon, it would come to an end. A flicker of unusual light crossed Si Xiaonan's eyes. The peacekeeping community, when Zhang Hai returned home that evening. He took out the autograph that Xia Siming had given him in the cabin, and Hong Ying's eyes widened in surprise. This is a stranger I encountered on the road, who claimed to know my daughter and gave me this. Encouraging you to work hard. Zhang Hai withdrew his hand. During their journey to the capital, Xia Siming and he shared a camaraderie, engaging in lively conversation on various topics, including Hong Ying. Xia Siming still remembered Hong Ying. Had some impression of her, but had never considered that he was her father. In the end, after indulging in his own drink, he offered no significant gift, and in a moment of whimsy, he provided a signed note, claiming that Hong Ying would appreciate it. Moreover, this signature seemed to carry additional meanings and implications. As it stands now, it indeed appears to have some utility. At the very least, Hong Ying's motivation seems to be quite robust. Is she a fan? Well, unlike other fans, she is enamored with the soldiers of the people. It truly is a delightful surprise. Thank you, old Zhang. In her excitement, Honging spontaneously embraced Zhang Hai, inhaling his refreshing scent. Zhang Hai silently turned off his phone, and in the album was a photo of Xia Siming, holding his phone, both of them in a warm embrace while drinking. Displaying it would certainly lead to misunderstandings. It's my drink. Did it affect her mood back then? Given her caliber, she shouldn't have been intoxicated. Did something special get triggered? In truth, Zhang Hai found it puzzling. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, for there were more pressing matters at hand. Chapter 40. Precepts and Faith. Summon the souls, to be precise. There are significant tasks to undertake in the days to come. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. Zhang Hai's tavern opened smoothly. All the necessary procedures and the selection of the tavern's location went exceptionally well, far less cumbersome than anticipated. On the opening day, the entire 136th team, including Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongqing, showed up in full force to offer their support. After enjoying the drinks, they praised the establishment profusely. Magnificent, simply magnificent. Even the liquor selection was abundant, surpassing the ordinary. Oh, I want some beer. Drink less. This is under your father's watchful eye. Ahem, Captain. Old Zhang said I could drink freely today. Dear guests, your drinks.as for Li Yifei and Han Xiaoyun. They naturally began serving as employees of the tavern, with clearly defined roles. Li Yifei, as the entity of the Nantua snake demon, easily altered his physical structure, changed his appearance, and adjusted his voice. Particularly adept at assimilating humans, it was a skill he had mastered for disguise, infiltration, and lurking. He was not easily detected, though he did take a few extra glances at Lin Chia. Old classmate, but under the boss's command, I am no less capable. After Zhang Hai's magical influence, Li Yifei's abilities underwent a transformation. Previously, there had been limitations on his assimilation, allowing only a few per day, and the process was slow. Now, his capabilities had multiplied exponentially. Furthermore, it was not restricted to humans alone. Beasts and some lesser mysterious entities could also be replaced. Of course, this high schooler would not assimilate humans for the former deeds of the snake demon unless confronted with ancient cults or particularly nefarious individuals. And only under the boss's authorization would he consider such actions. Additionally, we have employee number 2, Han Xiaoyun, as the former captain of the Suzhou team. He later entered the ancient cult, excelling in the art of infiltration. After a change of attire and simple disguise, coupled with a wristband to conceal his aura, none recognized him. Even Zhao Kongqing and others struck up casual conversations with him. Han Xiaoyun smiled, his expression gradually becoming distant as he reminisced about the past moments spent with his team in Suzhou, as captain, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Yet, in the end, out of 8 team members, 3 perished, 3 were gravely injured, and 1 was left disabled. He subsequently vanished. Reduced to a puppet of the ancient cult, I wonder how they are faring. Fortunately, the boss granted me a second chance at life. But the boss hasn't inquired about the specifics of the ancient cult? To be candid, this was quite different from what he had initially envisioned. The work was broadly divided into 2 categories. One was to guard the tavern and adhere to normal working hours, while the other involved hunting the mysterious entities after work. Maximizing productivity. It appeared as though the boss was exploiting the workers, but hunting the mysterious entities came with rewards. Under Zhang Hai's arrangement and Li Yifei's guidance, a contribution point system was introduced. The more entities hunted and collected, the higher the rank attained, resulting in more contribution points. These points could be used for vacations, exchanged for items, or assist in breakthroughs, magical power. Among various rewards, upon reaching a certain threshold, one could even exchange them for freedom, essentially allowing resignation. However, the amount required was akin to dangling a carrot in front of a common person, an unattainable goal. For me, this is quite satisfactory. Han Xiaoyun had no thoughts of departing. He was also intrigued by certain aspects, such as this enigmatic boss and the distinct magical system, separate from spiritual energy, in the ensuing time. As Zhang Hai had orchestrated, Han Xiaoyun displayed remarkable agility, swirling about, able to go wherever he pleased. Coupled with Li Yifei, he could assimilate the mysterious. After assimilation, he could control, then use the mysterious to hunt the mysterious, gradually expanding this domain. In an instant, the city of Tsangnan was cleansed by 99%. Moreover, it even spread to several surrounding cities. The mysterious mythological entities lurking in dark corners, poised to strike, faced widespread eradication. Zhang Hai could comfortably recline and collect profits. Unless confronted with insurmountable challenges, he would refrain from intervening. However, thus far, he had not encountered any. Most likely, they had already been resolved by specialized teams. Although they are all low-level mysterious entities, their sheer numbers can trigger qualitative changes. The corpses promised by the Night Watch headquarters have arrived. Not many from Haijing, a considerable amount of energy has dissipated, lacking warmth. We shall make do with it. The only inconvenience is that they cannot be brought back to the city. Otherwise, the commotion would be too great. Zhang Hai ascended a mountain peak, kicking open a cave. Gazing at the piled corpses, numbering in the hundreds, he prepared for a grand sacrifice. Ding, ding. A series of system notifications echoed, which then transformed into rewards. Body bags 10. After enveloping living beings, extreme compression can be achieved. One body bag can compress 10 humans, characteristic masks 10. When worn, one's appearance is hidden from spiritual perception, can be customized in color and can depict any desired expression. Class: red leather shoes 1, Hawk's leftover food 1. Precept: faith. Effect: if one violates their faith or relinquishes objects of faith, their eyes will be burned. Accompanying magical power: Melisciella, serpent form. Effect: soul-related capabilities, specific development left to the user. In an instant, glimmering orbs appeared before Zhang Hai. As per the usual custom, Zhang Hai opened them one by one. The body bags would facilitate corpse collection in the future. Transporting them anywhere would pose no issue. And their aura would remain contained, and no longer would he need to trek to the mountain. This mask, however, was intriguing, of course, the true value. Zhang Hai's gaze swept over the series of rewards, ultimately fixating on the one of genuine worth. The faith precept. Within the scope of the precept's application, anyone who denies their faith will face punishment, specifically burning of the eyes. For now, he would set it aside as it held little practical use for him. However, the accompanying magical power, with the serpent as its core in the 10 precepts, was quite formidable. After merging with it, Zhang Hai carefully sensed its capabilities, which predominantly pertained to soul-related matters. Utilizing this characteristic magical power, combined with incantations, various spells could be cast. Moreover, he had been lacking in this area of techniques. Now, it was fortuitously filled as an auxiliary. It will serve me well in an instant. Zhang Hai grasped numerous applications. Opening the portal to the demon realm. Does such a world exist? Summoning rings, resurrecting demon gods, extracting the souls of enemies, and even reviving the dead. Just as he was cataloging these thoughts, the next moment, as if summoned, a figure materialized amidst a gust of wind. Han Xiaoyun descended gracefully, holding a barely alive man, someone Zhang Hai recognized. Chapter 41. Lin Chia. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? His face was smeared with blood. He bore gnawing wounds across his body. His eyes were tightly shut, essentially declared dead at least in Zhang Hai's estimation. In terms of soul presence, only a faint ripple remained. The true essence had fled. Something Zhang Hai could perceive. This is Zhao Kongqing? He looked at Han Xiaoyun, inquiring about the situation. The ancient cult had returned, bringing a mysterious entity from Chuanjing to assassinate Lin Qi. In the heat of battle, the situation grew perilous. Zhao Kongqing activated the ghost god's shield, taking a blow meant for him and sustaining grave injuries. I passed by and offered assistance. However, his condition is precarious. Thus, I thought, boss, you might have a solution. But right now, Han Xiaoyun shook his head, apologizing to the boss. He serves as a night watchman, while he fears the boss's judgment and the meddling of others. Zhang Hai's expression appears slightly perplexed. Is Zhao Kongqing beset by calamities? Is he perpetually encountering peril? No, that is not quite right. Rather than saying he stumbles into danger, it would be more accurate to say he is increasingly unable to keep pace with the team. In recent years, mysteries have become more frequent, their quantity ever on the rise. Zhao Kongqing is merely an ordinary man. Just because he is untroubled at the moment does not mean he will remain so. Death lurks perilously close. This is not mere fate, but a predetermined reality. Unless he possesses extraordinary luck, I'll deduct it from your contribution points, Zhang Hai quipped half-jokingly. He then recalled the moment at the school gate when Zhao Kongqing had asked him for a light, murmuring an incantation. Summon the soul. Depending on the strength of one's magic, it can extract the enemy's soul. Under the sun's influence, it grows even more formidable. Buzz. within mere seconds, in a realm visible only to Zhang Hai. A sphere of light converged from afar, eventually hovering in mid-air. Without a glance, Zhang Hai casually clenched his fist and, under Han Shayun's bewildered gaze, struck Zhao Kongqing's face. Following that, he cast a healing spell. Whether it was too forceful or not, Zhao Kongqing's eyes flew open. His body shot up with vigor. The wounds rapidly healed. His body softened from its rigidity, and his complexion flushed with vitality. Qi, Qi, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, then looked utterly bewildered. What is happening to me? Han Xiaoyun snapped back to reality, astonished. Indeed, the boss has truly revived him. Xiaoyun, you speak to him. Present him with two choices. First, return to being a night watchman. But he must understand that he remains an ordinary person. Second, join the tavern. Zhang Hai stated as he tossed several characteristic masks to Han Xiaoyun. The staff is expanding. However, that would suffice for the time being. His thoughts shifted back to Zhao Kongqing. Continuing the search yields diminishing returns. The mysterious corpses have vanished from surrounding cities. The only lead left to pursue is the ancient god church. Since we have stumbled upon this, it is fortuitous. The next engagement with something of a higher caliber can only be initiated from this location. Zhang Hai released a bit of magic and exited the cave. Zhao Kongqing, still dazed, gazed at Han Xiaoyun, who had revealed his true self, and the departing Zhang Hai, feeling somewhat befuddled. Han Xiaoyun, is this hell? But what has become of old man Hong Ying? Has he also perished? Now you have been revived. Han Xiaoyun exhaled, beginning to patiently explain. Minutes later, Zhao Kongqing's lips were chapped, and a storm of emotions surged within him. He grasped the situation broadly. Indeed, he had not anticipated this. Hong Ying's father saved me? A loosely organized group, existing beyond the Night Watchmen and various major factions? In the end, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he made a decision. He was weary of being an ordinary person, tired of hiding behind others. Merely a lookout. Yes, through the guidance of the supernatural. Although it triggered the forbidden ruins, it was not sufficiently stable. Perhaps one day, it could all vanish. He did not know, so this is how it is. Ah, no wonder I felt a certain affinity with you back at the tavern. Zhao Kongqing slowly reached for the magic eye. Zhao Kongqing, too have my opportunities. Honk honk honk. Just as he began to merge with it, feeling the surging power, he was overwhelmed with a tingling sensation throughout his body, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Yet simultaneously, another force propelled him to the pinnacle of the pool realm. This was mastery over magic. This magic. Han Xiaoyun patted his shoulder, adding, this can only be considered a loan to you. Remember to hunt the mysterious to repay your debt. Phew, all right, I will remember. Once Zhao Kongqing adapted, he took a moment to recover. Then spoke, every time I see the captain and you all, wielding the forbidden ruins, looking magnificent, I feel envious. Now, Boss Zhang has also given me an opportunity. I will seize it. Zhao Kongqing quickly adjusted. What should I do? Do you know how to brew liquor? Han Xiaoyun inquired. There's a large order coming in, Zhao Kongqing. In Songnan City. Residential area, Lin Chia's aunt's house. Are you saying, halfway through his thoughts, his soul was snatched away by another force? Yang Jing gazed at Xiao Heilai, raising an eyebrow, and you couldn't even pinpoint the location where it was taken? Xiao Heilai nodded, the bag around his neck swaying. Who possesses the ability to contend with us? Yang Jin's voice lowered. And what do they want with Zhao Kongqing's corpse? Zhao Kongqing. He is merely an ordinary man devoid of potential. Time accelerated once more. During this interval, Team 136 encountered numerous events, the most significant of which was the unfortunate news of Zhao Kongqing, whose body could not even be found, leaving the team in low spirits. Ultimately, they erected a monument to suppress this incident. Yet time often has a way of washing everything away, or perhaps it buries this sorrow deep within, transforming it into motivation to move forward. On the surface, the team adjusted swiftly. Training became more spirited. Only old Zhao, in a certain place, gazing at his own gravestone, occasionally visited by mourners, his expression darkened. He took a deep breath and retreated. A month had passed since Lin Chia joined the Night Watchman. The new recruits were about to undergo training. Just as it had developed, Lin Chia was nearly on the train when he received a document stating the training location had changed. Hurry, Xiangnan, Hong Ying, make a call, or go directly to intercept him. What are the higher-ups thinking this year? Training in Sangnan. Chinmai pointed ahead. Don't let him enter the station, or else the ticket cannot be refunded. Meanwhile, various factions were converging in Shijingshan City, Guangzhou, Zhohua Mountain. Elite recruits from all over the country were caught off guard, redirecting towards Kangnan City. Prior to this, they had never even heard of this city's name. In fact, the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, had only recently received related documents and was quite astonished at the time. Of course, everything was now arranged. The personnel were at the training base. At this moment, helicopters, transport aircraft, and armored vehicles were all undergoing basic deployment. Heavy weaponry, upgraded controls, special walls were reinforced. The arrangements were indeed bustling with activity. This time, truly an all-star lineup. Divine agents, the Bailey family's young master, and super elites from various fields. However, the more it was like this, the more we must ensure proper control, gazing at the names marked with red lines. Yuan Gang retracted the list and, according to the original plan, requested the masked team to come over. The pace was brisk. The remaining 20 instructors acknowledged receipt and, amidst their own tasks, began discussions. Should we follow the same procedures as previous years? The protocols, the dialogues, all. Why are we even employing the town ruins monument this time? They are indeed paying special attention, and the weapon control has been elevated by 2 levels. I heard that several powerful individuals will lurk in the shadows to provide protection. The list is very secure, having undergone multiple screenings. Rest assured, this time, no flies or ants will get in. Why is there a tavern owner included in this list? Is it for the newcomers' first meal benefits? TSK, there was never such a thing before. These new recruits are in for a treat. Amidst the discussions of the many instructors, one namely flickered his eyes slightly as the afternoon arrived, several kilometers away from the training camp. The members of Team 136 personally escorted Lin Xie.at this moment. Aside from the business trip Hongying, nearly everyone was present. Tia, do your best. Sister Hongying also asked me to convey. Defeat them, go for it, don't let our team lose face. All right, Lin Xie nodded, dragging his suitcase forward, carrying old Zhao's share of encouragement. In a certain location outside the training camp, amidst the thickets, Hongying, now clad in combat attire, arrived at the designated spot as agreed. This wretched navigation? It nearly led me, the young lady, right into the training camp. But why is the assembly point so close to the training camp? Why arrange it in the wilderness? Is this really reliable? The more Hongying walked, the more uncertain she became. Even now, she did not fully comprehend what the specific task entailed. Is that leader serious? Before Hongying could ponder further, several figures appeared ahead. Their silhouettes looked strangely familiar. At the entrance, heavily guarded, metal gun barrels aimed from all directions. Lin Chia produced his credentials and stepped into the training camp, feeling a sense of awe at the strictness of the guards. Buzz! Just then, a transport vehicle entered from another side, laden with ample supplies of liquor, quickly halting at its destination. Click! The passenger door swung open, and a man descended from the vehicle, smiling as he exchanged words with an instructor. Seemingly the tavern owner. The instructor nodded, then directed several soldiers to begin unloading the liquor with swift motions. Lin Xia paid no heed to this. At this moment, he remained utterly still, fixated on the tavern owner. Chapter 42. A high-energy attack. The coronation team. This is I should not have misread. Has the business developed to this point? It is unreasonable. How did this connection come about? This is a training camp after all. Could it be through Sister Hongying's channels? Sister Hongying is so formidable. The next day, at the new recruits' training camp, the dormitories begin to fill up. Lin Xia also bumps into Bailey Pangpang. They start distributing Rolex watches. The excitement spreads. With Bailey Pangpang's energetic demeanor, he instantly attracts everyone's attention. People from various floors, including Imoli, Chao Yuan, and Shan Qingzu, all recognize him. In the evening, during the first meal for newcomers, over 200 recruits from afar can smell the aroma. But it's not the smell of food. It's the scent of alcohol. Alcohol? Wait, is this a mistake? This is a training camp. Isn't this only for celebration feasts? Rice wine, cocktails, white liquor. There are so many varieties. That masked guy. Pour me a glass. At the alcohol distribution window, a man wearing a sun mask joyfully shakes drinks for people, appearing harmless. Over 200 recruits rush in. Some call him brother, others uncle, creating a chaotic scene. Chef Sun Lao watches from the side, saying, "Enjoy this meal. Kids. In previous years, there was hardly any alcohol. This meal will be one you cherish the most. At the dining table, those who do not drink begin to discuss. Why is he wearing a mask? Is he just responsible for serving drinks, or does he have connections providing this alcohol? If so, I suspect he was arranged through connections. I've heard that in previous years, there was indeed none. Is his family influence really that strong? Some recruits begin to gossip, echoing each other. The masked man is neither strong nor old, and lacks credentials. Besides, he doesn't appear to have any special skills. Who can't serve drinks? Meanwhile, in several corners of the cafeteria, individuals with youthful faces, a frail boy, and a female recruit start to mock. Oh, they're drinking now? What a relaxation. They think their defenses are foolproof. No salvation, overestimating themselves, allowing a mere bartender in. They must believe they've already crumbled from within. They disdainfully sip the rice wine at the table, and their expressions immediately change. Their mouths explode with flavor. Their scalps tingle. This sensation dancing on their tongues, bursting on their taste buds is indescribable. This wine, damn. We need more of these connections. A recruit shouts loudly, his face flushed and neck thick. Standing up, one by one, others begin to try. Come on, Shingo. Let's have a drink. Good stuff. Bailey Pang Pang is lost in the delight. This wine. Lin Chia also takes a sip. Only one person could create such a flavor. But why the mask? What does the sun motif on the mask signify? His confusion deepens. The cafeteria is in a chaotic uproar. Quite strange. It seems the instructors are deliberately turning a blind eye. Indeed, a few hours after entering their quarters, a sharp whistle suddenly pierces the air. Beep. What is going on? It's only 2 in the morning. A whistle. Is that a call to assemble? The recruit's manual seems to say so. Without waiting for them to discuss further, the instructors begin to kick down doors. The recruits, feeling drowsy, after much fuss, finally arrive at the square. Yuan Gang begins to address them formally. Have you eaten and drunk enough? I know you are accustomed to daytime activities, so today's opening speech is specially arranged for the evening. Stand straight. New recruits, novices, time for a lecture. Establish authority. Under the pressure of more than 20 instructors, over 200 recruits finally start to line up. I don't care how powerful your forbidden land is. In this state, even if you reach a high realm, you are still worthless. Are you not convinced? Some are provoked. Shin Qingzhu is the first to stand up in defiance. Others follow suit. Some are still sleepy. However, Lin Chia is wise, knowing that the one who stands out gets shot, remaining motionless, with Bailey Pang Pang imitating him. Good. Now I give you an opportunity. Don't hold back. Let it out. As long as you can seize it. With Yuan Gang's roar. In the darkness illuminated by the moonlight, 7 figures descend from the sky. They stand in a row. This is the special team's masks. A recruit recognizes them first. The crowd's eyes widen in surprise. Before they can discuss further, a masked man with a vortex motif weakens and first bows to everyone. The atmosphere becomes somewhat silent. We are the special team. The masked team takes a deep breath, regaining their imposing manner. Yuan Gang continues. From now until 9 in the morning, if the 239 of you can remove the masks from any one of them, it counts as a win. In fact, tomorrow, you can apply for graduation. But rest assured, under the town's monument, the masked team is just like you, also at the Lantern Realm, so it is quite fair. Before he can finish his words, before the crowd can roar in astonishment, feeling that 5 against 239 is arrogant, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through the square and the platform. Whoosh! The masked team, along with Yuan Gang and others' clothes, are lifted high into the air. As the wind subsides at higher positions, 4 figures stand in each direction, each wearing a sun mask, 1 woman, 3 men, 1 with a gun, 1 with a knife, 1 with a spear, 1 with a claw. For a moment, there seems to be an indication of suppressing the masked team's might. What happened? Where did this wind come from? Are there people above? Another 4? From the masked team? No, their mask styles are completely different. Flames, sunlight? Including Lin Chia, the new recruits are taken aback once more. Shin Qingzhu and a few subordinates are indifferent. It's all the same. No. Let us correct that. A familiar magnetic voice resonates. The man, the one who was gently pouring drinks in the evening, strides forward from the back eye in the darkness. He shows no imposing aura, looking like an ordinary person. Yet he walks rapidly. he passes through the hesitant instructors. He crosses the frowning masked team. He arrives at the highest point of the platform. This year's rules have changed temporarily. You will all go together. It's not 5 against 239, but 5 against 270. Among those 270 are you masked team and the instructors. He slightly adjusts Yuan Gang's words. As long as you can remove or kill any one of us, it counts as a win. Just a reminder. You should regard this battle as a life and death struggle. After all, no one can guarantee that none of you will perish. By the way. Lastly, as if he suddenly thought of something, you can call us the coronation team. The many instructors below seem to be intimidated by his aura. For a moment, no one speaks. Instead, they exchange glances, eventually converging on Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang shakes his head, then looks at the masked team. The masked ones also look over. The implication is, this was not arranged by you. Seeing this scene, Li Yaoguang among the instructors raises an eyebrow. Isn't this an added act? Over there. The few members of the ancient god church? This was not in the original plan. Where did this come from? He hesitates for a moment. Since he's close, he decides to probe. What the hell is going on? Who sent you here? Did you make a mistake? The nearest Li Yaoguang, feigning to go on stage, looks stern. I remember you. The one selling drinks. Get down here. Explain yourself. Don't add confusion. Before the word confusion can leave his mouth, a purple light suddenly bursts from his chest. Bang! A heart unexpectedly leaps out, spinning to a height of over 10 meters. Thud. It continues to beat, but in the next second, as if gripped by an invisible hand, with a bang, it explodes into a mist of blood, spraying onto several nearby recruits. Magic power, strong theft, both tangible and intangible, can be seized. Li Yaoguang's eyes widen. Then he clutches his chest, collapsing to the ground, losing all sound. The entire process takes less than a second. The air falls into a deathly silence. The man with the sun mask, also known as Zhang Hai, slowly retracts his hand. I haven't finished speaking. Meanwhile, the other instructors who wanted to step forward all stand frozen in place. At this moment, a drowsy recruit, touching the blood on his head, takes it lightly. He squats down, touches the heart fragments, licks them. Hey, this taste I in my dreams. Then, he looks at Li Yaoguang lying not far away, staring at him with unblinking eyes. Rubbing his eyes, just as he is about to close them, feeling sleepy for a moment, he suddenly opens them wide, instantly awakened from his dream. What the hell are you? Chapter 43. Not dead. Astonished masked team. This recruit stands up repeatedly, staggering, nearly falling. The overwhelming stench of blood in his mouth and nose forcibly awakens him. He is not an idiot. In dreams, how could such realism exist? Dead. Dead. What a grand international joke this is. Is this a training camp? Is he truly dead? Just moments ago, it was Instructor Li who kicked us at the dormitory door. The remaining recruits were instantly thrown into chaos. The members of the masked team had their pupils constrict. All 5 team members, along with the 2 supporting members, were tense, aiming directly at Zhang Hai. On the instructor's side, Yuan Gang momentarily lost his focus. Then, his earpiece flickered with a few flashes of light, emitting a strange sound. Cooperate with him. The others said no more. Yuan Gang was taken aback. How could this be? From the aura, Li Yaoguang is truly dead. Was he an actor? A temporary act? And he didn't even mention it? Kept in the dark? Could it be a more advanced tactic for this training session? A novel, lifelike prop invented by headquarters. At this moment, led by Hong Hao, over 20 instructors were about to surround them. But in the next second, Yuan Gang waved his hand, signaling them to halt. The instructors paused, shock mingling with confusion. Their eyes exchanged glances, including those of Wang Gue and Wu Ruodong. The tension in their hearts immediately eased. Sometimes, what lies before us may not be the truth. Upon reflection, it was indeed unreasonable. There were 24-hour strict surveillance both inside and out. Various firearms, ready to be deployed, aimed at both internal and external threats. This time, even the town suppression monument was utilized. Layers of barriers. Who would dare? Who would even think of breaching this quietly? It was utterly impossible. Yet, the Solar Corona team? Never heard of it. Where did this Solar Corona team come from in the Great Xia? Wang Gue and Wu Ruodong exchanged glances immediately. Solar Corona team. So that's what we're called. It sounds rather pleasant, doesn't it? Not bad. The boss could have mentioned it earlier. I thought the name Sun Guard was quite nice. What a pity. Above, in four directions, the four donned in sun masks, Hong Ying, Old Zhao, Han Xiaoyun, and Li Yifei, had similar thoughts arise within them. Indeed, the name Solar Corona. Just like the others below, they had only learned it from Zhang Hai's lips. No sooner than anyone else, especially Hong Ying, who just a minute before their arrival had no idea what was to be done. Until the appearance of this unfamiliar captain, she began to comprehend her purpose. As a special invited instructor, to confront everyone in the training camp, and not just any special invite, even the masked team, led by the esteemed Yuan Gang from the capital, was included, to take down the new recruits together. Hong Ying felt a twinge of anxiety. She lacked confidence. Yet not feeling the magic orb in her pocket, she recalled the words of the other three teammates. If you can't hold on, merge it into your body. This is what the captain gave you. But it only works during the day, she pondered. Noticing Lin Chia observing from below, Hong Ying regained her focus, directing a piercing glare back. Fierce and determined, let the games begin. Zhang Hai stood atop the platform, slowly placing down a bottle of liquor and a clock, which he set to ring at dawn, precisely at 5:30. Furthermore, I am your captain. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Zhang Hai turned his head, directing his words primarily at Hong Ying. However, many below, particularly the masked team, including Chang Wei and Tian Ping, twitched their lips. Wait, you just met? And yet, they started with the murder of an instructor. A show of force right from the start? Had they known this would happen, this cruel display, why let them come at all? What kind of farce is this? Despite such thoughts, the masked team refrained from acting impulsively. Since they instructed us to take action, let us all act together. And as for the recruits, I can assure you, we don't know what is happening either. Perhaps at this moment, the entire base has been infiltrated. Facing the greatest challenge, but coincidentally, this could also serve as a trial, a true life-and-death trial. Yuan Gang shouted hoarsely, his acting rather lacking. Do not harbor any illusions after saying this. He charged toward a certain direction. The other instructors followed closely behind, lacking in performance, yet the scene felt incredibly realistic. Many recruits took it at face value. Captain, what about us? Tian Ping spoke in surprise. They still considered themselves recruits, the four targets above. Choose for yourselves. As for the captain on stage, let the recruits handle him first. Wang Mian, arms crossed, glanced at the nearby instructor's corpse, then shifted to another side. Let me see what this solar corona is truly made of. The rest nodded. Meanwhile, Xianwa turned back, shouting to the recruits, Here, this is your trial. Avenge the instructor. Yet, the recruits were still lingering on Yuan Gang and Xianwa's words. A trial? Are you out of your mind? This is supposed to be a trial. Many recruits turned pale, beginning to retreat. The tavern owner. Using connections. Is this how connections work to come in and kill us? Instructor Yuan slipped away? What is going on here? Big brother, what are you playing at? Were you possessed? The way you served me drinks before was not like this. Starting off with such intensity. Right from the threshold, it's been maxed out, by Li Pang, who mixed in with the recruits, also clicked his tongue. Lin Chia remained silent. At this moment, a youthful recruit with an innocent face, a spark of determination in his eyes, rallied the spirits. Just one person. We are all of the same realm. What is there to fear? Even if we die in a heap, whether the truth or a double agent, as long as we take them down, we will know what is going on. Just be a bit cautious, avoid being struck by that purple light. That is all. Capture the leader first. Inspired by his words, in an instant, a dozen recruits steeled their resolve and charged forward, each one racing to the stage. The one who charged the fastest and furthest was a recruit skilled in physical prowess, proficient in various combat arts. And as for close combat, they had the greatest advantage. This Solar Corona captain appeared to have an average build. A chance to bring him down to bang. A muffled thud echoed, followed by several more, landing on Zhang Hai. Yet, strangely, upon striking Zhang Hai's abdomen, back, or other parts of his body, their expressions shifted slightly, then, their bodies softened, collapsing to the ground. Their strength instantly drained. The subsequent recruits fared no better. With a punch thrown, it was not the enemy who fell, but themselves. Was he toxic? Did anyone who touched him fall? Don't let our people engage. Shun Go? The group surrounding Shun Qingzhu, including Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, also halted upon witnessing this. They observed for a moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai stepped out from the collapsed crowd. However, the restless masses only grew in number. Undeterred by this, fueled by enthusiasm, impulsive, youth sometimes can suppress many emotions. Don't touch him. Maintain distance. Just use ranged attacks. That innocent recruit shouted again. Though there was no need to shout, those rushing forward also halted. Then, they surged forward, launching various ranged assaults. Light, radiation, freezing, gas fines. All manner of elemental damage. A cacophony of attacks surged toward Zhang Hai. A boom. The platform shook violently. Minutes later, as the smoke cleared, Zhang Hai still stood, yet his injuries were grotesque. Riddled with countless wounds, nearly cleaved in half, countless gaping wounds, frostbite, stabbings, corrosion. A collage of injuries. Zhang Hai glanced at the night sky, exhaling. He truly disliked the night, so weak. Yet no one knew whether he was referring to himself or to others. All that was clear was that at this moment, amidst the dust and fog, his wounds began to heal again. Even severed limbs reattached. Finally, he twisted his neck, restored to perfection. The recruits who had just paused to catch their breath, including by Li Pangpang who had come to join the fray, were still apprehensive, a little fearful. Did we kill someone? We killed a guy who seemed to be a special invited instructor. Surely that's fine? Right. What could possibly happen? Didn't he also take down Instructor Li? He should be tried in a military court. I suspect he isn't even a special invite, but rather someone from certain factions who replaced the person behind the mask. He isn't the tavern owner. Did Instructor Yuan Gang deceive us? Before they could spiral into their wild thoughts. As their gazes collided, over 100 recruits felt their scalps tingle, for Zhang Hai had once again returned to his original state. This degree of invulnerability was astonishing. Even, just a short distance away, the masked team, Wang Mian and his companions, exchanged looks filled with a hint of unease. Chapter 44. Weakness of the Soul? Who will devour whom? At the periphery, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Old Sun was still awake. Surrounded by liquor and peanuts, he planned to stay up all night. They truly arranged this for the evening. Hey, speaking of which, this was a proposal he made just yesterday. At the time, he had been chatting with the newly arrived Xiao Zhang, the young man who had opened a tavern. Uncertain of the topic of conversation, whether it was regarding the advantages of daytime exercise or that of nighttime, Xiao Zhang expressed his aversion to the darkness. In contrast, Old Sun insisted that it was only during the night that one could truly hone their skills. During mealtime, he casually mentioned it to Chief Instructor Yuan Gang and the others. To his surprise, the suggestion was indeed adopted, shifting the training from day to night. However, at that moment, Xiao Zhang seemed somewhat regretful, disliking this proposal. What was wrong with the night? Back then, we could stay awake until dawn without rest. Old Sun began to reminisce, subconsciously glancing at the clock, only to realize it was empty. Ah, yes, Xiao Zhang had taken it. Xiao Zhang lived with him in a double room, having agreed to stay awake all night. Yet unexpectedly, just after 2 in the morning, Xiao Zhang declared that it was his turn to take the stage, as if it were preordained, quite inexplicably. Before the formal training commenced, was there really a need to offer the new recruits drinks? Old Sun shook his head. In the next instant, a piercing scream from a female soldier pierced the air. Hey, these girls why did the boys react so quickly as well? How utterly disappointing. It had barely been a moment. He vaguely caught sight of something in the square, exploding in midair like fireworks. Had the prop segment been moved up? In previous years, such segments had been commonplace. For instance, capturing a few monsters and releasing them into the training camp. Disguised as invaders, having them eliminate instructors and leaving behind a heap of realistic-looking corpses, allowing the recruits to engage in what felt like genuine combat to enhance training efficacy. It must be that Xiao Zhang was also eager to be part of it. Unfortunately, not everyone possesses the ability to transcend limits. The training camp square continued to be bombarded with relentless assaults targeting the Corona squad. Zhang Hai traversed the path, enduring a barrage of densely packed attacks. Yet, without exception, under the terrifying speed of his healing, he recuperated at an astonishing rate. In fact, it was accelerating. Damn. How could he still not perish? Supersonic healing. His body could split and rejoin. Impossible. Everyone was in the realm of the lamp. And even the fastest physical restoration could not match this speed. Neither Qi Jing nor Chuan Jing could achieve such feats. I refuse to believe he has no limits again. The recruits, under the leadership of certain individuals, descended further into madness, however. They found themselves suffocated in realization. Whether through blunt force or sharp strikes, utilizing makeshift weapons for slashing or hammering, amidst the chaotic bombardment, internal organs were torn to shreds. It was all the same. The power contained within the fountain of life was simply too terrifying, having permeated his entire being. Under stimulation and refinement, the rate at which the recruits inflicted injuries now could not keep pace with Zhang Hai's healing. By the time their attacks landed upon him, he had already fully recovered. Many recruits were left utterly drained, and before the new strength had even manifested, Zhang Hai approached, commanding, "Make way." At that precise moment, a youth resembling a soldier slowly emerged from the crowd. Who was that? Did he dare to step forward? It seemed his name was Chao Yuan. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be a coward? An escapee? Always too timid to take action, unbeknownst to them, he had just encountered a certain Lin Xie and then circled back. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Chao Yuan stepped forward, locking eyes with Zhang Hai, and, with a solemn invocation, slowly spoke, "I do not strike, for I fear they cannot withstand it. Even the masked squad, aside from Wang Mian, none could match me. You are formidable. However, when one is killed, death is inevitable. I will heal faster than you. I hope you can manage to survive." He closed his eyes, attempting to alter Lin Qia's impression of him as a coward. Then, he placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade. And at the moment of contact, a chilling aura erupted. The black malevolence surged forth. His entire form underwent a transformation, capturing the attention of everyone around. As he opened his eyes, blood-red orbs revealed his loss of human rationality. Madness, with a single step, he flashed before Zhang Hai. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The black mist surged, swift as lightning. No one knew how many strikes he had unleashed in mere seconds. They only realized that by the time it was visible to the naked eye, only fine strands remained before him. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031. Black King/Annihilation. Almost approaching the domain of the divine. It was the first time witnessing the strongest forbidden ruins beneath the divine. Tian Ping was astonished. This overwhelming might, even he could not withstand. Only the captain might be able to suppress it. Wait. Even when faced with the Black King/Annihilation, the rose-colored eyes of the beauty revealed astonishment. A chill creeping in. The captain of the Corona squad in a state of observation. Wang Mian was also becoming unsettled. As the finely minced remnants coalesced, before long, they rejoined, restoring to their original form. This ability? Could it be akin to the immortal swordsman in the Blue Rain squad? Capable of continuous rebirth, with each realm allowing for differing numbers of resurrections, the higher the realm, the more times one could resurrect. No, that's not right. He has no limits. The intent to kill is commendable. I dislike those devoid of such intent. Thus, Zhang Hai extended a hand, resting it upon the wrist of the transformed, ferociously violent Chao Yuan. That strike, suspended mere centimeters from Zhang Hai, halted abruptly. The forceful takeover triggered, causing Chao Yuan to retreat from his frenzy, his body collapsing backward, unable to evade fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai absorbed the overflow of the Black King's power, remaining entirely unscathed, retaining his rationality. Tian Ping and the Rose were left aghast. Could it be that, even if his cells were torn apart, he could still regenerate? Immortal, it was merely an invincible recovery of the physical body. But there were still many ways to counteract it. Wang Mian calmed himself, providing an assessment. One is without flaws. Even the immortal, upon careful consideration, has vulnerabilities. What attack proves utterly ineffective? Steady, let's discuss. Feng Xiaoma, you truly defy nature. Hey, Su Xiao, what is your ability? How about we give it a try against him? You're courting death. TCH, how fake. Believing this, haven't you seen that the captain of the Corona squad only attacks instructors? The key is that instructor, his chest remains intact. How did his heart leap out? A blatant deception. Moreover, he has never dealt lethal blows to the recruits. A group of female soldiers were engaged in discussion. Among them, one sister glanced at a new recruit. Su Xiao, are you spacing out? So what? Su Xiao snapped back, uninterested. Beside her, her doormate, Emoli, chimed in to clarify, don't mind her. Su Xiaoxiao is just like that. She's probably lost in thought. Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao was deep in thought. She could still feign ignorance in the dormitory, but now, she could easily dismiss them. This time, all 3 divine agents are mobilized. 2 of them are boundless. And a trump card against the Phoenix squad is also being utilized here, only waiting for the right moment. However, prior to that, I could have some fun with these little brats. Immortal. The body is immortal? Ha, intriguing. But the mind and soul, they are your greatest shortcomings. It was also Su Xiaoxiao's forte. A faint smile graced her lips. Unassuming amidst the crowd, she activated her Forbidden Ruins ability, locking onto the distant Zhang Hai. Planning to toy with him first and no need for you to test. I shall do it. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Buzz! As she activated her ability, Zhang Hai's steps forward suddenly halted. Mo Li and the others were astonished. It truly works. Since that is the case, Su Xiaoxiao felt a sense of accomplishment when a rich male voice resonated beside her. Why did you only act now? Huh? Su Xiaoxiao frowned. What do you mean? Goose, goose, goose. Before she could finish her sentence, her body contorted in an eerie manner, bending backward like a shrimp, pushed into an arch. Her gaze gradually dulled. Her entire body began to tremble. Goose, goose you. She opened her mouth wide. Unable to control herself, she expelled a burst of pure, radiant soul light, immaculate and unblemished. Summon the soul. The man behind captured it, took a gentle bite, chewed a bit, found it unpalatable, and spat it out. Losing support, the frail and boneless Su Xiaoxiao collapsed into Mo Li's embrace. Saliva dripped from her mouth, her eyes lost focus. Unconscious, brain death. Dead Li stared blankly throughout, gazing at the ghostly figure of Zhang Hai, utterly at a loss. The others, initially captivated by the unfolding training, began to feel a creeping sense of panic. One by one, they looked towards Zhang Hai. Brother, big brother. You, hello? Chapter 45. The sun rises, the squad fully exposed. Speaking incoherently, were they greeting him, or playing a game? Zhang Hai turned around, regarding them with an odd expression. Your hair. Upon his words, he received no response. The surrounding female soldiers, their minds blank, only retreated in disarray. At last, only the red-haired Molly remained, her hair flowing gracefully. Zhang Hai shook his head. By the way, he spoke again. Could you release the body for me? In his nocturnal state, he appeared perpetually gentle and affable. Even with the capacity to inflict harm, he refrained from excessive violence, exuding an air of a true gentleman. You? Molly clutched Su Xiaoxiao, whose body was warm, her heart seemingly still beating. Her physiological functions were still intact. Yet, she felt an eerie absence of warmth, a state eerily similar to that of the living, yet distinctly different. But in an instant, the girl in her arms vanished into thin air. What have you done? Molly gritted her teeth, rising. Come back. Zhang Hai replied. No, even the smallest ant is still flesh. Madman. Molly struck out. You can't even spare the body of a girl. The myriad phenomena activated. She wielded her long blade, striking without mercy. The misunderstanding lay in the fact that Zhang Hai had just collected Li Yaoguang's body as well. His actions were not solely directed at Su Xiaoxiao. Was she also in on the act? Something felt off. This was indeed a genuine confrontation. How about we join forces with Molly to eliminate him? Meanwhile, the reactions among the female soldiers were starkly divided. Some hesitated, while others advanced. Mo family sword sect. Molly? The masked team. Witnessing this, Rose heft her massive hammer, convinced she could overpower the imposing figure. I'll lend a hand. Wait, be careful. That fallen girl is not in the right state. Tianping pondered before deciding to follow suit. Captain, I'm going too. Wang Mian nodded, scanning the battlefield, still fixated on Zhang Hai. Behind Xin Qingzhu, a lean new recruit glanced towards Su Xiaoxiao, faintly sensing something. She's dead. If Li Yaoguang was a coincidence, then what about this? Although 2 lives had been lost, he remained indifferent. Gazing at the shattering wall ring, resting in his palm, he continued to await the opportune moment and external response. The entire training camp had become a fragmented battlefield. The Sun Crown team had split into 3 factions. The first was Li Yifei. His psychic energy fluctuations had indeed been suppressed to a minimal state. As for his magical power, it was nearly non-existent by night. Yet, it mattered not. Because he possessed other means during this time, he continually assimilated offspring, beasts and ferocious monsters, various mysterious entities. Now, he commanded a multitude. At this moment, creatures emerged from unknown corners, all pouncing towards the new recruits in pursuit nearby. Why are there so many mysteries? This is impossible. Where did he release them from? Could it be that the external training camp has truly been breached? The new recruits were in disarray. Li Yifei sat upon a shipping container, relaxing, merrily observing. Lin Qiye, and another, named by Li Pangpang, correct? Li Yifei stood up, tilting his head. After a month of training in the tavern, he was no longer the same. I know you are behind me. Moments later, Lin Qiye emerged, along with Bai Li Pangpang, their faces reflecting surprise. How did you notice? It wasn't difficult. Li Yifei altered his tone, glancing at Lin Qiye. You shouldn't be able to tell, right? Lin Qiye. What? Nothing. Li Yifei smiled. If you lack the desire to fight, then allow me to devour you. Upon hearing the word devour, Lin Qiye was suddenly reminded of something. Coupled with the series of subtle clues he had just observed, he began to analyze the discrepancies. Time passed. Several hours went by. The moon had already sunk low, soon to be replaced by the dawn. At this moment, the battlefield had changed drastically. Hong Ying and Old Zhao acted together, having confronted two members of the masked team just moments ago. The special team, truly deserving of the name. Initially, Hong Ying was quite exhilarated, relying on her experience and the Forbidden Realm, Rosefire Feathergarb. She successfully toppled numerous new recruits. However, when faced with the opponents, the Moon Ghost and Vortex from the masked team, the battle became exceedingly arduous. Is this what it means to be a special team? Truly the pinnacle of teams. They were operating on an entirely different level. In the realm of the lantern, I was no match. Hong Ying steadied her new spear. Nevertheless, this battle proved immensely beneficial for her, serving as a true test, especially with her teammate, who evoked an incredibly familiar feeling, as though they had fought in tandem before. Had it not been for him, she would have already been defeated at the onset against the Moon Ghost. In Shang Flashing Moon, your Forbidden Realm bears a striking resemblance to the power invoked by a friend of mine after their death. Using the divine spirits, Hong Ying glanced at Zhao Kongcheng. She had already exhausted her strength, unable to hold on, unable to await the use of that light orb. Zhao Kongcheng remained silent, merely gripping his sword. Fixated on the Moon Ghost duo, he absorbed not solar-type magical energy, but attributes beyond, allowing him to operate beyond the realm of the lantern and couple it with the Forbidden Realm to catch his opponents off guard. But even that would only take him so far. I must say, your levels are utterly inadequate. Vortex shrugged, beginning to provoke. Is this how your teammates are? Your captain is he merely a FAAD? Had I known this would be the case, I would have insisted our captain take you down in one fell swoop. Still wishing to take our place. The Moon Ghost nodded in agreement. Yet soon, the expressions concealed beneath their masks morphed into madness. Their captain, impossible. What on earth transpired over there? The two sensed a peculiar and sinister wave, seemingly pinpointing the fatigued sides, no longer concealed, erupting in full force. Lantern Realm, Pool Realm, River Realm, Sea Realm. Ultimately, it astonishingly reached the Infinite Realm. And without reservation, it unleashed its divine might, cold, eerie, as if emanating from the netherworld. This was no ordinary infinite realm. It was a divine agent. Not only that, but it seemed there was another lurking outside this training camp. At this moment, it too erupted, releasing its divine might, with yellow sand swirling in the air, equally exerting the pressure of the infinite realm. Vortex and the Moon Ghost could only sense this presence in the training camp. Even so, it was enough to leave them drenched in sweat. With the Forbidden Realm still present, they should be able to remain within the Lantern Realm. On another side, Yuan Gang and a portion of the instructors faced off against Han Sheyun. Somehow, as they fought, they found themselves outside the training camp, in a forest. It seemed they had been lured there by some force. Then, the realms of both sides were entirely unbound. The former, Han Xiaoyun; the latter, Yuan Gang and the various instructors. A tempest accompanied by golden light. Intertwining, they fought fiercely for quite some time. Yuan Gang and the instructors grew increasingly astonished, for regardless of the techniques, strategies, skills, or thought patterns, Han Sheyun exhibited an extraordinary understanding. He handled the confrontation with remarkable ease, almost to the extent that aside from Yuan Gang, he was utilizing the most exquisite techniques, long spear, wind-related forbidden realm, and how well he understood us night watchers. This, after a slight analysis, it became evident. It was all too familiar. Just recently, he had appeared. You are, however, Han Xiaoyun paid him no mind. Seizing an opportunity, he dramatically accelerated, maneuvering behind the two instructors, piercing them through in a single motion. Wang Gue Wu Ruodong. Yuan Gang's eyes instantly turned crimson. The heartbeats of the other instructors quickened. Observing the time, it was almost dawn. Han Xiaoyun came to a halt. Yuan Gang then gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. The former captain of the Suzhou City team, the 13th seat of the faithful, Han Xiaoyun, the ancient god church. You and your ancient god church infiltrated the Sun Crown team, deceiving the Sun Crown captain. You led us here to kill us? Or was it from the very beginning? As Yuan Gang spoke, he contacted via earpiece. He suspected the communication system had been compromised, because the responses on the other end were mechanical and coordinated. Yet, whenever Han Xiaoyun was mentioned, the tone shifted, saying, "Please wait a moment." The focus shifted. Upon hearing him expose Han Xiaoyun's identity, Wang Gue and Wu Ruodong, on the brink of death from the skewer, turned their heads with even more incredulity than Yuan Gang. The faithful lord? They endured the excruciating pain, their emotions in disarray. You didn't die? They still wished to salvage the situation. ITS our own people, you've made a mistake. Watching their performance, Yuan Gang's mind went blank. Before he could react, a whirlwind of sand surged forth, enveloping the forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 46, Eruption. The magic power I wield. The time rewound to several minutes prior. In the square, hundreds of new recruits surrounded Zhang Hai. Under the leadership of Shen Qingzhu, they brandished various weapons they had scavenged, aiming them at him. In contrast, Zhang Hai was confined in place by various restraining powers. Meanwhile, the masked team, aside from their captain Wang Mian, had also lent a hand, showing no signs of idleness. They first dealt with the other members of the Sun Crown team. It seemed this way. They could incapacitate Zhang Hai and leave him aside. It was at this moment that an unexpected turn of events arose. Is this the limit? To the point of mutual destruction? It was nearly time. Continuing to wait was a waste of time. Most of the preparations are nearly complete. A hushed whisper emanated from behind Shen Qingzhu. It was a lean new recruit, and several of his companions looked at him with curiosity. Just about to speak when they saw the lean recruit step over a few individuals, tearing through the facade of his new recruit identity. Crack! As he took a step forward, the breaker of walls ring in his hand shattered instantly, breaking through the suppression of the town of bands and casting spells at his realm. A surge of divine might permeated the air. Boom! In that moment, all present, new recruits within a 1,000-meter radius, were pressed to the ground. Rendered immobile, it was as if the force of gravity had increased tenfold, 100-fold. Emoli, Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, including those within, all fell in an instant. Many from the masked squad, including Rose and 2 support team members, collapsed. The gravitational field of the balance could double the force, but even it could only sustain for 0.2 seconds before giving way, collapsing alongside the others. This realm and its oppressive force were beyond comprehension. The chilling divine might spread forth. As the vortex and moon ghost approached the vicinity of the dormitory building, they knelt on one knee, unable to suppress the urge to spit out blood. Moonlight decomposed, positions shifted, and the vortex absorbed. All sorts of excellent town of bands were rendered ineffective under the pressure of this realm. No, why does the town of bands have no effect on him? Who is that guy? He possesses divine might, as if he were an agent of the gods. I have seen this before while executing significant missions with the commander. This is a member of the ancient god church. An agent of the underworld judge. Our list has been rigorously screened. How could this happen? Several nearby instructors, including Hong Hao, were wide-eyed in disbelief. They attempted to force themselves upright, but the weight upon them was insurmountable. Their bones creaked under the strain. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang felt all the golden light before him shatter. Yet Lin Xie withstood it. Not just him. The masked squad's Wang Mian also remained standing. They unleashed their divine might, coordinating perfectly as they charged forward. Boom! In their simultaneous release, they struck out divine ruins. Various techniques emerged in unison. However, as it was not night, Lin Chia, devoid of enhancements, quickly faltered. The power of the seraphim proved ineffective. Even getting too close was impossible. The gap between them was insurmountably vast. The first a cold, unfeeling voice resonated from the square. The release time of the town of Bands is 20 seconds, Wu Yang. Minglu, they truly underestimate us. Wang Mian's expression darkened. The base is guarded by specialists, and should any emergencies arise, they will unlock the town of Bands, which must have already been done. The buffer duration is 20 seconds. Therefore, he must endure this interval. Are you the leader of the masked squad? What a pity. Even if you regain your full strength, you still fall significantly short of Wu Yang, far beneath me, not to mention now. However, you are quite clever, holding back your stamina, avoiding depletion. Alas, Lin Chia is as stubborn as you. Ming Lu sneered, the second. With a casual wave, a powerful wave of underworld energy erupted. Whoosh! Wang Mian swung the black blade, Yuan, capable of severing 3 dormitory buildings, to collide with it. Yet, it was utterly futile. Not even delaying for half a second. It was obliterated. Pfft! Wang Mian, like a kite severed from its string, spewed forth blood, hurtling backward faster than before. He collided with several buildings, crashing into the ruins, his fate unknown. The entire venue turned pale. The strongest had been defeated. The atmosphere was one of despair and suffocation. This GUY.is there a connection with the Solar Corona squad? Are they colluding together? Molly bit her lip, clenching her fists. Hey, are you all truly foolish? The indifferent Ming Lu spoke up. You guessed wrong. He is actually one of your allies, having only killed a few from the beginning. And they were all members of our ancient god church. Li Yaoguang, Su Xiao Xiao. TSK, how precise. Among them, you are the most interesting leader of the Solar Corona squad. But you calculated and calculated, yet did not account for this. Ming Lu, disinterested in wasting time, turned to Zhang Hai. I can break through the town of band suppression, right? Still want to play slowly? Head. As his explanation fell, a profound silence enveloped the entire training camp. Mo Li's lips trembled. Her face devoid of color, she had misunderstood. The remaining new recruits and instructors, without exception, were similarly affected. Only a few were different. Wang Mian, amidst the ruins, and Lin Chia. Haven't you always been pretending? Immortal? Huh? Hee. Still, the same statement. Lacking in strength, that is all there is to it. How about a game? I hit you once, you hit me once, round by round. If you can endure, not died, I will retreat. Ming Lu's words instilled a glimmer of hope in everyone. But they were unaware. Outside the training camp, members of the ancient god church were indeed present. They had invested heavily. Quickly, release his seal. Whose forbidden item is this? Bring it to me. Xin Qingzhu, with a stiff neck, roared out, however, before they could finish speaking, before Zhang Hai could respond, Ming Lu, without regard for martial ethics, kicked a stone. The stone shattered into 10 pieces. It crashed into Zhang Hai's body, blasting him into a warehouse. Immediately afterward, a wave of sinister underworld energy, capable of scorching the mind, enveloped him. Boom! The entire warehouse, affected by the underworld energy, collapsed under the pressure. The fluctuations in aura rapidly declined. Under the influence of Wu Yang, under the impact of the divine ruins, your town of Bands is ineffective. He felt a sense of boredom. The third. Outside the training camp, Yuan Gang and many instructors sensed the internal situation, their hearts plummeting to the depths. The ancient god church has truly gone mad. They unleash such battle prowess. How dare they? And are so well aware of their intelligence movements and deployment plans. Damn. Quickly contact Beijing. Within the training camp, Bai Li Pang had a face full of tears. I'm just a child from an ordinary family who has yet to enjoy a good life. Tavern owner, are you still alive? If you are, I will share half of my inheritance with you. If I lose my life, who will care about such matters? My father will surely support him. Lin Chia silently chanted something in his heart. Yet the feedback he received made him frown, cough. Pain and fatigue flickered in Wang Mian's eyes. It was not over. He would not lose. He gazed at the rising sun, closing his eyes, just as he was about to take action. A voice interrupted him. It was Zhao Kongqing's. You are mistaken. The failure of the team does not equate to the failure of the captain. Oh, you know why we are called the Solar Corona? The moon ghost and vortex frowned. Ding ding, ding ding ding. The alarm suddenly rang. Ming Lu inexplicably felt irritated. Upon discovering it was nearby, he stomped it to pieces. Seeing the alcohol beside him, he suddenly paused. This drink is quite good. He picked it up, pretending to drink. However, as he brought it to his lips, halfway through, he found it burning hot. The alcohol, burning hot? No way. Gulp, gulp. The wine jar turned red. The liquid began to boil. Within the ruins of the warehouse, sizzling sounds erupted, and it was visibly melting. What? Why is it suddenly so hot? Nearby new recruits were drenched in beads of sweat, feeling as though their clothes might melt. And amidst the ruins and the distorted vision, a figure gradually rose. The mask shattered, the clothing ripped. Step by step, he emerged from the deep pit. The ground scorched, emitting white smoke. He unabashedly unleashed his magical power. The game continues. The colossal shadow loomed over Ming Lu, enveloping him. The high temperature, altered form, and there are contingency plans. Ming Lu raised his gaze, his confusion momentarily clearing, then suddenly widened his eyes. It is you. He realized that the underworld energy had spontaneously dissipated. His form had stiffened somewhat, the heat nearby, rising at an absurd rate of thousands of degrees. Bang. Zhang Hai's massive hand pressed against his head, slowly drawing closer, as if confronting a child. Looking down upon him from a height, he gazed down. What now? Chapter 47. Ming Lu's collapse, compassion and arrogance. In stark contrast to the gentleness of the knight. Is it still the tavern owner? The disparity between the two is so vast. This is not a mere illusion, is it? The new recruits, drenched in sweat, swallowed hard. Morning. What is the purpose of an alarm clock? Why set it for the morning? They seem to understand. But why can he also break through the restrictions of the town of Bans? This was the question on everyone's mind. Night is the domain of the night watchman, but it is not the domain of the Solar Corona squad, and certainly not the domain of the captain. Only now does it count as the town of Ban suppresses mental strength. What does it have to do with magical power? In the distance, Li Yifei stood up, his gaze flickering. The rest of the Solar Corona squad began to rise one after another. For instance, Zhao Kongqing, as well as the fused magical power of Hong Ying, who, while feeling the incredible power within her, looked at the high-temperature distorted figure ahead, equally shaken in her heart. Just moments ago, she has merged with the solar attribute magic, reaching the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, just one step away from entering the Sea realm. When compared to the primordial magic ahead, the difference is as vast as that between a well and the ocean. At this moment, she can only gaze from afar. A thread of magic within her stirs uncontrollably, yearning to break free. It is utterly beyond her control in this instant. She comprehends that the magic coursing through her is merely borrowed. To withstand the assault of the infinite realm and still be alive. The fifth realm of infinity, with mental prowess that seems nearly limitless. Truly. Wait. Hong Ying casts a glance at Li Yifei, suddenly recalling something. Sensing the distorted figure ahead that seems hauntingly familiar. The high temperature, the forbidden abyss, this physique at him. Hong Ying suddenly remembers. Isn't this the person who assisted them during the Ghost Mask King incident and the Nantua Serpent Demon incident? The man from the high-temperature forbidden abyss now has become our captain. The divine pressure is diminishing. Now, it is our turn to act, manage the logistics, attend to the wounded, assist with the retreat, evacuate personnel, and oversee various matters. Zhao Kongqing and Li Yifei reflect on their responsibilities. Only Hong Ying, for a moment, fails to grasp the meaning, including the members of the masked team, who are equally bewildered. What is the captain's duty? What is the role of the team members? Assisting the captain, fighting. There is no time to ponder further. Their gaze is drawn back. For ahead, Zhang Hai has made his move. Though visibility is distorted by the scorching heat waves, they manage to perceive clearly through their senses and various aids. Zhang Hai, like a child with a chick, crushes the skull of Ming Lu. So simple. But the next moment, a chilling sound suddenly echoes from above. Do you truly believe that an entity of the infinite realm can be dispatched so easily? It is merely a clone of mine, lacking even a tenth of my strength. It seems. You are just as the intel suggested. To kill that useless Han Xiaoyun, at least you must be at the pinnacle of the Sea realm, perhaps even as I am, in the infinite realm. Ming Lu hovers in midair, retracting the dark energy below and wrapping it around himself. cold and eerie. You have made your move once. Now, it is my turn. He had stated that if Zhang Hai did not perish, he would retreat. Yet he also mentioned that you strike, I strike, and let us see who falters first. But now did his clone not just endure an assault. According to the rules, it should be his turn to act. Therefore, if he is to retreat, it must wait until after he has made his move. Until the turn-based system concludes, before he can withdraw, it matters not. The outcome remains the same. Zhang Hai speaks in a calm tone. You and the masked team are both unexpected delights. Rest assured, I will take this seriously. The divine energy and might enveloping Ming Lu erupt simultaneously. He unleashes all his power, reaching the peak state. The last encounter with the ancient god sect resulted in a severe lesson, underestimating the opponent. Such a mistake will not be made a second time. Boom. The fracturing dark energy collides violently with the magic energy spilling from Zhang Hai. A tempest of ferocity emerges at the epicenter. The force is so overwhelming that it shatters all nearby tiles, clearing a radius of dozens to hundreds of meters. Fortunately, the new recruits are already able to move and are steadily retreating. Having fallen back to 100 meters away, 20 seconds. The Town of Ruins monument has been unlocked. Should we assist? The members of the masked team, including Vortex Rose, are significantly outmatched by the Infinite Realm. Even now that they have recovered, they would merely be offering themselves up as fodder. Unless they join forces with the captain, there remains a glimmer of hope, but the prerequisite is being in peak condition. Their team has previously slain mysterious entities beyond their level, but those were enigmas, unlike humans. Not to mention the divine agents, even more challenging to contend with. It's fine. Wang Mian presses a hand to his chest. Emerging from the collapsed rear, with the restoration of his realm, his injuries rapidly healed. We should assist. Whoosh! A sharp cry pierces the air. In the central area ahead, Ming Lu has taken action, interrupting everyone's thoughts. In his peak state, his form expands, rivaling that of Zhang Hai. It has long been said that the star blade is indestructible, sharp beyond compare. Today, I shall put it to the test. He waves his hand. An unknown wild star blade appears in his grasp. Perhaps it belongs to some instructor. At this moment, it is enveloped in dark energy. The long blade elongates, its tip and base shrouded in dark energy. Resembling a halberd, it seems like a combination of axe and spear. With a single-handed swing, the mental strength of the infinite realm propels the blade's aura, unleashing 12-fold power, striking towards Zhang Hai's right shoulder. Whoosh boom! In the direction of his swing, a wave of slashing energy surges forth. It appears as though it is being sliced by nanotechnology, with winds and dust swirling wildly in its wake. As the dust settles, the devastation extends over 1,000 meters. The various buildings of the training camp, totaling over a dozen, along with various firearms, watchtowers, and armored vehicles, all resembling a steel fortress. The armory. All are no exception. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonates through the heavens, a single slice divides everything in its path. The destructive dark energy obliterates all materials in that direction, even bursting forth from the training camp, felling hundreds of trees in the forest, each crashing down, startling countless birds, including the swirling yellow sand, which indiscriminately cleaves through, severing everything in half. In the forest, Yuan Gang and the other instructors look up, their scalps tingling. This is the might of the infinite realm. Wait, who is he attacking? The masked team? In the heart of the training camp, hundreds of new recruits are left paralyzed on the ground, gazing at the blade aura above, hearts pounding in fear. Had they been standing moments before, they would have met their demise. The captain of the Sun Crown team, standing nearby. Their hearts tremble. They quickly look forward, shocked to find that Zhang Hai stands utterly unscathed. In contrast, Ming Lu, wielding the wild star blade, finds it lodged against Zhang Hai's skin, also immobile, merely trembling slightly. His pupils quake, doubting whether he has been poisoned by mushrooms. The star blade has barely made a dent, still being repelled by the muscle. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Specializing in physical strength, an exceedingly perilous corporeal abyss. It cannot be this outrageous. What manner of opponent have I sought out? What kind of monster did the ancient god sect encounter? Mistaken, utterly mistaken. A grave error. If we only speak of physical strength, the individual before me has already surpassed any infinite realm being he has encountered. And who knows if he has been blinded by his own hubris. Ming Lu grits his teeth, resolutely, refusing to be deterred, placing his other hand upon the blade, gripping it with both hands. Once more. He exerts himself, squeak, 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 utilizing all his strength. After a few seconds of stalemate, who knows, perhaps out of pity, a thin line of blood finally appears on the blade's edge, emotionally relieved, of course. This pales in comparison to the blood that currently pools in Ming Lu's eyes. At least it has some effect. His face flushes crimson, a proxy of the infinite realm god seems. At this moment, to finally regain some dignity, alas. The next second, the bloodline heals. Chapter 48, Threefold Edicts, Conceptual Weapon, a futile effort. It seems that a wound was genuinely inflicted. However, that is all. Every second, magic, combat power, and vitality are amplifying. Zhang Hai's combat strength in the next moment has already surpassed that of the previous second. Simply put, what could break skin in the last second now lacks the qualification to do so. Not to mention, there is still the fountain of life present. Unfortunately, there is no opportunity for repaired, as for the enemy, at best. The only chances to seize are at dawn or during the night. If missed, it becomes exceedingly difficult. In truth, even if he does not miss, Ming Lu's forehead is continuously beaded with sweat, unable to maintain his composure. Sigh. Zhang Hai silently exhales, having witnessed the performance. Indeed, they are mere rookies. Do you think the shattering of my mask was due to your efforts? He frees one hand, pressing against the body of Ming Lu's blade. Gradually, he begins to push it toward his shoulder. Zhang Hai's grip is steady, yet the blade quivers, and the tremors grow increasingly fierce. The reason being Ming Lu's frenzied exertion. He is resisting, a vein on his forehead bulges. Yet it is to no avail. No matter how much strength he exerts, he can only watch helplessly as the blade moves further from him, closer to his neck. Competing in strength is surely futile. Ming Lu's eyelids twitch incessantly. His brain races frantically. Forget it. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Zhang Hai. What? Ming Lu holds his breath. Is there a turning point? Is this fellow a misguided altruist? Is he feeling pity? Or is it because of arrogance? Giving him an opportunity. At this moment, he sits down, wildly poking his temples with his index finger, murmuring under his breath, Relax, relax, trust me. You will come up with a good idea. Zhang Hai's expression turns serious. You, do not underestimate others. Ming Lu nearly spits blood. In that instant, his temples throb, yet he truly begins to think of something. Now, the turn-based combat has concluded. Since you successfully withstood my strike and did not perish, I shall honor my promise and withdraw voluntarily. This was a commitment made. The ancient God Church never lies. He suddenly released his hold, turned away, and retreated explosively for hundreds of meters, witnessing his swift escape. Utterly devoid of martial ethics, the new recruits, instructors, and the massed squad below all remained in shock. Leaving just like that? Fleeing so boldly? How could it be so natural? Hey, why are you running, you coward? Li Peng shouted from below. Jumping and waving his hands, upon his words, Ming Lu truly paused in midair, abruptly turning around to reveal a ghostly lantern in his grasp. An ancient lamp. The wick was an eye of a ghost. At this moment, it slowly opened its eye. Everything within the vicinity began to freeze in place. Running? Of course, I was deceiving you. Deception is a soldier's strategy. The feint earlier was merely to let Zhang Hai lower his guard. Physical techniques are not my forte, merely a brute's usage. Now, this is the realm where I excel. He hurled the ghostly lantern. The compressed ghostly energy was unleashed in full, violently tearing apart the surrounding matter within the divine ruins. Is it not my turn yet? Zhang Hai was quite dissatisfied, brandishing the starry blade. With a casual sweep of the blade, a massive hand of fire was unleashed, enveloping all the ghostly energy. Lu Ming was also caught within. City flames rising. The internal temperature soared uncontrollably, from 6,000 degrees to 12,000, then to 24,000, doubling in layers. It seemed endless. Initially, the ghostly energy could hold its own against it, but soon, it could not withstand. Lu Ming could not endure the heat, forcibly breaking free from the fiery grasp. Meanwhile, the city flames seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. Rhadamanthus, the god, the deity I serve. I am willing to sacrifice my lifespan for a modicum of divine power. Have you heard my call? For the love of all that is holy, save me. Lu Ming had nearly burned half his body. His entire form trailed flames. Wherever he passed, everything ignited. Damn that god. At the crucial moment, truly useless. Lu Ming did not receive the divine call. His mentality shattered. He began to forsake the faith in his heart. As for the mission of the ancient god church, to hell with it. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's prior strike in Shanghai now, the new recruits understood that such residual energy could not simply be disregarded by retreating 100 meters. Retreat, retreat, retreat. This is the battle of the infinite realm. Listen, Daybreak Squad. Quickly, take the injured away. Follow me to the underground base. Hong Hao and several instructors began to organize the new recruits, guiding them in an orderly fashion. A fresh-faced recruit gazed at Lu Ming, his mouth twitching as strange energy seeped from his nostrils, surging towards the female recruits such as Emily further back. Humph! They still haven't noticed me. I am tired of playing with the demon child. This time, let us try a female soldier. Their resolve should be even weaker, right? It was exceedingly stealthy, almost undetectable. Yet halfway through its escape, it suddenly felt an intense heat, spontaneously igniting and letting out a wretched scream. Zhang Hai retracted his gaze, waving his hand to collect it as sacrificial material. Outside the training camp, amidst the forest, yellow sand lay scattered everywhere. At this moment, a man with a physique like an iron tower, draped in a black coat, emanated the pressure of the infinite realm. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped Yuan Gang, Han Xiaoyun, and others, controlling them tightly. If Han Xiaoyun's tempestuous disaster could be unleashed without restraint, sweeping across an entire city, then his sandstorm was a supercharged version. The moisture in my body was rapidly vanishing. Yuan Gang's lips cracked, then he shockingly discovered that each grain of sand had become as hard as iron, capable of easily piercing through flesh. Clang. He hastily released golden light, enveloping the surrounding instructors within. Han Xiaoyun, get inside. Your wind cannot compare to his. The disparity in realms. Meanwhile, the Iron Tower man descended slowly, sensing the recent commotion. Lu Ming, it seems, has nearly finished. He must hasten. Oh, right, esteemed instructors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Sha from the ancient God Church. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a surge of heat. Upon looking up, he was astonished to find Lu Ming charging out from the training camp. His eyes scorched blind, half of his body petrified, the other half burned. His eyes represented the law of faith. The petrification symbolized the law of reality. The burning was from the power of the sun. He bore 3 layers of negative buffs, and yet he was still running point. One cannot help but admire the divine agents. They possess something remarkable. At this moment, he swiftly flew past the Iron Tower man, calling out to him, "Look back!" Their essay surprised with that, he instantly sped past the Iron Tower man. However, as he flew, the ghostly energy was exhausted. He plummeted to the ground, adopting the gait of an ordinary person. His arms flailing rapidly as petrification set in, he transitioned to hopping on one foot. Then, after barely a few meters of reluctant leaps, he was entirely petrified. Call upon me, for what purpose? At the same time, a fragment of consciousness from the Greek god, the judge of the underworld, timely responded to Lu Ming's call. Have you completed the task I assigned you? As the words fell, seeing his agent motionless, now rigid as stone, the deity's gaze was filled with profound resentment. He raised an eyebrow and vanished abruptly. Lu Ming, how has he ended up in such a ghastly state? You want me to look back at him like this? The Iron Tower man's face twitched, unable to resist glancing back. He discovered a burly figure, a man even taller than him, standing in the sunlight, resembling an iron tower. Slap! The man clapped a hand on his shoulder. Whoosh! Instantly, flames erupted from the Iron Tower man's entire body, twisting him painfully, his mouth opening and closing. Yet no sound emerged, as if flames had choked his throat. Woo! The swirling yellow sand in the sky came to a halt. After Zhang Hai clapped, he fell to the ground. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace. The sandstorm began to dissipate like raindrops. Yuan Gang and a dozen instructors nearly collapsed. They were saved. Yet, they could not recognize who it was. 1. No mask. 2. The size difference was too great. There was no match in the entire training camp. 3. The power. The one who clapped the shoulder of the agent of the sand god. An existence of the infinite realm was suffering so intensely from the heat. Would one of such caliber truly fear flames? Who could accomplish this? The experts at headquarters were few and far between, and none matched this level. Moreover, from the looks of it, this was not over. Where was he heading next? To slay gods. Han Xiaoyun's voice erupted in their ears. Chapter 49 Medusa. Am I the one petrified? Slaying gods. Surrounding instructors were bewildered. It is slaying the divine agent. Yuan Gang added, casting a glance at Han Xiaoyun. The divine agent and the deity are worlds apart. Was that infinite realm within the training camp also dealt with by him? You joined this daybreak squad? As Yuan Gang spoke, a splitting headache assaulted him. This was indeed a grave oversight. Who could have anticipated that the ancient god church would deploy 2 agents of the infinite realm at once? All were divine agents. The most significant oversight, however, was that they remained unaware that the ancient god church possessed the power to transcend the town ruins monument. Otherwise, even an infinite-level being could be restrained beneath the town ruins monument. Why it has now been resolved. Why is your captain still going after the divine agent? Could there be another one? How many divine agents does the ancient god church have in total? Are they all deployed this time? A serpent's shadow and a woman appeared in Yuan Gang's mind. Medusa. More accurately, the agent of Medusa. The previous operation failed, and this time she was likely to return with a vengeance, participating in this plan. A loud shout interrupted their thoughts. Not dead yet. It seemed that upon witnessing Zhang Hai truly depart, the yellow sand above the forest reassembled, forming a grotesque visage. It was none other than the earlier agent of the sand god. Buzzing, countless grains of yellow sand converged, coalescing into a massive figure. Each grain of sand possessed the capability to annihilate those below the river level. They could pose a threat to those at the river and sea realms. With sufficient numbers, even an equivalent infinite realm would find it perilous to confront him. Do not conflate me with Lu Ming, that waste. Do you think a mere spark would suffice? His words were abruptly cut off. For Zhang Hai, who had retreated far, paid no heed and once again swung his blade in this direction. Torches. At the moment of drawing the blade, a whirlwind of fiery walls erupted around the sand goddess agent, engulfing it in flames and fiercely burning. Engaging in a relentless battle with the sand goddess agent, this fire was unlike any other. As long as the sun and moon persist, the relentless pursuit of the target shall not cease until reduced to ashes. Buzz! Zhang Hai pressed onward. Yet, attacks came in rapid succession. At this moment, at the missile launch base, over a dozen gleaming metal warheads were all aimed at him, seemingly determined to obstruct his advance. Alas, it was to no avail. Before nearing even 100 meters, they were melted down, exploding one after another, creating a dazzling display akin to fireworks in broad daylight. Yuan Gang and the others were taken aback. Their expressions quickly darkened. The missile launch base had also been compromised. Inside the training camp, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Elder Sun gazed in bewilderment at the flattened ceiling above him. The morning sun streamed in from outside, enveloping him in warmth. Yet deep within, a chill settled in. Is this the power of humanity? After living for so long, he was witnessing such a spectacle for the very first time. Most crucially, the devastation wrought by such an existence. The potency of this force was so pronounced that within mere seconds, it was snuffed out by an even more formidable power. Did our camp harbor beings even more powerful than the immeasurable? He swallowed hard. The stimuli he faced today felt more intense than all the previous decades combined. Before absolute strength, everything appeared exceptionally pale. Little Zhang has yet to return. Could he have been caught in the crossfire? As Elder Sun pondered, his gaze halted. He suddenly noticed a battered alarm clock placed beside the balcony, along with a note. This is a jolt coursed through Elder Sun. He was no fool. This was his alarm clock. Little Zhang had taken it, and now it had silently reappeared. Combined with the strange occurrences before and after it was as if to say, "It is my turn now." This series of unusual actions led Elder Sun to a swift conclusion. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The seemingly frail figure was unexpectedly a member of the ancient god church, or perhaps the entity that had annihilated the ancient god church. Whichever it was no trivial matter. Elder Son was thoroughly frightened. All along, there had been a being of at least immeasurable power hidden beside him. He regretted conversing for so long without even mentioning his granddaughter. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. The individual appeared amiable in person, which had not revealed any signs. Revealing it afterward would be akin to courting disaster. Moments prior, at a missile launch base, a woman with flowing green hair, her coat half slipped off her shoulder, entered with 2 black boxes in hand. Her movements were mesmerizing, enchanting the workers in her path, who were soon petrified after a few twirls. Amidst a hail of gunfire, she deftly evaded and broke through to the control room. Aiming to launch point 1 wave was insufficient. She sought another. However, just as she was about to continue, she encountered another entity, a serpent demon with a forked tongue. Nandu, the serpent demon. Wasn't it slain by the night watchman? It had not perished. The woman playfully covered her mouth with her delicate hand, chuckling softly. Oh, have you become their slave? Heh heh heh. Fortunately, she arrived just in time. Li Yifei maintained his serpentine form, asserting, I am Li Yifei. I have a name. With that, he unleashed his pool realm strength to engage in combat. The reason he was only at the pool realm was that this was merely a clone. The woman, meanwhile, flicked her tongue like a serpent, a true native. Yet, she was not entirely indigenous to as for her realm. She had only recently broken through to the river realm. Li Yifei was quickly defeated and turned to stone in the process. You cannot stop me. No, that is enough. Li Yifei's clone smiled and closed his eyes completely. Huh? What do you mean? The woman furrowed her delicate brows. At that moment, a rich, resonant voice echoed from nearby. You are the agent of Medusa? The one who escaped during the campus incident last time. How? Medusa turned her head, maintaining her composure. Just as she was about to respond, her form twisted, and she was brutally crushed to a pulp. A muffled explosion rang out, creating a deep crater. Had she recently encountered that military faction? As the figure approached, it was none other than Zhang Hai. Whoosh. Not far away, a serpent eye materialized, reassembling into the form of Medusa's agent, who gasped for breath, her delicate face pale. That was close. If it weren't for having opened the divine ruins early to replace my true form, I would have lost my life. However, Medusa's agent quickly regained her composure. You should not face me? Zhang Hai suddenly felt perplexed. Logically, with 2 beings of immeasurable power dead, she should be in a state of panic. Why was she so calm? Was she not afraid? Failing to eliminate me at the first opportunity will become your greatest regret in life. She licked the back of her hand. The next moment, she lifted the 2 black boxes. These were originally 3 devastating weapons aimed at the Phoenix Squad, and now 2 of them were here. Not to mention the presence of 2 immeasurable predecessors. In the next instant, she froze. Where are those 2 predecessors? Indeed, she now realized that they seemed to have lost their life signatures. No, one was still struggling, but it wouldn't last long. How could this be? Could it be that this? Never mind, without them, it would suffice. Medusa quickly regained her focus, smiling gently as she prepared to open the box, only to discover her hands were empty. Is your confidence reliant on them? Zhang Hai held up the 2 boxes. Medusa's smile froze. Chapter 50, Lucifer, Pride versus Pride. How could you? When did this happen? Medusa was incredulous. The very next second, her hair transformed into writhing serpents, all eyes fixated on Zhang Hai. Serpent gaze. Yet the petrification failed to affect him. However, 1 second passed, then 2, and their gazes grew weary, while Zhang Hai remained unchanged. No, to say he was unchanged would be inaccurate. Rather, the change was too gradual. Had one used a magnifying glass to inspect him, one might notice a single strand of hair beginning to petrify. But that was all. To petrify a second strand would require Medusa's agent to maintain her gaze for a prolonged period. Medusa's agent felt a chill run down her spine. She lost her composure and allure. Yes, ordinarily, she would have enticed and charmed. But now, before someone who could genuinely threaten her life, to flaunt would be courting death. Hey, handsome brother, could you spare me? I would be grateful to you for a lifetime. Her eyes shifted, adopting a more submissive tone, her hands resting in a playful manner as she spoke sweetly. If Hong Ying were to witness this, she would undoubtedly feel a chill run through her entire body, tingling from head to toe, especially since it was directed at her father. She could simply feign innocence. Seeing others behave this way was utterly nauseating. Grateful for a lifetime. Let us play a game. If you can answer correctly, you shall live. If you cannot. Zhang Hai paused slightly, granting her an opportunity. What? The Medusa agent smirked, feeling relieved. Brother, you may ask. Quite simple. Please listen closely. What belongs to you yet is constantly utilized by others. Zhang Hai's expression grew serious. What? The Medusa agent stammered, her mind racing. Is this a riddle? What is yours that others consistently use? What could it be? After pondering for a moment, when she looked back up at Zhang Hai's eyes, she seemed to grasp the answer, smiling as she slowly uttered a syllable. Nearby, Li Yifei, who had been mostly petrified and spectating, suddenly widened his eyes upon hearing that word. So clever. Incorrect. It is your name. Zhang Hai shook his head. The Medusa agent froze, her face twitching. You lost? So, do you think I would meekly surrender? The Medusa agent's serpentine visage returned. Beneath Zhang Hai's feet, a massive serpent eye pattern emerged, and the two black boxes vanished in an instant. When she turned back to look, Medusa herself transformed into a cloud of mist, like an illusion, obscuring her disappearance. Who would heed your words? Only a fool would keep their promises. From the beginning, the ancient God Church has never upheld their commitments. Yet, as she moved while attempting to open the boxes, she felt her entire being commencing rapid petrification. Regulation. Reality. You answered incorrectly and attempted to evade punishment. The Medusa agent's form stiffened. What the hell? I've been petrified. What is this guy's power? Is it the same as mine? Divine beings, save me. I am willing to trade 10 years of my soul and life. As she was petrified halfway, she urgently cried out for help, expressing her willingness to sacrifice herself for the divine. In that instant, the deity she represented responded with 2 words. Not enough. In the next moment, Medusa's soul and lifespan were entirely extracted. After losing her soul and vitality, the petrification ceased, not as a failure, but because it detected that Medusa's agent had perished, rendering the petrification unnecessary. Simultaneously, a burst of green radiance erupted from her remains. A more enchanting woman, exuding an unassailable divine authority, ascended from the air. Gazing down upon Zhang Hai, her towering figure, with eyes aflame and green fire, serpentine hair, and a tail resembling that of a serpent, stood nearly 3 meters tall. Plague of poison. Medusa, my unfortunate agent. Slain by another's petrification ability. Truly useless. However, I shall grant your final wish and bring about his demise. Thus, her gaze fixed upon Zhang Hai, provoking the wrath of the divine, Medusa, in a posture of noble grandeur. Sensed something and abruptly altered her tone. You are quite remarkable among mortals. The deity's sensing ability was formidable. She could perceive that Zhang Hai's combat prowess was continuously escalating, even as he deliberately concealed it, causing the surrounding air to warp and the ground to begin melting. At this level, her projection could not contend with him. Yet, as long as she eliminated him, the request would be fulfilled. Therefore, regardless of the means, all would suffice. Medusa's fingers curled slightly, and a surge of mental energy overflowed, causing 2 black boxes to levitate in the air. Boom. One of the boxes instantly shattered, as a black finger bone floated out. An indescribably ominous aura erupted, plummeting the temperature around them, with black-red energy howling forth. Even the heat radiating from the surroundings could not withstand it, nor could it resist that moment. All retreated, suppressed. Following this, a significantly larger entity began to coalesce behind the finger bone. The abyss, terrifying. Emanating waves of divine might that far surpassed those of the previous 2 immeasurable beings and Medusa's projection, a trifecta of power. It could even be said to be worlds apart. In the training camp, the new recruits, despite the distance, still felt a shiver run through them. Could this be yet another divine agent? Shinqingzhu, Emoli, Bai Li Pang Pang, and others were gripped by a foreboding sense of doom. For the first time, they felt their own insignificance. Life was at the mercy of others. Lin Chi stood rooted to the spot. Recalling the muscular man from earlier, Uncle Zhang Hai, the holder of the high-temperature forbidden ruins, a member of the coronation team, was not unrelated, gradually aligning in his mind. It was inconspicuous usually. Could he have been possessed? Like the offspring of the serpent demon? He intended to confirm this after the matter concluded, but now, perhaps there would be no opportunity. Yes, this was the genuine pulse of the divine, not merely the meager authority of an agent. Within the masked team, before the other team members could respond, Captain Wang Mian immediately looked up, his eyes flashing with deep astonishment. From the aura alone, it was evident. It was even more powerful than the Yamata no Orochi they had previously encountered. If that one could be delayed by special means, this one was utterly insurmountable. Divine waves? Hong Ying was somewhat bewildered, glancing at Zhao Kongcheng and the others. Captain, can we handle this? The others shook their heads. Uncertain, and no matter how strong the captain, he was still human. Humanity had yet to prevail against the divine. Damn it. Among the many instructors, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang stepped forward, clutching the star blade, and dialed another number. The nearest immeasurable elder has already departed. What? 2 immeasurable beings from the ancient god church are coming. I will personally report to the Supreme Commander. Send the special teams, the mediums, the Phoenix team. No, the mediums should go faster. Please have them hurry. Yuan Gang, the new recruits are our future. Coronation? I am unclear. How? In Shangjing City, Xiao Pinggu set aside his languid demeanor, now grave to the utmost degree. However, just as he had put down the phone, it rang again, urgently. What did you say? Another wave of divine power has emerged, and it is not ordinary. It is the pulse of a deity? A deity. His complexion turned pale. Which god is it? Divine Code 004. The fallen angel. One of the demons from Western mythology, the sin of pride, the fallen angel, Lucifer. Was he not sealed beneath a volcano? I understand that I will immediately report to the Supreme Commander, and as swiftly as possible. Call upon a human pinnacle. Xiao Pinggu was drenched in cold sweat, hastening to provide support for you. Chapter 51. The body trembles, 50,000 meters in a second, within the brightly lit hall of the ancient god church. The Moon Huai and the Whisper were absent, both preoccupied with pressing matters, leaving only the enigmatic Qianemo, the wrath of the evil god. Have they finally resorted to it? As for the 2 of them, I wonder if they are faring well. After all, the night watchmen are not foolish. They will undoubtedly mobilize forces for support. And these 2, at this moment, must represent the ancient god church to distract their attention. However, since the wrath of the evil god has been invoked, the action must be quite profound. They should have eliminated numerous new recruits, and even the masked team may have suffered losses. Only then will the Phoenix team or the mediums arrive at breakneck speed. His voice was rather neutral, devoid of gender. Otherwise, this formidable weapon would not be employed. Woof, woof. In Songnan City, at Auntie's house, Xiao Hei Lai stared fiercely into the distance, into the remote wilderness, barking furiously. The next moment, he was kicked by Yang Jin. Mom is still sleeping, stop barking, Yang Jin murmured. He then gazed at the sun, which was gradually obscured by clouds and gloom, his mood darkening with the weather. He didn't even notice when he dropped the cup and toothpaste he had just used to brush his teeth. An invasion by outer gods. Brother is over there, and so close. Lucifer, then there should be no problem. Medusa's divine projection sensed the aura, yet the convergence of her divine thought avatar still required some time. Do you think I will grant you time? Zhang Hai began to approach, casually tossing the petrified Li Yifei's avatar away. No, Medusa regained her composure, her crimson lips curling slightly. What of it? This deity will ensure you have no time. Although the power of this projection was limited and could not sustain her for long, delivering 1 or 2 strikes was entirely feasible. Divine Ruins Circle, in an instant, the entire missile base, as well as many locations beyond, were enveloped in a faint green light. Within this release range, everything. All targeted objects were under her control, capable of being teleported over great distances with a single push of her palm. The divine force erupted, and as she thrust her hand, a green snake sprouted from her palm. Whoosh! Under the illumination, Zhang Hai appeared unable to move, directly teleported to an extremely distant location. By the time you return, it will be a hell on earth. Now, within the scene I adore, I shall take the opportunity to select another agent. Oh right, there is something good. With a casual wave, another box burst open, An ancient yet foul-smelling snake skin appeared before her. And without hesitation, Medusa swallowed it whole. In an instant, her aura began to surge explosively. The time spent here extended further. 10,000 serpents, capable of summoning countless giant pythons, forming a locust plague that devours everything in its vicinity. This is one of the weapons to eliminate the Phoenix team. Naturally not weak at all now. Let us begin. Blood sacrificed. Let us have a taste. Before Medusa could finish speaking, she was suddenly interrupted by a thundering sound from behind. More accurately, it was the sound of something landing. Crack! The ground split open with a fissure over 10 meters wide. The one who landed was none other than Zhang Hai, who had been teleported away. At that moment, for reasons unknown, he had circled around to Medusa's back. He bore a star blade, which seemed rather petite compared to his towering stature, and with one hand he held the blade while the other cradled a cup of soy milk. Observing her as one would a monkey, Medusa whipped around, her serpentine hair swirling and emitting a soundless roar. "You have returned. How is this possible? How did you do it? You are but a solitary human." A training camp. Mere seconds ago, the vigilant instructors were suddenly plunged into despair. His aura has dissipated. Could he have been defeated? Yet, such a swift vanishing seems improbable. After all, he faced a deity, which is not entirely inconceivable. It appears he has succumbed to the divine. Has the captain of the coronation squad perished? How unfortunate that he could not endure. The expressions of the instructors shifted, for the auras of Zhang Hai and Medusa were both palpably intense. Abruptly evaporating. The probability suggests but one possibility. They are no longer present. Their absence is tantamount to death. Their life signatures diminish to the point of total obliteration. Silence. Before Li Yifei and Zhao Kongqing could utter a word. Hong Ying was the first to step forward. Donning the coronation mask, her identity remained concealed. Yet even if her true self were revealed, she would still declare, "She has been protected until now. Do you still have the audacity to speak of this or that? Had it not been for an undercover agent among you, colluding with the ancient God Church, we would not have reached this dire juncture." Hong Ying's visage was icy. She was on the verge of a furious outburst. Beside her, old Zhao regarded Hong Ying with a resigned sigh. Seems the upper echelons of the Night Watch are not entirely unified. They cannot all embody the trust once shared by the former Team 136. None would betray the others. The remaining instructors moved their lips, but refrained from further comment. Even the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, remained silent. They are not cowards. Yet, they are a burden. This is the truth. Even if they wish to assist, they would be unable to do so. Taking the initiative may well lead to becoming a liability. It was then that Wang Mian of the masked squad stepped forth. "I am also a captain. Fear not, I shall trace back in time to avert this calamity." He inhaled deeply. Even if it involves the divine, it will cost him dearly in lifespan. But now, buzz, without further contemplation, Zhang Hai's aura surged once more. Even more tumultuous than before. At a distance of 50 kilometers from the training camp, outside a quaint town, a high-ranking night watchman of the infinite realm was hastening forward, his expression fraught with anxiety. The headquarters has placed their hopes upon him. He cannot afford to fail. 50 kilometers. Time is of the essence. At this pace, he cannot possibly make it. My potential has been exhausted. The futures and worth of these young recruits, instructors, and the masked squad far exceed my own. Above the infinite realm, even if I were to leap hundreds of meters in a single bound, it would still be insufficient. By then, it would be too late. Without hesitation, I shall risk my very life. His slightly wrinkled eyes glimmered with determination as he removed the emblem. Hidden within was the demon goddess call. The demon goddess call. It can temporarily ignite all potential, consuming life to elevate one's realm, resulting in a meteoric increase in speed. This is precisely what he requires. I have lived well enough. Luo Qing, Yifan, remember to give me a grand funeral. Crack! Just as he was about to pierce the needle into his flesh, a figure materialized before him. A tall man with an exposed torso appeared as if propelled by speed. Yet the elderly night watchman could not halt. Akin to a runaway locomotive, and just as he was about to collide, bang! The man merely reached out a hand, effortlessly halting him. Immediately, the man shimmered, and a cup of soy milk appeared in his grasp. "Are you a night watchman?" Please help me settle the payment at the town later. Thank you. The Infinite Realm Elder widened his eyes. You're also, do you know how far this is from the new recruit training camp? Never mind. It's just a matter of a step or two. Zhang Hai said no more. With one leg slightly bent, he suddenly exerted force. Bang! A tempest erupted. Dozens of towering trees bowed under the pressure. The ground cracked open for hundreds of meters. Amidst this chaotic energy, even the Infinite Realm Elder struggled to maintain his footing, stumbling back several steps before finally regaining his balance. When he focused his gaze, where had Zhang Hai's figure gone? What did he just mean, a step or two? Chapter 52. Domain unfolds. Iron Encirclement Mountain. He dares to inquire how far I am from the training camp. Is he jesting? He is a night watchman? So young, yet I see no badge upon him. The expression of the Infinite Realm Elder shifted dramatically. Before he could ponder further, from a hidden corner emerged another unfamiliar man, clad in heavy armor. Was that commotion you're doing? Reinforcements from the night watch? Me? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. He chuckled sinisterly, exuding an aura rivaling that of the Infinite Realm. Perhaps at the early stages of the Infinite Realm. Yet due to various reasons such as innate talents and forbidden realms, even when faced with mid to late stages of the Infinite Realm, he could still hold his ground for a brief period. Delaying time here poses no issue at all. You are from the ancient God Church, here to obstruct me. The Night Watch Elder's aura wavered. Certainly not, not conflate me with them. My purpose in hindering you is merely to buy time, allowing one person to perish. The armored man cracked his neck. I accepted a bounty. It targets the young master of the Bai Li family. Bai Li Tu Ming. It is not for money, but for a certain special forbidden object in any case. Before he could finish, his form suddenly distorted, followed by sounds of unbearable strain, cracking and splintering boom. It was as if a heavy meteor had struck him. His facial features were compressed into a grotesque mass. The heavy armor he wore was reduced to a crumpled heap, transformed into scrap metal. A shockwave erupted. As the haze dissipated, there stood the familiar towering figure of Zhang Hai, his feet resting atop the now flattened armored man, who had become a sandwich of ketchup, an Infinite Realm being, name unknown, deceased. I forgot to bring a straw. He shook the clear straw in his hand, inserting it into the cup of soy milk. With a gentle step, akin to a superhero taking flight, he vanished once more. Meanwhile, the Infinite Realm being was recorded by the system as material for the next sacrifice. The Night Watch Elder was left dumbfounded. Wait, a straw. At this size, one could simply drink directly. I finished the drink in one gulp. Does it matter whether there's a straw? Wait, that is not important. This young man, just now, crushed an infinite being? He crushed to death. At the missile launch base, Medusa, having utilized her teleportation ability to successfully transfer Zhang Hai, began to attend to her own affairs. Yet, mere seconds later, she heard the sound of footsteps landing on one foot, attempting to be as quiet as possible but failing, resulting in a gust of wind that was particularly conspicuous and jarring. Whoosh, boom. The garments and hair of Medusa fluttered wildly. A chaotic whirlwind, yet Medusa herself, with her serpent-like eyes wide open, spun around abruptly, her gaze filled with disbelief. For the one who had been transferred away, Zhang Hai, now stood before her, completely unscathed. He merely flickered and reappeared. Why are you staring at me? Would you care for a drink? Zhang Hai finished the fiery soy milk in his hand and tossed it to her. Medusa instinctively caught it, murmuring absent-mindedly, your human physique. At this distance, how did you return in such a short time? My divine ruin circle spans 1,000 meters. Creatures within that radius fall under my control and are subject to transfer. Unless you leapt outside 1,000 meters in advance to evade my teleportation, correct? Observing Zhang Hai's unperturbed expression, her countenance shifted repeatedly. Could it be he did not merely escape the range of the spell? Rather, he was simply too indifferent to move, returning from 50,000 meters away? By mere flesh, on foot. How many times the speed of sound must that be? Can a mortal physique endure it? Wouldn't he be reduced to ashes? The temperatures generated from such friction would have annihilated an ordinary person. Her thoughts spiraled. Is it really that difficult? Zhang Hai's tone bore an edge of skepticism. Are you, as the so-called evil deity, incapable of such feats? Galen from the 7 deadly sins can leap thousands of meters in an instant. His physical data is terrifying. He surpasses Galen. Is this level of movement truly excessive? Of course. Maintaining such speed for 24 hours without pause would be quite the challenge. However, it is early morning. Currently, one can only grow stronger. Indeed, it is achievable. Medusa snapped back to reality, as if piercing through everything. You possess a similar forbidden object or a forbidden realm that allows for long-distance teleportation, do you not? However, I do not sense divine might emanating from you. This indicates you are not an agent of any other deity. Thus, that moment must have placed a considerable strain on your mental fortitude. How much longer can you endure? Medusa appears to have succumbed to stress. Do not be agitated. Is it not your desire to wait until she fully solidifies? I shall wait for you. Zhang Hai, grasping a long blade upon his shoulder, found it too light and set it down again. I will grant him the time to manifest, even if it is merely a false deity. From the depths of Medusa's gaze, one could discern a shift from anticipation to disappointment. This moment is simply absurdly amusing. Waiting? How ostentatious. It seems you still lack comprehension. Medusa, for the first time, felt the disdain of humanity. Have you made up your mind? What you shall face next are indeed two divine entities, merely a projection and a divine thought. Zhang Hai shook his head. Let us wager then. Medusa scoffed coldly, stating that she and her companion would annihilate everything within a 10-kilometer radius, including you. Should they fail, she feigned a seductive demeanor, suggesting that she could grant you a single condition, anything you desire. Upon uttering this, as if to imply Zhang Hai's acquiescence, Medusa let out a light laugh and, without waiting for Lucifer, made the first move, buzz. The divine ruins expanded. Countless serpent eyes emerged from every corner, manifesting within the training camp. Nearby villages, towns, and every nook and cranny became overwhelmed. All who beheld them were petrified. Moreover, the serpent eyes swiftly sprouted bodies, transforming into colossal pythons measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. While petrifying humans, they also began to devour. However, this consumption was indiscriminate. Everything in proximity, all matter, was swept away like locusts. Not even a skeleton remained. Trees of the jungle, weapons and buildings, reinforced concrete, supermetal alloys. Everything along the path was cleaned out. The calamity escalated to a catastrophic scale. This was the might of the divine. The vicinity of the training camp was similarly besieged. Hurry to the underground base. It is quite sturdy. No, Chief, the underground base cannot withstand this. These serpents, only the sea realm can inflict damage. The instructors and recruits were experiencing for the first time the divine power that had only existed in textbooks. Suffocation and despair enveloped them. This, it seemed, was still not Lucifer's doing. Hong Ing and others exerted their magical power in an effort to block the python's assaults. Meanwhile, the Elder Night Watchman, an existence of the infinite realm, gazed at the scene before him. Utterly helpless. Such a vast area. He could only save a select few. What a joke. We are here too. Why the chaos? And those lurking nearby, belonging to the ancient god church, or perhaps drawn by the bounty on by Li Pang Pang, could no longer restrain themselves. They fled frantically into the distance. As the overwhelming pythons coalesced, Zhang Hai cast a glance and lost interest. Over the past month, the solar magic had completely melded in terms of usage. He had ascended to a new level. I indeed lack a wide-ranging technique. For previously, there was no need, if necessary, I shall devise one on the spot. Zhang Hai extended his index finger, pointing skyward, clusters of solar flames transforming into long streaks that shot upwards, instantly exceeding a kilometer, reaching an extraordinary altitude. Then, like a birdcage, it spread out, enveloping all directions, forming a colossal canvas, covering an area of over 10 kilometers. The domain unfurled. Chapter 53. The divine knelt, standing atop all races. Buzz! In an instant, everything around abruptly dimmed, plunging into utter darkness. The followers of the ancient god and the bounty hunters were met with a veil of blackness. Soon after, the ground ruptured, creating fissures. 1, 2, 3, geysers of lava erupted forth. Like a volcanic eruption, the surrounding terrain, influenced by some factor, began to change wildly. The pitch-black sky and earth transformed into a conflation of flames and lava, enveloping them entirely. and in that instant of engulfment, all recruits within the training camp, as well as innocent souls, were automatically expelled from this range. The remaining thousands of rampaging pythons, along with the followers of the ancient god, bounty hunters, and even the sand god's agent struggling in the fiery vortex. In a single breath, all began to scream in agony. The lava absorbed and consumed them. In the intense blaze, those of lower realms could scarcely endure even a second, while the stronger could hold out for at most a few seconds, until they were all reduced to ashes. The minimum temperature within, the lowest temperature saturating the air, soared into the thousands of degrees. The closer one was to the missile base, the higher the temperature. At the core, it began at tens of thousands of degrees. Iron-encased mountain. Gazing into the distance, this was the true apocalyptic scene. Of course, this was the interior. If one were to look outward, another scene would unfold. You altered the terrain and topography. The divine ruins? No, not the divine ruins. It resembles a barrier technique. Inside the domain, Medusa felt herself ensnared within a colossal furnace of heat. Merely enduring for a few more seconds, even she began to feel restless, unable to withstand it. If it continued, she would eventually be scalded. As for those myriad serpents, one need not mention them. They had long since been extinguished. Meanwhile, within Zhang Hai's system, the sound of energy accumulation rang repeatedly, bringing a sense of delight. Indeed, anything of value within his domain was incinerated to ashes, and the system automatically absorbed it. This included the two infinite realm entities from the ancient god church, and not those countless serpents. Although due to their uniqueness, they could not be sustained for long, resulting in their value being less than anticipated. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. Over 10,000. Your ability can also execute large-scale slaughter. Medusa lifted her head, finding herself in an unfamiliar landscape, a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. She could distinctly sense that she had been instantaneously transported. This fellow indeed possesses teleportation capabilities. The domain? Wait, this seems to be a manually created space. Self-created? How much mental energy must this consume? She had never encountered such a human before, at least not in her realm. Tio maintained such an extensive area and temperature. The consumption must be considerable. Is this your strongest technique? How long can you sustain it? Medusa flicked her serpent tongue, but due to the overwhelming heat, had to retract it. The numerous serpents atop her head also followed suit. Awaken me for such trivial matters? Suddenly, within the sweltering domain, a solitary, dark voice echoed. The owner of this voice was a colossal being with 6 black wings, exuding an aura of malevolence. The fallen angel. Lucifer, the god of the West. Upon his arrival, the surrounding temperature plummeted another degree. Medusa felt an immense relief. However, this seemed merely an incidental effect, a buff that accompanied his entrance. For throughout, Lucifer had not cast a single glance at Medusa, as if in his eyes she were nothing but an insect. This revelation struck Medusa hard, yet considering the rumors and titles surrounding this deity, it was hardly surprising. The foremost force of hell, the sin of pride among the 7 deadly sins. Such a title is not one that just anyone can possess. Hence, Medusa could comprehend. You have earned the right to compel my action. Human, I hold you in high regard. However, can you endure until Klein or the pinnacle of power arrives to assist? I can offer you an opportunity. Become my servant, my agent, and traverse the great Xia. Lucifer hovered in midair. This was a thought that had just arisen. Moments ago, he had sensed the presence of Michael. To be precise, it was Michael's essence within a human. Likely a chosen agent, he and Michael are arch-rivals. Thus, the human representing Michael's will cannot be spared. Tio eliminate Michael's agent, and those surrounding him simply agree. And I shall grant you power. Before the thought could fully escape his lips, Zhang Hai casually swung his blade, striking with a cleave. Lucifer was cleaved in 2, yet in the next second, he reformed. Lucifer's expression immediately soured. Have you not realized where you are? Zhang Hai. Indeed, Lucifer had not noticed. Now, as he regained awareness, his sinister gaze narrowed. A volcano? Why is he still in a volcano? No, this appears to be merely a manifestation of some power, and the source of this aura emanates from the human before him. You lack a forbidden ruin, no divine ruin. You wield neither forbidden objects, but rather a unique essence. Difficult to describe. It seems you are not human at all. He squinted slightly. Medusa was taken aback. Then she too began to scrutinize Zhang Hai closely. From top to bottom, from bottom to top. Indeed, which human possesses such an array of distinct characteristics and powers? Petrification, teleportation, barrier techniques, and heat attributes. No, I am human. Zhang Hai maintained his composure. He then extended his index finger once more, forming a symbol of one, representing singularity. It is akin to discussing a matter so mundane that it has long since become a law of nature. However, I simultaneously stand as one who reigns at the pinnacle of all races, and, as he makes his move, the sun beyond the domain responds to its call from afar, a fleeting glimmer, connecting with the realm. Suddenly, it begins to amplify and bestow power upon the domain. In an instant, the core temperature within the realm escalates directly from 10,000 degrees to 30,000, 60,000, 90,000, rapidly approaching 100,000 degrees. 100,000 degrees. In the outside world, this would instantly vaporize everything in the vicinity. Even within the domain, it is tremendously terrifying, warping everything around it, to transcend all races. This includes angels and demons as well? Heh! Medusa scoffs coldly, exhibiting such arrogance before Lucifer, even more so than he himself, truly unaware of her impending doom. Mid-sentence, she abruptly halts, for the sharply rising temperature forcibly dispels even the buffs bestowed by Lucifer. Enveloping her instead, bang! Medusa ignites in flames, simultaneously suffering internal injuries. Clutching her abdomen, she writhes in agony, exuding a greenish glow. She collapses onto the lava-laden ground, propping herself up with her hands, kneeling before Zhang Hai, emitting silent roars of anguish. How can you still? She struggles to speak. Oh dear, what seems to be the trouble? A rich, deep magnetic voice interrupts Medusa. Zhang Hai, with an expressionless visage, questions whether even the divine extends New Year greetings to humans. He gently pats Medusa's head, as if petting a dog. Chapter 54. The divine acts, Rita, emerges. Are you feeling quite proud? Medusa, enduring excruciating pain, retorts stubbornly, this is merely a projection. What you face is hardly. Zhang Hai lightly claps. Medusa's form collapses once more, prostrating on the ground, trembling with rage. The intensity of her shaking causes her scorched yellow serpentine scales to fall away in a cascade. Clink, clink, like a shower of coins. I see now. My apologies. It appears I misconstrued your intentions. You are not offering greetings, but rather bending down to pick up your coin pouch. Zhang Hai's remarks nearly caused Medusa to crumble under the weight of humiliation. You bastard! This is utterly disgraceful, an unparalleled affront. How could she, in the presence of a mere human, kneel down, go collect coins, reducing herself to a beggar? But in the next moment, she is distracted by the overwhelming pain. At this moment, if a health bar were visible, it would be depleting at an alarming rate every second. You are the most audacious individual I have encountered. Lucifer casts a glance at Medusa, amused, before turning his attention away from this worthless being. Without exception, you are the first to exhibit such arrogance before me. In these respects, you are indeed the foremost. He then looks towards Zhang Hai, preparing to unleash his abilities, yet they prove to be utterly futile. Your weapon, your flesh, all that you possess, is but an illusion. Amidst Lucifer's disdain, the aura of corruption attaches itself to Zhang Hai's blade, swiftly transforming into a demon that begins to tear into him. Whoosh, splatter. Yet, even as Zhang Hai relinquishes control, allowing the demon to bite, the creature finds itself unable to inflict any damage, even shattering several of its teeth in the process. This prompts Lucifer to raise an eyebrow. Subsequently, the continuous output of demonic power, surging forth from the depths of hell, erupts. An ever-increasing number of entities succumb to corruption, transforming into demons. Volcanoes, lava, heat waves. The entire domain appears to be engulfed in a chaotic dance of demons. Yet simultaneously, within the realm, the demons are being countered, continuously dissipating and being incinerated. However, it is peculiar that these vanishing demons yield no benefit to Zhang Hai. They seem capable of regeneration, as though they will persist for eternity as long as Lucifer remains alive. Observing this, Zhang Hai voluntarily disbands the domain, disinterested in maintaining it further, it serves no purpose. His initial motive for opening the domain was to dismantle Medusa's myriad serpents, with so many little snakes involved. Hong Ying was also entangled within, requiring intervention. Now that the objective has been achieved, with ample benefits reaped, it suffices, indeed, lacking resilience. Lucifer sneers disdainfully, believing that it is the demonic power that has dismantled the domain. Instinctively raising his head, upon witnessing the disappearance of the domain, Medusa, the clever one, sees a glimmer of hope. Having just suffered humiliation, she cannot exact revenge herself, but the fallen angel can act on her behalf. And that suffices. Outside, the individuals in the training camp mere moments ago, when Zhang Hai unleashed the domain, felt as though the world before them flickered, and those menacing giant serpents vanished entirely. Everything within their line of sight, all that could pose a threat, seemingly evaporated into thin air. An instantaneous conclusion. Then, in the next moment, at the forefront of the training camp, a massive black sphere abruptly appeared, resembling a sports arena shrouded in darkness. What is that? Where have all the snakes gone? A barrier. Is this the forbidden ground of Captain Xuanmian? Extremely hazardous? Or something even more formidable? The scale is astonishing. It resembles the boundless void, yet seems different. From the aura, all those disaster serpents have been transferred inside, confined therein, and now, it appears they are disappearing one by one. Within, there are 2 divine auras, and one belongs to Captain Xuanmian. The new recruits gaze at the enormous black sphere. Utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with sheer astonishment. What kind of person could accomplish such a feat? The instructors, having seen more, especially Yuan Gang, quickly analyze, recognizing the resemblance to the boundless void. However, it is different, for from their perception, this possesses lethality. The members of the masked squad take a deep breath. This is, in effect, protecting us, isolating us? No, it feels more like we are deemed too much of a nuisance. Medusa's projection, Lucifer's divine will. Can the captain withstand it alone? Even if there is additional support, will it truly be of assistance? Meanwhile, the elder of the Watchers from the Infinite Realm has also arrived at the training camp. He is the reinforcements. Yet he knows he can be of no help. The rest have all gone to the underground base. Stop staring in astonishment. Only the underground base is the most fortified. Yuan Gang, you all should go. Within the multi-layered, super-metallic alloy reinforced underground base, projection panels are arrayed. The new recruits are gradually transferring here for refuge. Fortunately, the surveillance systems remain intact, allowing them to observe the external situation clearly. Lin Chia is also present. Amidst their anxious sentiments, a sudden crack appears in the black sphere. Crack? It spreads, shattering. Immediately after, 3 figures plummet down. With a thunderous sound, a tremendous explosion ensues. One is the half-dead projection of Medusa. The other is a remarkably solid black-winged angel, currently hovering in mid-air like a grand dark-winged demon. Under the super instruments of the training camp, they can detect a vague outline, yet due to the influence of the bizarre magnetic field, visibility is impaired as this, Lucifer, and the seraphic power within Lin Chia begins to stir. Waves of soreness surge in his eyes. 1 against 2? The blade in his hand seems to have vanished. Can we deliver our weapons? Even getting outside is a challenge, let alone sending anything. Moreover, what do you intend to send? Cold weapons? Firearms? Li Fati hesitates to speak. He indeed possesses numerous forbidden items lying within his spatial realm. However, for matters of this magnitude, only the treasures within the forbidden item collection could be of USE.AT. The heart of the battlefield. 2 invisible auras collide. Flattening the surrounding trees, they create an artificially cleared area. I have said it before. You possess nothing now. Before me, everything is an illusion. Observing Zhang Hai empty-handed, Lucifer scoffs, conjuring a hellish scythe, with demon hounds howling atop it, amplifying his might. I possess nothing. Is that so? When did I ever claim that the star blade was my weapon? Am I merely a watcher? Zhang Hai's expression remains calm. His right hand extends, reaching back as if summoning something. This is utterly perplexing. Lucifer pays no heed, engrossed in unleashing the fallen goddess domain. By your definition, this is now my realm. He unfurls his black wings. Within this expanse, all lifeless entities, weapons, trees, the ground, even energy, can be corrupted into demons. Yet in the next moment, Lucifer's pupils constrict slightly. Instinctively, he glances upwards, boom. A beam of light imbued with immense pressure flashes forth. Before it even approaches, the newly formed bizarre domain collapses under its sharpness. What is this commotion? Is there something within the mountains? In Songnan City, on a hillside, the commander of the Watchers, Suoqing, is racing at high speed. Indeed. How fortuitous. He is nearby. He rushes to provide reinforcements at the first opportunity. However, as he runs, he feels the ground trembling, buzzing, whoosh, from a distance atop the mountain peak. A golden figure soars skyward, displacing a massive volume of mud and debris. Countless beasts fled in panic, emitting a cacophony of roars. Yet, all were overshadowed by a piercing metallic sound. It emanated from a golden figure. Suspended in midair, it shattered the sound barrier, trailing a long shadow as it surged forward. That was, Suoqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Moments later, a realization struck him, and he hastily shifted his gaze. He beheld the entire mountain range cracking with fissures at its epicenter, from the summit to the mid-slope and down to the base. A colossal chasm had been torn open, as if cleaved by a mighty hand. Suoqing connected the dots, his mind buzzing with the implications. What had he witnessed? A golden axe bursting forth from the mountain, cleaving a path, then soaring away on its own? Chapter 55. The Slaying of the Fallen Angel, scaring away the demons of hell, whether at the headquarters of the Night Watchers or within the so-called Forbidden Collection of the Bailey Group. No such weapon existed. There were no records of it. Yet, in legends, there seemed to be a tale of the fragrant wood cleaving the mountain to rescue a mother. Suoqing pressed his lips together. No, the direction of the axe was quite fortuitously the same as his path. Who was wielding it? Whoosh, the sound of air being sliced. The divine axe ignited in a blaze of fire. It sped forth, tearing through the sky, unleashing a thunderous roar. As it passed over towns and cities, it captured the attention of countless citizens below. Yet when they looked up, they saw nothing. In the training camp, the masked team led by Rose charged ahead. My hammer, lend it to him. Your hammer simply cannot withstand it. Ordinary weapons like knives and spears were useless. Wang Mian shook his head, asserting that even a mediocre forbidden item would likely be inadequate. His words resonated with Hong Ying. Use my black blade, Yi Yuan. Wang Mian made a decision. I will hand it to him. Captain, that's too dangerous. That is a divine. Vortex hesitated. Oh what? He has aided us so much. Wang Mian gripped Yi Yuan and began to step forward. The elder of the Night Watchers moved even faster. By the time Wang Mian realized, Yi Yuan had already vanished from his hand. Senior? At the heart of the battlefield, the giant axe responded to Zhang Hai's summons. In mere seconds, it soared from tens of thousands of meters away. With a thunderous crash, akin to the roar of thunder from the heavens, it struck into Zhang Hai's hand, unleashing a shockwave that rippled out 100 meters. That was just enough to send the nearby elder of the Night Watchers flying again. His gaze was blank. Simultaneously, in the fallen divine ruins, the demons that had been breeding and roaring all froze, collapsing in an instant. One strike after another, Zhang Hai's domain dissipated. Lucifer's divine ruins were similarly shaken apart. It has come. The moment Zhang Hai grasped it, he felt a long-lost sense of solidity. An absolutely compatible divine artifact. The divine axe, Rita, it truly was more suited and comfortable than a mere blade. Its appearance, the faint radiance of divine might, the intricately carved inscriptions, and the exquisite craftsmanship made even Medusa momentarily dazed. Lucifer, however, furrowed his brow. Let me correct the initial statement. You asked if I could hold out until reinforcements arrive? Of course not, for by that time, you would already be dead. Zhang Hai smiled gently, yet his tone dripped with sarcasm, a stark contrast to his earlier gentleness. Lucifer paused, then suddenly let out a low, mocking laugh, seemingly unconcerned. Good, very good. Lucifer floated before Zhang Hai, their faces mere inches apart. He leaned slightly forward, nostrils flaring towards Zhang Hai. Since you are so eager, I have also been holding my breath for a long, long time. This arrogant creature, I will drag your soul down to hell. He began to laugh, transitioning from a low chuckle to a booming laughter. Finally, to a sinister cackle. as if encountering something so amusing for the very first time since his inception. Ha 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 ha, he. Zhang Hai too began to laugh. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, sharing a laugh, the scene inexplicably beautiful and harmonious. At this moment, the elder of the Night Watchers finally arrived. Witnessing this spectacle, his head filled with questions. Not only were the two laughing, but Medusa also seemed to be moved by the scene, joining in the laughter, already envisioning Zhang Hai being ravaged. She trusted Lucifer immensely. Then, in a moment of surprise for both, Zhang Hai swung the divine axe. Rita. Whoosh. Splurt. A line of blood erupted from Lucifer's forehead down to his lower body. Thud. Split in two. Crashing to the ground. The earth shattered. Thick smoke rising. Countless tainted energies burst forth. Even Medusa was caught in the shockwave, losing part of her form. The smile froze in place. Do not think this was easy. If it were the elder of the Night Watchers at the Boundless Realm, he would not even be able to bend a hair of theirs. Only Zhang Hai could achieve such effortless destruction. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Arrogance? Zhang Hai carried it on his shoulder. Expressionless, thus, I embody the sin of pride. The elder of the Night Watchers felt as if struck by lightning. With a single blow, he had reduced the divine sequence 004, Lucifer, to that he felt Yuan was superfluous. Ha! Still not learning your lesson. Such an attack, a mere mortal's weapon, was utterly trivial to me. GGG. Lucifer was about to recover, to rejoin his two halves, when suddenly his voice became choppy. His wounded form began to emit strange flames. Refusing to heal, damn it, what are you wielding? Lucifer writhed in agony. On his severed flesh, where there was no burning, a demon began to regenerate, allowing him to restore himself. Yet he had lost a third of his power. The divine axe, Rita, Zhang Hai succinctly stated. The divine axe? Daring to use divine, Lucifer realized he could no longer afford to be lenient. His attitude shifted. The scythe transformed into a pitch-black longsword, slashing towards Zhang Hai's shoulder. Unleashing all his means, the power of the fallen, the mysterious divine ruins, all came into play. Buzz! It was as if the gates of hell had swung wide open, countless demons converging, amplifying his divine might to an even greater level. Lucifer was giving it his all. On Zhang Hai's axe, twisted demons emerged, only to be instantly incinerated, their wails echoing. Meanwhile, Lucifer's form expanded to 6 meters tall, towering like a 2-story building, his divine might fully unleashed. Emerging from the abyss, the most wicked angels descended, enveloped in an overwhelming pressure. Playing the intimidation game. I do not enjoy looking up at others, however, regardless of how much power your true form possesses. Whether you are a projection or an afterimage, or whatever else, at least bring a god along. Thus, Zhang Hai slowly exhaled, swinging the divine axe once more. This time, he was completely serious from start to finish. Lucifer indeed possessed strength. After all, no one had managed to resurrect time and again under his onslaught. Even a casual strike would be insurmountable. The foremost combatant of hell, was it not so? Let me show you my true strength in this state. His tone remained calm. Yet as Zhang Hai raised the giant axe high, everything transformed into the extraordinary. Whoosh! The giant axe rose. Under the sun's illumination, it emitted an incredibly dazzling radiance. Golden flames surged forth violently, forming fiery divine circles. In Lucifer's eyes, Zhang Hai's form instantaneously transformed into an immense giant, while he himself felt insignificantly small, compressed as if facing a 10-story building from the ground floor. Whoosh! Buzz! The giant of the divine axe. With its left fist pressed against the ground, veins bulged on the back of its hand. Its colossal legs stood like twin mountain peaks, poised in the most efficient stance. Then it brought down the solar divine axe with tremendous force. Buzz! The air exploded with a thunderous roar. Oxygen within 1,000 meters was instantly depleted, creating a vacuum zone. A medium? How does it continue to burn? Magical power is the medium. Zhang Hai is the medium. At this moment, the temperature at the center of the two soared beyond 100,000 degrees, reaching 200,000, and even higher to 300,000 degrees. Lucifer's pupils dilated, as if through him. He glimpsed the seraph, Michael, codenamed 003, seated upon the moon. The same blazing heat, and oh, They were two entirely different entities. The man before him was not a seraph, but a true embodiment of the blazing sun. Boom! Crack! Zhang Hai unleashed his full force. In that instant, he seemingly disregarded the consequences that would follow, releasing everything. Crack! Before the divine axe even descended, the ground within hundreds of meters had been pulverized into dust. Before it could even approach, Lucifer's form began to shatter. Countless demons scattered. The wicked trembled, shielding their eyes from the brilliance, dissipating. Only he remained, all alone, within the gates of hell. Originally, a horned demon several meters tall, poised to emerge, frantically grasped the ring with both hands, desperately pulling back, attempting to close the gate. Even the blinding light was too intense, too overwhelming, casting its radiance into the so-called gates of hell, inflicting boundless destruction. Some lesser demons scrambled to cling to the door, a swarm of them working together. Flapping their dark wings, they soared at maximum speed. Chapter 56, Splitting the River, the Blood of the Sun. The inverse celestial effect. This seems to encapsulate the fear expressed by the aura of corruption. It appears to be an illusion, not real, merely a reflection of the spiritual realm. Yet, none of that matters now. At this moment, Lucifer's exquisite, seemingly flawless visage is contorting and twitching in madness. Even he is taken aback, so sudden. It is as if just moments ago, he was exerting a force of 10 units. He thought that was the limit, perhaps pushing a little further, only to find it has now surged to 100. A complete shock. Has he been holding back all this time? This fellowed, what realms has he ventured into, and what is this, that, and the other? From beginning to end, the consumption has been minimal. That wretched Medusa has been misleading him all along. You are definitely not human. All wings begin to melt away, as though the true disguise is being torn asunder. Even without any action, Lucifer will soon self-obliterate. I remember you. You are the second after Michael. Though leave a profound impression on me. But this is merely a fleeting remnant of my divine consciousness. Though maintain dignity. He chooses to sever ties proactively, to extinguish his divine essence. If defeated, then self-immolation. Regardless, it represents the dignity of the fallen angel Lucifer. Had it not been for the burden on his bones, he could have unleashed even greater force. Lucifer declares amidst the immense pressure, high temperatures, shock waves, and indescribable radiation, on the verge of exploding. He hastily refrains from further chatter. Alas, before his true form could fully reclaim this divine essence, it has already been torn apart and evaporated on the spot under extreme strain, leaving nothing behind, and the axe of Zhang Hai, having originally fallen to a third of its length, had not even grazed a single hair of Lucifer. It still remained several meters away. Seeing the ground below empty, he released a hollow strike. He had no choice but to withdraw his strength. Yet even so, the inertia brought by the divine axe Rita, this cleaving strike, the crescent-shaped slash it formed continued unabated. Crashing into the earth, buzz, rip, a terrifying tearing sound reverberated through the heavens. The ground, already reduced to dust, continued to delve deeper under extreme distortion, erupting in a rift of dozens of meters. The length was astounding. Dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. It cleaved a lightning-shaped chasm, crisscrossing. The spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Passing through the training camp, it easily shattered the underground base, leaving it in ruin as if glass had shattered. Even the light of dawn streamed in, startling many new recruits into silence. They all thought it was an earthquake. Yet this is not the end. The chasm, having split the training camp, surged over an immense distance, crossing thousands of meters, arriving before a river, effortlessly cleaving through, directly severing the flow. Indeed, a literal severance of the current. The residual force split the river basin hundreds of meters wide. The width was alarmingly vast, creating a hollow zone. Splash! After several minutes, the bifurcated river finally began to refill. Nearby vessels gradually resumed their positions. Fortunately, the personnel here had been forcibly evacuated by the authorities. Otherwise, they would have faced calamity. The total length reached an astounding 8,000 meters, approaching 10,000 meters. As for the root-like fissures, they were so numerous that they were impossible to estimate. The scope was vast, Indeed, is this your arrogance? The divine axe hung suspended in midair, unfallen. Zhang Hai gently lowered it to the ground. However, due to a momentary lapse, he failed to control the force properly, tearing another chasm of dozens of meters on the other side. Observing this, he had no choice but to hoist it back onto his shoulder. What a pity! I had initially intended to showcase my true prowess to you. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Medusa, coiled up and trembling, interrupted him. Why you? What exactly are you? What am I? Zhang Hai gathered his magical energy, exhaled. Once again, this question arises. I am your elder. Medusa's form began to gradually dissipate, transforming into particles of light. Yet, in the moment her divine essence was about to extinguish, a desperate will to survive emerged from an unknown source. Perhaps her true form had severed all ties, yet this fragment of her soul exhibited an aberration, generating self-awareness and an overwhelming desire to live. Wait, did I uphold my promise? I previously stated that if I lost, I would grant you one condition. Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow. She didn't mention it, and he almost forgot. Then I shall make you my servant, ensuring your absolute loyalty. Would you comply? In truth, Medusa had no room for refusal. Once Zhang Hai spoke those words, it signified the fulfillment of a promise. A genuine decree formed, impossible to defy. If she were to defy it, petrification would commence. As for whether it would affect her true form, Zhang Hai was uncertain. After all, he had never tested it. It was up to this fragment of a soul to decide whether to take the gamble. A servant? Human? I am a deity. Medusa had yet to formally refuse, merely contemplating within her mind, struggling to accept it. Unexpectedly, her damaged divine essence was about to be drawn away by an inexplicable force, destined to become sacrificial material. Wait. Ding. Lucifer's residual phantom one, special. Lucifer. That fellow's true form is surely keeping an eye on me. Zhang Hai withdrew his gaze. It was only natural to attract the attention of more and more people. However, being targeted without the strength to match would be quite dire. Fortunately, this time, he had gained immensely. All in all, several boundless beings, a multitude of serpents, a mishmash, could be said to be a great profit. Not to mention, did Bailey mention that he would give him half of his fortune? Haha. How many treasures does the Bailey family possess? Especially that forbidden artifact museum, which sparks an inexplicable anticipation. Of course, specifics would have to wait. Furthermore, in this battle, my spiritual realm is nearing its limit. Indeed, with the special assistance of magical energy, he has been suppressing it. It primarily benefits him. The more stable the foundation, the higher the ceiling, until it reaches the limit of the foundation. As it stands now, relying solely on his spiritual realm, he can cleave through the rivers and realms with the power of a candle. If he were to burn it as fuel to exchange for solar magical energy, he could sustain his state for several seconds through the night. Should he deem it necessary, he could rise higher. Zhang Hai remarked, surveying his surroundings. The barren land, ravaged and desolate, bore significant destruction. He pondered momentarily. I am no Ultraman or superhero. I am neither a protector nor a healer. Zhang Hai made a cut with his index finger. A droplet of blood oozing forth. This is no ordinary blood, but rather blood imbued with the essence of life. Thus, in a certain sense, his blood can cure all ailments, resurrect the dead, encompassing both flora and fauna. It rivals healing techniques. Yet, unlike the techniques, this single drop of blood can replenish itself in 0.000001 seconds, as though no consumption has occurred. Whoosh! He flicked his finger. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood soared thousands of meters into the air. Bursting forth like a spider's web, a shower of blood rained down like fireworks. Just that single drop, in an instant, the soil was nourished, recovering at a visible rate, becoming fertile. Flora sprouted. Spring returned to the earth. All things revived. Over 200 new recruits in the training camp, 20 or so instructors, and numerous personnel on guard widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 57. Explosive Misjudgment. The goddess of night desires to meet. The residual force of the previous strike had not yet dissipated. The crowd remained immersed, struggling to process the events. Now, this scene again left them at a loss for words. Drip, drip. A light rain had merely fallen once. Yet even that singular occurrence wielded unbelievable effects. The training camp, the plaza, the martial arts platform, the dormitories, the cafeteria, and other areas lay in ruins. The remnants were so devastating that they were unrecognizable. Even the most fortified structures, capable of serving as bomb shelters and refuge from various disasters, had nearly crumbled. Alloy steel reinforcements, load-bearing pillars, and a chaotic array of debris lay in disarray. A scene of utter devastation. The destruction is so extensive that the entire forest above is gone. They are weeping. What exactly did this all protect? Some injured recruits, associated with the plant realm, were unsure whether their minds had been dulled by the impact or influenced in some way by the plant realm. Fostering this bizarre thought, the next moment, blood rain cascaded down from the gaps, flooding the area. Flora began to proliferate wildly. The droplets of blood that fell healed those who were touched, prompting wounds to mend. This plant-related recruit stood in shock, unable to articulate his thoughts. What is happening? The other recruits and the instructors present, all possessing some level of power, found themselves without any life-threatening crises, even if there were. At this moment, the droplets of blood were healing them all. Initially, many recruits hesitated, but soon curiosity overcame them, and they stood up. Red rain, the flora, all restored and thriving. This blood possesses regenerative and healing properties. How miraculous! Who did this? Blood. Could it be the blood of a deity? Nonsense. What benevolence could a deity possess? The blood rain fell to the earth. Above the base, numerous barren patches transformed at a visibly rapid pace into a lush forest. Showing no signs of the devastation wrought by the recent battle in mere seconds, the training camp and its surroundings flourished even more abundantly than before the conflict. The only lingering evidence of the recent turmoil was the terrifying fissure. New recruits emerged one after another, gazing at the vast scar upon the ground. A sense of awe enveloped them, leaving them speechless. The plant-type recruits observed as well, yet dared not utter a word. Fearing the immense power that had just been unleashed, they worried that even a stray thought might be sensed, and a mere glance could spell their demise. Such is the nature of the divine conflict, to be precise. It was a battle between humanity and the gods. What was the outcome? Must it even be questioned? If we had lost, could we possibly remain here in such tranquility? We triumphed. Indeed, the divine fluctuations have dissipated. My transformation into myriad forms and the lesser sword of annihilation. No, even the true sword of annihilation pales in comparison. Amidst the myriad exclamations of astonishment, Bai Li Pang Pang, for the first time, felt the insignificance of his own offensive restrictions. He even dared to compare it with the sword of annihilation. However, such comparisons seemed unjust, as the sword of annihilation disregarded distances of thousands of meters, significantly hastening the attack speed. Each had its own merits. He reassured himself in silence. Xin Qingzhu and Chao Yuan exchanged fearful glances, their earlier bravado replaced by a profound humility, their desires extinguished by the weight of such overwhelming power. Lin Qia's thoughts stirred as he contemplated. Certain matters necessitate a private discussion with Uncle Zhang Hai for clarification. He sought confirmation, pondering whether it was a mere blunder or the result of some deeper deception. Had the true Uncle Zhang Hai been replaced by captain of the coronation team, or was there some other reason behind it? Mother, is this still brute force? His spirit sank as he reached out to the psychiatric hospital. Before long, a gentle female voice responded, Denasdis. If given the chance, I wish to meet him. The blade, the weapon. Is it possible to achieve such prowess without relying on the forbidden ruins? Molly grasped her katana, gazing ahead, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. How had this fissure come to be? Was it some form of forbidden ruins? Or something else? Emoli, your myriad frequency fluctuations, didn't you shatter a door previously? Is there a possibility of a localized amplitude? Could this phenomenon be the result of a high-level individual collaborating with the myriad frequency fluctuations? If so, develop your skills further and complement it with your blade. A single strike could shatter the air, splitting the ground. Envisioning such a future is exhilarating. A few female recruits' eyes lit up at the thought. Observing this, Bai Li Pang Pang joined in the praise. Mo Li's expression darkened. Was this praise or mockery? The two were worlds apart, entirely different levels. Achieving such a feat? It could almost be deemed the ultimate goal of her life. Moreover, she had not sensed the fluctuations of the myriad frequency in the forbidden ruins. This thought led to a chilling speculation. Could it be reliant on sheer physical force? Don't overthink it. It might also depend on some extraordinarily powerful forbidden object, unleashing its strongest strike in a brief moment. Remarked the vortex of the masked team.is it based on forbidden objects? Emoli paused. Furthermore, you have misunderstood. The captain of the coronation team did not confront a true deity, but merely a projection and divine thought. This bears a qualitative distinction from the true essence of a god. A fundamentally different concept, AS Vortex spoke. The scale nodded in agreement. After all, they are gods. Do not presume too much. Moreover, to my knowledge, up until now, humanity has no record of slaying a god. However, one undeniable fact remains. This captain of the coronation team is indeed extraordinarily powerful. This point is beyond dispute, particularly for Chang Wei, who gripped a massive hammer, her almond eyes shimmering incessantly. Humph, do you really need to tell us that? On the side of the coronation team, Hong Ying raised her swan-like neck with pride. Coronation team, what exactly is your origin? Could you be a special team hidden by headquarters? Yet, the abilities of the members are so varied. Yu Fu, the other members of the masked team, gazed at Hong Ying. Zhao Kongqing and Li Yifei with suspicion. What are you staring at? Is it permissible for you to suppress your realms while we cannot? Hong Ying waved her spear, feeling slightly embarrassed internally. She was merely a filler, yet she couldn't let her captain down. Indeed, this sense of belonging had surged to its peak in less than half a day. Captain, at last, we can meet up close. She let out a breath. Filled with anticipation, it has been quite a journey since the Ghost Face King, through the Nandu Snake Demon incident, to now. Time has not been short. On the second floor of the cafeteria, Old Sun sat by the window, wiping his sweat, thoroughly flustered. Finally, it's over. If this were to happen every year, my heart simply could not bear it outside the training camp. Wang Mian found the Elder of the Infinite Realm, discovering that Yuan was still in hand and had not been sent away. You must have noticed a golden light descended from the sky. The Elder of the Infinite Realm, being the closest, felt the most intensely. Thus he was the most shaken. Even from a distance, he could still sense the overwhelming might. Feeling like an ant, merely a grain of sand. Senior, what realm do you think this captain of the coronation team occupies? Wang Mian took the Yuan, his expression complex. The other party hadn't needed his assistance from start to finish. A fissure nearly 10,000 meters long had been opened. Zuoqing also took note. Now, he found it difficult to move his legs, as the fissure lay before him. One more step, and he would fall in. Having just hung up communication with the training camp, he quickly deduced the range based on his analysis along the way. The fissure before him, resembling an abyss, indeed approached a length nearing 5 digits. Was it truly Zhang Hai's doing? Zuoqing's eyelids twitched. The slender figure in his memory, the polite, slender man, the small business owner adept at mixology, the one protected by the Phoenix team. If it were true, the stark contrast between then and now would indeed render one speechless. Above the infinite realm, what other realms could exist? Klein, it was all too evident. It appears that night I made an extremely grave mistake, completely misjudging the realm. Chapter 58. Michael's palpitations, massive gains. Klein? If he reached the 6th realm, the significance would be entirely different. If one's mental energy was inexhaustible, breaking through spatial dimensions, akin to the Klein bottle, that would be the 6th realm Klein. It must be noted there are very few Kleins in the entirety of Daxia. Moreover, the upper and lower limits of Klein are entirely different. Some are exceedingly weak, while others are immensely strong, each with their own specialties. Some individuals are numerical aberrations, purely physical brute force types, yet their souls are fragile. Others wield magic, weak in close combat. Some excel in soul manipulation but are physically weak. Certain individuals harness natural elements, causing tremendous destruction. They can invoke calamities far exceeding their own realms. Thus, each Klein specializes differently, leading to varying strengths and destructive capacities. However, regardless of the circumstance, Zhang Hai, based on his current display, is at the very least a Klein. Zuoqing quietly resolved within himself. Even if it were the strongest strike of a temporary outburst, even if it relied on that mysterious giant axe, the wielder's strength must also be formidable. Coupled with that enigmatic golden axe, even among Kleins, he could not be considered weak. Certainly, even if he were at the pinnacle of Klein, Zuoqing still felt a considerable distance remained. Numerous factors determine the outcome of a battle: experience, technique, compatibility within the forbidden ruins. Not to mention, he had already 1 foot on the ceiling. Without further thought, another call came through from the Joint Investigation Team. Commander Zhua, we have uncovered the issue. According to the list you previously provided, without exception, all have problems. Li Yaoguang, November 14th at 9:42 p.m. Wangue. Wu Ruodong, they have concealed their actions well, even altering many documents. This is our major dereliction of duty. Whatever was said in the subsequent call, Zhuqing was no longer inclined to listen. Zhang Hai, Zhang Hai, Zhang Hai, he repeated the name thrice, pondering how he knew so much. Was it assistance from others? This time, Zhang Hai was invited as a special guest, and his approach faced substantial opposition from the higher-ups. Yet he and Yi Fan pushed against the tide and proceeded anyway. Little did they know, it turned out to be their most prudent decision yet. Furthermore, one could hardly imagine the consequences had Zhang Hai not been present. Simultaneously, several dozen kilometers away from the training camp, upon the rushing Yangtze River, an antique horse-drawn carriage skimmed over the water's surface as if it had contracted space itself, each step propelling it significantly forward. Even Santa Claus, soaring through the heavens atop his reindeer, pales in comparison to this. Master, how could an outer deity manifest within the realm of the great Xia? Moreover, 2 of them appeared simultaneously. The young attendant glanced toward the carriage. An outer deity? It need not necessarily be the deity in person. Perhaps it is achieved through other means. Nonetheless, such power ultimately stems from divine origins. The voice from within the carriage drifted out languidly. But before it could finish, the previously placid river surface erupted into tumultuous waves, accompanied by a fierce sea wind. The air was exceedingly abnormal. The young attendant nearly failed to hold the reins. Fortunately, with the master present, the surrounding waters promptly calmed. Shortly thereafter, the carriage traversed a considerable distance. As they approached the riverbank, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The river parted. The waters rushed toward the center, splashing and mending the fissures. Yet this was not the limit, for on land, a profound chasm connected the two. He wiped the sweat from his brow, not from fear, as he had journeyed far and wide with the master, encountering numerous events. This scene was indeed astonishing, but not to the point of inducing panic. Moreover, the presence of those in the carriage provided the utmost security. Rather, it was the heat that truly struck him. It was evidently still early morning, yet the temperature was unusually high. Was Tsangnan always this sweltering? And such a commotion, who was responsible? The voice of Chun, the master within the carriage, hesitated briefly before he spoke. Let us proceed. It has already concluded. Someone has arrived before us, forcing me to make this journey so early in the day. However, their strength is indeed impressive. The younger generation is formidable. The last remark bore a hint of amusement. Yet, merely a few minutes after they departed, a phone call came in. The young attendant answered, exchanged a few words, and then turned back to the carriage. Master Chen. The left deputy commander stated that the enemy was merely a remnant of divine consciousness. But it has been dealt with. However, it was not the reinforcements who resolved this matter. Strictly speaking, it was not the night watchman. The young attendant pondered, questioning whether such power was necessary to eliminate but a shadow of a deity. This display of might was no small matter. If a true deity were to arrive, what kind of strength would be required? No, who could it be? The master's voice resonated once more. Had I known it would be like this, I would not have rushed back. Though Tsangnan is rather peculiar, I still wish to meet those of interest. The Corona team, their captain's name is confidential. Young attendant, a new special team? I have not heard of it before. They are powerful individuals from the common folk? What a jest. The Wuliang have suffered losses. It was clearly a sure thing. The ancient god church, within the dimly lit hall, numerous members stood in attendance. Their spirits far from elevated. Even Qianma himself was no exception. The divine agents had mostly perished. Who could be pleased in such circumstances? The murmurs of laughter prompted Qianma to frown. Tio have reached such a state. The murmurer was not enraged. Even the device aimed at the Phoenix team proved ineffective. This was the divine consciousness of the entity codenamed 004, Lucifer. Even the most ordinary Klein would struggle against it. Of course, if it were EU himself, one of the three gods within the ancient god church, he could resolve it in an instant. But how many are like him? Yet what a failure! The corporeal class of forbidden realms. Specializing in destructive power? Have you forgotten what I excel at? The stronger one becomes, the more secrets they possess, or perhaps they rise unexpectedly, becoming all the more intriguing. Unfortunately, this type encountered Eud before Su Xiaoxia severed contact with me. She conveyed his fatal weakness, thus their sacrifice was worthwhile. Weakness? Qianma inquired with curiosity. Eud crossed his legs, his lips parting to utter two words, the soul. Qianma raised an eyebrow. Before long, he seemed to have received significant intelligence from his subordinate just before their demise. Adding another piece of information. Qianma's brow unfurled, a faint smile gracing his lips. Weakness. It was Eud's turn to question. What? The night? The night? Hee. So simple. Hee. Qianma chuckled coldly, and Eud joined in the laughter. Hee. The entire hall erupted in mirth. The many members of the church exchanged glances, yet dared not speak. Beyond the mist, at the base of a volcano in North America, a terrifying pressure erupted. The earth trembled slightly. It was Lucifer, through the feedback received just before death. He knew it all too well. Insects. You. Tap, tap, tap. A rapid drumming sound reverberated. After a while, and you, Michael. The figures of the two gradually converged. He glared with ferocity, wishing to slay 100 times on the moon. Michael, transformed into a golden-haired Western man, suddenly opened his eyes. The fluctuations of Lucifer. No, they dissipated once more. He concentrated his gaze, searching, and after a while, withdrew it. Yet immediately after, he abruptly cast his divine sight downward. How could it be him? That insolent fellow he actually managed to eliminate. A surge of thoughts flooded Michael's mind. Why does it feel like Shanghai is more akin to devouring, intending to replace him? Or perhaps, to strike down a counterfeit? A misperception? Or humanity? The shadows of Shanghai and Lucifer seemed to gradually overlap. In the next moment, his brow furrowed even deeper. Outside the training camp at the missile base, researchers gradually emerged from their petrified states. Outside the base, the Medusa agent, previously petrified from the waist down, miraculously restored. Seemed she had severed her lower half and regrown it to break free. Now, an even stronger allure radiated from her, though her demeanor remained somewhat aloof. Striding in high heels, her eyes conveyed a pride that was distinctly non-human. Until Shanghai, standing before her, suddenly turned and pointed toward a certain direction in the sky. You should give them the middle finger over there, preferably with both hands. Shanghai was aware that Michael would sense it. Chapter 59. Supercritical Strike. The Commandment of Compassion. The Power of Calamity. Creation Medusa. What does this mean? This action. Shanghai. Because the seraph, Michael, is watching us. Michael, a member of the Western Holy Church, Lucifer's archenemy, now stationed on the moon. Shanghai explained. The deity. Medusa paused. What does that have to do with us? Why should I do this? Because you promised to be my servant, and thus must obey unconditionally. Don't ask too many questions. I simply find him displeasing. The main point is that this action is unsuitable for me. It is simply too childish. Shanghai chuckled lightly. Your hands are quite lovely. Just moments prior, this fragment of Medusa's lingering soul successfully transferred into the body of the serpent woman agent. Due to her lower half still being petrified, Shanghai helped her sever it. Soon after, he casually dripped a bit of blood, allowing it to regrow, thus granting her new life. It was that simple. Then, he infused a trace of magical power, ready to crush her at any moment, providing a double layer of security, as for why to keep her around. Initially, Shanghai had no such intention. However, upon reflection, he realized that simply killing her was not a worthwhile transaction. It would be far more beneficial to let her grow stronger before disposing of her. Furthermore, during this time, he could have her work for him. Why not? As for her true form, the genuine calamity, a god? In Shanghai's view, she was merely a monster. Regardless of what she was, she remained beyond the mist. And he cared not for distant matters. Shanghai was solely focused on the present. You are quite the enigma. Medusa's sultry voice drew Shanghai's attention back. My actions will only draw hatred toward my true form. The two faced each other, the surrounding temperature rising rapidly. Within 3 seconds, a vein throbbed on Medusa's forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, she raised her middle finger to the sky. Zhang Hai, use both hands. Medusa, expressionless, raised her other hand eye in the sunlight. Her 10 fingers appeared particularly delicate, the green nail polish accentuating their beauty. Yet in the next second, Medusa's eyes began to sting, and upon realizing Zhang Hai had already departed, she hurriedly withdrew her hands and lowered her head to follow. Along the way, she gazed at the rejuvenated ground around her, her eyes sparkling incessantly. Just a single drop of blood could achieve such a result? What kind of extraordinary constitution is this? Truly immortal. In her recollection, only certain special divine realms or unique races could accomplish similar feats. In reality, this was still a result of Zhang Hai's separation and suppression. If he were to unleash his full potential, combining the Fountain of Life, Great Healing Spell, Solar Magic, merging all three and releasing them into the blood, the growth rate of this suburban area, under special irrigation and photosynthesis, would reach an extreme, undergoing a super transformation. Just a single tree would soar to dozens of meters high, reaching heights visible to the naked eye at an astonishing speed, breaking through the 100-meter mark. However, this is excessively astonishing and remarkably attention-grabbing, devoid of any real significance. In truth, merely relying on this single act has already captivated ample attention. Yet, those around are hesitant to ascertain the origin of this phenomenon and the perpetrator behind it. First, don the mask to avert trouble. Zhang Hai flung a corona mask behind him. Where shall we go next? The training camp. Zhang Hai intends to assimilate his gains, lest the night stretch long with restless dreams. Soon, they arrived at the training camp. This time, the gatekeeper soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted, displaying an utmost respect. Zhang Hai responded with a smile and continued on his way. Before long, they reached a spacious building, where they encountered old Zhao and others. Captain, there's no one here. Han Xiaoyun gently descended. Zhang Hai nodded, not allowing the excited Hong Ying to approach and say anything. Clang! Zhang Hai released his grip, embedding the divine axe into the ground. Its weight and sharpness seemed finely tuned. This time, it did not sink but remained stable, and of course, the solar energy contained within it was undiminished. Keep watch outside. Do not let anyone in. If they insist on coming, tell them, whoever can pull it out shall be granted an audience. After Zhang Hai finished speaking, he ascended the stairs, the moment his figure vanished. A wave of scorching heat surged forth from the divine axe. Old Zhao, Li Yifei, and even Han Xiaoyun could not approach and were forced to retreat. Hong Ying, too. She puffed out her cheeks, her expression hidden beneath the mask, yet it was evident that she felt somewhat dejected and a rush. It seems there are matters to attend to, and opportunities will arise. Hong Ying murmured to herself and regained her composure. In her mind, her idol appeared to be transitioning from the Phoenix Squad to Zhang Hai, a new idol. By the way, who are you? She looked towards the alluring figure of Medusa. Medusa. Me, Hemph. I am a deity. Snake disease. Before they could delve deeper into conversation, the many new recruits at the training camp heard the commotion and rushed over, with the female recruits beginning to scream even before their arrival. They seemed even more enthusiastic. Molly hesitated to step forward. It appeared she was being encouraged by someone to go apologize. The Rose from the masked squad also arrived, equally radiant. Rose, weren't you always indifferent and uninterested in men? Whirlpool half joked that I am intrigued by his strength. Humph. Meanwhile, the uproar of the new recruits erupted. Hey, look quickly. That axe is the forbidden item that delivered that strike. The weapon of the Corona Squad's captain. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, before they could approach, they were repelled by the distorted flames. Then, they were struck with even more astonishment. Disperse. Don't cluster together. Do you have nothing to do right now? Yuan Gang arrived with several instructors. They were slightly better off, but as soon as they approached within 10 meters, they too were forced to stop. This heat. How is it still so intense from such a distance? Chief Instructor Yuan Gang was taken aback. Han Xiaoyun, I have urgent business with your captain. No sooner had he spoken than Han Xiaoyun shook his head. At the same time, Wang Mian and the Elder from the Infinite Realm rushed over from a distance, bypassing the bewildered Yuan Gang. Little Yuan, I'll go first. The Elder of the Infinite Realm patted his shoulder. Yuan Gang bit his lip but remained silent. Just as the Elder of the Infinite Realm attempted to take a step forward, His shoulder was suddenly grasped by someone. Following this was a gust of wind and an invisible pressure. "Old Zhang, allow me you." The elder of the infinite realm turned around to see the newcomer, and his words faltered. Zhang Hai paid no mind to the outside world. After ascending the stairs, he casually found an empty room and sat cross-legged to digest his gains. The excitement had caused quite the commotion, and he had inadvertently created such a stir. If he did not consume it now, he would miss the chance to assimilate later when he became busy. 3 bodies from the infinite realm. Among them, 2 were divine agents, and 1 was a mysterious individual, presumably targeting by Li Tu Ming. Additionally, there were countless bodies of Wan Shi. Lucifer's consciousness, along with various other miscellaneous infiltrators. The bounty from this venture? Even a single item far surpassed all previous totals. Uncertain of what explosive rewards awaited him, Zhang Hai did not hesitate to wave his hand, initiating a complete sacrifice. Ding! First sacrifice of infinite realm bodies. Acquiring a super critical hit. Ding! First sacrifice of special divine consciousness. Acquiring a super critical hit. After the system consumed them, a series of notifications immediately followed. Extracting rewards. Ding! Extraction successful. Magic. Creation. Includes accompanying artifact, divine hammer, magic, calamity. Includes accompanying artifact, spirit spear, decree, compassion, effect. In your presence, any individual harboring hatred will lose the capacity to inflict harm upon others. Chapter 60. New Trump Card. Yi Fan urged, hurry and recruit. Decree. Purity. Effect. Those engaging in impure actions will contract diseases. Random. Magic. Combo star. Continuous attacks without interruption. Under the condition of consecutive hits, each strike will add an additional 200,000 pounds, 90.7 tons, of weight. Note: the strength of combo star varies by individual. The greater the overall strength, the more pronounced the increase. Evaluation: 90 tons is the limit for others, yet merely your baseline. As the system's voice faded, the sacrificial space was nearly emptied. Correspondingly, 5 orbs of light appeared before Zhang Hai. He already knew what they contained. As his eyes flickered, he first reached out to touch the first orb of light. Magic. Creation. Though termed creation, it more closely resembles the manipulation of the ground, a unique ability related to the 7 deadly sins and the giant race, along with a complementary giant hammer. After assimilating the magic power, Zhang Hai took it all out, a double-handed war hammer. He had no immediate use for it. Buzz. Waves surged. Zhang Hai opened Hell's Gate and inserted it inside. This ability belonged to Melascula. Activated through magic power, the interior of Hell's Gate was a demonic realm, barren and saturated with demonic energy, devoid of any living beings. It suited his needs perfectly. He had already imprinted it, allowing him to sense it at any time. Zhang Hai conveniently transformed it into his private space. In addition, he fused the magic power of calamity, acquiring the ability of the sin of sloth. Gold, calamity. Accelerates the deterioration of the enemy's latent injuries, diseases, or hidden wounds. For instance, if you suffer a slight cut, under its influence, it will instantaneously expand into a fatal wound. Coupled with the Spirit Spear, it boasts a plethora of incredible effects. The Spirit Spear, crafted from divine wood of the Elven realm, possesses remarkable strength and can morph into various forms. Guardian beasts, cushions, weaponry. In its attack form, its abilities are predominantly plant-related. Zhang Hai was relatively satisfied with this magic power. With a thought, the cushion before him morphed from a large green teddy bear into a golden lion. It stood upon the ground, its massive form exuding an invisible pressure. A scar adorned its fierce eyes, emanating an aura of dominance. Due to its mossy and water-retentive nature, it was particularly fireproof but not resistant to freezing. It possessed all attributes of the Spirit Spear. It could be moved at will and floated in midair. Exclamation point. Guardian Beast. He nodded in satisfaction. The rest of the system had already been introduced. The Decree of Purity. Targeting the impure. Not particularly useful in everyday circumstances, but under specific conditions, it could yield extraordinary effects. If he activated this decree and walked down the street, he would likely cause countless individuals to contract diseases in a single day. If it were contagious, the implications would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, amplifying injuries with calamity would result in widespread devastation. He would essentially be a walking plague. The decree of compassion. This one is even more overpowered. Anyone who harbors anger or hatred towards me will lose their strength. Hiss. Zhang Hai could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. There remained the main event, the magic power of Combo Star, the most direct means to enhance combat strength. One strike, 90 tons. Could it be stacked infinitely? Zhang Hai exhaled. With all these buffs surrounding the sun, how formidable could he become when combined? The Combo Star is 90 tons. For me, is this merely the starting point? In daylight, I grow even stronger. Could it reach hundreds of tons, or even thousands? The more strikes, the greater the increase. With a single blow, what could not be shattered? Of course, this presupposes that he has the opportunity to unleash such numerous strikes. And each blow must connect. Otherwise, interrupting even once would diminish the effectiveness. This trump card is quite substantial. However, does it stack weight or strength? Does it apply to weapons or the body? Never mind, I'll test it when I have time. Regardless, each swing for me is an increase. 3 types of magic, 2 decrees. In an instant, he absorbed 5 sources of power. Even for Zhang Hai, it took a considerable amount of time to fully digest them. Centered around the sun, they revolved like planets. He decided to try out creation. Zhang Hai stepped forward, sensing the connection to the bloodline of the earth. Feeling the earth he had torn apart, he focused his thoughts and began to manipulate it. A surge of magic power erupted forth. The fissures in the ground began to genuinely mend, albeit slowly to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Initially, no one noticed. Once more, the edicts of compassion resonate. Meanwhile, beneath the towering edifice, Han Xiaoyun's earpiece crackled with an urgent notification, casting a fleeting glance at Medusa. The captain requests your presence upstairs. Medusa offered no retort, merely huffed lightly at Hong Ying, her gaze steeped in disdain. As she swayed her hips and ascended, lacking divine strength, she nonetheless retained an air of celestial arrogance in the face of others. With a rhythmic tap of her heels, she climbed the staircase. Soon catching sight of Zhang Hai's silhouette. What is it? Medusa flicked her hair. Zhang Hai turned, his expression warm and inviting. Abruptly, with a subtle flick of his fingers, a forceful energy struck Medusa. Whoosh, splatter. Medusa's eyes bulged in shock. The concealed haughtiness within her gaze shattered in an instant. Her abdomen erupted in agony. Pain surged through her. Instinctively, she clutched her bleeding mouth, incredulous. Her elegantly sculpted calves buckled, pristine knees bending as she collapsed to the ground. Blood spilling profusely. Medusa raised her gaze, gritting her teeth. Yet in the next moment, her entire body succumbed to weakness, devoid of the strength to support herself. Collapsing limply onto the floor, it felt as if she had been suddenly drained by some mysterious force. Even when Zhang Hai employed healing magic to mend her wounds, she remained paralyzed, unable to move. What is happening? What kind of power is this? What else is concealed within this individual? She could not comprehend what she had done wrong, nor the nature of this power. During their previous skirmish, had only a mere fraction been revealed. Medusa clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and quickly reopened them. I understand now. I shall recognize my true identity henceforth. She was no longer the divine Medusa, merely a fragmented soul. It was merely a test. Zhang Hai withdrew his hand. The experiment in edicts was a success, and as he contemplated crafting an excuse, he was taken aback by Medusa's compliance. This was fortuitous, sparing him the need for explanation. All is well. Observing her still kneeling, Zhang Hai offered her assistance, but halfway through, he released his grip. An old friend had arrived. Medusa thudded to the ground. Her starry, profound eyes were filled with bewilderment. She needed to contact Yifan urgently. Moments earlier, en route to the training camp, Suoqing had intended to dial a number when her phone rang. A call from Shangjing. Upon answering, a barrage of words greeted her. Suoqing, why didn't you inform me sooner? I should have received him personally. The civilian Klein, though not on par with the Pinnacle, was nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. The mysteries of the Great Xia were multiplying. High-level combatants would only grow scarcer. The emergence of one more Klein could save countless lives daily. Suoqing, if background checks yield no issues, and his character and values are sound, be sure to retain him. Offer all favorable terms. Yifan was taking this seriously. IT was significant enough for him to make a personal call, even inviting the individual to meet at headquarters. If one were to assign a level of importance, with star as the measure, the maximum being 6 stars for the pinnacle of humanity and 5 for the elite, then Zhang Hai had already achieved 4 stars. The caller on the line was the Supreme Commander of the Great Xia Night Watch, the highest authority. He ranked third in Yifan's esteem. Remarkable standing indeed. Did you catch that? I was thinking the same. Zuoqing swiftly agreed. By the way, he previously applied for a storage-type item. What more is there to ask? Yifan abruptly interrupted, valuing talent immensely. As long as they were not among the core individuals, he would bypass all formalities and immediately grant him. No. Let us send someone over right now. Chapter 61. The password. How heavy is this formidable axe? Yifan pivoted the conversation. However, you must confirm whether he is indeed a Klein. After all, the training camp indicated that his specific realm fluctuations have consistently remained at the lantern level. ITS rather peculiar. IT doesn't seem to be concealed or suppressed by any forbidden items, but rather a natural manifestation of the lantern level. Yet his performance is exceedingly strong. The fluctuations are extraordinary. Mentioning this, Zuoqing recalled his initial meeting with Zhang Hai. In terms of realm, he indeed was at the lantern level. But aside from mental fortitude, what else could he possess? If he is willing to speak, that's fine. If not, we cannot coerce him. Zuoqing, Yifan. Indeed, Zuoqing. By the way, there have been significant anomalies in the Cangnan suburbs. Just moments ago, a localized blood rain fell, possessing regenerative and healing properties for flora and fauna. Speaking of healing, Yifan immediately recalled Zuoqing's recent mention of a healing talent reported by Chunmai, also located in Cangnan. Could there be a connection? Furthermore, shortly after the rain, large fissures caused by battle are also self-repairing, gradually closing. These unusual phenomena seem to emerge closely following the conclusion of the battle. In both time and location I suspect they are all related to him. Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyelids twitched slightly. So you believe? I believe the Corona Squad is not merely the few individuals they present. Zuoqing articulated his reasoning. Aside from Zhang Hai, there are several formidable figures lurking in the background. They constitute a team. This does not seem like the work of a single person. Naturally, harboring such suspicions is reasonable. The contributions from this assistance. Zuoqing conversed a little longer, but due to the urgency of their journey, he quickly ended the call. Just after hanging up, he arrived at the training camp. Zuoqing instantly sensed a gathering of people in a certain area. The Corona Squad, the Masked Squad, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, and numerous students. With a thought, he descended in front of the building. Having grasped the situation, he stepped forward, placing a hand on the shoulder of an elder from the infinite realm. Old Zhang, I'll take over. The elder paused, turning around. You are Deputy Commander Zhua. He proclaimed two identities. One, the Deputy Commander of the Great Xia Night Watch. The other, the Director of Special Operations. Simultaneously, he was the second in command, right after Yifan. Zuoqing. As soon as he mentioned Deputy Commander, all eyes, including those of the new recruits, converged upon him. The commander, in a way, even Commander Zhua is here. I have seen the living commander. Many gazes sparkled with excitement. Yet Zuoqing had no time for leisurely greetings. He nodded amicably to everyone, briefly surveyed the Masked Squad and Yuan Gang, then indicated before proceeding ahead. However, even he found his path obstructed by Han Xiaoyun. You are from the former Suzhou. Zuoqing regarded the masked Han Xiaoyun, seemingly having gleaned something from Yuan Gang beforehand. We shall discuss your matters later. Are you attempting to impede me now? Apologies, but I care not for your identity. Han Xiaoyun appeared somewhat rigid. How can even the commander be stopped? Honging observed as one after another, figures she had previously never encountered emerged. She blinked in confusion, unsure of which side to align herself with. After all, these were among the highest leaders within the Night Watch. Before them, the Masked Squad and the vice-captain of the Shangjing 006 Squad, Yuan Gang, were insignificant. ISNT, the Corona Squad affiliated with the Night Watch? This was her assumption. However, Lao Zhao and Li Yifei responded to her with action. Not quite. That Deputy Director Zhua, hello. Our captain instructed that anyone wishing to enter must first draw him out. Li Yifei pointed not far away. Zuoqing cast his gaze, and under the sun's brilliance, the axe blade gleamed blindingly, distorted, high temperature, golden axe. He squinted slightly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Could this be the same colossal axe that cleaved through that small peak, allowing him to soar away? Is this his forbidden item? Truly remarkable. What forbidden ruins does it harbor? Known or unknown? Suoqing stepped forward, directly disregarding the unbearable heat that kept others at bay, approaching the divine axe. Rita, however, one matter led to another. Pulling it out? Is that truly a challenge? Suoqing glanced around, noting all eyes were upon him, filled with curiosity and various expressions. He smiled. It seems this was deliberately arranged for you. They wished to prevent casual disturbances while awaiting my arrival, hence establishing a threshold. They likely anticipated my coming. Just as Suoqing was about to extend his hand, the elder from the infinite realm approached. Braving the heat, Deputy Director, you are quite the busy individual. Please proceed. Don't let it delay you. This small matter, I shall handle. He stroked his beard, extending one hand from behind his back to rest upon the divine axe. His.it was somewhat scorching, yet he enveloped it with his mental force, gripping it with determination. Continue. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the elder's expression shifted repeatedly, realizing he could not budge it at all as time passed. The members of the masked squad exchanged glances, beginning to question, surely he cannot be unable to lift it. Elder, did you not employ mental force? Perhaps it is purely an auxiliary type of forbidden ruin, lacking any physical enhancement. It is rather fragile. As time dragged on, beads of sweat began to form on the elder's forehead, his face growing increasingly flushed. Upon realizing that his method of exertion was flawed, he extended his other hand, grasping the axe with both hands. Gradually, the veins on his hands began to bulge, not only on the back of his hands, but also on his forehead, one after another. They appeared, and even his body trembled slightly from the excessive strain. As a dual-handed axe, the design of this axe's handle was far too short. The divine axe remained as still as a stagnant pool. Was this truly an axe? It felt heavier than a mountain. Could it really be that exaggerated? What realm must this elder possess? Perhaps due to his advanced age, his level was certainly not low, as he could withstand such high temperatures without using mental energy. Did this elder not have the qualifications? Was he capable? Amidst the cacophony of murmurs and sighs, Suoqing, who had initially stepped forward, shook his head and retreated once more, leaving the elder of the infinite realm feeling quite embarrassed. One knew that he had already activated his mental energy. The demeanor of a strong individual had completely vanished. Now, he was being laughed at by a bunch of rookies. It was undeniable that the future belonged to the younger generation. What a heavy axe! What absurd properties did it possess in his prime? He too had been a martial general, yet now, he couldn't even. The elder of the infinite realm momentarily lost his focus. Allow me, Suoqing said casually as he placed his hand on the divine axe. Rita, with a gentle exertion, he found it remained utterly motionless. Trying again, he mused, this axe is heavier than I imagined. Wait a moment. Had he aged as well? He knew that with his level of mastery, lifting a metal axe, let alone 10, 100, or even 1,000 of them stacked together, would be a trivial task. He could easily lift an entire building with a single finger and toss it aside as if it were child's play. Indeed, the design was somewhat short, but he had no intention of using both hands. Suoqing cleared his throat, preparing to focus and utilize some real strength when suddenly, the axe handle slipped from his grasp. Along with the entire axe, vanishing from sight in an instant, whoosh clang. Only a cut mark remained on the ground, accompanied by a faint metallic ringing. Of course, it was brief, as this was a single-handed axe. Moreover, it had a name, Divine Axe Rita. When Suoqing looked up, he was astonished to find a remarkably robust man standing before him, exuding an aura of immense confidence. He held the divine axe in one hand, his demeanor so relaxed that it seemed as if he were merely holding a child's toy, rather than a colossal axe, in stark contrast to the earlier embarrassment of the elder of the infinite realm and the seriousness required by the deputy commander. The disparity was glaringly evident. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Suoqing, despite having mentally prepared himself, felt his eyelids twitch slightly. You are. Chapter 62. The Sun in the Night. Nix has mistaken his daughter? It's me. Has it been nearly a month since we last met? Zhang Hai, wearing a corona mask, greeted him. His physique had changed considerably. Switching snapped back to reality and smiled faintly as the two exchanged handshakes. Well, this eliminates the need to verify Zhang Hai's specific realm. Why? Because merely lifting this axe is enough to stump a multitude of strong individuals. If Zhang Hai were not a Klein, how could he lift it? And do so with such ease? Either he possesses some unique property akin to blood recognition, wherein it feels incredibly heavy to others but light for him, or he truly has innate divine strength, capable of lifting it solely through sheer power, resembling a martial arts adept of the forbidden realm. Regardless, neither scenario is ordinary. Naturally, Zhuoqing was unconcerned. To him, both possibilities were equivalent to AS for being unable to lift the axe. He had indeed not truly exerted himself earlier. Had he applied himself even slightly, it would have posed no challenge. The town monument has been unlocked, but in terms of mental energy fluctuations, he still remains at the Lantern Realm. What I truly need to confirm is this point. The other force emanating from him, seems not to be mental energy. Zhuoqing chose not to inquire further at that moment. The more Zhang Hai unearthed and encountered, the more enigmatic he became. The fog of survival and the background checks on ordinary individuals grew increasingly intricate. If the Phoenix Squad were to discover that you possess Klein status, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Upon uttering the name Klein, a wave of excitement surged among the new recruits. Speculation had long been brewing, but hearing it confirmed by the most authoritative figure was a different matter altogether. This isn't the right time to discuss it. Shall we head to the office? Zhuoqing suggested. Suddenly, he noticed Medusa beside Zhang Hai. Her aura seemed slightly off, imbued with a hint of foreboding. Upon meeting Zhuoqing's scrutinizing gaze, Medusa placed one hand on her hip, adopting a posture that seemed to say, "Haven't you ever seen a deity?" Zhuoqing raised an eyebrow and chose not to linger. Very well. Zhang Hai naturally had matters to attend to. With the most pivotal person having departed, the eager new recruits began to gossip. Zhuoqing, the deputy commander, can't lift it. Hey, Zhuoqing, he clearly wasn't ready or serious. We are still quite far from the strong. 7 nights. I must strive even harder from now on. Don't forget, you mentioned dividing your half of the inheritance with someone. Haha, they must have forgotten. They conversed and laughed all the way to the building's office level. Zhuoqing noticed a crowd from the Corona Squad gathered and smiled, signaling that it wasn't suitable for too many ears to overhear. They were all acquaintances, so there was no issue. After surveying the room, Zhang Hai's gaze landed on Medusa. You, with some perceptiveness, step outside. Medusa's expression darkened. Zhang Hai shot a glance at the overly enthusiastic Hong Ying. Taking a deep breath, Hong Ying remarked, "Captain, I understand that I am merely a temporary team member, here to execute a task." She nodded with a hint of hesitation and quickly exited. However, Zhang Hai had not actually dismissed her. The storage ban he had previously applied for would soon be approved. As for this time's. In terms of credit, it would all be settled as usual, exchange for corpses. Seeing that Zhang Hai had no objections, Zhuoqing continued. Next up, what are your plans? Will you remain in the training camp? Or will you leave now? Your strength. For the time being, we will suppress it and prevent the outside world from learning immediately, but it won't remain hidden for long. Especially the ancient God Church. They have likely already received word. Can you withstand it? They have lost 3 divine agents in quick succession, 3 of the most promising prospects for the future. This is a significant blow. They certainly won't let you off easily. Noticing that Zhang Hai seemed unfazed, Zhuoqing emphasized the gravity of the situation. It is natural for the young to feel invincible, but do not rush to respond. Perhaps for a while we hold them off. Their 3 ancient gods will not take action against you. You may not fear for yourself, but what about your family? Can they be watched over and protected at all times? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai cast a glance at Hong Ying outside the window. Upon sensing his gaze, she immediately stood at attention, signaling with her hands to indicate that she had heard nothing and was being very compliant. She then hurriedly moved further away but quickly returned to pull Medusa along to depart as well. Zhang Hai thought they will eventually discover the truth. Zhuoqing, however, noted that joining the Night Watch would change matters significantly. We possess special forbidden items. If you have people you wish to protect, they can be entrusted for their safeguarding. Moreover now, with your realm, he rambled on about numerous benefits, advantages, and treatment. Seeing that Zhang Hai seemed somewhat swayed, Qing understood that the opportunity had arrived and decided to seize the moment. Of course, once you become one of us, you must also be candid. Zhang Hai was indeed intrigued. Under Qing's expectant gaze, he posed a bewildering question. So, where is the headquarters of the ancient god church? What? Qing was taken aback. Why are you asking this? Qing exited the building and busied himself with various matters regarding the training camp, delegating numerous tasks before preparing to leave. He was indeed quite occupied, with a full schedule ahead. What about Director Zhua? The deputy commander inquired. The elder of the Infinite Realm approached alongside Wang Mian. We wish to maintain our cooperative relationship. Qing remained reticent, as he needed to operate the tavern and could not afford to be absent. Ah, so you have a tavern. What? A tavern? Both the elder of the Infinite Realm and Wang Mian were taken aback. Wait, buying alcohol? Such a powerful individual. For what purpose? Similar to honing one's state of mind? Qing vaguely explained, defending Zhang Hait was quite normal. Strong individuals either had a bit of pride or were rather eccentric. For instance, there was that certain chef working in a restaurant, or the socially anxious sword saint, or even a delivery worker. Although Zhang Hai was still far from reaching such a level of strength, he bore some resemblance, which was perfectly normal. Maintaining cooperation was also reasonable. After all, he had not joined the ancient god church. Had he? He was doing well enough that there was truly no need to be subservient to others. However, they would not relinquish their attempts to recruit him. Time waits for no one, Tongnan. Qing murmured. He then recalled Zhang Hai's earlier inquiry, which was quite peculiar, asking about the headquarters of the ancient god church, the location, and also inquiring about deployment situations and realm statuses. He naturally divulged some information. Yu Huai, the founder, the pinnacle of humanity, is notoriously elusive, in the winding paths and murmurs of dreams. The dual peaks of Klein have long been traversed, especially the Whispers, a group of followers under his command. Initially quite peculiar, wield formidable strength. After all, they have amassed 40 years of experience, utilizing all their treasures, thus naturally possessing profound depth. It becomes clear now. Caution is warranted. These were the last words of Zhang Hai. Upon witnessing this, Qing believed that Zhang Hai had been somewhat disheartened, and thus encouraged him not to lose heart, understanding the situation. Klein is indeed powerful, and Zhang Hai had toiled immensely to reach this stage, exerting efforts countless times beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yet, facing several of the most nefarious forces of the Great Xia, acceptance would not come easily. However, one need not belittle oneself. After all, you are an individual while they are a collective. And the distinctions are significant. Take some time to contemplate this. During this period, should the ancient god sect target you or make an appearance, contact us immediately. After Qing departed, Zhang Hai pondered for a moment. Already having made up his mind, it was merely a matter of collecting corpses. As for the ensuing chaos, it would inevitably involve Hong Ying, he sighed. Soon after, Hong Ying and Medusa entered, all adorned in masks. As Zhang Hai convened the first coronation meeting, prepared tea was set before the table. Upon Zhang Hai articulating the forthcoming actions and insights, the entire assembly exclaimed in shock. Han Xiaoyun nearly spilled his tea. Splashing it onto his trousers, Medusa's eyelids twitched incessantly. Sitting upright like a dutiful student, Hong Ying's almond eyes reflected bewilderment. The other two remained as unyielding as stone. The night sky was shrouded in darkness. Zhang Hai reverted to his original form and temporarily retired to rest, his mind occupied with certain matters from the day. However, he had barely lain down when a fragrant breeze wafted beside him. Soon after, a slightly cool, soft hand brushed against him, gliding through his hair, across his forehead, and finally resting on his cheek. A gentle and melodious feminine voice resonated with overwhelming affection. Himura, my daughter, I have finally found you. Chapter 63. What? Master has dropped his cup. Is it happening again? Simultaneously, time rewound. The training camp operated with remarkable efficiency, having completed all adjustments during the day and bolstered its defenses. The masked squad had long departed, as they were accustomed to traversing the nation to execute tasks. Upon concluding this mission, they left. However, before leaving, Rose cast a deep gaze at Zhang Hai, a look reserved for those who recognize strength. Zhang Hai understood this, hence he paid it little mind. Moreover, his team had communicated with the masked squad, and under Zhang Hai's leadership, they were taken aback, addressing him as senior repeatedly. Their demeanor was entirely different from when they had just arrived that evening. They were truly the novices. During this time, the old man remained here. Elder Zhang of the Infinite Realm had also taken up temporary residence, having learned a harsh lesson. That evening, in the dining hall, Zhang Hai bid farewell to the reserved elder son before returning to his private dormitory building. Arriving at the instructor's quarters, the coronation squad each had their own room. Zhang Hai's was the most spacious. Enjoying the same treatment as Chief Instructor Yuan Ganged, Tob Fair, he and Han Xiaoyun, Li Yifei, and Old Zhao had adjusted their appearances today to avoid complications, utilizing magical power for transformation. Thus, even if they removed their masks, no one would recognize them. Naturally, Hong Ying was no exception, having made similar adjustments. As for what lay ahead, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He preferred to let Hong Ying and the others practice more. Training new recruits was also a means of self-refinement. Simultaneously, preparations for battle were underway. As night fell and everyone slumbered, Lin Chia suddenly rose in a renovated recruit dormitory, hesitating briefly before ascending to the top floor. Activating his new ability, the Abyssal Corruption and the Abyssal Divine Ruins manifested. After conducting a few tests, the results were quite satisfactory. Not long after, a shadow appeared beside him. She, draped in black veils, possessed an extraordinary beauty and an unparalleled aura. The starlit points adorning her gown shimmered, and her graceful demeanor exuded a dignified elegance. Beneath the night sky, she resembled a true deity. Dynastis, is this your divine realm? She surveyed the surroundings. At that very moment, Yuan Gang, who was smoking in his room, abruptly lifted his head. The fluctuation of divinity. What is happening? Could the ancient god sect be making another appearance? He dialed a number, swiftly grasped a blade, and stepped out. No, this fluctuation is far more pure, entirely unlike the remnants of the past. With his call, Xiaoping Gu, situated in the upper capital, received a message. Suoqing learned of it promptly, his lips twitching involuntarily. What was even more shocking was the master, who had just visited earlier in the day. He spat out his tea. What? This ghostly Tsangna is asking me to go. Did I not already visit during the day? Was that coronation squad leader not thorough enough? In Tsangnan City, Mom, you're working so late. I've finished my homework. Let me give you a massage. Yang Jin observed his weary mother, resting his hand on her shoulder, intending to provide some relief. A true filial son. Suddenly, Xiao Hei Lai let out a loud cry. Yang Jin seemed to sense something, his hand trembling, applying a bit too much pressure, causing his mother to exclaim in pain. Mom, I'm sorry. He hastily apologized, while a whirlwind of complicated emotions surged within him. What on earth has been happening these past few days? Every time there's an incident, I thought it was resolved during the day, and now it's resurfacing? What kind of hornet's nest have I stirred up? Zhang Hai and Hong Ying probably never expected me to be this kind of person. Heh. Uncle Zhang Hai, you are far too strong. Who could have imagined you possessed the strength of Klein? In the empty villa, Si Xiaonan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Her figure flickered slightly as she effortlessly bypassed the lock on Zhang Hai's door, appearing within his room. She did not wish to act this way, however. There are no buts. Si Xiaonan's expression was devoid of her usual demeanor, her face impassive as she surveyed the room. Noting the absence of any surveillance devices or counter-surveillance measures, she began to search. Before long, she uncovered something. Upon closer inspection, she quickly returned it. As time elapsed, her confusion deepened, for Zhang Hai maintained an immaculate space. Aside from basic clothing and essential items, there was nothing else. No chaotic belongings as Hong Ying had mentioned, and no notes either. He appeared to be a person of integrity, she mused. Suddenly, her phone rang. The caller was none other than Zhang Hai. Si Xiaonan froze for a moment, then slowly answered. Xiaonan, you wouldn't want Hong Ying to find out you're a thief, would you? His calm voice felt like thunderclaps in her ears. Si Xiaonan's expression shifted, wanting to deny it, but realizing it was futile. Uncle Zhang Hai, how do you? You are a good girl. Time is short. Do not stray down the wrong path. However, we will discuss this matter upon your return. For now, I have something to attend to. He abruptly hung up. Before Si Xiaonan could dwell on her thoughts for too long, mere minutes later, her expression changed again. This fluctuation, the training camp, several members of the coronation squad sensed the disturbance and emerged from their dormitories. Before stepping out, they recalled Zhang Hai's words during the meeting earlier. Do you wish to join the ancient god sect? Would you like to experience it? Heh, not interested? Of course, I was merely jesting. Captain, what does this mean? Join the ancient god sect? They had all been bewildered. If it was a joke, that would be fine if not. Regardless, after the meeting, Han Xiaoyun and Medusa chose to stay behind. To some extent, both were former members of the ancient god sect. What Zhang Hai specifically discussed and arranged with them remained a mystery to all. Yet, one could speculate. Perhaps he intended to send an undercover agent. The ancient god sect's frequent activities warranted the need for intelligence gathering. As they conversed, noticing Chief Instructor Yuan Gang also present, confronting an elegant woman opposite him, Hong Ying and the others were utterly perplexed. Lin Xie was also nearby, quite close to this woman. The key was that this woman. Their faces turned pale. Even without any divine presence, her mere aura effortlessly subdued everyone present. Yuan Gang and Han Xiaoyun were no exceptions. Even Medusa felt no inclination to approach, eye in her eyes, besides incredulity. There lay an unspoken fear. Could this be related to Lin Xie? Yuan Gang's forehead and back were drenched in sweat, more tense than during the day. Tio him. She was a genuine deity. May I inquire? Night goddess, I am here to find my son. Nick spoke softly, her starry eyes gleaming as she recalled another purpose for her visit, her daughter. She turned her figure, heading in a certain direction. That direction was towards your captain. This is bad. Yuan Gang glanced at the coronation squad, a sense of foreboding swelling in his heart. Whatever you do not engage in conflict. What is happening? Why is she looking for our captain? Is this an outer god? Just at this moment, during the night, Li Yifei and Han Xiaoyun also sensed something amiss. What is going on? Yuan Gang immediately turned around, his mind sharp as a tack. Isn't it true that your captain's condition at this moment may not be ideal? He sensed something was amiss. The window opened by itself. Nikes approached. Lin Xie's eyelids twitched. First, he encountered the chief instructor Yuan Gang. And now he was faced with the guest instructor. Mother, he is our instructor. No, he is my daughter. Nikes drew closer to the bedside, her long dark hair cascading down, brushing against Zhang Hai. Himura, it is you. Indeed, it is you. Her excitement escalated, and in the next heartbeat, she opened her arms, ready to embrace Zhang Hai. Yet, she found herself hugging nothing but air. I would rather be your father. Behind him, the soft glow of moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a figure that could hardly be described as robust. This person began to inflate like a balloon, towering over Nikes. By one head, 2 heads, 3 heads, until he completely overshadowed her. An invisible sense of oppression emanated. Look closely. Is harassing Yuan Gang not enough? Do you wish to disturb me as well? If you are mentally unstable, kindly return to seek proper treatment, madam. Chapter 64. Unlocking the Heart's Sun. The goddess compensates. Weak knees. Your daytime goddess is not here. She resides in either hell or heaven. Such unabashed words flowed forth, without a hint of reservation, disregarding the identity of the person before her. She tore through the facade. If Yuan Gang were present, his body would likely tremble thrice. Zhang Hai's large hand rested upon the delicate shoulder of the woman. Indeed, after consuming the fountain of life, my skin has become significantly smoother. And I have inadvertently become quite handsome. My demeanor is now exceptional, but I am not mistaken for a woman. Daughter, how have you grown so much suddenly? Taller than I am. Nikes was astounded. Turning around, her starry skirt swayed as she looked up and observed the defined muscles. She froze in disbelief. Daughter, where is my daughter? Nikes was bewildered. How did you become a muscle-bound individual? Zhang Hai smirked slightly, his muscles expanding further. Nikes took a step back. Are you truly my daughter? What has happened to you? She pulled one of Zhang Hai's arms to her face, tears brimming in her eyes, imploring her mother. Why have you changed so? Her gentle voice seemed to carry a lingering wish that affected something. A wave of dark clouds surged from the outside, obscuring the moonlight. Coincidence or not, it shrouded not just the moonlight, but also the twinkling stars, which gradually dimmed. This led to Zhang Hai's figure returning to its original form. Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow. Nikes' beautiful eyes sparkled anew. Mother. Lin Xie hurried over to explain, you have truly mistaken him for someone else. He also wished to inquire something from Zhang Hai, but it was evidently not the right moment. This is the Corona instructor, and he is male. You got a boy? Nike's tilted her head, but I remember, the Hemora that came from my womb was a girl. Was there a mistake? Daughter, as Nike's pondered. She gazed out the window at the figure of Hong Ying. My daughter. Yes, that must be. Beneath this starry sky, it seemed she could move anywhere, with a single step. She flashed to Hong Ying's side, wanting to embrace her. Yet in the next moment, she was restrained once more. Hey, she is my daughter. A voice, heard only by Nike's, resonated from Zhang Hai. Nike's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she turned. Are you trying to take my daughter from me? Take? Zhang Hai chuckled coldly. You might as well ask her who she prefers to be close to. Hong Ying blinked. Yuan Gang quickly interjected. Stand behind Nike's, or do not move. She is a goddess, do not provoke her. This was different from the daylight. However, Hong Ying was quicker. She only recognized the captain. They had conversed during the day, at any time. As long as one remained a member of Corona, he would assist her. Thus, perhaps driven by instinct and trust, Hong Ying positioned herself behind Zhang Hai, even though he was not particularly strong at this moment. I truly am a fool. Yet, once she regained her composure, realizing it would stir conflict and harm the captain, she sought to withdraw. Do you wish to be my husband? Nike's mind raced. I can feel it. Right now, you are at your weakest, aren't you? She seemed to be mentally alert, speaking clearly. I want to take my daughter home. The mention of weakness immediately captured the attention of those around them. You are merely carrying a fragmented soul and divine essence. Every move drained the essence of her soul. Zhang Hai dismissed it without concern, stating, not only is your power insufficient, but you are also susceptible to losing your spirit. You are incomplete. If you could truly move freely, there would be no need for Lin Xie to engage in combat through the method of carrying, and he would not be so exhausted. Of course, on some level, the night is indeed Zhang Hai's nemesis, and as the goddess of night, Nike's is even more so. Fighting at night, it works against him, but so what? Every step taken to enhance strength is for moments like this. Incomplete. Yuan Gang was baffled once more. Is this not a true deity? Whoosh! The atmosphere swirled. Nike's emotions were unstable, bordering on obsessive. Darkness poured from her being. Zhang Hai chuckled lightly in the absence of moonlight and starlight. In all forms of illumination, he extended a finger. Flames ignited. In the perception of all, the fluctuations of Zhang Hai's realm began to burn fiercely. His body began to swell, though it only managed to reach a height of 1.9 meters. It was his limit, yet the fluctuations and aura were far from negligible. Between the two forces began to clash. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, sending waves rippling for kilometers. Seconds passed. Both sides experienced a decline in their conditions. Feeling utterly drained, just as Zhang Hai's mental energy began to wither first, he closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Captain, I stand with you. Why marksmanship is ignited as well. Hong Ying, knowing she was being overconfident, still pressed forward against the fluctuations. If you do not mind, I can lend you the strength of a new team member. In Zhang Hai's heart, something he had been unable to visualize gradually took form. Then, it began to transform. The decline in energy immediately halted. Zhang Hai's lips curled into a grin. A familiar scene unfolded. The surrounding temperature began to soar dramatically, reaching tens of thousands in an instant. The pale-faced Nike's, with her beautiful eyelashes, quivered slightly. Apologies, I mistook you for someone else. You are not her do not possess that kind of power. Seeing Lin Xie being relentlessly pushed back by the intense heat, she seemed to awaken. Her body began to dissipate willingly, her expression somewhat vacant. In the future, if there is an opportunity, I will compensate you. She finally uttered to Zhang Hai, I am sorry. This was my recklessness. Returning to the asylum of gods, the crisis was averted. Yuan Gang was drenched in sweat, thoroughly soaked. A deity was forced back, even if it was merely an incomplete god. As for is nighttime a weakness? Who spread such rumors? Zhang Hai opened his eyes, absorbing the high temperature throughout his body. Regrettably, he had intended to test that state further. It was not easy to attain. If he could truly master it, it would be his greatest trump card at night. I am indeed quite weak. That was already my utmost effort. After recovering, Zhang Hai glanced at Medusa, then at everyone else, staggering a few steps. The crowd. How do you think we believe you? At night, you are truly modest. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, a small crow, after getting an overview, brightened its eyes and swiftly reported. It was uncertain what information it conveyed. I apologize, instructor. My mother. No. She is not a woman of the household. Neither is she. In short, I am sorry. Lin Chia followed Zhang Hai to the dormitory, repeatedly apologizing. Mind your mother. Zhang Hai said little. He needed to exert himself further. There were still weaknesses to address. He must accomplish everything he intended during the day. Being overwhelmed at night would not bode well. Deities possess peculiar means. Reflecting on the recent encounter, Zhang Hai contemplated the ancient god society. Today, they had threatened him directly, sending lesser beings to confront him, then sending older ones to challenge the even older. Why remain passive? He could not sit idly by. He had already devised a plan. Han Xiaoyun had the location of the ancient god society's headquarters. Medusa could go undercover, gathering all the followers, picking an auspicious day. Let us have a friendly spar. To see the full extent of their capabilities. When facing true deities, it would also provide a rough estimate. Time was of the essence. Additionally, there was one crucial matter. Though it was unlikely to proceed smoothly, he turned to Lin Chia, call by Li Tuming. Since he is awake, I have matters to discuss with him. A few minutes later, Bai Li, plump as ever, upon hearing this, felt his legs weakened, thousands of kilometers away from Cangnan City. A young apprentice, driving a carriage with his master, had been racing along for some time. Suddenly, his phone rang. The apprentice answered and reported to his master. Instantly, a prominent vein appeared on his master's forehead, resembling a wriggling earthworm. Chapter 65. Bai Li Xian spits blood. An abundance of gains. Night Watchers, headquarters. Should we relocate the training camp? Is it effective? With so many individuals moving together, the target cannot possibly remain concealed. The enemy operates from the shadows while we are perpetually on the defensive. In the high-level meeting, there exists a divide between the old guard and the younger generation. The former represents the hardliners, while the latter comprises the youth, primarily those nurtured by Yi Fan, including Xiaoping Gu and others. Each quarrel is a clash between these two factions, each holding their own opinions. This cannot persist any longer. The ancient god sect is indeed a bothersome pest. In my view, it should be eradicated entirely. Their headquarters is exceedingly elusive, difficult to locate, and often scattered. Even if found, it is of little use. Their mobility is far too great. We are unclear about their specific deployments and the number of clients, not to mention our own top-tier combatants. The top tier. Is it so easy to mobilize them? Are we not guarding against external threats? Furthermore, do they not possess elite forces? The strength of Yu Huai is unfathomable. In short, unless individuals from the ancient god sect emerge voluntarily, there is simply no way to proceed. Often, upon our arrival, they have already caused chaos and slipped away. As if they have been thoroughly studied by those lurking in the shadows. It is akin to a game of table tennis. What strategies? What tactics? They have essentially analyzed us comprehensively, while we, in facing their new players, remain woefully uninformed. Each encounter necessitates adaptation. We are frequently caught off guard. Though the metaphor may not be entirely fitting, it encapsulates the essence of the situation. It is reminiscent of guerrilla warfare. In fact, even if the ancient god sect were to take the initiative, the entire Night Watcher headquarters would have to mobilize a substantial force to counter them. It is not as simple as calling back individuals stationed across various locations. What a joke! It has been deeply entrenched for decades. Our greatest adversary domestically is indeed them. Each year, there are discussions of eradication, yet it is far from easy. One senior official in his 50s, a man of Xing Wan, retorted sharply. He had no time to spare. The birthday banquet of the Bai Li family head was about to commence. No, to be precise, it was a birthday celebration, a small gathering of numerous prominent figures with vested interests, in which he held shares and needed to prepare for for the rest of the unrelated matters. He could not be bothered. Maintaining the status quo is preferable. What use is there in seeking change? During this time, Zhuo Qing, wishing to hear no more, directly stepped outside for some fresh air, accompanied by his secretary, Chen Mou. They discussed the safety assurances for new recruits and also spoke of Zhang Hai. He would remain for a while longer. The safety of the new recruits is currently not an issue, of course. We must not let our guard down. In Cangnan City, at the training camp, Bai Li Pangpang was pulled by his good friend Lin Qi to visit Zhang Hai's single-occupancy dormitory. Lin Qi departed, leaving the two face-to-face, greetings, instructor. I am here to see you. You must understand the situation. Zhang Hai spoke directly, maintaining a harmonious demeanor that was not intimidating. However, Bai Li Peng found it impossible not to be intimidated. Who could have known that their wager would be overheard? Who could have guessed that it would be taken seriously? Who could have imagined that this instructor was a Klein? Do not be nervous. You need not offer half your assets. Just shift your shares to the prohibited items, and I will take 2/3 from the Prohibition Museum, and that will suffice. Zhang Hai smiled, inviting him to sit. Yet Bai Li Peng, trembling, lacked the composure to sit. Upon hearing this, he was nearly brought to tears. No, you're serious. Over half of the prohibited items are worth a fortune. Instructor, if I dot before he could finish. He was interrupted. You must consider carefully. If you refuse, I will be unable to assist you. Zhang Hai's eyes flickered as he issued a warning. Even if he was not serious, the laws would be. However, Bai Li Peng misunderstood, thinking Zhang Hai was pressuring him, that he was indeed targeting his assets. It does not seem like a bad thing. After a moment's reflection, he thought of his father's intellect. Surely, he could turn this into a partnership, a beneficial arrangement. With Klein's support, perhaps it would be even better. As long as the cost was merely the prohibited items, there should be room for negotiation, right? Comforting himself with such thoughts, he inquired, Instructor, may I call my father? This matter is too significant. Bai Li Peng borrowed a phone, selected a number, and dialed in Guangshan City, within one of the most luxurious estates. The premises were brightly lit in the center of the garden. A fountain cascaded, adorned with twinkling stars, exuding an air of opulence and extravagance. Inside a grand white villa, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a stern demeanor was imparting his business acumen. This was none other than Bai Li Xian, the chairman of the Bai Li family. Beside him, his adopted son, Bai Li Jing, diligently took notes, absorbing various philosophies and strategies while sharing the workload. By the way, Dad, I heard there was another incident at the training camp. That useless one hasn't he kicked the bucket early, has he? If so, our plans. Bai Li Jing suddenly recalled something. If he were to die, then there would be arrangements for his demise, serving as a replacement and fulfilling his mission. Bai Li Xian spoke with chilling indifference. Your identity remains intact. Will I have to participate in the training in his stead? Bai Li Jing remarked, that waste. Xiao Jing. A seemingly gentle woman interjected with discontent. After all, that was your brother. Is it appropriate to speak of him in such a manner? Mom, since childhood, you have intentionally raised him to be that way, spoiling him like a fat pig, and yet you dare to lecture me? You've never regarded him as a person, have you? At most, he is a pet. Bai Li Jing exposed her hypocrisy, and upon seeing her expression darken, he quickly changed his tone. Do not worry. After all these years, there will be no slip-ups. You child. The woman shook her head. How can you speak so? After all, he has shielded you from numerous assassination attempts. Over time, emotions inevitably develop. Even if a livestock were to perish, one would feel a twinge of sorrow. If Bai Li Peng were present, witnessing his mother's unfamiliar demeanor, he would be at a loss for words. He braved the elements outside, experiencing life and death, while they remained at home, comfortably discussing when to dispose of him. Suddenly, the woman's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Bai Li Tu Ming. Hello, Tu Ming. The mother seamlessly transitioned, immediately adopting a gentle tone, though her smile was devoid of warmth. What is it? Is it, Mom? Is Dad there? Bai Li Peng asked cautiously. Consequently, the phone was passed to Bai Li Xian. Bai Li Xian, nonchalantly, thought it was likely just some trifling matters, mundane concerns. I am resting. If there is something, just say it. He was apathetic, unwilling to feign interest like a woman. However, once he grasped the context, his demeanor shifted dramatically. What? You agreed to give away half your assets, and it is to a Klein. Chapter 66, The End of the Ancient Gods, The Ring of Infidelity. Let us butcher together this useless one. He actually offended a Klein. Immediately, a cold chuckle emerged from Bai Li Xian's heart. Truly insatiable greed. The child spoke casually, and this individual dares to demand it. It seems there is no room for negotiation. 2/3 of the prohibited items? Does he comprehend the implications of this? The captain of the Sun Crown, his background and intelligence. Within the next moment, the butler presented the information. An esteemed high-ranking member of the Night Watchers and the second-largest sponsor. His sources of information were naturally extensive. He quickly grasped the general details and became even more dismissive. Who is this? Lacking any identity or background. Not even a member of the Night Watchers. Merely a collaborator? While Kleins are powerful, my Bailey family is not so easily trifled with. If we consider collaborators of the Night Watchers, who could outmatch the Bailey group? Of course, Bailey Xian did not outright refuse on the surface. I understand. Such matters require further discussion. After your training concludes, we will talk privately. As soon as he hung up, Bailey Jing expressed disbelief. That useless one, relying on his identity, dares to make such promises. Just to survive. If we allow him to continue, what will become of us? The key issue is the Klein. Bailey Xian raised his hand to interrupt, remaining terrifyingly calm. Very well, I shall handle this matter. Bailey Tu Ming. Let us resolve it beforehand. Contact the 4 prohibited item masters. I will arrange it and select an opportune moment. As for this captain of the Sun Crowned. In Songnan City. At the training camp, Bailey Pang let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his father cared for him and did not blame him. He had declined. Zhang Hai took a sip of tea. Thinking it was foolish to deceive the naive, however, it mattered not. As long as the promise was kept, the subsequent matters would be of no concern to him. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Over 10 days had gone by. The new recruits had undergone numerous experiences, maturing significantly. With the assistance of the Coronation Squad in their training, the recruits made rapid progress. One couldn't help but wonder if the special effects of the wine they had consumed at the very beginning played a role in this. Their recovery rate had accelerated. They were brimming with energy. The training results achieved in just 1 day were astonishingly equivalent to what they had accomplished in the previous 10 days. This left Chief Instructor Yuan Gang and the other 20 instructors utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the tavern was still in operation. Zhang Hai occasionally returned, creating a presence to prove he was still around. During this time, he would sporadically check his phone to respond to messages sent by Hong Ying. Old Zhang, don't worry about me. This business trip is a bit prolonged, but I will return soon. Upon seeing the messages, Zhang Hai, reclining on a chair, glanced at Hong Ying not far away. Ah, hello, Captain. Upon catching the captain's gaze, Hong Ying hurriedly tucked her phone away. One hand behind her back, the other reaching forward, she leaned slightly, smiling and waving, embodying a youthful exuberance. What a coincidence, just as I sent a message. The captain happened to notice me. I am not slacking off. Indeed, she had been trying her utmost to perform well, not wanting to lose points. Zhang Hai continued to scroll through his phone until he received the latest message from Medusa regarding intelligence on the ancient god church. Finally, it was about time. He had not engaged in any serious activity for quite a while. Zhang Hai rose without notifying the team members, merely calling for Bailey Pang and leading him to an open area. Instructor, did you call for me? There's something you need? Bailey Pang scratched his head. He had gained weight during this period, but it was a weight that rendered him stronger. Zhang Hai and the others were getting along well. When wearing masks and maintaining an average physique, he was quite easygoing. It seemed he had completely forgotten about the bet concerning the inheritance. Could it be cough? Is there alcohol involved? Bailey Pang slowly moved closer, cupping his hand over his mouth and whispering excitedly, Teacher, I could trade 10 Rolexes for it. Yes, indeed. Bailey Pang had been thinking about the wine from the first day of training camp. Unfortunately, after that, it had disappeared entirely. Alcohol and smoking were prohibited in the training camp, and they were not even allowed to mention it. That wine was meticulously crafted and could not be easily obtained. I called you here because it will be much safer for you to stay by my side moving forward. Zhang Hai grasped his shoulder with one hand, instructing him to deploy all his defensive measures and prohibited items. Ah, what? Bailey Pang was taken aback and momentarily lost. The next second, Zhang Hai bent one knee, boom. A deafening explosion erupted, nearly shattering Bailey Pang's eardrums. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished. Today, the weather was unfavorable. Coincidentally, shortly after Zhang Hai departed, it began to rain. The area around the base started to tremble, the intensity increasing. Following this, a piercing whistle sounded. Emergency assembly. What is happening? A disaster has struck in Jinan Mountain. We, as soldiers of the Great Xia, must respond. A rescue operation? Is this considered real combat? Bailey Pang? Where is the captain? The members of the Coronation Squad gathered to assist but could not find their captain. The new recruits, Lin Chia, Xin Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Moli were searching for Bailey Pang Pang. There was no time to worry about anything else. Someone would look for him. Now, they must set off immediately. The coronation squad. Technically, you are not required to come. But I request. At the watchman headquarters, Yi Fan abruptly hung up the phone, exhaling deeply. The ancient god church had made a move. According to my intelligence, part of it is aimed at Zhang Haida. In Songnan, it involves not only him but also those associated with him. They mobilized the highest-ranking devotees. He might not be able to withstand it. Or rather, he may not be able to intercept it in time. His gaze flickered. Is the intelligence accurate? I understand. Zhuqing suddenly rose, not saying much, and directly called Zhang Hai's private number, transforming into a beam of green light, racing towards Songnan. Beep. The call connected swiftly, but it was quite noisy, accompanied by the howling wind and the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Oh, understood. Zhang Hai is serious over there, but rest assured, I am prepared. The ancient god church will not see them. They will not meet in Songnan. Upon hearing this, Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Zhang Hai had made arrangements in advance. They will not see other people. Not meet. This implies that at the slightest disturbance, they will hide in advance. But one must remain cautious. What if the hiding place is discovered? Recently, he had additionally sent a teleportation talisman for prohibited items, so in case of emergencies, it could transport his family to the headquarters. Yet this did not guarantee absolute safety. The headquarters of the ancient god church, an ominous, terrifying, and oppressive atmosphere prevailed. Crows flew in from all directions, gathering into a shadowy form. He pushed open the door with a creak. Inside the hall of devotees, nearly 20 devotees gradually took their seats around a long oval table, from the 3rd seat to the 18th seat. This formidable force, if unleashed in any city through a surprise attack, would wreak catastrophic destruction and devastation. Gentlemen, how have the results been during this period? The space rippled. The 2nd seat tore open a spatial rift, taking position among the few seats at the front. I truly envy the spatial type Forbidden Ruins. The devotees began reporting, each with distinct roles. Indeed, they were not all combatants. Some worked online. For instance, those responsible for inciting emotions on the internet, manipulating the narrative, spreading rumors, creating panic, hostility, and anxiety, commonly referred to as the online army. They even utilized this to recruit and expand the ancient god church's auxiliary personnel. On my end, I released a mysterious entity, eliminating the local squad leader. I have obtained the family information of the 122nd watchman, to coerce, to incite, and so forth. Good, now let us discuss the main topic. Time is of the essence. This time, the 3 ancient gods, including Lord Whisper, are all mobilized. We must also put forth our utmost effort, especially concerning the captain of the coronation squad. The identity information has been largely verified. All family, friends, and relatives have been identified. Meanwhile, the 3rd seat produced a document, Songnan City. For instance, someone named Zhang Hai has some overlap, and there is a close relationship. It is preliminarily determined to be a brotherly bond. This is his appearance. The other devotees glanced over, noting it down. In addition to preparing the altar for summoning the outer gods, there is one more point. Specifically targeting him. After all, the captain of the coronation squad, like myself, is a Klein, not weak. If he does not yield, Lord Whisper will have no way to handle him. Then our dark chess piece can come into play. Capturing Zhang Hai and the 136th squad, as well as those related to them, would compel the captain of the coronation squad to submit voluntarily, to sign a contract, just like how we forced Han Xiaoyun back then, using those around him to pressure this captain of the coronation squad. Lord Whisper is still too soft-hearted. What if this Zhang Hai is not truly his brother? The 7th seat, a voluptuous woman, interjected. What if this Zhang Hai refuses to cooperate, and instead, we must coerce his brother? She felt a slight itch on her body, bending down to scratch her calf. This caught the attention of several other devotees, who quickly pretended not to see and silently withdrew their gazes. There is no what if. Do you really think we are benevolent? Once found, we will directly brainwash this Zhang Hai. He is merely an ordinary person. And along with this Hongying, they will sign the contract voluntarily. As for whether he is truly a brother or not, that is another matter. The 2nd seat chuckled coldly. The 7th seat also chuckled softly. But as she did, the itching intensified. She began to scratch herself with her crimson nails. Seconds later, the intensity escalated dramatically. So itchy, damn it. What is happening? Unbeknownst to her, she had even torn her own skin, bloodied. Her cheeks were scratched, resembling a malevolent spirit. This left the other devotees utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 67. The Golden Armor, the Merciless Sun, the shocking all-out annihilation. Speaking of which, there were others targeting this captain of the coronation squad, issuing a sky-high bounty. Besides monetary rewards, several extremely rare forbidden items were also offered. TSK, don't say it. Even I am tempted by this reward. The fifth seat picked up a list from the black market, and in addition, through information tracing, they discovered it was issued by the Bailey family influence. Her voice was interrupted by the scratching sounds again. It was still the seventh seat. The intensity was so great that she seemed not to even notice. The sound of ripping grows increasingly loud. She finds herself unable to endure it any longer, emitting a series of painful sounds from her teeth. Seat 7. Do you not usually pay attention to your own hygiene? No, that can't be right that in our realm, ordinary ailments should not have any impact at all. Seat 8 reaches out, activating the healing light of the forbidden ruins, which floats forth. Yet in the next moment, before he can heal Seat 7, he begins to cough violently, confusion evident in his eyes. Cough, cough. It's not just him. A devotee suddenly bleeds from the nose. Some bleed from all 7 orifices. Others descend into depression. Some inexplicably burst into tears. One person jumps onto the conference table, squatting down in front of all the devotees. Then, "What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Devotee 16 kicks him down with force. Their mental prowess is not lacking, yet in this moment, they resemble ordinary people afflicted by various strange illnesses. The entire hall has transformed into a hospital. Only seats 9, 2, 3, and 5 remain unaffected. What on earth is happening? Seat 5 furrows his brow, then suddenly senses something and looks sharply toward the door. Someone eavesdropping. The group swiftly blurs and relocates to the depths of the church. Medusa's divine agent, the Serpent Woman. Why have you not executed your task? The Serpent Woman had just returned not long ago, claiming to have narrowly escaped disaster. She was fortunate to have someone come back alive. She inquired about many matters, aligning perfectly, but now, something is clearly amiss. So, is this situation you're doing? The third seat speaks slowly, his gaze sharp and emanating a chilling aura. Illness? What illness? The Serpent Woman, who is none other than Medusa, appears somewhat dazed. She had been eavesdropping and relaying information, not for the first time, and this gathering had a greater number of participants with special operations. She reported to Zhang Hai, but never anticipated she would be discovered. The accusation of spreading some disease is bewildering. The remaining devotees in the hall soon emerge, glaring fiercely at Medusa. Yet, burdened by various ailments, their movements are not very agile. They resemble sickly figures, of course. Under the healing light of the forbidden ruins and various special medicines, their conditions are gradually improving. Yet their disgraceful appearances from earlier have left them utterly humiliated. It is better to be pure and untainted in life. A voice, swaying gently, resonates, sounding as light as a feather, almost like that of a poet. However, it causes the devotees to frown, for the speaker is a brawny man clad in golden armor. Thud, thud. The once quiet church begins to tremble slightly. With each step, the ground quakes. Doctrine of purity. Those who engage in impure actions, infidelity, will be afflicted with illness. The exact criteria for this judgment remains unknown. It is only clear that 8 out of 10 devotees from the ancient god church have fallen victim. Are there still a few missing? He scans the room and notes that there are not yet 20 individuals present, and the core members of the ancient god are not in attendance. Turning his gaze to Medusa, "You are the captain of the coronation squad." Seat 7 is incredulous. The 9th seat, who had been striving to conceal himself and diminish his presence, also exhibits wild flickers of astonishment. This individual, the one who killed El Yang, the one who eliminated our divine agent, no, that can't be right. Wasn't he in the training camp? He should be engaged in disaster relief alongside others, then encounter the Lord of Murmurs. How did you know the address of the headquarters? It must be the Serpent Woman. She has been subverted and betrayed us. It seems so. If those two do not recognize each other, I will write my name backward. Inform the Lord of Murmurs. No, it's unnecessary. Since he is here alone, why not simply take him down ourselves? The second and third seats are both present. The devotees sense the atmosphere and realize that aside from Zhang Hai, there is only a small, chubby individual outside, whose realm is pathetically LOW.AN insignificant ant, easily ignored, AT once. They conclude that the captain of the coronation squad is either incredibly bold or has lost his mind. Even Medusa's expression freezes in disbelief. What is happening? He has come here so brazenly. Indeed, in her mind, she had considered becoming an undercover agent to gather intelligence and preemptively guard against threats for future plans. Yet, she has not fully grasped their backgrounds, and now he approaches her alone. I ask this wise. She knows among the members of the ancient God Church, those on par with Zhang Hai are not weak. So, what is your realm? Zhang Hai exhales a sigh of frustration. To the outside world, I am Klein, and you seem overly confident about dealing with a Klein? Upon hearing this, the other devotees exchange glances and begin to chuckle. Ha! After all this time, you still don't know when we are. What audacity you possess. Have you become overly proud, intoxicated by your previous triumphs? I hear you haven't even joined the Night Watchers. It seems our strength has not been properly conveyed. Has it? Even the Night Watchers do not fully comprehend our intricacies. Forget it, let me explain. Amidst the clamor, the second seat raises a hand to silence the crowd, then gestures to reveal their ranks. I am of the River Realm, the Sea Realm, the Infinite Realm. A half-step Klein. I am Klein. The second seat is also a Klein. Furthermore, within this church, we have established special arrays that provide additional enhancements. The third seat shakes his head in amusement. His strength surpasses that of the others. He had assumed the coronation squad brought a group of experts. Yet, is this all? Zhang Hai, 2 Kleins and a half-step? What is it? Do you think our accumulation of strength was achieved overnight? It has taken decades. Can you guess why the upper echelons of the Night Watchers have failed to clean us out? Ha ha ha! The devotees begin to produce forbidden items one after another. Zhang Hai is a significant contributor, and they all wish to partake in the spoils. They are simply too weak. This statement is what Zhang Hai utters after removing his mask. He regains his original appearance and glances at the time. Only 2 hours remain until noon. It turns out that all this time, I have encountered individuals of your caliber. Had I known the level of incompetence here, I would not have donned armor at all. What a waste of my earnestness. He raises a finger, no longer suppressing his magical power, and unleashes it freely, recreating a familiar scene. Buzz! In the dimly lit church, a sun suddenly rises, forming a massive orb of light several meters in diameter, and it continues to expand. This size far exceeds any solar mass Zhang Hai has ever gathered before. As the sun rotates, the internal churnings grow ever more tumultuous. The temperature soars past 100,000 degrees. Following this, it begins to expand at an astonishing rate of 100,000 degrees every 0.1 seconds. Madness reaches a peak. With a resounding crash, under the radiant brilliance, the depths of the church illuminate brilliantly. Even the strands of hair in the corners are visible. Yet, the devotees cannot discern Zhang Hai's face. They no longer need to see it, for before the sun can release its fury, the skin of those below the infinite realm, the river realm, the sea realm, and even half-step infinite beings begins to collapse. They transform into skeletons, melt away like wax, evaporating on the spot. Not even a scream is left behind. Klein, do not die too quickly. As Zhang Hai's words fade, he flicks his finger, propelling the merciless sun forward. The expanding sphere, taking up the entire hall, crashes into the remaining dazed devotees. At this moment, the temperature, the special thermometer inside the room has long since exploded. 100,000 degrees, 100,000 degrees rising. The horror of this magnitude begins to amplify from the outset. The sudden surge leaves the third seat's pupils dilated, blinding him instantly. There is no time to close his eyes. His brain crashes into a frenzy. His vocal cords trembling uncontrollably. What kind of joke is this? Chapter 68. Surge. 800,000 degrees. All beings equal. To deal with them, we go straight to this level. Yes, the devotees of the ancient God Church have entirely forgotten their previous laughter, their earlier arrogance, and their ridicule at the sight of a single individual. Now, they can no longer find humor in the situation. For those who laughed have vanished. What advantage does the home ground provide? What other trivialities? At this moment, they are all useless. What a ludicrous international joke. Before the impact occurs, even the merciless sun merely shifts slightly, and the bodies of the infinite realm devotees have already lost half their mass. Rapidly evaporating. Seat 7 is no exception. Just as he retrieves a forbidden dagger from his thigh, he, along with the dagger, vanishes entirely, incinerated to ashes. Not even a half-step climb can escape. The heat was unbearable. Every movement felt like a torment. He was on an entirely different level from us. Such prowess. His visage contorted, twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he extracted a substance akin to demon's call and forcefully injected it into his body. His muscles convulsed violently, briefly stepping into the realm of Klein. The third seat. The second seat. He roared, his spirit ignited. The second and third seats, caught in a daze, snapped back to reality at the sound. They regained their senses, instinctively swallowing. They realized there was no saliva left to gulp down. They were rapidly dehydrating, damn it. Everything was wrong, utterly wrong. The second seat had previously believed that the intel describing the solar corona captain was likely exaggerated. Yet it was only now, face to face, that he could truly grasp the magnitude of the disparity, the sheer helplessness. When confronted directly, they found themselves unable to move. They were the jesters. He was Klein. I am also Klein. What is there to fear? In a moment of dire urgency, the third seat pushed the forbidden ruins to its utmost limit. A deep green aura enveloped him at lightning speed, forming a protective shell around his form. Buzz! An eerie, chilling, indescribable aura swept across the battlefield, crashing forth like a tidal wave in fierce opposition. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the void, 9 jet-black voids blossomed. Each void contained a figure, each distinct in appearance, some male, some female. As the blossoms rapidly unfurled, they became increasingly solidified. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 078, 9 Shadows, could extract forbidden ruins from corpses and store them in pure form. However, one corpse could yield only one, and the ability could only be utilized once. During extraction, the opponent's sequence must not exceed one's own. Their realm must not surpass theirs. Beyond that, unleash freely. This meant that the third seat now wielded 9 abilities, all capable of simultaneous use. Plants, flames, clay. Yet, as one after another was unleashed, none could withstand the overwhelming tide. None could resist the raging inferno advancing toward them. Particularly, one of the buds unleashed a fiery forbidden ruins that intensified and joined the opposing force. This made the third seat's visage even more fearsome. In the end, only 2 remained effective: gravity, thunder. Get the hell back. An invisible wave surged forth, 10-fold, 100-fold. Even greater gravity erupted, seeking to flatten everything ahead, including that golden figure. Yet the figure remained utterly still. Only the ground beneath it showed faint cracks. Beyond that, it couldn't even slow it down by a fraction of a second. It was still futile. It should be noted that in peak condition, the third seat could effortlessly envelop the entire headquarters of the ancient god church with this gravity, levitating and relocating it. Even shifting mountains, relocating this hillside. That would be a simple task. Yet now, there was nothing he could control. Even if he could, it would be useless. Bricks, furniture, decorations, reinforced concrete, the church, the dark puddles, all the thorny trees. They all melted away, vanishing in an instant of ascent, along with his deep green shell, which also swiftly dissipated. This signified that his 9 shadows forbidden ruins were about to vanish. Move. Don't waste time. The second seat acted decisively. With a flourish of his hands, several conical spaces formed an invisible barrier. But terrifyingly, even the force of space was collapsing in the face of the solar flames. Not daring to delay, he placed one hand firmly on the third seat's shoulder. Klein is not simple, he is Klein. We are also Klein. Why should we cower? Not a single hair was touched. This gazed, clearly looked down upon us from the ancient god church. It disregarded Lord Whisper. The third seat seemed to sense Zhang Hai's expression. His posture appeared to mock, suggesting that the ancient gods were worthless, that Whisper was worthless, and questioning whether they dared to even engage. I am treating you seriously. After all this effort to come here, you have left me disappointed. This was also a voice of temptation that suddenly surged within, incessantly echoing in his ears. It drove the third seat into a frenzy. What is there to fear? Even if I perish, Lord Whisper, Lord Yuhai, will collect my soul and grant me rebirth. I will not allow anyone to belittle the power of Lord Whisper's followers. We are not weak. In that fleeting moment, ignite, he suddenly drew out a vial, pouring its contents into his mouth, his aura surging instantaneously. Crackle, 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 his entire being transformed into electric light. Dozens of bolts of lightning intertwined around him, forming a colossal lightning sword, charging forth with the might to pierce through everything. It lunged toward the rolling sun. The speed was so swift, like a slightly larger insect, a slightly larger moth, dashing toward the flames. My fate is mine to control, not save me. Second seat, I regret it. A force was tugging at my soul. Just as the scream began, his figure vanished within the flames. Boom! The entire church and its surrounding area. Within a 10-mile radius, whether crows, thorny thickets, buildings, or the thousands upon thousands of mysterious and extraordinary beings imprisoned beneath the church, all began to ignite. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The core temperature soared to 300,000, 500,000, 800,000. All weapons, formations, and forbidden objects turned to rubble. At this moment, from afar, only one word could describe the scene. Surging. It was within these mere seconds that the ancient God Church, with decades of accumulated resources, and the 40 years of followers nurtured by Whisper, were entirely obliterated. At this moment, all beings were equal. In Sangnan City, beneath Jinshan Mountain, a man of uncanny elegance, clad in a tailcoat, strolled from a distance. Accompanied by a dog, the rain poured down in torrents. Yet, as every drop approached them, it would automatically divert, an extraordinary phenomenon. What a pleasant surprise. Hidden within was actually a flame-pulse earth dragon. Hee. The man chuckled wickedly. His spirits lifted, however, just a few steps forward, his expression subtly shifted. Chapter 69. Collapse and Flight. Whisper questions life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As the soul links faded one by one. With each soul contract, vacancies emerged. His face grew increasingly grim. Until finally, he could barely hold it together. The peak of Klein, even hinting at stepping into a higher realm of terrifying aura, could not be concealed, bursting forth in an instant. What is happening? Except for the 3 believers at the fasting site. Except for my first seat here. They all perished. Whisper's eyes widened, as if ready to devour. At this moment, he doubted his own perception, unable to believe that all his followers had been slain. Why? It was utterly impossible. A multitude of sea realm and unlimited, plus 2 great Kleins. Such a batch of mid to high-level figures, just gone like that? All at the same time. To achieve such a feat is among the rarest in the entirety of Dacia. How could they move so quickly? What on earth happened? Was it at headquarters? Could it be that the night watchman, accompanied by a group of high-ranking individuals, took advantage of our absence to launch a surprise attack? He murmured to himself, No, there's still one person alive. Also, the altar will record information. There's no time left. Then let us accelerate the pace. Since you have moved so many people, do not expect the new recruits here to fare any better. In an instant, nightmares spread forth, enveloping the mountain range. Lin Chia, the captain of the Solar Corona team? Let me see where you are located. Meanwhile, in a certain area of Jinshan Mountain, actions began as well. Whoosh! The headquarters of the ancient God Church was far from over. During this time, countless souls twisted. Over half were swept away. A small portion, however, was drawn away by another force, converging at an invisible altar. Deep within the ancient God Church. Following that, a mechanism was triggered. The aura of divinity emanated. Its realm and strength likely surpassed that of Lucifer by a fraction, yet still lingered within the bounds of Klein. Buzz! Within the intense crimson flames, a portal opened. A certain entity peeked its head and body out. However, as soon as it emerged, flames surged forth, instantly incinerating it clean. Although after the burning, flesh buds continued to sprout. They could not keep pace with the speed of the flame's erosion, emerging for just a second. Its eyes darted, retracting its form at lightning speed. The vanishing portions transformed into essence, drawn away, whoosh, the entire altar was reduced to ashes. Leaving no trace whatsoever, whoosh, as the sun ascended, it illuminated the surrounding darkness. Waves of heat surged forth. The black ocean beneath the void churned with frenzied fervor, visibly receding as it evaporated. Thousands of meters away, a rift in space tore open. Damn. Is this a joke? That fool from the third seat. Did he actually leap into danger? In such a situation, has he lost his mind? The second seat stumbled out. Gasping for breath, his body severely burned, every inch ablaze with pain. His face was shadowed, dark enough to drip water. One moment slower, he thought, and it would have been hell. The third seat had never been so reckless before. Not so impulsive, he was not a youth, to act on a whim. Yet just moments ago, he appeared so frenzied and supercharged. Could he too have fallen victim to that inexplicable affliction? No, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. In the depths of the second seat's eyes, the lingering terror and shock had yet to dissipate. He inhaled deeply, his lungs ablaze, struggling to calm his tumultuous feelings. Truly, this was utterly absurd. This was the damned Klein. One strike. Merely one strike. Bloody hell, bloody hell. Who could have imagined it? All gone. 20 followers. Except for a select few outside, the rest, including the newly added, had all perished, 8 from the sea realm, 5 from the immeasurable realm, 1 half-step Klein, and 1 Klein. Even with the enhancement of formations and forbidden items, even with the summoning of divine consciousness from the Klein realm, nothing could withstand in that brief span of seconds. Reduced to dust. The second seat couldn't fathom how to report this to the Lord of Whispers. It could be said that, aside from the 3 ancient gods, the upper, middle, and lower tiers had been entirely wiped out. Even those mysteries that could have played a significant role in the future had been incinerated completely. How many years had it been? This time, the great loss, the severe injuries, were insufficient to describe it. In the Night Watchers, there has never been such a frenzied existence. When did he become so formidable? No. He is still an individual. He has not joined the Night Watchers. However, in terms of speed, I have absolute confidence. Even the Night Watchers' deputy commander, Zhuoqing, would be unable to catch me. Just as the second seat was about to tear open space and depart, a sudden soft sound emerged beside him. Do you dare linger for so long? Do you think I cannot find you? Or do you believe I thought you were dead? Therefore, you rest easy, the deep voice echoed. The second seat's pupils constricted, and he tore open the space even faster, ready to dive in. Useless. You and your Lord of Whispers can only flee. The voice rang out again. The second seat stepped into the rift. Gritting his teeth, anger and hatred intertwining. Just wait. But as he folded space and leaped thousands of meters, his form suddenly stiffened. The second seat felt his entire body lose strength. Bang. He was ejected from the space. His form exposed, he struggled even to maintain a suspended stance. Why? What is happening? Why do I lack the strength to even raise my arm? Commandment. Compassion. Those who harbor hatred will lose the power to harm others, unfortunately. The second seat was utterly unaware. He was lost. He was helpless. He was terrified. His mind raced. He could not comprehend. When had he fallen into a trap? The unknown was even more terrifying. Had he been ambushed in advance? What kind of forbidden realm is this? Does it not have its limits, even for multiple owners? Previously, they prided themselves on understanding the Night Watchers. But now, it seemed they only understood the Night Watchers and not the captain of the Corona. Has he emerged? Zhang Hai appeared not far away, in his palm. He gathered threads of sunlight. As he opened and closed his fingers, countless rays of radiation burst forth from the sunlight, to be precise. They were lines of fiery light. Radiation lines formed from sunlight. Whoosh! They shot off in all directions, cleansing those, including the second seat, who were members of the ancient God Church. Indeed, in the surrounding area, apart from the main headquarters, there were also sentry-like posts, well hidden, at this moment. All of these, whether formal members, or affiliated organization members or external members, were pierced through, their bodies ablaze. Not a single one spared. Even beneath the ocean surface, there were those pierced through, revealing splashes of blood red, and the final beam was aimed directly at the second seat. Wait, I have intelligence to share. Spare me my life. The Bailey group. Someone wants to take you down, between life and death. The second seat shouted, buying time. Simultaneously, he activated all his potential, raising that powerless hand, pulling out a special pill, and biting down fiercely. Perhaps fear had triumphed over anger. Fear took the lead, coupled with the activation of potential. His strength returned somewhat, and at the last moment, he plunged back into the rift. Splash! A wisp of flame followed him in, and the space rippled, then promptly closed. Zhang Hai glanced over, remaining silent in an instant. He appeared thousands of meters above the original ancient god church headquarters, standing atop a golden lion formed from a spiritual spear. With a casual wave, the gate to the demon realm swung open. 3 figures emerged, one plump from the Bailey family, one Medusa, and one ninth seat follower. The moment the 3 appeared, they gazed at the still dissipating thick fog. They beheld the nearly evaporated headquarters, the vanished massive peak, the vast emptiness, the thousands of meters of cleared space. Medusa's skin twitched. The plump Bailey was in a state of shock, marveling at the absurdity of the practical tutorial. The ninth seat follower, however, felt a tempest of emotions within. Even as an immeasurable realm being, he felt as insignificant as an ant before this overwhelming might. Chapter 70. Holy Sword Arrogance. Insects dare to jump out? In mere seconds, he accomplished what he had failed to do in 10 years of undercover work. Why did you not kill me? This was also his confusion. Few knew of his identity as an undercover agent. By the way, what is your name? He Lin? You, along with Bai Li Tu Ming and the Snake Woman, went to Jinan Mountain to provide disaster relief. Zhang Hai patted the golden lion beneath him. Which would take you there? I have to handle a matter first. By the way. The ninth seat He Lin came to his senses. You know me, Jinan Mountain? Where are you headed? Hey, teacher. What about this forbidden item you gave us? What will you do? The plump Bai Li changed his tone, no longer calling him instructor, but directly addressing him as teacher. It felt more intimate. Using it to travel is too slow. Zhang Hai ignored the ninth seat. Glancing at the plump Bai Li, this time, I won't take you along. Speaking of which, I want half of your assets. Do you still dare? What I promised, I cannot refuse. The plump Bai Li scratched his head. Unfortunately, I cannot make decisions. I must wait until the training camp concludes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai smiled. With a slight bend of his legs, he launched himself, erupting in a gust of air, vanishing from sight. Could it be that he is going to pursue the second seat? The second seat's spatial forbidden realm ranks among the fastest in the entire DXIA.IT was not surprising for him to escape. He Lin murmured. With the second seat having fled for so long, the probability of capture was slim now. This matter. He Lin took out a special phone, shielding it with mental energy. The phone transformed into pixels, traversing a great distance for special communication. However, after a while, there was no response. He Lin inhaled deeply, abandoning it, and switched to another special number. Soon, it connected. Commander Yi. He Lin? Yi Fan's voice was authoritative. What is the situation on your end? The ancient god church, I only know part of the deployment. However, the situation is extremely dire. The Moon Huai will personally intervene, releasing a batch of powerful mysteries to divert your attention. The other 2 ancient gods will target the disaster area. Their goal is the captain of the Corona and Lin Qi. Also, I have something extremely important to discuss with you. Team 136 and the old district of Tsangnan no longer need reinforcements. The followers of the ancient god church will most likely not return to Tsangnan for a long time. To be precise, they will not appear at all. When He Lin spoke these words, he felt as if he were in a dream. Have you changed your action plan again? Yi Fan, amidst his seriousness, bore a hint of confusion. No, IT was the captain of the Corona. He personally came to the church headquarters and washed it in blood. Not a single one was spared, nearly annihilated. He Lin tried to maintain a calm tone. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan, the supreme commander, began to buzz with bewilderment at the words. 1 or 2 words combined could be comprehensible. Yet all crammed together, how could it sound so foreign? Wait, what did you say? Yi Fan's voice suddenly escalated. Zhuqing, transformed into a green phoenix, was hastening towards Tsangnan. Suddenly, someone called in, Zhuqing, there's no time to explain. You need not proceed to the originally planned location to seek out those devotees. The crisis concerning Team 136 has now been resolved. Shift your focus to Jinan Mountain on the outskirts of Songnan City. Speed is of the essence. The air ripples continuously. A figure materializes in Guangshan City. Damn. How can he still be pursued at this velocity? Does he possess spatial abilities as well? It is inconvenient for Lord Muyu to intervene. Then let us divert calamity elsewhere. This distance is conveniently close to the Bailey Group. Ha ha. Today happens to be the birthday banquet and a gathering filled with prominent figures amidst the common folk. Would he dare to make a move? The corner of second seat's mouth curls slightly in an instant. He alters his appearance. Utilizing a special forbidden item, he conceals his presence to the utmost extent. Moments later, outside the main building of the Bailey Group, a golden figure descends like a cannonball. Bang! The ground fractures for dozens of meters. The gusts of wind stir up a flurry, leaving onlookers gasping in astonishment. Unable to open their eyes, countless luxury cars in the vicinity sound their anti-theft alarms incessantly. In the next moment, within the first floor of the Bailey Group, a man clad in golden armor appears. Towering over all the guests present, halt! The security personnel of the Bailey family flinch slightly, stepping forward. Truly, the Bailey Group is formidable. On the 166th floor, as the elevator doors open, second seat steps out, his gaze sweeping over an opulent banquet hall. Resplendent in gold and brilliance, spanning thousands of square meters, it is adorned with an abundance of fruits, ice cream, desserts, fine wines, and a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Strikingly handsome and beautiful servers bustle about. Moreover, the attendees are all high-ranking individuals. One could say that those invited to the Bailey family's birthday banquet are the elite of the nation. All the leaders of various industries are present. This time, their children are also in attendance. It is essentially a networking event. The 010 Night Watch team from Guangshan City has also received an invitation. That must be Bailey Xin. Captain Wei Xiaoming and Vice Captain Miao Su lean against the floor-to-ceiling window. As their conversation concludes, a middle-aged man with graying temples approaches from a distance, greeting the guests with a smile. He ultimately makes his way to one individual, one of the highest-ranking figures in attendance. The powerful He Xingwen, the aura he exudes is enough to overwhelm everyone present. Only Bailey Xin is able to converse with him on equal footing, sharing a moment of levity. Brother Xingwen, how have you been? Let us not dwell on it. I've been preoccupied with trivial matters lately, trying to recruit the captain of the Corona team. He Xingwen shakes his head. What is the point of all this effort? Sending precious forbidden items and employing soft and hard tactics? He is of the Klein realm. Naturally, without such a level, one cannot ascend to the highest echelons. Even now, in his old age, his strength can only be exerted to a fraction of its full potential. At times, I truly envy the youth Dado. What is his current situation? Bailey Xin raises an eyebrow. Still serving as an instructor, He Xingwen replies nonchalantly, wasting time while merely maintaining a cooperative stance, chuckling. Waiting for a better offer. You seek to exchange for greater benefits, Bailey Xin perceives astutely. Ding! Suddenly, the elevator doors on the 166th floor open once more. A figure steps out from the elevator. Clang, clang, clang. With each step, the ground trembles, beverages and alcohol sway. Clad entirely in gold, he is utterly unmasked and unpretentious, drawing the attention of all, including Bailey Xin, who is not surprised. However, the most captivated are a group of young, affluent ladies and gentlemen. Sister Li Xiang. Look over there. What sort of performance is this? A cosplay? What is it? A golden knight? Holy armor? Quite impressive. His height and physique are outrageous, as if he stepped out of a movie. What kind of act is this? Shall we go take a closer look? Donned in a red evening gown, Li Xiang of the Li group, in her high heels, approaches with several young heirs. They are already quite close, just a few steps away. The bolder ones, without seeking consent, begin to touch and poke. Wow, it's the real deal. Li Xiang bites her red lips, reaching out to feel. The texture is warm and smooth. Goodness, how much must this weigh? 1,000 Jin, cough. Perhaps I'm overthinking. If it truly weighed 1,000 Jin, who could possibly move it? Some begin to take photos. Zhang Hai glances around, his gaze returning to the wealthy young men. Who would have thought time could pass so swiftly? Not long ago, he was not of the same class as this group. The extravagance of these individuals, having never weathered storms, enjoying the fruits of stability. Luxury cars, opulent mansions, and beautiful women. Merely observing from afar would invoke a sense of inferiority. Yet now, Zhang Hai's eyes betray no emotion. How fortuitous He Xingwen is taken aback. Is this the Corona captain you invited? Bailey Xi squints. No, I don't know him. Nor is this any performance. Then why is he here? He Xingwen, well informed, unabashedly calls out, interrupting the guest's gaze. Corona, Zhang Hai? Are you looking for someone? Or have you come to the wrong place? You re an instructor, but your student is not here. This is the Bailey Group, not a battleground. What are you doing running around in that attire? Though you are a collaborator, we are not and want of partners. Did Left Qing not teach you the rules? Moreover, you have frightened the head of the Bailey Group. Do you understand? Young man, come over and apologize. He is our greatest shareholder. Hey, are you deaf? He Xingwen's brow furrows slightly, attempting to assert his authority, accustomed to a position of power. Aside from his realm, he holds Zhang Hai in little regard. In that moment, others indeed feel the pressure. For instance, the affluent young men and women seem to recall their parents' warnings about this individual's stature. A stark contrast to theirs, prompting them to shrink away. Corona, Captain Wei Xiaoming of the 010 team prepares to intervene. I shall smooth things over. It will leave a good impression on the leadership. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai halts, casting a distant glance at He Xingwen. Amidst numerous gazes, he slowly raises his golden right arm, forming it into a blade. Without a glance, he swipes forward in the air, silently, without a sound. Pfft. Just as He Xingwen intended to say something further, a line of blood erupts from his body. The man splits asunder, severed like a lamb, blood streaming forth like a fountain. Flames ignite. The essence of life dissipates swiftly. The old Klein realm falls in his final moments. His eyes are filled with disbelief, gaping wide, unable to comprehend. Noisily, Zhang Hai slowly retracts his hand, the heavy armor clinking softly. What are you? Do I not know you? Chattering incessantly. At that moment, the entire banquet hall falls silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 71. The entire assembly is horrified. A single finger pierces through, shocking clouds of fire. As the figure atop the platform collapses, the extraordinary presence that overshadowed all others meets its downfall. The servers freeze mid-step, dishes clattering to the ground. The elite attendees, all impeccably dressed, are rendered dazed. Even Captain Wei Xiaoming of the 010 team, with his leg raised, finds himself suspended in midair, utterly rigid. In that instant, he is caught in indecision, unsure whether to extend his hand or not. Wei Xiaoming is at the pinnacle of the sea realm, and he naturally recognizes this highest-ranking night watchman. In terms of power, status, and realm strength, this individual far surpasses him. With such a person dead, would he not be walking to his own demise? Unless this scene is an illusion. Not only he but also the plump vice-captain Miao Su and several other team members doubt their own eyesight. Such a person, in such an environment, in such a setting, how could such an event transpire? Could it be a performance? A coordinated act? A magic trick? Yet, it was not listed on the program. As for the truth of the matter, whether it is real or merely a visual distortion, they would soon find out. For as Zhang Hai withdrew his hand, the copious amount of blood from the Klein realm spilled forth, far exceeding the ordinary. Even if this Klein were the worst of the worst, it must be said that in terms of realm, it is not low. The blood that poured out drenched the heads of the crowd and their expensive garments worth tens of thousands, splashing down, first upon those nearby, then onto the distant crowd. Even the young heirs and heiresses are not spared, drenched from head to toe. Their fair skin is marred with crimson splotches. Soon, the metallic scent of iron fills the air, potent and overwhelming, permeating the entire venue. They awaken. They come to their senses. This is not an illusion or mere visual distortion. Blood, the stench of blood. There can be no mistake. He is truly dead. What transpired? This golden-armored man did this, tearing through space. Many tremble uncontrollably. Li Xiang, closest to Zhang Hai, initially thought this performance was quite thrilling. Could it be that the big shot her father mentioned truly came to perform? How to persuade? The stark contrast is astonishing. Yet, upon closer reflection, it is utterly nonsensical. Such is the reality. After being drenched like a drenched chicken, she touched the sticky, crimson bloodstains, which, no matter how one looks at it, bore no resemblance to tomato juice. How could it be so lifelike? Looking again, Zhang Hai's hand sliced through the air from a distance. In a daze, Zhang Hai cast a casual glance her way, his gaze imbued with contempt for all. As though it concealed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a demeanor that looked down upon everyone. Li Xiong had never witnessed such a thing. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within her, amplifying infinitely. Yes, it was you who did this. Terrified, Li Xiong collapsed onto the ground. One hand pointed at Zhang Hai, while the other pressed against the floor, her long legs scrambling backward in retreat. She resembled a woman in a horror movie. The others, some were pale as ghosts, while others trembled like quails, shivering uncontrollably. Not to mention, those grotesquely realistic, utterly torn organs were still writhing, bouncing, and squirming on the ground, full of vitality. Who had ever witnessed such a scene? What a divine performance! Accustomed to a life of indulgence, they had never felt a sense of crisis. Moreover, since they had ascended normally, taking the elevator without obstruction, it indicated there was no issue. Who would dare to cause trouble at the Bailey Group? But now that they realized they were gravely mistaken, their forebears had experienced much and understood many things. Though fear gripped them, as business magnates, they had faced numerous challenges and quickly regained their composure. Hearing their children and even their wives scream in panic only elicited low groans of frustration. Their heads throbbed painfully, wishing to silence the chaos silence. Buzzing. Yet, it was far from over, as a chain reaction ensued. Zzz, buzz. Mere seconds after the body fell, a sharp wave of slashing energy erupted, centered around He Xingwen. The ground beneath him split apart. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Impeccably smooth, it traversed vertically. Starting from the 166th floor, it extended down to the first and up to the topmost level. The floors began to tilt slightly, as if they were about to topple over. This not only pierced through the lower levels, but also cleaved through the area behind He Xingwen. The residual force from that hand chop extended for thousands of meters. The floor-to-ceiling windows, the building itself, and the enveloping sea of clouds outside all cracked simultaneously, split apart by an invisible, super-slashing wave. Whoosh! As the floor-to-ceiling windows shattered, a tempestuous wind from above rushed into the venue, sweeping up the nearest glass bottles and various objects. However, the guests present showed no concern for this. Is he even human? This is absolutely not a human being. Quick, hold on. They at this moment could hardly believe their eyes. Is this a joke? Can a human accomplish such feats? A humanoid weapon? With such a being present, how could social order remain stable? Wouldn't it be rendered completely illusory? As per their current understanding of supernatural phenomena, there was simply no one of this caliber among them. Butler, what do you say? On the 165th floor, Bailey Fatty's brother, Bailey Jing, was tidying up his garments. Butler Chong Kongsheng smiled slightly. They were merely awaiting news from the 4 forbidden artifact wielders, who had already proceeded to Jinan Mountain. If they successfully eliminated their target, then you would be Bailey Tumming, regaining your true identity. As the two conversed, they suddenly froze in unison, their pupils contracting. For above, abruptly, a slashing strike descended, separating the ceiling from the floor in an imperceptible manner. Is that Zhanbai? Someone has utilized it? No, it's more than that. Young master, look outside. Outside the window, the sea of clouds split in two. If viewed from the first floor, it appeared as though the sky had been cleaved in half. Zhanbai does not cover this range. This is beyond the norm. This is bad. Something has gone awry. It's coming from above. The butler, Chong Kongsheng, sensed something and said, Young master, let me investigate. Summon the forbidden artifact wielders. On the 166th floor, the second seat was astounded, utterly bewildered. Has this fellow lost his mind? What in the world is happening? Is he daring to kill the night watchman's higher-ups? Aren't they supposed to be in a cooperative relationship? Is this infighting, or has it come to blows? Cold horror coursed through him. He realized how naive he had been. This individual is not the type of saintly figure, not someone who would hesitate or deliberate like the night watchman. Those devoid of attachments are the most terrifying. They care for nothing. Even the higher-ups of the night watchman are being slaughtered indiscriminately. It should be noted that they sometimes would not even take action against such individuals. Occupying high positions, they forget their original intentions. Yet, Such people among the night watchmen, on the contrary, benefit them. The more foolish, the better. Ultimately, what remains that they would not dare to touch? Would they care about the lives of ordinary people? Absurd, utterly ludicrous. The second seat comprehended the type of person he faced. I will kill you. What does it matter to you? Let us go. We must leave immediately. The space continued to fold upon itself. Reaching a terrifying degree, he stepped forward in an instant, but the next moment, a searing heat struck his chest. A wisp of ghostly fire burst forth from his chest, ethereal green. The surrounding space crackled and hissed, emitting sharp, painful sounds. Boom! The ghostly fire formed a chain of flames, tearing through space and sweeping outward for a distance, engulfing the sea of clouds. Immediately after, it ignited like gasoline meeting fire, spreading rapidly and transforming into a sea of flames. From a visual perspective, it was even more shocking than the hand chop. The second seat stood dumbfounded, gazing at the gaping hole in his chest, incredulity etched on his face. Why could this penetrate through space when it clearly could not before? Did you truly believe that I was unable to seize you, allowing you to escape to this side? Chapter 72. Lady Bailey, I do not consume beef cubes. Zhang Hai, gripping a hairpin, pointed it out. This hairpin was borrowed from a nearby waitress, a young lady in Hanfu. At this moment, he held it forward. A line of condensed magical fire shot forth, piercing through the void and striking the second seat as he leaped into space. The second seat's figure was thus flung out, collapsing unconscious. Yet he still clung to a breath of life. Klein's vitality was exceptionally strong, coupled with the effects of the medicine he had consumed earlier, allowing him to sustain his existence. The hairpin turned to ashes, vanishing. Zhang Hai withdrew his hand. The ghostly fire was a temporary idea, infused with a hint of magic as for the initial hand chop. It was purely a physical attack, devoid of sword techniques or magical energy. Had it contained such elements, it would have reached an entirely different magnitude. As for why he Xingwen burned, that was merely due to physical friction igniting the fire. My apologies for damaging your hairpin. Zhang Hai glanced toward the inconspicuous young lady in Hanfu in the corner. Upon being stared at by Zhang Hai, she stumbled back, falling over without caring for the pain. Shaking her head frantically as if to say, it's nothing, utterly unable to speak. When did a person emerge in the air? He inexplicably killed another person. Quick, report. Report what? Who can resolve this? Silence, do not speak. The more you say, the faster you die. The sea of clouds outside is ablaze. Is it trying to trap us? It won't burn inside. Will it? Were it another time, perhaps some might admire this fiery cloud, finding it magnificent and beautiful, but now, all they wished for was to survive. On the high platform, Bailey Exine remained calm throughout, even when he Xingwen died, merely frowning slightly as blood splattered. It was all obstructed before him. Suspended in midair, blocked by an invisible wall. As for what thoughts stirred within him, whether he experienced emotional turmoil, that remained unclear. Buzz. Suddenly, deep blue light enveloped the entire venue. Everyone's movements froze. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 190. The time gap conformed dimensional rifts, but unfortunately, it was used a bit late. Mr. Zhang Hai, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. My name is Chang Kongsheng, the butler of the Bailey Group. Chang Kongsheng stepped forward from a distance. Might I request that you afford our master and young master some courtesy, and after the banquet concludes, we can engage in discussions. Seeing Zhang Hai remain silent, he quickly adjusted his tone. You came here regarding the wager with young Master Bailey Tumming, did you not? But why did you kill Mr. He Xingwen? He is one of the highest echelons of the Night Watchmen. Even if he committed an offense and was investigated, the worst outcome would merely be confinement in a penance chamber. Yet you directly took his life. Could you provide an explanation, so that both you and we can account for this? Or do you collaborate with the Night Watchmen merely on the surface, harboring deeper motives? Or perhaps you are a member of the Ancient God Society? As he uttered the last sentence, not far away, the second seat, whose energy threads were in disarray, widened his eyes in shock, unfrozen. What utter nonsense! How could he not know that Zhang Hai was one of them in the Ancient God Society? If that were the case, then how wonderful. After all, I am already dead. Cough, cough. The Bailey Group. The second seat spoke up, pointing at Zhang Hai, reminding them, This fellow just single-handedly annihilated our entire headquarters. Of course, the three ancient gods were absent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been his turn to run rampant. He began to cough violently, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Every inch of his body was soft, save for his mouth, which was resolutely hard. In truth, there was little he could do. His thoughts had been indelibly marked by loyalty. Even when faced with the most formidable of presences, in his mind, the whispers were invincible. How magnificent the whispers were! This was the mark of the most genuine of devotees. Thus, you could not contend with him. However, the weight of his words was substantial, causing the time-delaying steward to momentarily choke on his speech. Staring blankly at the second seat, has this person lost his mind? Bang! At that moment, Zhang Hai lightly pressed down with one foot, shattering the deep blue barrier, and time resumed its natural flow. The restraints binding the steward were obliterated, turning to ash and drifting towards Zhang Hai, disappearing without a trace. You annihilated the entire headquarters of the ancient god church. Bai Lisin clearly heard this, causing ripples of surprise. Zhang Hai paid him no mind, merely directing his gaze towards the wealthy young lady, Li Xiong, who was frozen in fear like a frightened chick. Given her state, she would likely comply with any request made of her, yet Zhang Hai suspected she wouldn't even manage to rise. Observing the older individuals present, none appeared as utterly helpless as she did. Indeed, age often brings wisdom. Madam, Zhang Hai's gaze settled upon Bai Lisin's wife. Choose a piece of the finest cake here for me. After all, since he was present, he ought to bring something back for the portly Bai Lisin, who had recently lamented to him about missing his birthday celebration due to the training camp. Bai Lisin was indeed generous and affable, consistently pleading for a time extension, requesting half of the restraints on him as compensation for wasting Zhang Hai's time. Very accommodating. Zhang Hai, of course, did not decline. If it weren't for such circumstances, he wouldn't have generously allowed the spirit gun to carry them for a while. May I? Bai Lisin's wife hesitated. She had always been the center of admiration. Surrounded by genuine socialites and a cadre of corporate magnates' wives, engaged in lively discussions praising her exceptional foster son, her heart blooming with delight. But that was before. When Zhang Hai intruded and cast his gaze upon her, they all retreated, their high heels clicking away in panic, choosing to follow their instincts between life and death. Bai Lisin's wife dared not breathe too audibly, casting a pleading look towards Bai Lisin. Xiao Jing, go fetch it for him. Bai Lisin's tone was flat. No one knew what Zhang Hai was up to. Bai Lisin's wife, in her exquisite high heels, soon selected a piece, her heart racing as she approached. Sir, she began to explain, the beef bits sprinkled on top are of an extremely rare variety. She seemed quite knowledgeable, and her introduction was thorough. Zhang Hai took a small piece, tasted it, then shook his head. I do not consume beef bits at that moment. The tension in the room shot up. Bai Lisin's eyes narrowed into a dangerously sharp arc, but it's not for me to eat. With a casual swipe of his hand, the cake vanished, absorbed into his storage artifact. He then patted Bai Lisin's wife's delicate shoulder. Relax, your son will surely enjoy it. All right, I'm just here to eliminate someone. There's nothing else to concern ourselves with. As for that night watchman, he was merely collateral damage. After all, as an instructor, one cannot linger too long. There are indeed urgent matters at hand. Zhang Hai surveyed the room and turned to leave. The pressure in the venue suddenly lifted. Bai Lisin's wife exhaled deeply, her back slick with cold sweat. Bai Lisin observed from a distance, his thoughts racing. Does he harbor a grudge against He Xingwen? He had no inkling that Zhang Hai had simply dispatched him without a second thought. As he truly did not recognize the individual, naturally, Bai Lisin could not fathom that Zhang Hai would act so freely, using my woman at will, and leaving without an explanation. Moreover, is this infiltrator a follower of the ancient god church? So, he truly came to capture someone? It seems he accepted my bounty, which ultimately led to failure. Involving a multitude of followers, he methodically pieced together the connections. Was my presence here merely coincidental? It appears his strength has exceeded expectations, however. Even if you are a paragon among the Kleins, capable of taking on many, what of it? Can you surpass the power of the collective? You disregard the rules. Next, you will either face the Night Watchman's tribunal, or, well, just wait. For now, I shall let you go. He had initially intended to erase Zhang Hai, and that desire now intensified. After all, the Bai family's reputation must not be trampled upon. Mr. Zhang Hai, farewell. This time it is I who failed to host you properly. Once you are done with your business, I will send someone to apologize. Young as he was, being able to single-handedly extinguish a group of followers, his future prospects were undoubtedly limitless. He smiled gracefully, exuding warmth, showing no hint of insincerity. Yet, in the next moment, as Zhang Hai had approached the floor-to-ceiling window, preparing to leave, he slowly turned his head back. No, you truly believe I would depart now? Indeed, he was remarkably foolish. A grin spread across his lips as Bai Lisin's smile froze. Whoosh, a gust of warm wind swept through. The temperature in the entire venue began to rise rapidly. Chapter 73. The artifacts erupt. The squad, vanishing in a breath. Bai Lisin could not discern the figure's features. Was this lad toying with him all along? Or perhaps I had intended to leave, but now I find myself regretting it after all. Since I have come this far, I must take something with me. Zhang Hai's starry eyes ignited with flames. This was the only way to justify the bounty. Oh, not overstep your bounds, Captain Zhang Hai. I do not comprehend your words. Bai Lisin chuckled lightly. Steward Chong Kongxing produced an artifact, spinning it, and a roulette appeared beneath all the guests. They were all teleported away, along with the erasure of their memories. The venue was instantly vacated. The 010 squad remained, however. Meanwhile, Bai Lisin spoke again. He, Xingwen, and I are both high-ranking members of the Night Watch. We have made countless contributions, and I, in particular, have created boundless glory for this city. Captain Zhang Hai, if you believe you can act with impunity, then you are truly deluded. There was a hint of accusation in his tone. Your past, your merits, what do they have to do with me? Zhang Hai twisted his neck, loosening his restrictions. His body began to grow taller inch by inch. The surrounding temperature soared. You were once a hero? Now, engaging in wrongdoing, do you think you are exempt from punishment? You cannot defeat him. The second seat suddenly spoke, pessimistic. Our followers, combined, are no match for him aside from the first seat. The Bai family is even less capable. Followers? Bai Lisin cast a disdainful glance at him. As if to say, you insolvent fool, you do not deserve to be compared with us. Followers frequently accept jobs, responding to the bounties he issues, but they are merely laborers. The followers of your ancient god church are nothing but insects. Easily frightened and scattering in all directions, why Bai family possesses hundreds of artifacts, 12 of which are extremely dangerous. Eliminating your followers would be a trivial task. Furthermore, the time of your annihilation. What formidable weapon did you rely upon? That kind of weapon, are you certain it is not a one-time use? Are you sure it does not consume vast amounts of resources? After Bai Lisin's words, the faltering second seat was momentarily stunned, not angered, for upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. Why was it that when he fled back then, he was not exterminated by Zhang Hai? He had been pursued the whole way, yet only now did he see through himself. It appeared he had just regained his strength. His eyes flickered. Chong Kongxing added, the master is correct. Regardless, we are merely flesh and blood. There is a stark difference between the martial world and the battlefield. In the face of organization, numbers, and collective strength, one person is ultimately just one person. If one artifact cannot kill, then use two. If two cannot kill, then three. If three are insufficient, 10, 100. Still, the same question. How many contributions? How many connections? How many research achievements and accumulations? The weapons of several specialized squads were all provided and gifted by the head of the family. Zhang Hai, the newly emerged powerhouse, may have had fortuitous encounters, discovering some treasures, but how can he be compared to them? Enough. Let us end this farce. Bai Lisin snapped his fingers. Bright lights flashed from 12 directions. In the next instant, the Zodiac 12, the artifact users of each constellation, all appeared. Urns, cloaks, turtle shells, adorned with equipment, 8 seas realm. 3 no boundaries. 1 Klein, greetings, chairman. The Klein, codenamed Lion, bowed respectfully. This was the foundation of the Bai group. Not to mention, Bai Lisin himself was also a peak no boundaries realm cultivator. Of course, this cannot be regarded as an ordinary no boundaries level. It must be seen as a player adorned with abundant resources. Possessing numerous artifacts, 12 extremely dangerous artifacts, 9 of which were already on him. When unleashed, their power was beyond estimation. This truly was by Lee Sind, indeed possessing confidence. The second seat leaned against the wall, coughing. Excluding specialized squads, no Night Watch squad could compare. The Zodiac 12 had no realm experts among the followers. However, the restrictions imposed by the Bailey family are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Who knows what might unexpectedly emerge? Some are nearly unsolvable, while others are formidable weapons. In a moment of carelessness, even those with high realms could fall prey. Moreover, their Zhang if the speculations of the Bailey group are correct, and they no longer reclaim their former glory, then the situation becomes even more precarious. At this moment, only the unaligned Team 010 remains on the field. Bailey Xian cast a glance at them, but did not elaborate further. "Captain, we should depart. We must report to the higher-ups first," said Vice Captain Miao Su, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his neck, causing him to collapse. It was the doing of Wei Xiaoming. After accomplishing his task, he took a deep breath and tossed the body into a distant corner. "There is no retreat, Miao Su. The items we previously acquired were not taken in vain. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Bailey family, our future selves will easily surpass the Shangjing team and ascend to great heights. Reputation, power, strength, honor, all will be within our grasp." Wei Xiaoming's gaze hardened as he and the other team members donned their gear, each wielding a straight blade. The only discordant element within the team was Miao Su, who consistently opposed accepting bribes, clashing in values and opposing this and that he could not be allowed to remain. Thus, he had to be rendered unconscious, and an excuse would be crafted to have him mysteriously eliminated. Although Wei Xiaoming was reluctant to take such measures, there was no other choice. They had reached this point. Moreover, with the assistance of the Zodiac, wasn't he it? This coronation captain, although powerful and impressive, was said to suffer significant physical strain. They still had the opportunity to intervene. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the air. Additionally, Wei Xiaoming possessed his own confidence. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 072 Sparrow Song. This was his forbidden item. It could endow anything it touched with extreme sharpness. To put it simply, a piece of paper or a blade of grass in his hands could slice through steel. If he were to enhance an already sharp weapon, such as the Celestial Blade, it would become even more monstrous. A mere flesh and blood body? No corporeal form could withstand it. Even superhumans would face defeat. As long as he was given a chance to confront his opponent, he could transcend several realms to eliminate them. Wei Xiaoming waved his blood-red cloak and, accompanied by the other 5 team members, advanced step by step. "What coronation captain? I have not heard of you. It is our duty to handle malignant supernatural incidents. We are bound by honor." One by one, they stood tall, their insignias faintly glowing. "Regardless of who you are, if you intend to harm innocent lives or jeopardize civilian enterprises, you must first pass through us. Justice shall be served, and this will be your final destination, with the backing of the Bailey Group." Such confidence is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Even when returning to file a report, they could naturally state that Zhang Hai eliminated one of the upper echelons before they intervened. Such reasoning is entirely reasonable. "If the dark night descends," they spoke in unison, repeating, "If the dark night descends, I shall stand amidst the multitude." Yet, as the words hung in the air, the divine axe, Rita, flew in from nowhere, spinning into Zhang Hai's grasp. Whoosh! Immediately after, the expanding figure of Zhang Hai made a casual swipe Virum. An invisible tempest surged forth, sweeping sideways. The members of Team 010. All 6 faces turned pale, aside from the captain. The 5 members from the Chuan realm, and the rest, could not even activate their abilities before their clothing ignited spontaneously, turning to ash. In less than 0.01 seconds, they did not even have time to scream before they were reduced to mere ashes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time it reached Wei Xiaoming, he was utterly bewildered. In the blink of an eye, the actor had been erased. He stammered, unable to articulate. "No. Why did you strike first in this direction? And this power? This fire?" Wei Xiaoming bit his tongue and jolted back to reality. Terror gripped his heart. He leaped into the air, wielding his blade, pushing its sharpness to the utmost, carving out 100-meter blade aura. At that moment, it seemed as though anything could be cleaved in two. Yet the harsh reality struck. Before it could solidify, the scorching flames spiraled around, and he vanished into the air, becoming invisible like his teammates. Clang! 6 blood-soaked celestial blades fell from the sky in succession. There were no cries of anguish, only the crisp sound of metal clashing. Zodiac. Second seat. On the platform, Bailey Xion's expression twitched slightly. In an instant, the venue fell silent. It was clear. Go enjoy your time with your leaders. Chapter 74. Full Power Dust Slash. Bailey Xion kneels. Miao Su was teleported away and did not witness this scene. As for Bailey Xion, the twitching of his face was purely out of embarrassment. These scattered individuals, as expected, were far inferior to his own boom. The destructive wind unleashed by the divine axe, Rita, swept past Team 010, sending numerous dishes flying, crashing against the walls before gradually dissipating. The walls were remarkably sturdy, only cracking slightly. In truth, the building's quality was exceptional. It had been reinforced against some form of extremely dangerous large-scale forbidden items, perpetually shrouded within the forbidden ruin. This grand structure would withstand even a magnitude 7.0 earthquake or missile bombardment without sustaining any damage. The expressions of the 8 members from the ocean realm were grim. Is that golden giant axe his forbidden item? Is it also extremely dangerous? Most likely. At this moment, they exchanged glances, realizing that, in terms of realms, they were all from the ocean realm. Like Wei Xiaoming, this fellow could utilize the invocation of spirits for an extended period. Unfortunately, there was no time for that. With a mere gesture, Team 010 was annihilated, leaving no room for mercy. Dying so swiftly, if they were to take their place, would it be any different? Useless. The second seat scoffed. Those below the infinite realm should refrain from participating. A series of operations executed with the swiftness of a tiger, yet resulted in a blundering display. Likely, they assumed they would not be the first to be targeted. But unexpectedly, they were not treated with any leniency. They were the first to be eliminated. Even as a follower of the ancient god cult, he felt like a fool. However, aside from the 8 members of the ocean realm, the 3 from the infinite realm and 1 from Klein were not intimidated. Do not conflate the Night Watcher team with us, the wielders of forbidden items. Each of them took a step forward. Subsequently, the members of the Zodiac collectively revealed their opulence. Their armored vests emanated unique fluctuations. 12 individuals, 12 armors. Each armor could withstand 2 attacks from the Klein realm. This was merely one of their forbidden items. The 8 members from the ocean realm regained their composure. Indeed, they too possessed excellent items. What is there to fear? A fine forbidden item, when paired with one's own, could significantly amplify one's power. They were not ordinary members of the ocean realm. For instance, Wang Mian and the Black Blade, Yuan. When well coordinated, their speed would increase, and their blade aura would become more potent. Sequence 301, which was merely an ordinary forbidden item, exhibited extraordinarily dangerous power in their hands. Furthermore, in the training camp, the Wang Mian of the Lantern Realm could easily rival an ordinary member of the Chuan Realm. As for the wielders of forbidden items, in comparison, they were indeed stronger than others of the same realm. Extremely dangerous forbidden items, indeed. It seems this is your grand opportunity. However, I possess 12 of such items. Bailey Xion stood upon the platform, his gaze flickering, nodding slightly as if imparting guidance to the younger wielders of forbidden items. Next, to avoid wasting our time, I shall be forthright. Your fire holds no value for me. With a flash, he produced an antiquated sword sheath. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 066, Devouring Yuan Sword Sheath. Within a certain radius around him, any form of energy-based attack is rendered ineffective against him, as long as it approaches. Be it flames, lightning, or even seawater, any elemental magic will be absorbed by the sword sheath. This is the source of my confidence. Moreover, your background, I have conducted thorough research. Your abilities and methods have been meticulously studied. The ability to forcibly seize items or tools from others within a certain range, correct? Unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Bailey Xion seemed to see through everything, shaking his head with a sigh. I possess countermeasures, and my mental strength is affixed to crucial, extremely dangerous forbidden items. You cannot absorb them. Even the second seat gasped in astonishment at the opulence of it all. Truly a player who has invested heavily. Essentially, all flaws have been rectified in one go. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. This individual also appeared to possess an ultimate weapon, akin to Zhang Hai, capable of annihilating followers. Your body holds great value. I am quite intrigued, especially since I am conducting genetic engineering. Afterward, I will ensure you are immersed for research.it. Seemed he genuinely admired Zhang Hai, divulging so much. For others, he would hardly bother to say a word. All right, that I have the numbers on my side. Don't say we are bullying you. You may strike first. Point one move from you. One move for me. He extended a hand, gesturing for Zhang Hai to proceed first, exuding an air of gentlemanly grace. Or perhaps driven by some ulterior motive, he deliberately acted in such a childish manner to provoke, aiming to psychologically dismantle Zhang Hai completely. Shall I take the first move? He mused. Hey, surely you don't believe that appearing in holy attire is the same as their grand entrance? Zhang Hai exhaled, pondering if this was merely child's play, as the sunlight bathed the scene. The golden armor shimmered even more brilliantly. He raised the divine axe Rita high above his head, then suddenly swung it forward with a forceful chop, leaning into the motion, clearly displaying his power. This was a stark contrast to his previous hand chop. Simultaneously, he remarkably pronounced the name of the technique. Dust slash. In an instant, the air resonated with a piercing sound. Whoosh, whoosh, sizzle. The slashes formed a grid pattern, centered around Zhang Hai, radiating in all directions. What was seemingly a single strike bizarrely manifested multiple slashes. Though it appeared as one attack, the weight of each slash compounded uncontrollably, reaching a terrifying magnitude, causing even the very fabric of space to warp and groan. Along the path, various platters of snacks, fruits, load-bearing pillars, chairs, tables, and decorations were reduced to mere powder. An indiscriminate massacre. Indeed, due to the overwhelming speed, when it reached the Zodiac. The shields of the 8C realm warriors shattered in an instant to resist Klein's 2 strikes. A mere jest. Not good. No time to lose. Quickly, activate all ghostly summons. With full force, protect the master. After death, your souls will be collected by ultra-high-risk forbidden objects. The Klein realm, codenamed Lion, bellowed. The other 8, hearing this, hesitated momentarily before hastily activating their ghostly summons. They had access to these, not difficult for the Bailey group. Yet as the 8 stepped into the boundless realm, they were mercilessly sliced into mincemeat by invisible strikes. Their bodies disintegrated by 2/3. Only their heads remained, helpless like drowning victims. The best they could do was spit at Zhang Hai. Following closely were 3 boundless realm warriors. They snapped back to reality, swinging various weapons forward, but all were reduced to mere scraps of paper. They quickly activated their ghostly summons. Among the 3, 2 made half a step into Klein. 1 fully stepped into Klein. Their utilization of forbidden objects was even stronger. The Lion also activated his, but the enhancement was minimal, as his potential had long been exhausted. The ghostly summon served only to unleash all remaining potential. Yet, he was already nearly at his limit. Therefore, what could be triggered was but a fraction. However, a little was better than none. Prey abyss, whoosh boom, zzz. A kinetic longsword shot forth. Yet the outcome was the same. As soon as it flew out, it disintegrated alongside its master. The butler Chong Kongxing extended a hand, despair enveloping him. He possessed many forbidden objects and had previously claimed that 1 was insufficient, 2 would suffice, and within a century, they could amass enough to overwhelm, a promise made with fervor. Yet now, it all seemed meaningless. Even if employed, in the face of such a disparity, quantity lost its significance. They could not withstand a single onslaught. As expected, he, like the Zodiac, was reduced to a mist of blood. Within a 10-meter, 30-meter, 100-meter radius, everything was subjected to indiscriminate slaughter. The second seat's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Wasn't it said that the stamina consumption would be immense? He magnified it from the start. No need for recovery? Now he's magnifying it again? Or is it? The second seat contemplated a terrifying possibility. They had misunderstood. These were merely Zhang Hai's basic attacks, and not extensive. Damn! He turned sharply, diving into the space towards Bailey Xian. Yet the moment he took a step, his lower body had already vanished. Only 2 major arteries spewed forth blood columns, spinning, utterly unable to support movement. Damn it! The second seat could no longer contain himself. He fixed his gaze on Bailey Xian, cursing profusely. By the time he finished uttering that phrase, only his mouth remained, suspended in the air, writhing uncontrollably. What a deadly weapon! This captain of the Cornet team, his very body was the deadly weapon. Even without fire, relying solely on other means, he was a monster. Regrettably, realizing this came too late. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. So swift it was, satisfying all. By the time Bailey Exine reacted, he found the surroundings desolate. This was what he had verbally allowed, urging Zhang Hai to act first. He had long since investigated, understood, and discerned. Chapter 75. Fire Demon vs. Sun, Devour, Harvest Explosion. Simultaneously, Zhang Hai's system backend resonated with persistent notifications. Ding. Sea Realm Human Corpses 8. Ding. Boundless Realm Human Corpses 3. Ding. Klein Human Corpses 2. Ding. Absorbing residual energy fluctuations from forbidden objects. Ding. Detected a recent collection of massive corpses, meeting system upgrade criteria. Would you like to sacrifice some corpses for system upgrade? Ripping sounds erupted continuously. Countless dense slashes swept forth, drawing nearer to Bailey Exine with every moment. Bailey Exine's expression darkened. Sigh, a deep breath escaped. 10 meters away from Bailey Exine, an invisible barrier materialized, fully resisting the slashes. Wall of size. Yet it merely hindered for a moment before abruptly vanishing. In the process, it bought him a precious moment to react. Then, the devouring sword sheath flickered slightly, but to no avail. What was happening? Wasn't this an energy-based attack? The slash wave wasn't energy. Was it a physical attack? He couldn't comprehend. You have achieved such a level. I truly underestimated you greatly, Captain Zhang. An unexpected force, deeply concealed. It seems your strength is indeed unfathomable. Time was of the essence. The slashes would not wait for him. Buzz. Around him materialized one forbidden object after another. These were the pinnacle of forbidden objects, all top-tier, ultra-high-risk items. Beyond the realm of humanity. Jade armor, white slash, fire demon bottle, requiem. He pointed a finger point. One of the triggering mechanisms transformed into flowing water, enveloping him for reinforcement. The jade armor. Immediately, he grasped a golden spear, imbued with terrifying energy and might, launching forth, only to be shredded apart. Once more, Bailey Exine gritted his teeth, seizing the white slash, swinging it forward. Whoosh, space penetrated. But that within the penetrated space, countless slashes were densely packed, creating chaos. Thus, the moment he swung it, it too dissipated into nothingness, unable to break through. The white slash, simple in name, was in fact a means to fold space, compressing the distance between 2 points infinitely closer. Hence, it appeared as though it had traversed a distance, but the crux was. In the midst of spatial turmoil, it was countered, rendering crossing impossible. Bailey Exine felt increasingly frustrated. Fire demon. He closed his eyes, directly employing his ultimate weapon. He hurled out 2 ultra-high-risk forbidden objects, a skull and a porcelain bottle. From the fire demon bottle, countless black flames poured forth. These flames possessed their own life force, capable of extending for miles if left unchecked, simultaneously coalescing into humanoid forms. Thus, they were dubbed fire demons. Whoosh, the black flames swirled, enveloping half of the venue. Indeed, they directly ignored the slashes. Even when shredded into pieces, they retained their kinetic energy. Roaring, in fragmented form, they lunged at Zhang Hai. As expected, one must use magic to combat magic. Bailey Exine's expression softened, his gaze shifting. Meanwhile, the skull also began to function. Bloodlight emanated from the skull's eyes, a vibrant tongue began to quiver, and a hauntingly beautiful song echoed. Utterly mournful. Requiem. Capable of rapidly turning all living beings, save for itself, into sand, including microorganisms adrift in the air. Of course, it could not halt the dust slash. Yet the dust slash couldn't stop it either. It was over. Bailey Exine murmured softly. A rotating disc appeared beneath his feet. And then with a slight shimmer, his form vanished. Bailey Group Building. Underground, 3rd floor. This was the most fortified level. Here, besides Bailey Jing and his mother, there was a group of guests who had fainted and fallen into a coma. But they seemed on the verge of awakening. Whoosh, Bailey Exine's body slid directly through the ceiling, finally landing safely. Still too young. The space around him had been torn and sealed, leaving no escape. However, there were no restrictions beneath his feet. Possessing strength yet lacking foresight, Bailey Xian spoke each word deliberately. Dad, did you take care of him? Bailey Jing rushed closer. Bailey Xian's wife also came over with concern. Xian, and Bailey Xian nodded at them. Your combat mentality is severely lacking. Learn from this. I utilized the fire demon. The black fire can perpetually spread, not resting until the target is slain. I understand he possesses fire attribute forbidden objects. The fire demon precisely counters, capable of devouring flames. Perfectly counteracting him. Simultaneously, with an ultra-high-risk object, it was secured on the 166th floor. Seizing this opportunity, the lament was unleashed. Its haunting melody had once transformed all living beings within a 3,000-meter radius into sand. Claiming 6,000 lives in the blink of an no one could withstand it, not even the most formidable physique. Alas, his corpse could not be preserved. However, I could directly seek retribution from the Night Watchers, either from Zhuqing or Yi Fan, for the unwarranted slaughter inflicted upon me. Compensation was inevitable. He remained composed, analyzing the situation with a cool detachment, while imparting wisdom. With that, he subtly shifted his thoughts and dialed an encrypted phone number. The lament was truly fearsome. I could sense that even the ultra-high-risk restricted item was struggling to maintain control on the 166th floor. Matters should be nearing resolution. If we linger any longer, we too would be ensnared. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a tightening in his skull, and his vision was engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, his legs left the ground, as if lifted by an unseen force. Bailey Xian and his mother watched in horror as a figure behind him caused their pupils to constrict in shock. You? Indeed. It was Zhang Hai. At this moment, he held Bailey Xian's head with one hand, lifting it slowly. Who told you that I was using fire? Zhang Hai extended his palm, revealing a diminutive black flame demon. Its face contorted in agony as it struggled to escape. I am wielding the sun. Zhang Hai sighed. In contrast, Bailey Jing, regardless of his frantic attempts to save himself, thrashing about in desperation, was utterly powerless. His mouth moved, but he could only utter incoherent sounds, unable to form a complete sentence. He was on the verge of asphyxiation, until the jade armor enveloped him rapidly, manifesting above Bailey Xian's head, granting him a moment's reprieve to gasp for air. Why are you still, yet? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Hai's hand trembled slightly. Bailey Xian's brain matter splattered, his gaze shattered, and his body collapsed into a puddle of sludge. The esteemed head of the Bailey family met a most humiliating end. Zhang Hai released his grip, and Bailey Xian's lifeless body fell with a thud from mid-air. Bailey Jing and his mother turned pale, too terrified to resist or speak. Meanwhile, nearby, the guests began to awaken, only to be met with bewilderment. Li Shi Group's Li Xiang let out a piercing scream. Hush! Zhang Hai gestured, prompting Li Xiang to immediately cover her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. The Bailey Group. Miao Su awakened early and swiftly exited the Bailey building, pulling out her phone to rapidly contact the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. Yet, at the moment she connected, she froze, drawn in by the horrifying blasts echoing above. She beheld the entirety of the 166th floor and its surrounding kilometer dissipating at a terrifying speed, akin to autumn leaves wilting, losing their colored eye. In the meantime, one by one, the breaths of 5 team members, Team Leader Wei Xiaoming, Bailey Steward, the 12th seat of the Zodiac, and finally, Bailey Xian, were extinguished in succession. Miao Su stood there, dumbfounded. If this force were to translate to the ground without control, would it not mean the annihilation of all beings and objects within the vicinity? She felt a chill run down her spine. What exactly was the Bailey family embroiled in, to provoke such a calamity? Miao Su? Hello? Speak. The phone rang, but despite her frantic calls, Miao Su remained unresponsive for the moment. Chapter 76. The Divine Axe's Grand Upgrade. Touching the Human Pinnacle, the Lament. The essence of this forbidden object lies in its ability to transmit through the medium of air, using vibrational frequencies to turn living beings into sand. What if a vacuum was created, devoid of any transmission medium? Would that not suffice? At the Bailey Group, Zhang Hai casually explained to Bailey Xian's corpse, ensuring he comprehended the situation. As long as the lament understood its rules, it could be dealt with effectively. With sufficient speed, One could escape.as for withstanding it. There was no time for experimentation. Buzz. The divine axe Rita trembled slightly. Zhang Hai noticed that the divine axe Rita seemed to harbor a desire for the fire demon bottle. Not only this, but it also craved the other fire attribute forbidden items within the Bai Li family's collection. Zhang Hai loosened his restrictions, and immediately, the divine axe Rita emitted ripples of invisible energy, drawing the fire demon bottle and numerous fire attribute forbidden items from the collection towards it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As they approached, they melted and absorbed, consuming them entirely. Subsequently, the divine axe Rita began to undergo a transformation, exhibiting signs of unique characteristics as if it were nurturing a life within. How intriguing! Has it begun to develop consciousness? Anthropomorphism? Upgrading of the divine artifact? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Zhang Hai. He grasped it anew, channeling his solar magic into it, accelerating the process. Simultaneously, he discovered that this time, it seemed insatiable. Under normal circumstances, it would have been sufficient by now. The divine axe Rita possessed a limit, the maximum capacity for solar magic. Yet this time, that limit had significantly increased. As time passed, he could distinctly feel it growing heavier in his hand. If he could perceive the weight, one could only imagine the extent of the divine axe's unexpected metamorphosis. It seems the system has also indicated an upgrade, he murmured to himself. Without delay, he offered a small portion of the corpses as a sacrifice to facilitate the system's enhancement. However, there was no time to research or wait now. He had no opportunity to collect items from the forbidden object repository. Those matters could wait until after he had resolved the pressing issues at hand. After all, he had merely passed through this place. Now that there were far more urgent matters to attend to, beep. The phone call that Bai Li Xian had initiated suddenly rang, interrupting Zhang Hai's thoughts. Mr. Bai Li Xian, this is Chen Mo. Deputy Commanders was currently unavailable. You may leave a message. This is Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai replied curtly. You dot him? You are the leader of the coronation squad. On the other end, Chen Mo's brain momentarily malfunctioned. Wasn't he supposed to be receiving a call from the chairman of the Bai Li group? An esteemed figure among the Night Watchers? Why had it transformed into Zhang Hai? Moreover, Captain Zhang, weren't you in Jinan Mountain, assisting the instructors in the disaster relief? Haven't you been in Songnan City this whole time? What is going on? Zhang Hai, taking Bai Li Xian's phone, tossed it to Bai Li Xian's wife, signaling her to speak to Su Jing, still enveloped in sorrow and fear, flinched slightly at this gesture. Yet, survival took precedence over all. I am Su Jing. Captain Zhang is indeed here with me, in Guangshan. Her gentle and kind voice left Chen Mo in a state of disbelief. Bai Li Xian's wife was with Zhang Hai? In broad daylight? How bold! No, could it be? No, this couldn't be right. The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became. Most importantly, why did he have Bai Li Xian's phone? Before he could ponder further, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhang Hai had no time for leisurely conversation. He cast a glance at the quivering Bai Li Jing and Su Jing. Suddenly, Su Jing seemed to make a decision and stepped forward. Captain Zhang, could you spare us? If you so wish, the entire Bai Li group will be yours. Could even remarry. Bai Li Jing could also acknowledge you as a godfather. He is well versed in the affairs of the group. She gazed at Zhang Hai with a pitiful expression, a look most men would find hard to refuse. Then, she discreetly gestured to her son. A man must be able to endure. Bai Li Jing inhaled deeply, a mix of fear and fury churning within him, clenching his fists as he steeled himself to approach. Father. Endure. One must endure. This is merely a temporary compromise. Bang. Zhang Hai's slap sent him crashing into the wall. Song Nan. He turned to the frozen Su Jing, demanding, in which direction? Unable to contain herself, Su Jing's rage surged as she kicked towards Zhang Hai in fury. The death of her husband could be tolerated. But her son, absolutely not. Yet, in the next moment, she lost all strength. Her foot twisted, and she fell to the ground. Rule. Compassion. Sir, I know where Tsang Nan is. Immediately, a guest stood up, pointing in a specific direction. Tsang Nan, Jinan Mountain. The downpour was torrential. Those engaged in rescue efforts were tirelessly working, while fierce battles raged on, the sounds of explosions and chaos echoing from all directions. Bang, bang. Multiple battlefields erupted. This was an exceptionally targeted surprise attack by the ancient God Church. The primary targets being Lin Qiyi and Zhang Hai. Of course, some opportunists were also present. Young Master. ATA temporary camp, designated by a specific number. The four elemental forbidden item wielders faced the plump Bai Li, who trembled in the mud and the fierce winds, whispering, "Apologies." Bai Li, trembling all over, questioned, "Why are you doing this? Did Bai Li Jing turn you against me? Is he trying to kill me? Or is it because I lost half of the family fortune to the teacher? If that's the case, I will find another way to sever ties with the Bai Li family. Unrelated to the Bai family, I bear no responsibility. Indeed, I have erred in this matter, if it comes to it. I shall pay with my life." Bai Peng still had words to utter. However, Shueisha merely shook his head, indicating that he was not involved in this affair. Sooner or later, death would come. We are merely expediting your journey to the afterlife. Having said that, the group ceased their idle chatter and moved in unison. Bai Peng gritted his teeth. Gathering his strength, he turned to flee once more. Buzz! In front of the four great forbidden item masters, a swirling black portal swung open. Almost immediately, an exceedingly pale head emerged, staring unblinkingly at the quartet. The eyes were strange and devoid of life. "Old Master." The four great forbidden item masters trembled, hastily coming to a halt. "What brings you here, father?" Bai Peng suddenly turned back, a sense of dread filling his heart. This is wrong. Guangshan is over 1,000 kilometers away. Besides, today is my birthday. How could he possibly come here without a word? Everything about it was illogical, impossible. Yet, as he turned, his eyes widened in disbelief. It truly was him. Bang! Bai Xian's head protruded slightly and then suddenly crashed to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Immediately thereafter, a figure clad in golden armor stepped forth. As he emerged, the temperature soared dramatically. The torrential rain evaporated around him, transforming into dense steam. Within 100 meters, the rainwater had not yet fallen from the sky but was incinerated into nothingness, creating a peculiar barrier. Moreover, this range continued to expand. It seemed he was genuinely loosening the suppression. "Old Master?" The four great forbidden item masters' expressions shifted dramatically. Whoosh! With a mere flick of his hand, the figure in golden armor seized the hearts of the four great forbidden item masters, which appeared in his grasp. Forcefully taken, with another wave, they fell to the ground before Bai Peng. Plop, plop, still pulsating in place. The four great forbidden item masters collectively spat blood, their strength waning, and they could not help but kneel upon the earth. The torrential rain and the tremors. Were these nightmares manifesting as natural disasters? The extent of the devastation was indeed vast, far surpassing that of ordinary climes. Apart from Zhang Hai, there was no one else. He surveyed his surroundings and, seeing Bai Peng still in a state of confusion, pulled out Bai Jing and Su Jing from the portal to the demon realm, tossing them before him. "I shall collect some forbidden items from you. Truly troublesome. You may handle your family matters yourself later." Zhang Hai pointed a finger, and waves of magical energy surged forth, penetrating Bai Peng's brow. Images of memories began to unfold in mere seconds. Bai Peng grasped the general situation. Subsequently, in a daze, he looked towards his mother and brother. "You." After several seconds, he closed his eyes, feeling it was all futile. However, it was essential to distinguish between priorities. He recalled something and hastily glanced at the departing Zhang Hai. "Teacher, I know. No need to say more." Zhang Hai sensed two distinct presences. Point one was Lin Qiyi, ascending from the pool realm to the pinnacle of the sea realm, exuding immense power. Yet, it soon faltered. The other was Suoqing, who had reached the half-step pinnacle, coming to provide reinforcements, his aura weak and listless. The third presence was positioned some distance from Lijin Nan Mountain. It belonged to two beings surpassing the half-step pinnacle. They were, to date, the strongest human presences Zhang Hai had ever sensed. It seemed they were engaged in confrontation. How lively this is! Have all forces been mobilized, seeking to launch a surprise attack and secure a swift victory? Golden light flickered in Zhang Hai's eyes, and his pupils ignited with intensity. The current time was 10:30. Chapter 77. Climax. Qianma was overwhelmed. Suoqing was taken aback. On the peak of the interconnected mountains, several ridges had been sheared away. Trees, rocks, and remnants of walls lay scattered, bearing the marks of battle. Boom! The azure phoenix soared, colliding with the power of nightmares. After a standoff lasting several seconds, the former began to rapidly wane. It plummeted to the ground, splashing a torrent of water. In an instant, everything around began to freeze rapidly, trapping the Azure Phoenix in place. Time and again, they had truly devised an excellent strategy, the ancient god church. This time, their actions were even more astonishing. As the Azure Phoenix dissipated, the figure enveloped within was none other than Zhuoqing. He had reached the pinnacle of Klein. He had subtly brushed against the threshold of the human ceiling. In other words, he was half a step away from the human pinnacle. Yet, ultimately, he was not the ceiling. "You have overreached, Zhuoqing," a melodious whisper drifted forth, the murmurs settling softly around him. Beside him lingered an aura of profound coldness. His voice and form always carried a hint of femininity, which seemed to intensify at this moment. "For decades, we have traversed the pinnacle of Klein longer than you. You are but half a step from the human ceiling. Have we not also sought to breach the ceiling? Your forbidden ruins, ranked a mere 174 in the sequence, are rather ordinary. We are the divine ruins, agents of the divine. Moreover, we are one of the three great evil deities of the ancient god church. How can you contend with us?" Draped in blue, Qianma, alongside the elegantly attired Yu, emerged from the shadows. A dog accompanied them, exuding a uniquely potent aura. It was the first seat, second only to the three great ancient deities within the ancient god church. "The second seat is also dead. The one who struck from that side at it seems they possess strength equal to my own." Yu paused. "The disparity between Kleins is immense, akin to the difference between a failing student and an honor student. The very bottom and top of the grade, he could annihilate an ordinary Klein effortlessly. This was not the crux of the matter. However, it was not a question of capability. The loss of allies weighed heavily on his heart. So, have you not devised an excellent plan? Seizing the opportunity while we are also vulnerable. Knowing the location, you sought to raid us ahead of time. In this regard, you have indeed made progress." Zhuoqing raised an eyebrow at these words. What raid? Indeed, he had arrived in haste and was unaware of many details. "You are unaware? Forget it. It matters not, for you are destined to die. As Yu spoke, several individuals began to converge from all directions. Among them Lin Xia. They were all lured and deceived by the power of nightmares. Deputy Commander Zhua. As they drew near, upon seeing his disheveled state, Lin Xia and the others widened their eyes. Boom! Without granting them a moment to react, a divine might erupted, casting them all flying backward, the burden of the soul. Yet Lin Xia, before being sent flying, had preemptively activated Nikes to carry his soul, ascending from the pool realm to the pinnacle of the sea realm. Alas, before the pinnacle of Klein, even a god cannot transcend the chasm of realms, much less a broken god. Thus, Yu snapped his fingers, effortlessly sending him crashing to the ground. The first one, what of the remaining one? He sensed numerous mountain ranges, yet it seemed none were present. How peculiar! Tap, tap, tap. Through the rain and mud, a fiery red figure dashed forth. Wielding a spear, she wore a mask, yet it was now shattered beyond recognition, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Nonetheless, her gaze remained resolute. With the aid of magic, she had reached the half-step Wuliang. The coronation squad? Quickly, Zhuoqing cast a glance at Hong Ying and, with great effort, rose to his feet, hastily imploring, "Help me take Lin Xia away. I will hold them off." Yu shook his head. "You are far too naive. In this state, you wish to stop us in one breath. Forget it. I shall also make this swift." As Yu spoke, he suddenly received a message, his expression shifting to one of alarm. The other target in the plan is not in Jinan Mountain. It is in Guangshan. He was referring to Zhang Hai. How could he be in Guangshan? Qianma exchanged a glance with him, frowning. Had the intelligence faltered? Was he not stationed as an invited instructor, accompanying the new recruits? Regardless, let us act quickly. First, eliminate the agents of the dual deities. And this girl, she is an unexpected find. Capturing her may yield special surprises. As they spoke, Zhuoqing also received news through his earpiece. Learning that trouble had arisen in Guangshan and that the Bai family was in peril, the instigator, by the descriptions, was a person he was all too familiar with. Lost in thought, Lord Zhuoqing. Qianma flashed before him, enveloped in an aura of frigid energy, and with a single, forceful step, he stomped down Bang. Suoqing's hands erupted with azure flames, yet under the influence of the power of nightmares, he faltered by a beat. This allowed Qianma's charged strike to send him crashing back to the ground. Boom! The earth split for 1,000 meters. Suoqing fell, yet his hands still struggled to defend. Whoosh! At that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Thud! From within a massive pit, a man clad in golden armor, wielding a golden axe, emerged. Yu and Qianma were both drawn to him, exchanging bewildered glances. Initially, they were somewhat puzzled, as neither recognized him. His attire, his visage, so unfamiliar. Neither had he appeared in any reports nor elsewhere. Yet soon, sensing the familiar heat wave from the intelligence, they quickly reacted. It is you. No, just a moment ago. Did you not say you were in Guangshan? How could it be so soon, over 1,000 kilometers away? Could it be that there exists a forbidden object capable of spatial transmission? Zhang Hai offered no response. With one hand holding a cake, he walked forward step by step, standing upon the very rhythm of the hearts of those present, yet the tempo remained leisurely. Not only had a piece of cake been taken, but many were carried away, ensuring nothing went to waste. How utterly embarrassing. The Chief of Special Operations, Deputy Commander of the Night Watch, Suoqing. Is this truly your caliber? To be defeated by a mere group of rabble. Zhang Hai approached Honging, pressing his mask against her delicate face. Captain, she began to speak, but another cake was thrown her way, which she instinctively caught. For some reason, at that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from her captain. Uncle Zhang Hai. Lin Chia took note. He had a mother, a chaotic killer. Yet now, the man before him seemed to instill a greater sense of security, but Suoqing, upon seeing Zhang Hai, felt anything but secure. This was no time for composure. Take Lin Chia away. The 3 members of the ancient god sect are targeting you and him. Suoqing gritted his teeth, especially regarding you. They have corresponding. Allow me to interrupt. Who exactly are the rabble you just mentioned? He. Indeed, as per the intel, arrogant, self-important, and brazen. Yet there is one thing. Suoqing is quite right. We have devised a detailed plan specifically targeting you, Captain Wanmian. With eyes as sharp as swords, or should I call you Nalong? Zhang Dali? State your name now. While you still have the chance, I am Chen Erniu. Zhang Hai replied nonchalantly. Wanmian's forehead twitched, losing all desire for conversation. This fellow seems to know quite a lot. Night. He snapped his fingers. Whoosh. Nightmares invaded reality. The originally dim, rainy sky darkened, descending into complete blackness. An utter void. Not a glimmer of light, not even stars or the moon. Whoosh. Deprived of the sun, Zhang Hai, now enveloped in darkness, was momentarily taken aback, his breath rapidly retreating, his body shrinking in size. Though the golden armor remained fitting, it adjusted to his size fluctuations. However, the divine axe was perilously close to hitting the ground. The true realm was merely a shadow realm. Just as anticipated. Now, has your true form been revealed? Wanmian mercilessly exposed the truth, then turned to the other side. It is your turn, Qianmo. In fact, there was no need for Wanmian to speak. As the night fell, Qianmo extended her slender hand, gesturing forward with a flick, unleashing a unique wave of energy. Whoosh! The divine axe Rita vanished from Zhang Hai's sight. Simultaneously, Qianmo confidently smiled, stepping upon Suoqing's arms. With one hand outstretched, she reached for the divine axe descending from the heavens. This must be one of your sources of power. How unfortunate. She shook her head with a sigh. However, in the moment she grasped it, boom. Suddenly, the air erupted with a deafening roar. Crackle. Something was crushed. Qianmo felt as if she had collided with an island. Her body, along with the axe, twisted and crashed to the ground. Her eyes bulged, ripping. The entire mountain beneath her, spanning thousands of meters, suddenly fractured. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Beside her, Suoqing was lifted off the ground by the shock wave. His eyes wide open in midair. Wanmian wished to proceed with the next step. Yet she abruptly turned her head, feeling a sense of dread, because both the axe and Qianmo had vanished. Where are they? Chapter 78. Collapse. The soul is also the sun. Ultimate double insurance. Rumbling. Moreover, the ground she stood upon directly caved in, both she and the axe sinking deeper. Through the soil, through the rock, through various substances. In mere moments, penetrating thousands of meters. Qian Mo's mind went blank, her entire being in a daze. She struggled to regain her senses under the immense pressure. She felt agonizing pain coursing through her body. Her thoughts could catch up, but her body could not. Just a moment ago, she had thought it simple, so effortlessly drawn in. She believed she could easily master it. Yet in the next instant, she regretted it to the ends of the earth. One hand? If given another chance, she would use both hands. No, she should have tossed it aside. This was utterly unmanageable. So, what is this ultimate weight? Qian Mo's face twisted in anguish, her molars nearly shattering. It felt as if a city, a small island, bore down upon her. To call it a mountain would be a grave understatement. A mountain? What nonsense! Those in the Klein realm can easily push a mountain using mental strength. It is hardly a challenge. Exclamation point. What kind of earth-shattering joke is this? Am I, a peak Klein, destined to be crushed by an axe? Even the most perilous forbidden object wouldn't reach such a level. What is wrong with this world? Has it gone mad? Qian Mo's thoughts screamed in anguish, teetering on the brink of madness as she felt a searing heat. Not from the divine axe, for it was not emitting anything. Instead, she had plunged into a peculiar cave. Feeling the heat from the previous, flame-pulse earth dragon, cave, however, there was no pause. The divine axe Rita pressed down upon her, continuing its relentless descent, never ceasing, frigid. She conjured ice with both hands, attempting to slow her descent, but it was futile, only exacerbating the cacophony of shattering sounds. Someone, save me! Is this colossal axe truly this heavy? Suiqing stared wide-eyed. Last time, he had gone to the training camp building, attempting to lift the axe, and at that time, using only one hand without exerting effort, he felt it was merely a bit heavy, convinced he could lift it with determination. Now, should he feel fortunate? Because it is highly likely that had he exerted full force back then, the consequences would have been dire, especially with so many students watching, as a deputy commander of the Night Watch. Failing to lift it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Yet, another question arose. If it truly is this heavy enough that even peak Kleins, or those on the verge of the pinnacle, cannot lift it, indeed, even those in the Klein realm, who may not excel in physical strength, can still employ mental power to move massive weights. If they cannot lift it, why can Zhang Hai wield it with ease and flourish? Could it be true, as suspected, that this axe recognizes its master, or, akin to what is depicted in certain films, only those with pure hearts or who meet certain criteria can wield it? Thor's hammer. Composure is the privilege of the strong. Zhang Hai remained calm. Even if it appeared he had lost the divine axe Rita, it was not something that beings of darkness could touch. The divine axe Rita was currently in a period of silence. Undergoing transformation, in terms of weight, it was heavier than at any other moment, perpetually increasing. This so-called ancient god had encountered a fortuitous moment. Qianmo Ruanmian's eyelids twitched incessantly. She had already sensed that Qianmo was sinking at an extraordinarily exaggerated speed. If this continued, being pressed down without respite, penetrating the crust would merely be a matter of time. Fortunately, it proved to be extremely useful. The greater the value of this colossal axe, the more it indicated their strategy's success. The plan was exceptionally successful. They had preemptively eliminated the threat, with only a minor setback. As long as the overarching direction remained unchanged, all would be well. Zhang Hai had already lost combat capability. A mere shadow of a weakling he could crush at any moment. The ensuing events would be a walk in the park, the true night, not merely darkening the sky to obscure light. As it stands, it has proven quite effective against you. Qian Mo's temporary sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. He gazed at Zhang Hai, who now appeared frail and diminutive compared to before, a wicked grin emerging. He could manifest various natural disasters into reality. The seismic intensity of Jinan Mountain and the nightmare projections from the sea could achieve this. And now, as a peak Klein, if he were to unleash his full power, the fluctuations would expand greatly, encompassing a vast range, yet it was unnecessary. It would be a waste of energy. For those truly engaged in battle know that attacking the innocent during warfare serves no purpose. The true focus must be on the enemy's troops, logistics, arsenal, and ammunition. When applied to the Night Watch, to put it plainly, it is about dismantling their future. Your Forbidden Realm is unique, with no records, However, I can sense significant side effects. Prolonged use would greatly deplete one's lifespan and health. He saw through it all that it was akin to a threshold reached, a transformation. Such examples abound. Just like the captain of the masked squad, Wang Mian. Every time he used the Forbidden Realm to reverse and rewind time, it drained his life force, am I right? Essentially, it accelerates physical aging, accumulating hidden injuries with each use, depleting one's vitality and life force. Ruanmian spoke thusly, and you comprehend it now. Zhang Hai chuckled. Even if he could protect those he wished to safeguard, that would suffice. After the fluctuations in his aura subsided, he was no longer so conspicuous. Yet he still exuded an unmistakable aura. Lin Xie, Hong Ying, and even Zhuqing's expressions subtly shifted upon hearing the words. They were directly exposing their vulnerabilities. They wished it were not so, that it were not a reality. Indeed, the desire to rapidly ascend to power comes at an inevitable cost. In a wonder they had never heard of or seen such a force before. Transient strength, if it demands a sacrifice of life. Then how much of that life remains? And who is fortunate enough to be under his protection? Is it a form team? An inexplicable tremor coursed through Hong Ying's heart, her thoughts swirling. Was she not the same? Longing to protect that man. How refreshingly candid. Thus, let both your body and soul be consumed. The sinister voice of Yu laughed wickedly. While speaking, she harnessed the power of nightmares, traversing through space alongside Qianma. Pulling him back from the depths below to solid ground once more, Qianma, having lost his two greatest supports, was left vulnerable. His frail soul entrusted to you, while his body was given to me. Yu swiftly allocated their resources. Qianma inhaled deeply, his eyes still harboring a trace of peril. Once composed, he expressed his confusion. Aren't you more adept at soul attacks than I am? Why not take the lead yourself? Firstly, I must maintain the darkness. Secondly, Zhuqing is still present, and he will cause disruptions. Precautions are necessary. Third, Yu casually continued. Qianma abruptly interrupted. Stop. He swept away the thick layer of earth that clung to him. Enough of your ramblings. As an ancient deity, as a man, you are more indecisive than anyone. The divine realm of Qianma unfurled. His soul transformed into a piercing cold wind, reminiscent of the Ice Queen. As he emerged, the temperature on the soul level plummeted. With a swift rotation, he danced like a ballet, opening wide his great jaws, launching forth to viciously bite into Zhang Hai's heart and skull, tearing his soul apart. Success, in the meantime. Zhuqing attempted to intervene but was thwarted by Yu. Zhuqing could only watch helplessly as Zhang Hai's gaze turned hollow, and then Qianma let out a piercing scream. In an instant, flames surged skyward, enveloping the souls of everyone present in excruciating heat, sweeping across the entire mountain range. Chapter 79. The Son of Night. Each step a new realm, rising to the pinnacle. He would pay the price for his earlier arrogance, and that price was life. After Yu blocked Zhuqing, she cast a glance at the distant Zhang Hai, snorting coldly. Without a second thought, she commanded the first seat to tear and devour Zhang Hai's corporeal form. Soul-body, a dual assurance. Yet, in the next heartbeat, she sensed something amiss. Waves of scorching heat surged forth. This heat was not a physical response but a reaction of the soul. Zhuqing felt it too. Suddenly looking up, hiss, the sound of burning, piercing through reality. Indeed, the flames had spilled over, coalescing into a tangible form, affecting the material realm. On the mountainside, soldiers involved in disaster relief, recruits from the training camp, members of the Sunray team, instructors and special guests, along with members of the ancient God Church participating in the mission, all reacted differently. So hot. How strange, I don't feel warm at all. Why does it feel this way? Wait, my mental strength seems to be igniting too. And its consumption rate is accelerating. What is happening? Look at the mountain peak. What? The peak looks empty. Can't you see? Don't look with your eyes. If not with my eyes, then what should I use to see? Those with high spiritual levels or sensitive souls gaze towards the peak, thousands of meters high, where a pillar of fire soared into the heavens. Yet another group saw only darkness, nothing visible. Bai Lipi also took notice. Hearing a piercing high-pitched scream, akin to that of a woman being abused by her husband. No, stop. The souls in the external realm felt the scorching heat. Let alone Qianma, who was in the core zone. Enveloped in a state of soul, the sensations inside and outside were worlds apart. Her cries were heart-wrenching, bringing tears to those who listened at this moment. It was a scene of utter despair. Not only her eyes, but her crimson tongue protruded, as if a common person had consumed peppers 100 times spicier than the devil's. Suspended in midair, she frantically waved her hands, clenching her fists in a heart-wrenching frenzy. The pain was beyond description. It seeped into every pore of her soul. In the icy interior of the divine realm, a flicker of orange-red emerged. She clutched her abdomen, her body covered in a multitude of red spots. Intensifying, wisps of steam spread. No, this is not merely fire. Why does the night still possess such power? Wasn't all strength supposed to have waned? No, it only grew hotter. Her entire soul ignited in flames. Sunshine. The sun is indeed my magic. Zhang Hai regained consciousness, as if the hollowness in his gaze just moments ago was but a facade, entirely unaffected. Get away! Seeing this, Yu unleashed a bolt of divine calamity, sending Zhuqing staggering back. She then fixed her gaze ahead. This was utterly illogical. If this were daylight, such prowess could be comprehended. Why now? The soul was flawless. Even against the half-step ceiling of Qianma, it was a dimensional strike. Gazing at the emaciated Zhang Hai, he could not grasp the situation. Meanwhile, the divine realm flickered ominously. Qianma, standing still, suddenly trembled, and then abruptly opened his eyes. His soul's fluctuations had diminished to a third, his complexion pale to the extreme, struggling to maintain his balance. At this moment, he gazed fearfully at Zhang Hai. Indeed, she had preserved a third in advance, allocating only 2/3 to attack. Although she could never recover from this and would never breach the ceiling again, suffering a significant loss in combat power, at least she survived, retaining one life. In truth, it was normal to retain a portion of the soul, as it must protect the essence, of course. Discussing this now was of little importance. She had suffered 2 losses consecutively, once to the divine axe, once to the soul. It was utterly devastating. Damn it was my miscalculation. Yu comforted her slightly. This time, it's my turn. Perhaps this was merely his final countermeasure. He felt relieved. Thankfully, it was not himself who ascended just now, but he had pushed Qianma forward. Otherwise, even though his soul's strength far exceeded Qianma's, in the clash of souls, combined with the divine realm, he had never lost, able to strike critical hits on anyone. Yet the terrifying wave from moments ago still left Yu's heart racing. But it seemed, just for that fleeting moment, Lin Xie continually retreated, distancing himself from the heart of the battlefield, while internally communicating with the divine psychiatric hospital. Mother, you, child, I can feel it. Seems he retained a significant portion of his strength last time. Within the psychiatric hospital, Nix, draped in a patient gown, sat on a rocking chair, her starry eyes shimmering. Donna's, your mother has been outdone by a mere human. She chuckled lightly. Never has any human allowed me to reach such depths. Reduced to this state at that time, she had nearly struck Zhang Hai directly with her soul. Teacher Zhang seems to be in a low state. Was it also the case last time? How much longer can he endure the night? Last time, he had merely maintained for a fleeting moment by burning mental strength. It was strikingly similar to now. Lin Xie murmured to himself, suddenly recalling something, his tone urgent. Mother, can you assist him? Please dispel this night. Your soul has just borne the strain once, and now it is overdrawn. Nix's beautiful eyes revealed deep concern. If you push yourself further, you will not withstand it. It's fine. Lin Xie's gaze was resolute. But in the next moment, he sensed something, his figure pausing slightly. Nix also exhibited a look of profound surprise. Yu and Qianma both inhaled deeply. This strategic misjudgment was far too severe. They were eager to understand what exactly was happening. Was it a one-time trump card? Or, the soul, for now, was not their concern, at least the realms of the body and mental strength still lagged behind. No, there were still vulnerabilities. This point was always accurate. Yu waved her hand. The recently subdued flame pulse earth dragon, towering 17 stories high, emanated dragon might as it flew in from another peak. With a resounding bang, the mountain trembled. The fiery red patterns on the dragon's body began to flicker incessantly. As chaotic flames gathered, A massive fireball coalesced. One more spark. Yu pulled her hands, creating a fiery catastrophe from nightmares, intensifying the fire, causing this fireball to swell from 20 meters to 30 meters. Use what you excel at to eliminate you. Though not abundant, it was concentrated essence of superior quality. It directly ascended several tiers. Boom. The fireball erupted forth. A fiery torrent surged forth, trailing a long tail, as it endeavored to engulf Zhang Hai. Yet, curiously, as this blazing orb drew closer to Zhang Hai, it diminished in size, shrinking to the dimensions of a mere sesame seed when it was a mere centimeter from his nose. It autonomously flew towards him, merging into one of his pores. As if it were a mud cow sinking into the sea, the once unruly flame pulse earth dragon regarded Zhang Hai with disdain, but upon witnessing this scene, it was rendered speechless. The murmurs of the dreamer fell silent. Who was the fireball meant to confront? In the pitch blackness of the night, Zhang Hai's mental prowess began to ascend rapidly from the pinnacle of the lantern realm, accompanied by a surge of murderous intent. Pinnacle of the pool realm, pinnacle of the river realm, pinnacle of the sea realm, pinnacle of the infinite realm. Buzz. Suddenly, with a crack, he shattered the barrier that had thwarted countless formidable beings. He breached the final stronghold. Stepping into the Klein realm, his aura surged, piercing the heavens, burning. His muscles erupted forth. He took a step forward. Beneath his feet, a crimson lotus blossomed, gradually illuminating the entirety of Jinan Mountain. Chapter 80. The Liberation of the Divine Artifact. The metropolis of Beijing trembled. The malevolent aura dissipated. Whoosh! With each step he took, darkness was dispelled. In the icy hearts of many, a blazing fire ignited, roiling and awakening. When he truly stepped into the Klein realm, he essentially illuminated the entire Jinan Mountain. At that very moment, the darkness of night, which hampered rescue efforts, made it increasingly difficult for the new recruits and instructors. All turned to gaze back, the sky. It was dawn, yet upon closer inspection, raising their heads, they found no trace of the sun. The brilliance of the light source emanated from the peaks. Although Zhang Hai had merely taken his initial steps into the realm, the substance of his achievement was far beyond what an ordinary Klein could compare to. Whoosh! A howling sound erupted. The mental energy of the Klein transformed into fuel, igniting fiercely. The familiar heat returned. Zhang Hai's physique began to ascend inch by inch, his muscles bulging with vigor. The Lantern Realm and the Klein Realm? Is there truly a distinction? If he so desired, he could have entered it at any time previously, aided by magical forces. However, at this moment, it was merely a natural progression. No further restraint could be imposed. In this darkness, at this juncture, in a certain sense, was no longer his weakness. Why? Because the Klein realm could sustain the demand and combustion of magical energy for extended durations. It could self-circulate. Even when consumed, it could swiftly regenerate. How much mental energy does the Klein possess? The original words were, mental energy is inexhaustible and boundless. If he were to burn at the bare minimum, Zhang Hai could maintain it for at least an hour. Of course, this pertains to the minimum requirement. If the consumption was significant and a high burst was executed, it would deplete rapidly. But that is merely one aspect. For there is also the Son of the Soul. Zhang Hai whispered softly. Within his mental realm, he conjured an ethereal figure. The figure transformed into a radiant concept. Indeed, it reacted as Zhang Hai melded with it. A brilliant light erupted, incredibly intense. His magical energy soared. The Son of the Heart combined with the combustion of the Klein realm. The two converged, and in an instant, boom, the entire night sky began to shatter. The bizarre and nightmarish darkness that enveloped the realm could no longer withstand the onslaught, revealing hollow spaces that crumbled one after another. Respond to my will, divine axe Rita. In the course of its expansion, the muscular contours of Zhang Hai, now as majestic as towering mountains, reached out with one hand, fingers curling towards the void. Whoosh! Buzz! From a distance, through the very crust of the earth, a colossal golden axe, plummeting down to depths of 10,000 meters, abruptly halted. Yes, the enormous axe that could not be lifted by any means suddenly came to a standstill. Then, with a whirl, in less than a second, it soared from the crust, a tumult. It carried a deluge of mud and smoke, soaring into the heavens. It shot back into the palm of Zhang Hai, artifact unleashed, and at the instant he grasped it, the divine axe Rita released a cascade of luminous particles, sweeping across the entire Jinan mountain, illuminating the surrounding land. The night was utterly dismantled, revealing the originally dim sky, now laden with heavy rain. But then, this sky could not endure. It faltered in less than 0.01 seconds. The darkness over Jinan mountain and the surrounding areas, the villages, towns, suburbs, and even the core city, was completely torn asunder. All the falling rain came to a halt at this moment, sizzling away, countless quantities of moisture transforming into dense fog, forming a wondrous spectacle. Simultaneously, the autumn weather was abruptly thrust back into summer. The molecules of water in the air diminished rapidly, the temperature soared, becoming unbearably hot, entering the peak of summer, the hottest time of the year. Beneath Jinan mountain, to be precise, both above and below the mountain, the paths, once muddy and treacherous, swiftly dried, fissures appearing. The very next moment, what was once prone to sinking had transformed into solid ground. This fluctuation leaped directly from the lantern realm to the cline. Even the most exceptional geniuses take years, even decades, to achieve this. He accomplished it in an instant. An instantaneous leap? Left Qing murmured to herself, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Truly a freak of nature. If it were a revival, if it were a restoration of realms, if it were a concealment followed by release, if it were a short-term burst, then it would be understandable. They once reached this realm. Now they merely returned. It was not a true transcendence of realms. But in Zhang Hai, what she experienced was entirely different. She was certain that Zhang Hai had indeed only possessed the lantern realm before. The power he wielded during the day belonged to an entirely different system. In other words, he alone, combined with his mental energy, possessed two sources of power. The night unveiled the sun. This heat was more intense than the last time he had a conflict with his mother. No, it was not even a comparable concept. Lin Xie stared in astonishment, his tongue darting out in disbelief. Soon, he found himself parched. To avoid causing a nuisance, they, including Hong Ying, who were originally atop the mountain, began to hastily descend. Yet their bodies found no relief. The heat waves spread rapidly. The lantern realm. The burning of the lantern realm was so formidable that it could contend with his mother, the Klein. He dared not imagine. The thoughts that his soul had once carried were completely shattered, so naive. Teacher Zhang, Uncle Zhang Hai, Captain Zhang, needed none of it. Even in the darkness, he retained his confidence. Light? How convenient. The people in the disaster-stricken area, with the assistance of many new recruits and various forbidden teams, successfully retreated further away. No torrential rain, no mudslides, no shockwaves, no darkness. For them, it was, rather, a tremendous help and gratitude. However, before they could pause to observe, they were met with a series of piercing screams. Surrounding them, the believers stationed in various locations executing tasks, all the filth, all those with malevolent thoughts, began to spontaneously combust. It was a self-ignition of the mental realm. Like dry kindling, igniting upon contact, without exception, they were all members of the ancient God Church. Some were directly under the Moon Huai, some under the Dreamer, and others under the Qianmo. At this moment, as fiery particles floated away, they began to wail. Among them was even a being of the infinite realm. Engaged in fierce combat with Helin, he suddenly widened his eyes, as if being devoured by countless ants, and then lost his soul, collapsing backwards. From such a distance, it could have an effect. Helin gazed in shock at the luminous source upon the mountain. It was not just this in the suburbs of Songnan City. Many residents were curiously looking up. Was it a natural phenomenon? But how could it fluctuate back and forth? Suddenly, it became so hot. What on earth is happening today? It was not only them. The night watcher team stationed in Songnan City, Chunmai, Wu Xiangnan, Long Xian, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima, also noticed the disturbance. They had just dealt with a group of troublemakers regarding the direction of Jinan Mountain and the disaster. Should we go take a look? So far away, are you sure? Wait, the new recruits must have gone to assist with the disaster relief? Seven Knight is there too. Perhaps Hong Ying is also. Have you noticed something? It seems the tavern owner, Boss Zhang, and Hong Ying's father have not been around these past 2 days. Wu Xiangnan interrupted, pointing out a blind spot. The others gradually realized, but before they could ponder further, they began receiving a series of urgent messages. Whether in the suburbs or the city center, throughout Sangnan City, people were collapsing one after another, inexplicably. Even several surrounding districts experienced similar phenomena. Underneath the dispersed clouds, whether human or the powerful mysteries unleashed by troublemakers, they all fell. No, without exception, they had lost their soul's resonance. Each station night watcher team reacted differently, but one thing was clear. Those who collapsed were not innocent. A brief investigation revealed their recent activities to be highly suspicious. No one knew that all these influences stemmed from the liberation of the artifact, which instantaneously expanded the influence of Zhang Hai's heart sun. The range was truly terrifying. Moreover, it could discern with precision. Thus, in a short span of time, they found themselves utterly baffled, unable to fathom the situation. The malevolent aura was entirely dispelled. The range continued to radiate, far beyond the confines of Tsangnan, the capital city of Jing. A series of the latest updates arrived. At the headquarters office, the captain of Team 006, Xiaoping Gu, one of the enigmatic figures known as the Black and White Impermanence, sighed with a complex expression. Shaken by the news, absurd. Utterly absurd. It seems the night watchers are nothing but idlers. What is their purpose for existing? Is it him again? What connection does he have with that figure from mythology? Chapter 81. Crushing Soul Wind, True Fire of Samadhi. The Fall of Qianma. Above the skies of Tsangnan City, a silver streak cut through the air, heralding the arrival of the Spirit Medium Team, the three pinnacle Klein entities. Among them, two ancient gods, all possessing divine ruins, while the third, a wind pulse earth dragon, among them, only one remains beneath the command of Zhuqing,